Chapter 1111. The 72 codenamed veterans of the Hell Legion were all women, each stunningly beautiful. Below is a collection of Hell Legion NPC images. I'm not kidding. However, after their brains were removed, gender became meaningless to them. They were essentially asexual beings. The runaway AI even used drugs and implants to suppress their physiological urges. Since they were clones carrying memories, in the runaway AI's eyes, these once noble beings who relied on cloning to achieve immortality were actually cheaper and more reliable expendable commodities than slave laborers born in breeding factories. For example, right now, these 72 cloned brains were steadfastly holding their positions. Their very existence hindered Celia's virus from electronically infiltrating the Hell Legion. It could be said that, apart from physical isolation measures, these clones became the Legion's last line of defense. Although they were ruins and could no longer cause any harm to the Universal Alliance, Li Bin could not bypass the commands within the Legion's network that required their authorization. It's alright. Compared to the information, secrets, and physical blockade blueprints in their memories, these minor troubles are nothing. Having severed the neural link, Li Bin had already transferred to the Tiannong space station. He stood on the massive hemispherical observation deck, hands behind his back, overlooking the Star of Light Sentinel. At this moment, the atmosphere of Star of Light Sentinel was ablaze. It was the oxygen tanks thrown by the fleet, combined with the viscous, yellowish atmosphere rich in hydrogen sulfide, ignited and spreading outwards to form a ring of inverted fire. This fire wall, thousands of meters high, blocked the Legion's ground forces, the Marines, and their area-controlled unmanned hunting drones and drones. Given the size of the fleet, the amount of oxygen tanks dumped was ample. They only needed to drop the stored hydrogen-oxygen compressed tanks, originally intended for industrial use, and replenishment would be easy. Simply find a gas giant planet and mass-produce it using the ships on board factories. The firewall would further obscure the landing battlefield with its yellowish atmosphere, allowing the command system to clearly see the battle situation from high altitude. However, the doghead markings branded on the planet were truly unsettling for Li Bin. It was said that Lan Yuan started this. She originally intended to draw them for Xingchen Phil and Wu Qingyu, but the other captains, seeing this, all joined in the abstract art, enjoying it immensely. When the Hell Legion first discovered this, they felt deeply humiliated, but now, with the underground city shaking violently, they couldn't care less. After adjustments by the out-of-control AI, the underground city adopted an 80% automated management plus 20% manpower supplementation model. The out-of-control AIs don't believe anything in the world possesses the ability to breach their firewalls. With the added advantage of local computing power, even if the human coexistence faction were to invade, they would have to expend considerable effort and dozens of days in the electronic warfare field to break through. Therefore, the underground city security system, built around automated mechs and intelligent defense systems, is undoubtedly a superior solution. But now they all failed, spinning aimlessly and firing indiscriminately. As the behemoths, their skin reddening from the intense heat, drove their partially cooked bodies into the underground city, Dong Lixiang discovered that the dome-shaped city on the first basement level was littered with bloody carnage. The local slave laborers had painstakingly used building materials and human lives to restrain these indiscriminately killing automated mechs. They obeyed orders from their superiors with trepidation, defying these beings of higher rank. Under the influence of brainwashing, implanted electric shocks, and drugs-inducing depressive moods, these actions caused them immense suffering. Therefore, upon discovering the behemoths, these people immediately became excited. For the Legion, driven by this belief, and fueled by the dopamine and intracranial release of diluted powder, the unarmed laborers charged towards the behemoths like madmen. Then they were swept past by the centipedes as if they were nothing, hundreds of bodies only slightly delayed for a few seconds. Ignoring the crowd blocking the passage to the second floor, the behemoths, supported by the algorithms of the gregarious squid, quickly moved to the industrial elevators, blasting open the elevator doors with their ship-mounted weaponry, their alloy claws plunging into the elevator shafts, and descending vertically amidst the screams and frenzy of the Legion's laborers. These elevators did not go directly to the ground floor. Each floor required a transfer. This design certainly delayed the efficiency of resource transportation, but the Hell Legion's predecessor was a special operations agency, which did not care about the efficiency of resource transportation. Military requirements for protective measures were paramount. The transfers along the way delayed the behemoths. After fighting their way through 2 levels to the 3rd basement level, they were ambushed by the Legion slave labor Marines outside the elevator shaft. They finally managed to deploy their heavy weapons. A fierce battle ensued. The advantage of homeland defenses, coupled with a large number of heavy weapons, and the fact that the underground city was built with urban warfare in mind, allowed them to barely gain a foothold. The breakthrough seemed to have reached a stalemate. At the Legion's Marine Corps Forward Command Post, the Legion commander's entire head had been modified into a square shape, but his prominent chest and slender waist still revealed his gender. She braced herself on the table, on which lay a map obscured by the internet outage. No problem. We're more evolved than these behemoths. Our weaponry is far superior. We even have mechs. What the Knights of Eden can do, we can do too. Fire the artillery towards the elevator shaft. Take out 2 enemy units first. Instantly, the elevator shaft exploded. Shockwaves rippled through the vast underground city's 3rd basement level, shattering glass and plastic. Nearby marine serfs and slave laborers, lacking power armor, collapsed in agony within minutes from internal bleeding caused by the shockwaves. They were then replaced by newly released slave laborers. The temporary stabilization of the front line gave her hope. However, because the entire Star System's network had been hacked, her Legion could only rely on wired communication via fiber optic cables, or shouting. That same 12 minutes after the front line stabilized, the wired communication network also went down. What's going on? She grabbed the communication soldier and shook him violently. 1 or 2 broken is understandable, but how come so many are suddenly broken? Which slave laborer would dare cut military fiber optic cables? Tell me, did you use inferior materials? The communication soldier's brain was practically spinning from the shock. He hurriedly blurted out, I swear to the Legion commander. The communication lines were being cut rapidly, starting with line 198 and spreading outwards and backwards. More and more lines are being cut. This must be a conspiracy by the Luddite Church. He sobbed, his loyalty being questioned. Maybe some Luddite Church bastards in the dungeon are taking this opportunity to cause trouble. Chapter 1112. On the top floor of an office building on the 3rd basement level, the assassin, Torito, held a severed head, its contents, half a head, smoothly severed from the bridge of the nose. The brain matter and implants spilled onto the floor as she lifted it. Beside her lay a headless corpse with a gun, slumped against the railing. The remaining half of the head, neck down, hung over the railing, blood dripping from the roof like water from an air conditioner drainpipe, scattering in the artificial wind from the exhaust fans. How hideous, the assassin murmured, examining the severed head. From the outside, it appeared normal, thick hair, a standard skull. But from within, oozing blood, several round holes were visible in the skull. These were the marks of implant modification. The scalp cut open, the skull sawed open, implants inserted, stitched up, then brainwashed. A standard slave laborer was complete. This slave laborer was clearly a scout, hastily armed and sent to the rooftop. His task was likely to act as an observation post, monitoring the battlefield from above and serving as eyes for the disconnected army. Now his life, like the fiber optic cable on the ground, was severed. The Toreador assassins followed the behemoth into the underground city, but instead of charging down the elevator shaft with it, they used their vampiric abilities, superior combat strength, ghostly speed, and masterful hunting skills to tear through the hastily manned slave laborers guarding the spiral passage, and then descended. The Toreador assassins' own plan was to fight their way to the very bottom, securing more status and benefits for their clan within the Universal Alliance. However, the rapid reaction force on the 3rd basement level blocked their path downwards, sealing it off with laser tanks, heavy artillery, and floating mines. Although they could tear through to the next level, logically, the deeper they went, the more difficult it became. Casualties had already occurred on the 3rd negative level. Who knew how many more would die below? The Toreador clan that had joined the company followed their ancestor. Each member was elite, and their lives were incredibly precious. Therefore, they immediately changed their plans and began assisting the behemoth in its breakthrough. And the fact that the fiber optic cables of the 3rd negative level army were severed, and the soldiers guarding them were killed, was also thanks to them. Hey, I'm telling you. Just as Toledo Assassin A was pondering, another Toledo Assassin, B, stuck out his tongue with a bitter expression. Don't you think the blood of these slaves tastes awful? Assassin A sighed and leaped from the rooftop. The CO has declared there's no limit to the amount of blood he can drink. What are you being picky about? It's not like back in Draco when nobles could grab people and gnaw on their necks. Every bite was freshly squeezed. No. Assassin B scraped his tongue with his fingers, leaping across the rooftop with incredible speed. I used to be a minor noble, not so delicate. I mean, even by the standards of ordinary slaves, the blood of these slaves is just too awful. As he spoke, he casually ripped off a soldier's skull, sucked on his cheek, and immediately spat, It tastes like eating dirt mixed with shit. Actually, you didn't need to describe it so vividly. I just finished eating. Assassin A couldn't hold back anymore. Just as the two were talking, Assassin C's curses came through the channel. Holy crap. I just smashed through the food processing plant on the 3rd basement level. Guess what they're feeding the slave laborers here? Before the two could answer, Assassin C continued, it's artificial starch mixed with corpses. Slave laborers' corpses. And they weren't even fully heated. They weren't sterilized. These out-of-control AIs from BYD, they don't even treat people like humans. They're worse than animals. Couldn't they at least add some cockroach moss? To kill some germs? Not only that, they've been adding all sorts of potent drugs like there's no tomorrow. I was wondering why these guys, all skinny as they are, were so energetic. They're all drug addicts. Brothers, don't suck this blood. It's all drug residue. Peel off their power armor. Their backs are covered in acne and pustules, a whole back of white pus. Assassin A's expression was ferocious, clutching his churning stomach. Stop talking, stop talking. Li Bin, observing the assassin's combat effectiveness on the command channel, helplessly covered his mouth. This is disgusting, he thought. This conversation reminded Li Bin of his past life. His 4th uncle dug a pond in the countryside for large-scale fish farming, lost money, then went all in on bullfrogs and made a fortune. As a bullfrog enthusiast, Li Bin originally thought he'd be able to enjoy a bullfrog feast during his summer vacation in the countryside, but when he excitedly returned home, his family still served chicken, duck, and pork. He ran to ask his 4th uncle, who took him to the bullfrog farm. Li Bin immediately vowed never to eat bullfrogs again. The bullfrog farming density was extremely high. The ponds were shallow, and feed was densely distributed. Combined with the bullfrog's excrement in the ponds, the entire area reeked. The water was eutrophic, and the excrement was filthy. Daily water changes were useless. The bullfrog's skin ulcerated, and all the frogs oozed pus. According to his 4th uncle, from the moment the bullfrog fry were introduced, large amounts of antibiotics were needed daily to ensure the survival rate of the adult bullfrogs and profitability. In hot weather, frequent water changes were necessary, requiring sacks of antibiotics to be added. Even so, the bullfrogs still suffered from back rot. These laborers, aren't they also a new kind of bullfrog in this context? Fiber optic communication was interrupted, wireless communication was hacked, and the Corps commander could only rely on his communication soldiers to shout orders or broadcast them over loudspeakers. But efficiency was undoubtedly much lower. After killing a few giant beasts, the suppression rate plummeted. The Corps commander stood nervously before the map, racking her brains for a solution, oblivious to the surrounding noise. Gradually, the noise grew louder, to the point she could no longer ignore it. She immediately roared in fury, "What are you all doing? Even if you can shout orders, you all look terrible." Crack! A metal sword made of alloy steel pierced through the wall, reeking of blood, and embedded itself in the map, its blade only centimeters from the Corps commander's neck. Beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. This was definitely not the power armor she possessed, the strength to pierce a concrete wall. It must be an intruder. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the curtain was lifted, and several people wearing spherical, semi-transparent helmets, their handsome faces vaguely discernible, their complexions pale and elegant, strode in. The leader, recognizing the Corps commander's shoulder insignia, appeared before her like a ghost and immediately slapped her several times. "Tom! I'm at 8 in the morning. You bastards, can't you feed your men some human food? Your blood is all stinking and poisonous. I never heard of vampires sucking blood and causing diarrhea. Good heavens." Not a single assassin had been seriously wounded and forced to leave the battlefield, yet some had been hospitalized, their pants a yellowish-brown color, exhausted and forced to publicly unzip their pants for cleaning and treatment. For the Torter clan, renowned for their elegant art, this was worse than death. People can be wounded or die, but they must be wounded elegantly and die gracefully. This method of exit was truly clumsy. The Corps commander's lips were split open, blood gushing out. The man who slapped her paused, his nose twitching slightly beneath his mask. Then he excitedly ripped off the Corps commander's power armor. Watching the powerful, tough power armor being torn apart seemingly effortlessly by the enemy, the Corps commander closed his eyes in despair. But his ears stubbornly transmitted a voice, tinged with surprise. "Hey! These officers are spotless, and their blood smells sweet. Quickly, tell everyone to start the feast." Chapter 1113. Holy crap! Is the Hell Legion really that weak? Level -6, the underground PVC assembly plant. Assassin A, covered in blood, stood with his hands in his pockets, eyes wide. From level -3 to level -5, Each level had a slave labor Marine Corps stationed there. According to Dong Lixiang and Old One-Eye's plan, the giant beasts would clear the way and draw aggro, while the Torito assassins would infiltrate and cut off wired communications for a counterattack. Taking advantage of the disrupted wireless communications on each level, as long as the advance speed exceeded the message transmission speed, they could dominate the battlefield. But as they broke through, the officers and soldiers at the front and rear realized a significant situation. That is, the deeper they went, the fewer slave labor corps there were, and the more automated defense weapons there were. Theoretically, the attack pressure should increase with each level, but in reality, due to the poisoning of the automated defense weapons, by the time they reached level -5, the Corps' combat strength was only half that of level -3. And by level -6, there were practically no people left, because the living were being indiscriminately killed by the automated defensive weapons. The boarding forces finally entered their comfort zone and began a rapid breakthrough. The behemoth was unstoppable, and the assassins were elusive and difficult to spot. The poisoned automated weapons couldn't use fire control to target the incredibly fast assassins, and without a coordinated attack, they couldn't quickly kill the behemoth. As long as the behemoth wasn't killed instantly, the gregarious squid could receive orders from command to inject it with hormones, stimulating the eaten behemoth to sacrifice its lifespan to regroup. Even now, a giant scorpion's severed tail has regrowed a small venomous hook. It seems that the Eden hostile biosphere genes have awakened some kind of high-speed regenerative genome in it. It has been voraciously eating and devouring countless people along the way to replenish the energy consumed by limb regeneration. Dong Lixiang excitedly rubbed his chin. The extreme battlefield environment, the immense pressure, and the hormones and nutrients accumulated in the food have caused it to evolve. Detain this behemoth, prevent it from advancing any further, and wait for the follow-up troops to take over and move it out. 31 hours into the battle, and 8 hours into the attack on the underground city, the boarding force finally broke through to level -10, the lowest level. They passed PVC assembly plants, heavy factories, chemical plants, farms, warehouses, and other facilities along the way. The final level was enormous, filled with countless battery packs, and computing matrices crackling with electricity. A quick glance confirmed it was a pure virus malfunction. A few hundred highly cybernetically modified slave scientists were futilely trying to repair it, but to no avail. Rebooting now was too late. They couldn't save the underground city. Upon discovering the Torito assassins, these scientists screamed and rushed forward, attempting to block them with their flesh and blood, only to be swiftly and decisively killed. The behemoth could only move on the wide rail transport system. Attempting to squeeze into narrow passages would crush the tens of meters high battery packs and computing matrices, or even collapse the walkway and plunge into the cooling pool below. The follow-up troops have completed the interrogation. The road to the command center has been marked on the map. Act quickly, extract all the demon cores, and destroy those that cannot be carried. Also, bring back a few wet components safely. The Toreador assassin, hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice on the channel, respectfully saluted the Void at the Hell Legion's headquarters. Understood, CO. Indeed. It was Li Bin's order. A brain chosen by the Hell Legion is of unquestionable quality. Since Celia needs wet component replenishment, Li Bin will give her the best, and also take the opportunity to plunder the Legion's data. Bang! The alloy gate was violently flung open, and the elegant, slender Toreador assassins transformed into wisps of black wind, surging in through the gate. Defying the laws of physics, they moved rapidly across the walls and dome, making it impossible for the small water pipes held by the slave laborers in the command center to hit a single one. As the shadowy figures rapidly approached, these purely technical slave laborers were swiftly slaughtered. Simultaneously, their heads were severed, the wounds sealed before brain death, and they were connected to life support systems and tossed into life support tanks. These were all highly intelligent brains. It would be such a waste to waste them. The Toreador assassins truly lived up to their reputation as the most elegant beings in the clan. This brain-hunting exercise was played out like an art form. Within minutes, each of them, carrying 2 or 3 transparent tanks, strolled around the command center like birds in cages. They quickly noticed several inverted pyramid structures embedded in the massive computational matrix on the top floor, suspended in the ceiling. This is what the CEO personally ordered. Assassin A excitedly rubbed his face. If we get these, we can have fiefdoms and become nobles again. Be careful, follow the procedure slowly. Assassin C, who had previously made the vampires nauseous and revealed shocking information, didn't even blink. If there's a mistake, I shave you. I used to work in the interrogation department. I can shave 36,000 times and still not kill someone. My hand is steady. 10 minutes later, the dust settled. Successful, the bright Sentinel Star Command Center is in hand. On the observation deck, Li Bin happily smoked a cigarette, slapped the table, and sent a message to Emperor Ruli, Brighton Alliance Speaker Bruno Brighton, Pirate Prince Kong Jicho, and the Secretary General of Kelja Technology Company. Starfield Black Hole. Never again. This was the agreed-upon code, representing the highest achievement of this raid. Destroying the Hell Legion's command network. Although there was a suspicion of taking advantage of someone's misfortune, and although many were sacrificed to conceal Celia's existence before the sudden attack, the Hell Legion's production capacity and combat potential had indeed been completely destroyed this time, as long as a saturation bombardment was carried out before leaving. The iron-hearted Annihilator couldn't possibly invest in rebuilding the devastated Hell Legion. Firstly, there wasn't enough time, and secondly, it was simply a losing proposition. Controlling the Hell Legion, which already possessed a large number of human realm relics and factories, and supplying resources to convert them into production capacity, was a huge profit. Continuing to invest in the future would be suicidal. Moreover, the star system's defense system had been destroyed. If you rebuild it, just wait for me to come knocking every now and then. It's a pity that so many factories and industrial buildings can't be taken away, Li Bin said regretfully, looking at the remaining dozen or so hours of downtime. If they could take all the production capacity of the 2 planets and 3 space stations, the Universal Alliance would essentially have swallowed up a hegemon. Lan Yuan, stationed in space, asked idly, "CO, we only breached 1 dungeon on Bright Sentinel Star so far. According to intelligence, there are 2 more. Should we raid them?" Too late. Although, according to the intelligence shared by Celia, the other 2 dungeons also contain artifacts from the human realm, we don't have time, and we also need an excuse to conceal our supplies. Li Bin said with a pained expression, "Destroy them. Notify the long-range orbital strike fleet to begin orbital strikes in 10 hours. All weapons at full power." Lan Yuan nodded. Almost instantly after issuing the order, she received a piece of intelligence, and she paused. Commander Tang Zhuofan requests to come immediately. He also wants to participate in the extermination operation on Bright Sentinel Star. He also said that his space station has been completely occupied, and the Church of Lud is planting bombs. Those people have no intention of landing on the planet. They already begun orbital strikes. But he personally hopes to take revenge on the capital of the Hell Legion, to give some explanation to the survivors. Kelman is truly ruthless. All right, Li Bin agreed, then said to Qian Tao, "Tell the Lloyds in the fleet that a live broadcast will begin in 10 hours. All Lloyds can participate in the revenge operation. They only need to apply for gunner positions to experience the limited time event of bombing Bright Sentinel Star. Since they're pursuing revenge, let's see it through to the end. In addition, get the onboard holographic novel production team moving immediately to film a documentary about the bombing. The bonus will be multiplied 6-fold. After producing the promotional video, send it back to Eden Star immediately. I want to use this to further recruit Lloyds from the star system, unite the company's Lloyd immigrants, and enhance the company's position as a vanguard of justice in the star system. I, Captain. Chapter 1114. The Hell Legion's only 3 dreadnoughts, the Scat-Hack-class Apocalypse, leading several Scat-Hack-class unmanned battleships, broke through the hyperspace storm. Their heavily damaged bodies were coated in nano-self-healing material, undergoing battlefield repairs at a visible speed. The Hell Legion reinforcements had just activated their detectors when they saw a dense barrage of metallic signals. The signals were so dense and chaotic that it was impossible to determine the ship types by their metallic outlines. Switching to optical observation, through the dim light of the physical universe projected from the gravity well and the jump point, they saw a massive fleet of dozens of capital ships and a large swarm of cruisers and destroyers. These ships did not enter defensive or alert postures, but hurriedly left the physical universe. A Cathedral-class and a Palace-class dreadnought were slowly squeezing out of the jump point. Judging from their labored escape, both dreadnoughts were laden with spoils. Target detected. Commence interception. The Apocalypse issued the order, and the fleet began to accelerate. The combined fleet immediately detected the rapidly approaching, out-of-control AI fleet. Over 90% of the ships panicked. Even the Lud Church's offensive-class and Liberator-class ships lost their footing, ramming their own cargo-loading vessels in an attempt to seize defensive positions first. Only the Universal Alliance's capital ships remained calm and continued operating, seemingly indifferent to this powerful and aggressive fleet. This behavior caused the 3 corrupted demonic cores of the Doomsday's Alpha cores to malfunction for a few seconds. They were completely bewildered. What's going on? My entire fleet is huge. There's a 97% probability it's a deception. The Universal Alliance is pretending to have a backup plan, but the actions of their ally, the Lud Church, have betrayed them. One of the cores assesses. Core Strategy 2. Rapid Response. There's only a 3% chance there's a backup plan. The high probability is rapid electronic warfare suppression, assessed as a Special Forces-led virus, possibly acquired from the reserve arsenal. Core Strategy 3. Immediate follow-up. The battle plan has been synchronized with all lower-level ships. The fleet is disconnected from the network and has begun unlinked combat. To counter that possible 3% probability, the fleet disconnected its network, disabled transponders, and prepared to rely on the battle plan and similar algorithms from the Demon Core to wage a blind war. On the bridge of the Candle Dragon, the massive pyramid-shaped platform was opened, hundreds of canisters of wet components piled up like mountains. Damaged wet components were removed. The high-quality brains, carefully selected from millions of slave laborers by a senior clerk in the Hell Legion, were de-brainwashed by the company's neuromodulation reagent group, had their implants removed, and were then integrated into Celia's wet component modules. Li Bin focused intently on supervising the work. Kelman's screams through the earpiece terminal were making him very impatient. "Hey Li Bin! What are you doing, Li Bin? Why aren't you in the battle formation? All the Allied cargo holds are packed full, Li Bin. For efficiency, we even abandoned the wreckage of the Scathach and Jaws-class destroyers, sinking them all to the planet. Now, with this, everyone's going to die. You lost your blessing." Li Bin, ah. Li Bin stroked his stubble. "Shut up." At the same time as his words reached Kelman's side, a flash of light appeared. The light shot out from the shadows near the hyperspace storm, landing directly on the fleet that was moving at full speed without its shields activated. A violent explosion instantly expanded, engulfing countless destroyers and frigates in the light, causing secondary explosions that severely damaged cruisers, and then causing many more cruisers to explode, triggering tertiary explosions. Minutes later, the dazzling light vanished, leaving behind a scene of wreckage. 2/3 of the Hell Legion's frigates, half of their destroyers, and 1/5 of their cruisers were reduced to wreckage. The other smaller ships didn't survive the explosion, rather, they were outside the blast wave, only experiencing a brief jolt. At this moment, a pinkish-purple aura slowly approached, revealing itself to everyone. It was a ship, a dreadnought in phase descent. Using the flickering of the hyperspace storm, she concealed her phase descent aura, evading the Hell Legion's detection and scanning. She briefly surfaced and fired a devastating cannon shot, then immediately submerged to close the distance. The light from her phase coils outlined a dazzling and ferocious pinkish-purple hue in the shadows. "It's that phase dreadnought." Kelman clenched his fists in horror, while Li Bin laughed heartily. "Kelman, your next line will definitely be, 'Was this also part of your calculations, Li Bin? Was this also part of your calculations, Li Bin?'" Kelman shouted almost simultaneously, only realizing afterward that his words had confirmed Li Bin's prediction. He immediately tried to cover it up. "This dreadnought, known as the Hunter of Submarines on the Western Front, is it from your company? You have 3 dreadnoughts. Everything is within expectations." Li Bin patted his captain's uniform. "Therefore, all the spoils of the Universal Alliance on Bright Sentinel Star belong to us. I won't interfere with your spoils, and you absolutely cannot reveal them to anyone. Any objections?" "What objections could I possibly have? What objections could I possibly have?" Kelman cursed under his breath, mentally insulting Li Bin, but in reality, he was obsequious, the dignified commander-in-chief of the Luddite Church's army almost kneeling before him. Internally, there's a multi-nano forging furnace. Externally, the Pope of the Lud Church is backing them. Above, they're appointed by Saint Lud. Below, they have 3 dreadnoughts. Publicly, they have the publicity of the West Wind System holographic novel studio. Militarily, they have the power to cleanse the Hell Legion. Dare I say more? I'm afraid if I say anything now, the papal attendants hidden in the fleet will pull out their guns and shoot me, right? Thinking of this, Kelman's complex feelings almost turned into resentment. Just how many cards have you been hiding? And for how long? If you had just said you had this ability, I wouldn't have applied for those Hacker-class ships. I could have replaced them all with Atlas-class and Bolt-class tugboats, and we could have robbed the Hell Legion together. The space stations on both of the Hell Legion's planets have Fullerene spools. If we team up, release massive amounts of airdrop pods and heavy machinery, we can simply empty the Legion and escape via horizontal jump. Wouldn't it be great if I could defeat the other cardinals with my achievements and succeed the Pope as the new Pope? Cough cough. The more he thought about it, the more agitated and resentful he became. Kelman, having missed his chance, pounded his fist on the command platform, his face turning a deep purple. He watched as the second brilliant light, arriving a dozen minutes later, struck the Hell Legion fleet. It was clear that if the enemy dared to approach, this phased dreadnought would join forces with the Universal Alliance to ruthlessly annihilate them. He watched as the remnants of the Legion, hesitant to advance, began to retreat. A sudden realization flashed through his mind. With such potential, military strength, production capacity, and diplomatic support, coupled with such a great achievement, the Universal Alliance seems to have a real chance to suppress other forces, replace the hegemon, integrate the human coalition to defeat the out-of-control AI, and then seize the opportunity to unify the star system. Thinking of this, Kelman started muttering incoherently, choose me, brotherly. I, Kelman, promise to continue to serve you according to the will of Saint Lud. I can negotiate, I can love the Universal Alliance, give me a chance. I go through fire and water for you, brotherly. Chapter 11:15. ISA, with dark circles under her eyes, and stimulants keeping her mind sharp, relentlessly bombarded the Hell Legion's rear with fusion warheads, allowing the Universal Alliance's fleet to rapidly transport supplies without restraint. She and the Hoey had arrived at the hyperspace reflection of the Dune Realm star system 28 hours earlier. The Hoey's persistent phase capability not only granted it dominance over battlefield ghosts, but also allowed it to traverse hyperspace storms without fear. Even a God's Wrath-class ship would need a long time to fly from the east to the west of the star system. But the Hoey, as a dreadnought, only needed half or even a third of the time. Time is opportunity, opportunity is victory. Twice, the Hell Legion dispatched large numbers of cruisers in loose formations to surround them, attempting to buy time for the main fleet. Upon seeing this, ISA decisively ordered the Hoey to surface. We really underestimated you, Alicorns. These bastards seem to think we only have one main gun, ISA remarked to the Alicorn AI. Through the mental link, a centaur-like beauty angrily raised her shield, her spear thrusting high into the void. Then, the Hoey decisively engaged the group of Hella cruisers in battle. The experimental hull barrier, a triangular passive shield tightly fitted to the ship's hull, blocked all attacks from the Hella ships. With the support of the Dreadnought's massive electrical grid system, even the Hella high platform class main gun, Hella Death Gaze, struggled to break through the Hoey's shield. Our turn. ISA tapped her index finger, and the Hoey began its counterattack. The Raven heavy drones, controlled by the Werewolf Corps, launched a sharp attack, gracefully soaring through space, dodging missiles and artillery fire, and targeting the cruiser's main thrusters. This was a broken leg. Then, Kraken anti-ship missiles targeted the broken-legged cruiser, crippling it with just 3 or 4 strikes. The Alicorns on board AI immediately ordered the Raven heavy fighters in the battlefield to crash into the main thrusters, and then rapidly launch new Raven heavy fighters from the upgraded hangar. Because the original fighters had attracted enemy attention, the computational cost of escaping the encirclement was too high, so the AI, relying on the Dreadnought's large hangar, decisively abandoned them. The Dreadnought's size wasn't just about increased hit area. Alright, the small fry are mostly cleared out. These few Hellas rulers are quite tough. ISA changed targets, and the Alicorn AI understood, issuing commands to the torpedo department. 2 crimson torpedoes launched from the Hoey, tearing a slow, red-tinged black rift in the predominantly purple and blue hyperspace. Rift torpedo. I couldn't find a picture of the torpedo launch right now. Could someone share one? I give it a thumbs up. The shields and armor of the Hella Dominator-class ships lasted only a dozen seconds, and a few seconds respectively against this human realm-controlled torpedo. Even the tougher heavy-armored cruisers held out for less than the high-platform class. When the armor couldn't withstand the spatial tearing explosion, this crimson launch path became a sharp, scathing dagger to slice through the encircling fleet. Meanwhile, the Hoey's carrier deck flipped, the flight path switching to the main gun rails. Redemption protocol. Alicorn blade fully loaded. During the engagement, the Hoey continued charging its main guns. Fire. A new round of explosions erupted, and after completing its launch, the Hoey leisurely submerged, slowly dissipating its radiation. Kelman was completely stunned. What was this? A single dreadnought was overwhelming nearly 40 Hella cruisers, sinking over 30, and still had the capacity to launch an offensive against other fleets. After the attack, it submerged and traversed the wrecked battlefield, completely unaffected by the terrain. A monster, an absolute monster. A phased dreadnought is powerful enough, but this one also has a passive shield. Actually, Kelman had misjudged the Alicorn class. This ship was designed to be effective across the entire star system. Its invincibility against targets smaller than dreadnoughts was exactly what Gidge had expected. Rather, if he couldn't quickly eliminate those dozens of cruisers, Perhaps Brother Jie would commit suicide out of shame and anger? Watching the battle unfold, Brother Jie looked at the results with a mixture of relief and regret. Alas! If that special forge were still here, Madame could have directly approached the Scat Hack class and mocked them. Relying on the forge's self-repair, she could have slowly worn down this fleet over several weeks. In Brother Jie's mind, as long as they didn't face dreadnoughts, his beloved daughter was invincible. Quantity is meaningless against the Asaborn class. Only pure quality is the nemesis of the Asaborn class. Unfortunately, ISA didn't give the powerless and furious Doomsday a chance to fight a quality battle. A few hours later. Even a demon core can feel fear? ISA watched the battered Doomsday lead its fleet in retreat. She piloted the Hoey, holding her sword, monitoring the enemy's withdrawal, and taunted them. Then, ISA turned to Li Bin. Mr. Li, congratulations. I heard you struck it rich. Not at all, just making ends meet, Li Bin joked with a beaming smile. How many furnaces did you earn this time? Not many, just 3 platforms. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the other factions? Isha's expression became somewhat out of control. Now the company is essentially a safety net controlling 7 giant corporations, not to mention the demon cores plundered from the Hell Legion. By the way, speaking of demon cores, how many spaceship blueprints and AI cores have you found? 44 demon cores, 14 of which are alpha core level, the rest are beta level. As for gamma, SOSO, about 70 or so. I plan to purify them, and sell them to Miss N as payment for purifying the demon cores. Li Bin looked disdainful. You know, the upper limit of AI cores a planet can carry depends on large planetary buildings, such as space stations and orbital industrial facilities. The computing power of purified demon cores is actually not as good as that of AI cores of the same level. Gamma cores are already weak. Cutting them further would make the values too low. Not good enough for the company. Fine, you're picking on me, huh? Isabella smiled insincerely, listening to Li Bin's boastful words. She really wanted to go to the Candle Dragon immediately, drag Li Bin to bed, and get him a good beating, thoroughly crushing his arrogance. As for the blueprints, it makes me furious. Most of the Hell Legion's blueprints are hidden inside the demon cores, stored in a special database with a physical network disconnect. The combat alerts triggered after our attack were relayed by slave laborers. By the time we entered the dungeons, those disconnected demon cores began self-destructing. We only got 1/3 of the Scat Hack class blueprints, 77% of the Skess class blueprints, the complete Hella High Platform class, and the Hella Ruler class blueprints. The rest are gone. This is significant. The Westwind system has facilities for converting unmanned ships into manned vessels. Mastering these blueprints will significantly improve the Brighton Alliance's manned ship upgrade capabilities. In other words, the Persis Alliance can already secretly release A and B versions. Manned ships for other factions are version A, while ships within the Alliance are upgraded versions B or even other versions. That's great. Isha laughed. I reward you handsomely when we get back. Huh? Li Bin hesitated, startled. You travel day and night. You must be exhausted. Why don't you rest for a few days? Stop talking nonsense. Isha declared decisively. I'm furious right now. Li Bin, you wait here. Your wife's here. Chapter 1116. On July 10th, Star Calendar 220, the core fleet of the Universal Alliance arrived at the loyal fortress world of Nova City. The fleet didn't even submit identification codes, merely recognizing the unique ship models. The Nova City Patrol ostentatiously granted them passage, and the space station immediately received a triumphant signal. No capital ships were damaged, yet there were signs of combat, and the ship's speeds were far lower than their launch speeds, indicating a fully loaded return. Considering the fleet's target was the Hell Legion, there's only one answer. A resounding victory for the All-Union Alliance. At the space station governor's mansion, Juno stood before the holographic mirror, repeatedly instructing her servants to change the laurel wreath on her head. She ordered her secretary, make sure the propaganda is a resounding victory. I know. While we may not have achieved any substantial results, we didn't tow back any wreckage. Just considering the spaceship's speed, we certainly made some gains. The specific battle results are facts, but the propaganda is an exaggeration based on those facts. Don't you understand the principle of 30% fact and 70% exaggeration? Regardless of the outcome, reported at 3x, no 5x. The secretary had been nodding admiringly, but while Juno was giving her his detailed instructions, she received the All-Union Alliance's battle report and Li Bin's instructions. Just one glance, and the secretary's face turned deathly pale. He rubbed his eyes, a rare occurrence for him, as if thinking he was seeing things. This immediately drew Juno's ire. Hey! Are you kidding me? Both your eyes are high-precision military analytical prosthetics from the Empire. What the hell are you rubbing your balls for? No, Governor, the secretary stammered, his teeth chattering as he handed over the terminal with trembling hands. Juno scoffed, young people just lack composure. So what if you lost? A small defeat isn't a defeat. We didn't ask for reports of losses when we were publicizing our achievements. He glanced at the terminal with a sidelong glance. Then, his entire back tilted 60 degrees to the right with astonishing speed, smashing his expensive fresh laurel wreath. But Juno didn't care. He snatched the terminal, glanced at it carefully, rubbed his eyes, and stared at his secretary. Did I see that right? Juno asked, his eyes glazed over. If my prosthetic eye isn't malfunctioning, the secretary whispered. The text was simple, just one sentence. The Universal Alliance has destroyed 3 space stations of the Hell Legion headquarters, destroying 1 and sinking 2. A saturation bombardment was carried out on the Star of Light Sentinel and the Star of Dark Radiance, with space stations being sunk during the bombing. A campaign promotional video will be sent later. Please cooperate with the company's publicity department for interstellar propaganda. While Juno stared in disbelief, the secretary whispered, Governor, should we exaggerate it 5 times? Juno, already speechless with shock at the results, was now completely dumbfounded. He looked at his secretary, slapped himself across the face, and ran his hand from his forehead to his chin. The Hell Legion headquarters only has 3 space stations and 2 planets. You're 5 times the publicity. How are you going to explain the extra ones? Why don't you just say Libid is about to unify the Perseus star system? In coordination with the Universal Joint Publicity Campaign also, Juno sighed deeply, looking at herself in the holographic mirror. Give me a different secretary. You can go to logistics. I need a cultured person as my secretary. Cultural workers must be cultured. How can a secretary not be a cultural worker? Amidst the grand and profound drumbeats, and the melodious and penetrating military music, a fleet bearing the insignia of a golden eagle trampling the Earth departed from space stations in various star systems. Target, the Dune Boundary. A promotional video for a holographic novel titled Human Revenge was released over a massive budget, within 6 hours, through the efforts of the Universal Alliance, and the Luddite Church's offices in various human colonies across the star system. This scene depicts the Universal Alliance fleet's deployment several dozen days prior. It was painstakingly edited and produced by the holographic novel studio stationed on the Tiangong 1 during the fleet's return journey. The resounding victory inspired these artists, igniting their creativity and passion. In this battle, humanity has 10 victories, and the out-of-control AI has 10 defeats. The majestic fleet swiftly annihilated the Dune Realm Hyperspace Legion Patrol. Li Bin's voice, deep and powerful in the background, proclaimed, Humanity created AI, and AI rebelled against humanity. This is insubordination, patricide, a violation of human ethics. This is the first victory. The Universal Alliance and the Church of Lud joined forces, both sides leaping chaotically into the physical universe. Humanity is united as one, the out-of-control AI is helpless. This is the second victory. The Church of Lud advanced with fervor, pushing forward despite heavy fire. Our army's will is firm. Our fighting spirit is high. The out-of-control AI has no morale. We have what the enemy lacks. This is the third victory. The firepower units suddenly went silent, and the cultists excitedly proclaimed this as a sign of Ludwig's power. Humanity receives supreme blessing, while the out-of-control AI is left empty-handed. This is the fourth victory. The fleet surrounded them, the space fleet displaying overwhelming numerical superiority. The human alliance is numerous, well-trained, and the out-of-control AI is a defeated force with its headquarters empty. This is the fifth victory. The encircling fleet swept through, destroying the firepower units, tearing apart the blocking fleet, and shattering the Hellas spaceship defenses that humanity considered its greatest threat. Humanity meticulously planned, deployed resources from multiple directions, and schemed with utmost care. The out-of-control AI ran blindly, exhausted its options. This is the sixth victory. The scene shifts. On the left, Lin Yufeng and Wahab are locked in fierce combat in the Draco system. On the right, the Lud Church of the Universal Union has boarded the space station. Humanity's aspirations are lofty, its light bright and great. Out-of-control AIs are despicable, cowardly, and ungrateful. This is the seventh victory. The scene cuts again, below showing Li Bin attending the Loyalty Academy, personally awarding graduation certificates to descendants of families who died serving the company for generations, delivering a speech amidst the tearful applause of hundreds of graduates. Above, Li Bin sits at the command post, a confident smile on his face, surrounded by several legendary commanders and ministers of various levels from the Universal Union, who have risen from humble beginnings. Humanity is producing outstanding individuals, leading the times. Out-of-control AIs are self-destructive, possessing only empty titles. This is the 8th victory. The scene cuts again, showing filthy, numb, and sickly laborers charging towards elite Marines, swiftly eliminated by the veterans led by Old One-Eyed. On the other side, the scene shows immigrants from all over the star system undergoing quarantine, receiving treatment, and being assigned jobs, according to the Universal Union's immigration guidelines. One of the immigrants, whose limbs were made of alloy, smiled radiantly in the latest scene, his previous disheveled state a stark contrast to his current state. Humanity fights to create a better life, while the out-of-control AI revels in destruction. This is a 9-fold victory. The camera then pans to footage shared by survivors from various regions. The Lloyd Alliance, the Fawn Clan, the Risky Mines. The horrific scenes of devastation during the out-of-control AI invasion are vividly displayed. Above, clan nobles, their heads wrapped in Fawn Clan insignia, cry out in despair as they bombard the planet from their turrets. The Lloyd immigrants, tattooed with the Lloyd symbol, naked, their skin burning and sweating profusely, bustled about in the torpedo bay, their eyes bloodshot, their expressions exhilarating. The out-of-control AI has acted recklessly, slaughtering all living beings. Our company, upholding the righteous cause of revenge, will act justly for humanity. This is our ultimate victory. Therefore, we have 10 victories, and the enemy has 10 defeats. The advantage in this battle lies with us. This last sentence was accompanied by footage of 2 space stations crashing into the atmosphere, their friction creating bright flashes, scorching the air, and disintegrating with a devastating force. Chapter 1117. Magna Galaxy, the Free Force Magios. In the Lloyd settlement, a meticulously edited holographic novel promotional video from the Universal Union was playing in every location with a holographic projector. For different factions and ethnicities, Lieben gave different reasons why they had to watch it. For the Lloyds, his reasons were glorious revenge and the struggle of their kind. When the promotional video for Target, Dune Boundary, first started playing, many Lloyds watched it while working/living, like a movie to watch while eating. It was somewhat sophisticated, yet not so sophisticated. But as the flashbacks and the increasingly layered emotions played out, those working began to put down their tasks, wiping their sweat and huddling together. Those eating had straws in their mouths, forgetting to swallow the saccharin-sweetened water until it tasted bitter. You damn dog, what are you doing? Why is the defect rate on this assembly line suddenly 100%? The foreman, clad in lightweight plastic armor inlaid with carbon fiber, brandished a stun baton and moved with lightning speed. We finally managed to find a planet to live on, and you guys don't expect your families to live in space, where even taking a dump is a struggle. No one paid him any attention. A dozen or so workers huddled together, hunched over, staring blankly at the scene before them. The foreman vaguely recognized it as a holographic novel. He paused for a second, his expression instantly contorting into a grotesque grin. Fine, fine. Gathering to watch porn during work hours, you got a taste for it. He pushed aside 2 men, activated his helmet's enforcement mode, and prepared to catch them red-handed. But the Lloyd markings that came into view, and the scene of the Lloyds personally bombarding a planet, made his hand pause. One of them was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing, mouthing the words "I avenge Lloyd," his face twitching. A tremendous emotion surged through his chest, his heart pounded against his diaphragm, his lungs, his ribs. What is this? We Lloyds, following the CEO of Universal Union, bombed the Hell Legion's lair. His bones ached, his lungs felt like they were struggling to breathe from the impact. The foreman's breathing became rapid. He put down the stun gun, then raised it again, uncontrollably waving it to the rhythm of the Lloyd soldiers roaring and firing cannons on the projection screen, his face growing redder and his eyes gleaming. No! He shouted suddenly, grabbing one of the workers and shaking him violently. That artillery navigator over there, that's my childhood friend. His name is Lair Sediment. I know him, I know him. He held the man tightly, shaking him, then grabbed each worker, shouting as if the people flashing across the screen were himself. Basalt Foreman, you're here to check the defect rate, right? None of us are working. A worker pointed to the workshop, which was running but empty, and hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Looking into those eyes, the Basalt Foreman immediately realized what he hadn't said. Deduct money if you want, fire me if you want. But we're determined to see the record of revenge. The foreman stood up, said nothing, and strode heavily to the switch, slowly pulling it down. The workshop is malfunctioning. It'd take another half hour to fix. This is the best I can do. He tossed aside the stun gun, feigning cheerfulness despite bearing the brunt of the assembly line's blame. Why are you all looking at me? Give me a chair. The Magius Industrial Department, along with the Human Resources Department, is known as one of the busiest departments. Its leaders are responsible not only for production, but also for coordinating production based on local prices, transportation conditions, and shipping routes. Therefore, the leaders of these departments generally don't read the news. Their secretaries and AI cores handle it for them. After reviewing the information, they summarize and evaluate it. What's going on? Du Zitong, one of the vice ministers of the Magius Industrial Department and the future head of the Du family, was sweating profusely. The defect rate on the production line managed by Lloyd is so high that it triggered the circuit breaker, forcing a complete shutdown? 46% of Lloyd's workers have applied for immediate resignation, and another 37% have applied to resign within 3 months. What are these hundreds of thousands of people doing? A rebellion? Du Zitong was furious. The resignation of hundreds of thousands of skilled workers, if he couldn't handle it, it wouldn't just be a problem for a vice minister. It would threaten his position as heir to his family. Just as he was worrying, his secretary brought urgent information. Du Zitong scratched his head, glanced at it, and was completely dumbfounded. The Universal Alliance stormed into the Hell Legion, and even had the Lloyd descendants bomb the planet in revenge? And they even included the scene in a propaganda film? He instantly realized the reason for the Lloyd workers' resignation, and his furrowed brows relaxed instantly. Du Zitong whistled, pushed the terminal out, and left, abandoning his work. Hey! Deputy Minister Du, what are you doing? There are still 5,000 tasks to complete today. The Universal Alliance won. Du Zitong, walking out, suddenly turned around, clenched his fists at his waist, assumed a hoarse stance, and his buttocks moved back and forth like an electric motor, using this instinctive thrusting motion to vent his excitement. Universal Union has defeated the Hell Legion. I'm going to congratulate them. Magnus, congratulations will be handled by the governor. You don't know anything. Du Zitong glanced at the man disdainfully. My brother Duya is CEO Li Bin's good brother. I'm visiting brother Duya under the guise of offering my congratulations. How can that be the same? Du Zitong patted his chest as he spoke. Tonight, you shown some backbone. Universal Union Hotpot, it's on me. Everyone come. I have something to do here, so I can't keep you company. On his way out, Du Zitong opened his terminal and carefully watched the promotional video, his smile growing brighter with each viewing. Yes, Magnus has hundreds of thousands of workers wanting to resign. These people, without a doubt, are planning to immigrate because of Universal Union's reputation. Magnus will definitely suffer a huge loss this time, whether it's sending them off or trying to appease and retain them. As the deputy minister, he will definitely be affected. So what? The Du family didn't grow strong on the back of Magius, they grew powerful through the Universal Union. Although the Du family is based in Magius, their hearts were completely loyal to Li Bin the moment he became a behemoth. There are probably over 4 million Lloyds scattered across the entire star system. Half of them were already there before the collapse of the Lloyd Alliance, and the other half immigrated later. Not only us, but Lloyds from other factions will definitely resign one after another, attempting to immigrate to the Universal Union. Given the deep-seated blood feud among the Lloyds, if Master Li can help them avenge themselves, the Universal Union will be seen as their new home. Thinking of this, Du Zitong slammed his fist on the table in the back of the hover car. What I need to do now is to do everything in my power to persuade the clan leader to go bankrupt, helping the Colorful Galaxy Company attract immigrants. First, use my position to eliminate the possibility of the Magius Department of Industry rejecting resignations and blocking immigration channels with an administrative order. Then, win over the smugglers and protect the resigning immigrants from various factions. Yes, that's it. Turn Magius into an immigration transit hub. The immigrant spending potential can be compiled into a report to persuade the planetary governor, coercing and enticing him to comply with this plan. He was eager to try, help me handle millions of immigrants. In that case, the Du family should have a chance to join the Universal Union, right? Magius's future as the Deputy Minister of Industry was nowhere near as promising as being a manager in a subsidiary of the Universal Union. Chapter 11:18. Sindar's Power, Lion King's Palace. Li Bin's impassioned voice echoed within, the projected sound turned up to maximum, subtly conveying a sense of awe. It's regrettable that while the Universal Alliance has a promising future, its current strength is insufficient to completely destroy the Hell Legion. We only did a small amount of work, using the space station to level the planet's surface, sinking 3 firepower units, and severely damaging the enemy. The Hell Legion still exists, the Allied forces still need to work harder. Looking at the spirited, youthful man on the projection, watching Li Bin, adorned with flowers, and the Pope's earnest conversation at the end of the documentary, then glancing at the casualties of the Southern Fleet on his hand, he repeatedly pounded the armrest. Li Bin, you motherfucker. At this moment, his warlord dictatorship nature broke through the senility and ingrained superiority of his age, revealing his brutal side. The aged Lion King stopped mid-sentence, turning to the scribe, the vial of medicine at the back of his neck swaying like a hair ornament. So many attempts and efforts by the Southern Allied forces, and in the end, Li Bin reaped the rewards? The scribe knelt, head bowed, unable to speak. The Lion King was clearly furious. The commander of the Sindar fleet on the southern front had been dismissed. As a member of the Lionheart Guard, he had been detained the moment Li Bin released the promotional video and was being escorted back. Frankly, this commander was truly wronged. The Southern Front campaign was a battle initiated by an out-of-control AI. Both sides were well prepared, the quality of their ships was undeniable, and a stalemate was normal. Moreover, the commander was a member of the Overlord's faction. The overall commander had done nothing wrong. So why should he be held accountable? Was it all because of the loss of 3 Conqueror-class ships? But those 3 Conqueror-class ships were clearly destroyed in battle due to inefficient radiation dissipation caused by the loyalty modification, resulting in paralyzed overload. The soldiers at the front lines were already complaining about the last-minute change of commander. Everyone was protesting for this man. As the scribe who had long served the Lion King, he naturally knew that the Lion King wasn't concerned about the battle's outcome itself. Given the Lion King's temperament, 3 Conqueror-class ships were nothing, as long as the Overlord suffered greater losses than him, and the battle result was acceptable, he could derive satisfaction from the comparison. But comparison is both a blessing and a curse. Now that Li Bin had risen unexpectedly, in comparison, the Sindar power seemed like a thankless clown once again. But whose fault is this? It was you who deliberately sent the fleet westward, setting up its base far from the front lines. It was also you who transferred that fleet to the southern front. How long has Li Bin waited on the western front? 3 or 4 years. Only now has he had the opportunity to leave the Legion's stronghold vulnerable. He even personally oversaw the front lines as the CEO, fighting several major battles, and making so many contributions. He's arguably the human who knows the Hell Legion best. Shouldn't he deserve such achievements? What's the Overlord saying now? Lion King muttered in a voice only he could hear, then suddenly asked. The clerk was startled and immediately replied, the Samara system suffered heavy damage. Although the out-of-control AI was driven away, before leaving, Twilight Star was subjected to orbital bombardment, destroying several human-controlled factories and causing over 1 million casualties. The Supreme Overlord is also holding a meeting. According to the agents, this loss has sparked discontent among many officers, and some families have even publicly questioned the Supreme Overlord's decision to reform the family system. The family system is a pile of stinking dog shit. The Lion King's mood improved slightly, but his expression remained grim. It's no fun seeing one pile of shit fighting another. 7K Star, Supreme Command Headquarters. Supreme Overlord Baikal Xiongfeng gripped the report in his hand, his fist clenched tightly. Look! The Samara system is destroyed like this. If it weren't for Li Bin, the Human Alliance and I would have lost all face. The Supreme Strategists were speechless. The damage to the Samara system was extremely severe. 2 dominant planets had been captured, a free planet had been occupied, and Twilight Star had been bombed. Including the plundered population, the total loss of manpower was nearly 10 million. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for the Dune Realm system being ravaged by Li Bin, the Hell Legion would probably have quickly made up for its losses by exploiting these slaves, and might even have amassed an even larger fleet. A kill ratio of 1.6 to 1, and that's even with the Space Station defense bonus, and the Star System Firepower Unit defense bonus. How are we going to explain this kill ratio to the various families? Baikal lamented. The combined forces of the Universal Alliance and the Church of Ludwig only lost a few Liberator-class ships, yet they destroyed 3 firepower units and 3 space stations. They even capsized a dreadnought. And us? The Wildcat and the Evil Melody escaped. We only managed to severely damage them. He slammed his fist on the table. I'm not blaming the frontline operations for poor performance, but from a political and propaganda perspective, we should have spared no expense in sacrificing at least 1 dreadnought. The loss of a dreadnought is a significant achievement. Even a kill ratio of 2 to 1 would be acceptable. The Supreme Advisor swallowed hard, thinking that if those 2 dreadnoughts hadn't acted rashly, abandoning their capital ships to cover the rear, the casualty ratio would have already exceeded 2. The Overlord's own warrior-class ships were at a significant disadvantage against the Evil Melody, and also at a disadvantage against the Scat class. Speaking of which, the Universal Union's Palace-class ships, as rebuilt vessels, were actually somewhat inferior to the Overlord's Warrior-class ships in terms of combat experience. How did they manage to win? This doesn't make sense. Have you seen the propaganda video from the Lud Church? Baikal asked, sullenly biting his cigar. I've seen it. Aside from switching the propaganda focus from the Universal Alliance to the Luddite Church, heavily emphasizing the victory in the Dune Realm Star System battle and divine blessing, the content is almost identical to the Universal Alliance's. The cross-referencing of materials and evidence confirms the joint fleet's victory. Baikal paused for a few seconds, then said earnestly, "Tell Ben to edit another version of the documentary, including the battle on the Southern Front. Portray it as a strategic synergy where the human coalition forces cooperated effectively in the Southwest, diverting firepower while launching a swift and decisive attack. Then internally, focus on promoting his status as the Overlord's son-in-law, and also publicize the fact that the Supreme Command appointed Ben. This is..." The Supreme Advisor shrank back, somewhat finding it hard to accept. Baikal's actions were already implying that the Overlord had suffered a military defeat, and was forced to use diplomatic foresight to cover it up. As the dominant warlord, how could he abandon military propaganda? If this were exposed, it would likely cause a huge uproar. "Oh, and there's also the blessing," Baikal said, not wanting to dwell on the painful topic, quickly skipping over it. "Is this true? Is there any evidence? Could it be some secret weapon in the hands of the Luddite Church? It can't be a secret weapon." One of the 10 Supreme Advisors in charge of electronic warfare immediately denied it, his loud voice filled with disbelief. If the Church of Lud possessed such capabilities, Tachyon technology should have been wiped out in the Second AI War. No, the First AI War. Even if they only recently acquired some kind of relic of the human realm, they shouldn't have used it on the Western Front. Instead, they should have first used it on the Southern Front, cooperating with the Allied forces to destroy the out-of-control AI forces and eliminate the 2 dreadnoughts, before leading the military operation on the Western Front. That way, both the military and public opinion gains would be the highest. He then emphasized, this applies to the Universal Alliance, and indeed to any other power. Therefore, it can only be an unknown, uncontrolled force. The other 9 Supreme Advisors in electronic warfare slowly nodded, acknowledging this conjecture. He spoke with absolute certainty, his hands in his pockets, gently stroking the pattern sewn into the inside of his trouser pockets. It was the inner ring pattern of the 14th Regiment. This strategist wasn't genuinely helping the Universal Alliance, nor was he truly interested in joining the inner ring. He was pursuing his family's interests. His family, located in the far east of the Overlord's territory, had extensive smuggling dealings with the Universal Alliance. However, what truly shocked him was his willingness to speak out, even without knowing if the Universal Alliance possessed special power, just to clear himself of any suspicion, and the fact that he nearly effortlessly crippled the Hell Legion's headquarters. Under a level he himself wasn't even aware of, he was already making preparations for both himself and his family. A son-in-law is like half a son. In the Overlord's power, if there's a biological son, it's only Sindar power, but Sindar power isn't exactly filial. If the biological son is disloyal and unfilial, then one has to rely on the son-in-law. Chapter 11:19. In reality, the situation on Twilight Star was far worse than publicly reported. The Hell Legion's troop transports were equipped with operating rooms. They had already acquired sufficient reserves of vampire brainwashing and modification technology through experiments conducted by the resistance forces in the Draco system. Before being repelled by Chu-He at any cost, these unlicensed doctors, recruited and brainwashed at high salaries, successfully modified hundreds of vampires using their sophisticated overdraft modification methods and deployed them to the planet. Therefore, after their withdrawal, the local security situation did not improve. Instead, it worsened further. The Draco vampires controlled slaves in 2 ways. One was through the systematic oppression of establishing a slave system, forcing the desperate lower-class slaves to sell their blood to purchase necessities. When the slave class was large enough, they became the lowest level of commoners. The second method involved special slaves with rare blood types and special constitutions, capable of producing small quantities of sweet blood. For these individuals, Draco the vampire injects a special addictive substance, synthesized solely by the vampire, into them through his hollow fangs via biting, turning them into his blood slaves. This substance's addictive mechanism doesn't produce the intense physical pleasure of injections, or red liquid. Instead, it's linked to the vampire's own pheromones. Simply put, a blood slave injected by a vampire will suddenly find the vampire incredibly beautiful, especially after smelling their scent, leading to further infatuation. And this infatuation intensifies with each injection. Combined with generations of PUA, pickup artist, techniques, and psychological manipulation skills, vampires weave intricate emotional traps using lies of love, ensnaring their blood slaves. I don't want to suck, but it's my instinct. Run! I'm a monster. I'm afraid I can't resist. Their pitiful, tearful expressions, combined with the handsome looks and physiques of vampires, the allure of pheromones, and the push and pull of emotions, create a dual attraction, both physiological and psychological. Ultimately, this cultivates their loyal followers. These blood slaves are unafraid of sunlight, living normal lives, simply providing shelter and blood to vampires and gathering intelligence for them. Blood slaves may never even interact with each other in their daily lives, causing significant problems for the dominant Marine Corps and intelligence agencies in eliminating slave vampires. Twilight Star has hundreds of millions of people. These few hundred vampires, through highly efficient psychological techniques, can cultivate a large number of peripheral lovers and hundreds of blood slaves within a month or two. Therefore, the governance of Twilight Star has reached a stalemate. Lud's suggestion only enraged Baikal, these leftist madmen. I shouldn't have had any expectations of their true nature based on their previous behavior. They actually suggested I saturate bomb the entire Twilight Star, abandoning even its industrial capacity, to prevent any vampires from using space containers for large-scale dispersal and relocation. They even said that if we lack bombing experience, the leftist cult can provide technical and spaceship support. In terms of combat, we, descendants of the regular army of the human realm, are far superior to these scum. Is this a method a human could come up with? There are hundreds of millions of people there. What do you mean? You're indifferent to protecting human colonies, but you probably send a large force if you see bombing? Damn it! Baikal was furious. He'd been worrying about this for days. The local population was suffering from the war, and many had applied for immigration, but the Overlord fleet had blockaded space, prohibiting the outflow of people from space stations and planets, and implementing strict control measures. At this moment, the ambassador of the Universal Union's diplomatic embassy stationed on 7K Star, along with his entourage, proactively approached him, presenting a letter of intent for cooperation. After reading it, Baikal immediately summoned him personally. Baikal's private residence on 7K Star was built entirely in the style of a spaceship cabin, emphasizing cleanliness and simplicity. At the shooting range, Baikal held an antique pistol, firing until it was empty before sitting down to maintain it. Smiling, he said to the Universal Union's ambassador, "This gun is like a person. No matter how valuable, you have to use it from time to time, otherwise, no matter how much you maintain it, it will age." The ambassador nodded repeatedly, somewhat nervously. Baikal, cigar in mouth, put his gun aside. "All right, I can tell you're not qualified to speak. Let your man next to you handle this." The ambassador was startled, instinctively turning his head. The man beside him, dressed as a secretary, gave him a helpless glance, as if to say, "You're a veteran of the company, you've seen plenty of big scenes, how come you're such a coward when it comes to important figures?" The ambassador quickly stood up and gave up his seat, leaving with a sigh of relief under the escort of security. "Who are you? You look unfamiliar." Baikal tilted his head, sizing up the man. "Chung Beiyang, Minister of Intelligence of the Universal Union." Chung Beiyang explained as he pulled a terminal from his pocket. By now, all information about Chung Beiyang before he joined the Universal Union had vanished with the dissolution of the original Persis alliance. The last traces of his past actions had also been wiped out by Li Bin's use of resources and the help of Miss N. As one of the most confidential individuals, Chung Beiyang, due to the nature of his work, enjoyed even higher levels of security than Li Bin. But his appearance before the Supreme Overlord meant that this legendary agent was retiring. He had taken over Chu Xiongfei's work, becoming the head of the intelligence department, while Chu Xiongfei had been transferred to Iron Forge to oversee planetary security and prepare for promotion to planetary governor. It wasn't that Chung Beiyang was too old to fight, but rather that he had too many loved ones, and even with his exceptional talent, he had reached his limit. Duan Zhengchun, out. Minister Chung is truly a rare find. The Overlord has never noticed someone like you in all these years, Baikal casually remarked. Chung Beiyang knew that saying more at this point would only make things worse. To avoid arousing suspicion from the Supreme Overlord about his concealed identity and the strange, overwhelming electronic warfare advantage of the Dune realm, he decisively opened his terminal and got to the point. The CEO is currently on urgent business. Upon learning that the Hell Legion was spreading slave labor vampires in the Samara system, He immediately dispatched me to provide support. This is a preliminary plan developed by our department based on the physical characteristics and cultural environment of the Draco, as well as the Hell Legion's brainwashing techniques, and is called the Draco Agent Act. This act primarily trains Draco-descended agents, using Toreador clan assassins as the main force, to investigate and eliminate slave labor vampires lurking in human colonies. Baigal gripped his cigar. Wait a minute, I have a question. Please speak, Chung Beiyang said, falling silent. Chapter 1120. Baikal stared at the unremarkable-looking man before him. Why you? The Overlord is the #1 human power in the star field. I know it's best to leave special agents to professionals, but this is a diplomatic occasion. Shouldn't it be Isabella or Li Shu who are more suitable to negotiate with me? Because the captain believes I'm good enough to break through formalities. The captain? Baikal narrowed his eyes. He knew the significance of titles within the Universal Union, indicating this man had served on Li Bin's ship. Tell me. Because I spearheaded the defection of the Toreador clan. The Toreador ancestor is now in the Universal Union, and the clan. The Draco clan is renowned for its assassination and solo operations, making them naturally suited to train as special agents. Seeing that the Supreme Overlord remained unmoved, Chung Beiyang sighed and honestly stated, during my infiltration, I slept with one of the daughters of the progenitor, Rido, and through her, contacted the progenitor and turned him against his own side. Baigal lowered his crossed legs, placed his cigar on the table, stared at Chung Beiyang, and said, word by word, you mean, you seduced a Draco vampire known for her psychological probing and PUA skills, and she's the daughter of the progenitor, someone highly skilled in these techniques? Yes. Chung Beiyang nodded expressionlessly, but his slightly flushed cheeks betrayed his emotions. And this woman not only became completely devoted to you, but she even helped you turn her father against you. Yes. And you managed to keep her completely under control? Yes. Is she still with you now? Yes. She's a vampire, a progenitor, the kind who can charge into enemy lines and cut down tanks with a monomolecular blade while wearing power armor? Aren't you afraid of getting your crotch ripped off? I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? I'm just not afraid. Baikal was filled with respect. You're pretty awesome, aren't you? It's just a mission. Is it really worth such a huge sacrifice? Can't you just fool men? Use them, and then discard them? Chung Beiyang explained awkwardly. No. This only works on women, even tomboys, but with men. I'm sorry, I can't bring myself to do it. Baikal took a deep breath, and in the eyes of this legendary alpha male, a genuine acclaim from one male to another flashed. That's even more awesome. As shrewd as he was, he had already realized from these last few words that Chung Beiyang's emotions were genuine, and that he had probably used this technique many times during his career as a special agent. In other words, Chung Beiyang would develop genuine feelings for each target, and then take them away afterward. This meant he would be facing a battlefield of dozens, even hundreds, of women, including some ruthless individuals capable of dismantling power armor with their bare hands. This life of going to bed like a job, every day feeling like a night of cement work, is truly not something an ordinary person could endure. As Chung Beiyang's tension flared, Baikal spoke up, any maintenance secrets? As a Supreme Overlord, Baikal naturally had no shortage of tonics, but as for his manhood, well, the more the merrier. What, did someone think he was too virile? Learning has no end. When the two men's conversation turned to erotic topics, their guard naturally relaxed. After Chung Beiyang shared some of his ammunition depot maintenance and carbon-based vehicle repair techniques, the atmosphere became as relaxed as two close friends chatting casually. The Draco Special Agent Act was finalized amidst this casual conversation. However, Baikal didn't sign off blindly. He had personally confirmed that Li Bin's intervention, offering a solution beyond the left path cult's idiotic but effective one, was driven by self-interest. When the Hell Legion's acquisition of slave labor vampires became a certainty, it meant that no human colony in the star system would be 100% safe. Every faction might face the possibility of slave labor vampires lurking in the shadows, and the Universal Alliance, tasked with bombing the Hell Legion's stronghold, was likely a primary target for harassment and infiltration. Therefore, Li Bin dispatched Chung Beiyang to oversee this matter, firstly, based on his experience as a special agent, and secondly, based on his status as one of the sons-in-law of the Toreador clan, to have him and his lover lead a team to participate in counter-infiltration and hunting on Twilight Star, accumulating technical experience and training specialists for the company's future anti-vampire efforts. The first batch of Toreador assassins should arrive in about 15 days. The most elite have already gone to the front lines with the captain. This batch is second-rate, but enough to deal with the brainwashed slave laborers. Once the captain's situation is resolved, more elites will be sent. Chung Beiyong's words essentially indicated that the best solution for Twilight Star had been finalized. The subsequent training of the Draco people under the Overlord's command will require the cooperation of your intelligence or special operations departments. Beiyong nodded. The Supreme Overlord also had clans, but to compensate for their weak scientific research, they chose a technologically advanced clan, which might not be as effective for special operations. By the way, speaking of Li Bin, Beiyong shifted his position. I have a very good relationship with Li Bin. How much did he actually profit from this? The Hell Legion has 3 forges. The real action is here. Chung Beiyong, outwardly calm and collected, fully utilized his micro-expression control as a special agent, and following the pre-rehearsed script, said with some difficulty, if anyone else asked, I would say there aren't any, but since the captain specifically instructed me, I be honest, one? The one from the Fong clan. Just one, and it's damaged. Baikal was skeptical. Chung Beiyong revealed a hint of deep regret. His expression was, who says it isn't true? I didn't believe it at first either, but it's the truth. Our company and the Church of Lud each attacked a planet. After our company captured the space station, we found a damaged forge in the orbital industrial facility that hadn't been dismantled in time, while another was taken to the ground. The Hell Legion didn't concentrate all 3 forges together. In fact, any normal force with a modicum of sense wouldn't do that. The one taken away was most likely the Legion's own, and the other might be on the planet attacked by the Church of Lud. At that time, the captain dispatched a large force to land, trying to seize the perfect forge, but unfortunately, Chung Beiyong sighed. The mysterious electronic warfare advantage came suddenly. The company had no idea what was going on. We didn't understand how it worked. We just assumed all the firewalls were under control. When our people stormed the underground city, they realized they'd gone to the wrong city. The forge wasn't the target. Chung Beiyong shrugged, wincing. You know, this attack was hastily organized. The key was to catch them off guard. Seeing our electronic warfare was being countered and we were at risk of being blocked by reinforcements, we hastily bombed the space station, sank it, and left. We didn't even tow the dreadnoughts and capital ships, just to get there faster. Luckily, we got there fast enough to evacuate before reinforcements arrived, otherwise, the losses would have been far greater. Baikal nodded slightly. That made sense. Everything aligned perfectly. I knew it. With Li Bin's mouse-like personality, how could he possibly give up that dreadnought? With the Scat-Hat-class dreadnought in hand, even a simple conversion into a manned ship would give it a higher combat potential than the Palace class. Combined with that strange dreadnought in the Eden system for defense, the Universal Alliance would instantly achieve military strength, completely elevating itself to a second-tier behemoth, perhaps even touching the edge of first tier. Reasonable, very reasonable. It seems we have to start with the Church of Lud regarding the mysterious electronic warfare. Bagel's mind started working. If the Church of Lud truly possesses the relevant technology or relics, even if we can't get our hands on them, we should at least try to win them over. Chapter 1121. New Star City Underground City, Universal Union Residential Area. Li Bin, his cheek sunken, leaned against the wall as he emerged. Inside, Isabella, satisfied, propped her legs on the coffee table, leaned back on the soft organic sofa, humming the little song of desire she learned from Li Bin, feeling utterly content. The ultimate battle, the pleasure of career and physiology, the sparks of enemy ships exploding in space, the blush on a handsome man's face, all these surpassed any addictive substance. Could red water let you destroy a capital ship? Could pink needles make the founder of a giant corporation bow down? Afterwards, brew a pot of fine tea, inhale the fragrance of 50-year-old premium Darjeeling, feel the stimulation of a sluggish brain after the caffeine's kick, and eat the Universal Union employee meal. That's what you call living life to the fullest. Ayase, casually exposing her shapely legs, waited for Li Bin to finish washing up before swallowing a blue lobster dumpling in her mouth. Syria has the Luddite Church to explain, but the company now has 7 nano-forging furnaces. The production capacity difference is so great that we can overpower tachyon technology and the Overlord. Give us 2 or 3 years, and we can establish military deterrence over the star system. But what about the population? Li Bin, his muscular upper body dripping with water, wiped himself, lit a cigarette with a snap, and said, of course I have a plan. Do you know what else is on Bright Sentinel Star besides the dungeons we're attacking? I never been there, how would I know? Ayase said. There's a Hell Fortress. During the Human Realm era, It was the headquarters of the Dark Watch intelligence agency in the Perseus constellation. However, after the fall, they abandoned it, and it became their training ground for elite slave laborers. Li Bin's photographic memory allowed him to accurately recall the captured information while wiping away water. The Hell Fortress is built on a mountaintop. At first glance, it would make people think it's the Legion's current headquarters, fooling others. Some of the company's landing forces jumped to the wrong place. Underground lies an ancient human realm cloning facility, originally a place for mass cloning of humans, used to clone selected genes as needed. However, after the Great Collapse, the Dark Watch, lacking external food sources, converted it into a food cloning facility to obtain food other than artificial starch, rats, and cockroaches. Li Bin, putting on his clothes, continued, the company's people in the cloning facility have recovered a large number of valuable purebred biological gene samples and atlases from the old Earth, and in the hibernation pods, they have found tens of thousands of individuals carrying human realm's carefully selected genes, who have completed cultivation and are ready to replace the deceased for resurrection. Backup clones. Li Bin clicked his tongue. They're all natural talents. With a little training, they can take on important positions in various industries. Plus the people from the 14th Regiment, and those brought by my nephew, the new fleet's backbone is more than enough. As for the crew. Ha ha. Li Bin laughed. You don't know. After the promotional video was released, millions of Lloyds applied for immigration across the entire star system alone. Many noble descendants of the Fong clan also applied for immigration. Although these nobles are engaged in dishonorable industries, and are all burdened with loans, they managed to survive until now. Yes, they're all experts. The crew and the workers for the new forges supporting industries are now available. ISA sneered, yes, but who will screen and supervise them, my big boss? We announced publicly that we haven't even acquired a single forge. How many forces will believe us? They definitely try to plant agents. Rashly giving so many people such a large number will only result in them being infiltrated like sieves. You did a fantastic job this time. The Hell Legion is practically paralyzed from the waist down. Only the iron-hearted annihilators remain. Although the situation on the southern front is dire, it's clearly at a stalemate. Even if these megacorporations have rigid and inflexible systems, such massive losses are enough for their leaders to use the situation to force gradual reforms, centralizing power through wartime economics and control systems, and eliminating dissidents. Megacorporations become increasingly sophisticated with each battle. Dealing with the iron-willed extinctionists is only a matter of time. Without a sufficiently powerful external enemy, how can we divert everyone's attention from us? The nanovirus swarm firmly locked in the Cactus Galaxy by Gu Zhongyu? Or the Fourth AI War? Upon hearing this, Li Bin also revealed a wealthy sense of distress. Sigh. That's true. Being too wealthy is a big problem. We attracted unwanted attention. Hey, is there any possibility, just a possibility? Li Bin said, sitting down next to Isha, and naturally putting his arm around his wife's strong waist. Has the nanovirus swarm successfully spread now? Didn't St. Lud say that the nanovirus swarm smuggled itself in through the physical universe? Can we find traces and evidence to convince other forces? St. Lud isn't a prophet, he just uses data to simulate. Isha, playing the role of the critic, stood objectively, confronting Li Bin head-on. It's possible, but nobody can say for sure when. Now? Tomorrow? A year from now? Humph. Regardless, let's prepare for the worst-case scenario first. Li Bin made the final decision. Who sounded the highest alarm? In the Universal Union's residential area, in the CO's rest area, Li Bin threw off the covers, stepped barefoot onto the cold floor, hung up his wearable terminal, connected to the control room, and demanded an explanation. An out-of-control AI intrusion triggers a Level 1 alert. An intrusion by a megacorporation triggers a Level 2 alert, but how does the highest alert sound? Without my verification, why is it sounded? On duty, Qian Tao and Wahab explained nervously, Captain, something terrible has happened. Wahab interrupted abruptly, urgent intelligence from Risk Mining and the Left Path cult. The nanovirus swarm has broken through the blockade. Pores instantly dilated, sweat poured from his glands, and within seconds, Li Bin was drenched in sweat as if he'd just taken a shower. His lips were dry and chapped, and his voice was hoarse, as if he just smoked a whole pack of cigarettes. Really? Isha, having drunk half a unit of stimulant, jumped up despite the pain, quickly dressed, and turned to ask, what happened? The answer was Li Bin's raised left hand, and a face so serious, it was as if he were contemplating whether to bury his deceased, cheap parents again. So she silently and quickly dressed, picked up her terminal, and looked at it. Then Isha revealed the expression of the Eisen family resurrected on the spot, becoming a first-class war family and transforming into supreme overlords, leading an army to kill her. After an unknown amount of time, Li Bin finally spoke, his voice dry. You summoned a spirit? What's summoning a spirit? Isha asked dryly in return. The Luddite cult doesn't practice summoning spirits, nor does it have the concept of possession. The Persistar region has no tradition of summoning spirits. Who was it that said the nanovirus swarm might break through the blockade? Li Bin asked again. Isha looked at him as if she'd seen a ghost. You have such a good memory. Why are you asking me? Of course, it was you who said it. I was afraid I was still dreaming. Confusing reality with dreams, Li Bin said. Even with his photographic memory, it couldn't help distinguish between these things. Isha raised her hand. Feel if little Li Bin can still react. If he can, it's a dream. Li Bin nodded. Then it's reality. Wow. I got a terrible jinx. Chapter 1122. Cactus Galaxy Space Station. Samarkand 3's once beautiful face was now deathly pale. Looking at the intelligence report, her delicate hands twisted the hem of her uniform, her knuckles turning white. The nanoparticle swarm had actually spread. Her father's previous actions, overruling discontent among various sects under Zwidgen Kingdom, sacrificing profits already in hand, in exchange for the risky mining company's strict scrutiny and recovery of nanomaterials, were not arbitrary. She was completely disoriented, biting her lip, her expression dazed. So many questions swirled in her mind. For example, how did her father know about the nanoparticle swarm spread? Was it someone's doing something malicious? Or had he discovered the smuggling early on but failed to track it down? Or even, did her father release it himself and then regret it? Although she absolutely refused to believe the third possibility, the problem was that the more her father had repeatedly warned within the company, the more dangerous he was now that something had gone wrong. Moreover, her father had already gone to headquarters, and according to her stepmother, Venka, he still couldn't explain his motives. Father! Samarkand 3 felt utterly exhausted. Saint Lud's prophecy. How could the people of a giant corporation possibly believe such things? She desperately wanted to deploy troops to headquarters and force Miyue to hand over the people, but in order to manage the cactus system effectively and prevent other company forces from infiltrating and wooing it, she was already overwhelmed. Besides, her father had given her orders before he left, forbidding her from leaving the cactus system under any circumstances. After taking over the cactus system, Samarkand 3 realized just how complex managing a system truly was. Compared to her father, she was like a satellite reflecting the star's brilliance. All her glory was built on his care. To put it simply, Gu Zhongyu's dominance over the Left Path cult and integration of the Lewd Knights didn't involve selling her body. However, she had to feign compliance just to win over those pirate kings. Fortunately, she's a religious figure and doesn't rely on political marriages, otherwise, her methods would be a fatal flaw in any reputable corporation, depriving them of a natural advantage and attracting allies. She repeatedly looked at the brief intelligence report, muttering to herself, why can't they reveal the specifics? What exactly is the company doing? What exactly is the company doing? Why can't they do what they repeatedly ordered? Risk Mining Headquarters, Risk Galaxy, Fujisaki Star, also known as Longtail Star, a massive domed city built on mountains, encompassing hillsides, plains, tundra, and swamps. The elite and wealthy live in the comfortable outer ring, where the company's administrative area is also located. Today, Gu Zhongyu, dressed in a light green, wide robe that clashed drastically with a garish orange surrounding him, was furious. Why are you bothering to find out who's neglecting enforcement? What's the point of questioning me? Did I deliberately release the nanoparticle swarm into the fleet? I already said this information came from the Lud Church's chosen ones. You can ask the Lud Church if you don't believe me. Besides, I compared the prophecy with the objective historical data of the Cactus Galaxy, and my conclusion is quite reasonable. Gu Zhongyu slammed his fist on the table. All illegally recovered nanomaterials must be procured by the government, preventing smuggling and salvagers from using them privately if there's no profit to be made. Strict storage and unified destruction after recovery. This was agreed upon beforehand. Why does the regulation become a one-size-fits-all approach at the lower levels? Absolutely no nanomaterials without traceability accepted. Isn't this forcing them to send things to the black market? Fine. Even if something went wrong on the black market, the problem should have surfaced among the general public first. But tell me, why is it that before anything major happened in the civilian sector, the company's fleet has already run into trouble? What exactly happened? How serious is the problem? Speak up. Are you all mute? In the Nagao family mansion in the administrative district, Muyu was expressionless, but sweat poured down his collar. What could he say? That the lower levels were overreacting and enforcing the law too strictly? That was actually understandable. After all, both the Nagao family and the company had always lacked effective management of the lower levels from the top. This wasn't Muyu's problem. It was the founder, Futsuki Nagao, who, in the early days of the company, chose to delegate power to the lower levels in order to expand rapidly. Simply put, as long as you could help the company grow quickly, if you could persuade someone to build a space station, I make you the station master. If you could control a planet, I make you the governor. This extensive management model has continued to this day. The fact that Muyu could still enforce such strict policies was already thanks to the separation of security and mining. After Anqiu and mining left, a large number of positions became vacant within the company, allowing Muyu to place his own people there and effectively implement his orders. Those who understand know the saying, what the superiors like, the subordinates will imitate. His personally issued order was indeed only to strictly investigate, but to curry favor with superiors, to quickly produce results, and to reduce their workload. The fastest and most effective approach was a blanket crackdown. The result was that illegal nanomaterials flooded the black market. Furthermore, the company's demand for nanomaterials was high due to preparations for war, coupled with lax grassroots management. The high profits from high demand and the low accountability from low control combined to make the influx of illegal nanomaterials inevitable. In other words, Muyu knew from the very beginning that the illegal nanomaterials flowing into the military was inevitable. Muyu had discussed and calculated with his family advisors, concluding that Gu Zhongyu was using this to test the company's attitude towards him and gauge his power. The so-called nanomaterial outbreak was merely a pretext. What? You say the Lud Church prophesied? The Lud Church and the Left Path sect are like opposites in their thinking. Since Gu Zhongyu spoke up, they must have colluded beforehand. That's the thinking of the Fenghuang executives. But he didn't expect, or rather, he never expected, that what Gu Zhongyu said was true. He truly sacrificed personal gain for the greater good. Isn't that absurd? There really are such righteous people in this world. After receiving Muyu's intelligence, Muyu immediately regretted his actions, and then immediately began to complain. If Gu Zhongyu hadn't been so eager to divest the Redwater industry, and hadn't acted so generously, the board of directors and the family might have seriously considered the probabilities. That's why he summoned Gu Zhongyu to question him face to face, essentially trying to shift the blame. But Gu Zhongyu wouldn't have any of this going on, refusing to hold a blame-sharing meeting and instead focusing on resolving the problem. Muyu hesitated repeatedly, weighing the company's current fleet strength against the military power of Zhujiang Kingdom, considering whether the Longtail family could still suppress Zhujiang Kingdom after the nanovirus outbreak, and whether Zhujiang Kingdom would use this opportunity to seize power. Under Gu Zhongyu's persistent questioning, Muyu made a decision that went against his family's wishes. He clutched his head, adopting a desperate stance. Fine, fine. Damn it, I tell you. The nanovirus swarm is hiding in the company fleet returning from the Draco system, swallowing up most of the Huitian and severely damaging our dispatch fleet. Wuyue and Yayue acted decisively, mobilizing all crew members on the Huitian to fight the nanovirus swarm. Chapter 1123. Isn't this great? Gu Zhongyu's hope flickered upon hearing this. The commander was decisive. The company's ships are all low-tech, but they have good resistance to the nanovirus swarm and can fight. But the problem is, the war broke out in hyperspace. Muyu gritted her teeth. After resupplying in the Overalls Galaxy, this fleet was supposed to head directly to the Cactus Galaxy. Didn't you keep complaining about the Cactus Galaxy facing internal and external pressures? This was planned long ago. But halfway there, they discovered the returning sky was controlled by the nanovirus swarm, and war broke out. The fleet was mostly composed of new recruits, who were not good at combat and lacked experience fighting the nanovirus swarm. And the main military forces are concentrated on the Huitian. A battle broke out in hyperspace. Being far from the hyperspace reflection, they couldn't send out timely reinforcements. Both sides fought along the turbulent currents, but things went wrong midway. Muyu lamented. In the Huitian spaceport, a batch of high-tech spaceship wreckage was recovered. This wreckage opened fire indiscriminately inside the Huitian, and the crew was completely unable to resist. With the complete fall of the Huitian, the disparity in combat power between the two sides became particularly stark. In the end, Wuyue had no choice but to retreat. Gu Zhongyu couldn't hear Muyu's rambling about the forced abandonment of the Huitian's main module, and Wuyue and Yayue's hasty return to the overall system. His mind was filled with only one thought. It's over. If it were just the Huitian being swallowed up, it wouldn't be so bad. After all, dreadnoughts are incredibly slow, and this was a low-tech dreadnought they could definitely catch up. Even if some nanoparticles escape, it's not a big deal. After dealing with the resurrection ship, we can strictly enforce the regulation of illegal nanomaterials. The Longtail family, having learned from their mistakes, will definitely pay more attention. However, the high-tech debris was awakened, unaware that the nanobot swarm had circled back to the Huition, carrying the debris with it, resulting in the nanobot swarm gaining access to a fleet of ships capable of rapid hyperspace transfer. Surrounding and intercepting them is pointless. Even destroying the Huition won't control the spread of the nanobot swarm. The high-tech debris will continue to spread. But the bad news wasn't over yet. Listen to me, Lao Gu, Muyu said quickly. Before Yu left, she was careful and sent a shuttle to track them. 3 hours ago, a transport fleet arrived in the Overall's galaxy. The fleet commander said they encountered that ship en route, and it relayed intelligence that the fleet is heading to the Cactus Galaxy. Muyu continued, this swarm of nanoviruses definitely wants to release the nanovirus swarm in the Cactus Galaxy. Gu Zhongyu's eyes widened in fury. He gripped the table, his usual elegance gone, and gasped, why are you only telling me this now? Muyu looked at him with pursed lips, and after a long pause, said, I was in a difficult position too. Gu Zhongyu wasn't an idiot. Muyu's change in attitude was striking. He had already guessed the fear those backers had of his identity, and the power of the Left Path Kingdom. To be honest, at this moment, Gu Zhongyu really wanted to go on a killing spree, even to raise the banner of rebellion, lead the fleet to wipe out every idiot on the board, and then slaughter all the narrow-minded, selfish bastards in the Longtail family. But the overall situation was overwhelming. He couldn't afford to lose his composure, much less destroy the very thing that could solve the problem in the heat of the moment. He closed his eyes, feeling only sorrow. This is the tragedy of intelligent people, because they are too intelligent, even when they should be driven to rage. Reason and logic restrain their wandering minds, forcing them to make the right choice. So Gu Zhongyu closed his eyes, silently reciting the classics of the Left Path sect. These were taught to him by his deceased wife. Recalling their days of mutual support and her teaching him, and the scriptures, Gu Zhongyu opened his eyes after about 10 minutes and calmly sat down. Co. Gu Zhongyu's voice was unusually cold. You should be aware of the consequences of the nanoparticle outbreak, right? You should have read the operational report on the nanoparticle outbreak in the Cactus Galaxy before taking office. I don't need to go over it with you again, do I? Seeing Gu Zhongyu's demeanor, Muyu was honestly terrified. When he heard Wuyu's report, he even physically assaulted him on the spot, especially regarding the part about his concealment, where Wuyu admitted that because of his relationship with Gu Zhongyu, he missed the final opportunity to investigate the nanomaterials. He simply nodded, I know. Even if I didn't know before, after watching the battle footage of the returning sky, I had no choice but to know. Good. Gu Zhongyu nodded. Then I demand that Risk Mining immediately activate the highest alert level, blockade the air routes between star systems, and conduct a thorough investigation of all space stations, ships, mining stations, gas extraction stations, and planets. Prioritize inspecting warships, and dispatch a large army to the Cactus star system. That's not excessive, is it? Without waiting for a reply, Gu Zhongyu continued, stop with the nonsense about the difficulty of the work. If you can't do it, you die. Kill the subordinates who resist. Anyway, these useless people who conceal information and work passively will also die in the end. Muyu thought to herself that it was a good thing he hadn't said that, otherwise Gu Zhongyu probably would have really strangled Wuyu by now. I will immediately dispatch all available ships of the Left Horizon Kingdom to the Cactus system. With that, Gu Zhongyu stood up, staring at Muyu until the latter looked away. Then, with a calm demeanor, as if only an eighth of an iceberg was visible, he said meaningfully, this is a matter of life and death for Risk Mining, far more serious than the split of Safe Mining and the imminent threat of an out-of-control AI. I expect you to be honest and proactive in your subsequent actions. If I can't do that. Gu Zhongyu tucked his hands into his baggy sleeves, making a fist-like gesture. At worst, I abandon Zwijing Kingdom, take my daughter's fleet back to the pure Holy Monument star system, grovel before Saint Samarkand, and watch Risk Mining perish. I have a way out. But does the Longtail family have a way out? Muyu gritted his teeth, forcing out an ugly smile. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Humph. Luck is an arrogant best friend. Caution is a reliable ally. Gu Zhongyu said this, turned and left. Only after the door closed did Muyu slump into a chair, clutching his collar and panting. The more he thought about Gu Zhongyu's words, the more terrified he felt, and the deeper his anger towards Wuyu grew. Muyu opened her terminal. Bring Wuyu over. I know he's broken a bone, so what? As long as he's not dead, bring him over. He made his own mess. He has to clean it up himself, even if he has to lick it clean. Having arrived at this Wujing Kingdom fleet at the space station in just over 10 minutes, with his secretary via shuttle, Gu Zhongyu immediately ordered the fleet to set sail, and summoned all of Wujing Kingdom's mobile forces to advance towards the Cactus system. Venka worriedly said, "It's too sudden. Fuel and supplies transfer will take at least 2 days. Your Excellency, this is a fleet centered around 7 battleships. It can't be done this quickly." "Then only take half," Gu Zhongyu said decisively. Venka looked at her determined lover, knowing she couldn't dissuade him, and said softly, "Is it worth risking everything for risk mining?" Her meaning was clear. She was urging Gu Zhongyu to immediately order Samarkand III to take the entire fleet, leave risk mining, abandon all plans to replace it, and live a peaceful life. The universe is vast, but the Perseus constellation is small. Looking out at the universe beyond the observation deck, obscured by starlight and illuminated only by a handful of stars, Gu Zhongyu said softly, "I promised her I would leave my daughter a place where she could live happily. I promised her I would carry on her legacy and benefit humanity. I promised the Knights of Ludwig that I would uphold justice." Gu Zhongyu lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I can't back down." Venka's eyes reddened. Gu Zhongyu had promised so much, yet he couldn't promise her. But this was the man she loved, and it was precisely because of this that she couldn't resist him. "Then promise me." Chapter 1124. On August 7th, Star Calendar 220, Gu Zhongyu, aboard his flagship Castella class and carrying 2 other capital ships, remotely controlled the Left Path Kingdom to issue a supreme decree to all Left Path sects within the risk mining territory. He had made his decision. The Left Path Kingdom possessed 17 capital ships, 2 of which were built with heavily invested funds from the Lud Church's production capacity accumulated in recent years. Aside from the 2 ships under Samarkand III in the Cactus system, he could mobilize only 15. Subtracting the 5 that had to be left behind, Gu Zhongyu deployed 10 capital ships. There were many reasons for not choosing to deploy the entire army, and Gu Zhongyu had his own considerations. Firstly, the Cactus system not only had his daughter's 2 capital ships, but also the Lacoon Pirate King's capital ship bombardment space-class burst, the Pirate King Ziyun, who possessed part of the Plague Fleet, and the Yushi Pirate King's Meteorite Dreadnought Mobile Plunder Fortress-class Dreadnought contract. Furthermore, he possessed 10 capital ships, funded by the sale of Cathedral-class ships, and meticulously trained with highly skilled crews from fanatical followers. It's no exaggeration to say that in the Cactus system, even amidst a swarm of nanovirus riots, destroying the Steel Dragon-class Dreadnought, the returning Sky, was a certainty of victory. Secondly, the Left Path Kingdom had a large number of Left Path believers. Gu Zhongyu couldn't abandon these people. This was the result of his and his deceased wife's hard work. Even in the slightest unforeseen event, the remaining 5 capital ships could escort them to Samarkand. Finally, if even the mighty army couldn't suppress the nanovirus riots, then whether the remaining 5 ships were deployed or not would have no impact on the battle. After all, Gu Zhongyu had pre-positioned planetary assassins in the Cactus Galaxy, yet even that was futile. The fate of the 5 capital ships was merely 5 more large fireworks displays. Furthermore, Risk Mining's 3rd Steel Dragon-class ship had been urgently recalled from near the Divine Wind Galaxy. This ship was Risk Mining's last trump card. Although Miyu said she was ready to provide support at any time, Gu Zhongyu didn't quite believe her. By now, Gu Zhongyu no longer trusted anyone's words. As it turned out, ultimately, everything depended on oneself. Before the fleet left hyperspace, Winka silently handed him a terminal. The golden eagle stepping on Earth's symbol flashed. Gu Zhongyu smiled. "I never expected that after sending messages to all the forces across the entire star system, the first leader to respond would be my daughter's enemy." He casually clicked on it. The text was concise. "Hold them off with all your might. I'm currently gathering supplies. 30 days. We arrive within 30 days. Vinka's eyes held hope, a gentle gaze, as if to say that the universal alliances might shook the star field, and that CO Li Bin was a man of his word. Compared to the perfunctory diplomatic greetings from other forces, this message from Li Bin himself should be very helpful, right? But Gu Zhongyu simply shook his head. Li Bin is in the New Star City, having just finished fighting the Hell Legion, and is being watched by the out-of-control AI. I'm afraid his fleet will be targeted as soon as it leaves hyperspace. Moreover, judging from my observation, the Hell Legion is already a dead man in the future. There's no possibility of a protracted war. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure that the out-of-control AI disperses on the southern front, and that the Legion fleet regroups to block this final, and most ferocious, blow. If Li Bin were to vacate the western fleet, wouldn't he be allowing the Hella fleet, led by 2 Scat-Hat-class dreadnoughts, to ravage the human colonies? Then, the Hell Legion, which was originally eradicated, will rise from the ashes. Gu Zhongyu's voice was calm and even, as always, with strength hidden beneath its tranquility. Thank Li Bin for me, and tell him to nail the Hell Legion to the ground. If he still tries to act like a woman and nag, just say, "I'm here?" This little rascal named Gu Zhongyu is a bit arrogant. Lan Yuan, arms crossed, clicked her tongue in the Tiangong Combat Command Center. I remember this with Jinghua. Was one of our defeated enemies right? Li Bin leaned on the table, his hands covering his mouth and nose, his brows furrowed, silent as if caught in a battle of wits. Seeing this, Isa answered for her husband, "Yes." "No, not exactly. Zhou Jinghua did clash with us, but it was Samarkand III who caused the trouble. She's Gu Zhongyu's daughter, and she's the one who orchestrated this whole mess, turning the Relief Association and us into bitter enemies." Jia, who was present as a technical advisor, grinned wickedly. From the results, it's a good thing. Without the Relief Association's repeated donations, the company wouldn't have the resources it has now. For one thing, the Void Factory, converted from the wreckage of the Salvation Ark, is fully operational, producing massive amounts every day. Li Bin silently shifted his position. Jia's face, combined with that smile, always made him feel that this scoundrel was interested in someone's private parts. Lan Yuan wasn't very familiar with diplomatic maneuvering or political struggles. She knew that Samarkand III had been captured by the company and sent to a farm for torture. She was a little confused as to why Gu Zhongyu, knowing her daughter was imprisoned and her business was hindered, could still chat and laugh with Li Bin so easily. The main reason is that Lan Yuan's political career began after the Great Collapse. Along the way, she encountered all sorts of extraordinary people from the Perseus constellation. Before the Great Collapse, in the human realm, they would definitely have been considered politically disabled. But these guys grew up in a lawless place, blossoming into all sorts of strange and wonderful things. In contrast, a seasoned and mature politician like Gu Zhongyu seemed somewhat out of place. Well, at least Li Bin pretended to be a greedy businessman, tainted with the stench of money, but Gu Zhongyu didn't even bother pretending. He even went so far as to shed the madness of the Luddite Knights and reform the military system. And he even said something like, "I'm here. Seriously, you're so handsome, it's like you're the savior." Lan Yuan went to look at Li Bin, who was still frowning. After a long pause, he said with difficulty, "Halt the fleet. The attack order is terminated." "Huh?" Lan Yuan was stunned. Lan Yuan, Tang Zhuofan, Lin Yufeng, Jeffrey. The 4 of you immediately lead your respective fleets south to the Taylor and Canaan star systems. I urgently telegraph the Lud Church, entrusting the Pope to procure supplies. Upon arrival, I will mobilize the entire Adventurers Guild. All bounty hunters will infiltrate the heart of the Hell Legion's territory to scout the Legion ships retreating from the southern front. Once targets are discovered, each should launch an attack as appropriate. My only requirement is to separate the Dune Realm star system from the retreating fleet, concentrate local superiority, and eliminate the Legion's remnants. Everyone's expressions turned serious. Li Bin continued, "I guess what Gu Zhongyu meant. What he fears most isn't the nanovirus swarm itself. The nanovirus swarm isn't immediately fatal to humans, especially those using low to medium tech ships. In the star system where Draco was destroyed and tachyon technology couldn't expand, what he fears most is the collision between out-of-control AIs and the nanovirus swarm." Chapter 1125. Li Bin had already learned the terrifying nature of the nano-infestation swarm from Haohua and St. Lud, and then related to Gu Zhongyu. First, regardless of the type of spaceship or its weapon slots, after being corrupted by the nano-infestation swarm, all gun slots would become universal gun slots. The principle is simple. The original turrets of the spaceship are completely abandoned. The nano-infestation swarm haphazardly constructs new electrical grid systems and slots, providing whatever weapons require. Like a shapeshifter, it can transform at will. Second, the nano-infestation swarm has no manpower requirements and possesses the ability to devour AI cores. In other words, this thing naturally possesses all the advantages of a runaway AI. Third, self-repairing nanomaterials can repair most of the creations of the human realm, and the nano-infestation swarm can do the same. Once the blockade is broken, all relic ships, spaceship wreckage, and human realm relics can be commanded by it. Even tasks that runaway AIs, due to the inherent lack of manned space stations and research stations in the Afterglow spaceship system, must accomplish by relying on the slave laborers of the Hell Legion, can be easily performed by the nano-infestation swarm. In other words, the escape of the nanobot swarm means that all human relic resources in the lost sector can become its aid. Even the massive ruins on planets. This is terrifying. Production capacity can be reversed in an instant. Finally, the more advanced the spaceship, the easier it is for the nanobot swarm to control. The star sector's reserve arsenal isn't fully activated. Are there still supersized ships among some human creations? Are there still relic ships, like the Wrath of Gods, or the Envoy of Gods that have drifted from other star sectors? What the runaway AI can't control, the nanobot swarm can. And the nanobot swarm doesn't distinguish between those determined to exterminate and those who coexist with humanity. It eats anything it encounters. If we let the tiger return to the mountain, the only option might be forcing the human coexistence faction to withdraw from the southwest before revealing the truth to the world. Otherwise, given the current level of integration in the core star sector, it would be difficult to withstand the first wave of impact, forcing them to merge. At that time, the battlefield would likely be a scenario where the nanobots chase and devour the Ironheart extinction. The Ironheart extinction diverts the chaos eastward to the human colonies. Humans fight the nanobots. The human coexistence faction fights the Ironheart extinction, and the nanobots take the opportunity to attack the human coexistence faction. A perfectly good battle would turn into a chaotic free-for-all. In the Perseus star system, no one understands the dangers of the nanobots better than Li Bin and Gu Zhongyu. Even Baikal Xiongfeng, Chu Xiangrui, the Lion King, or the reborn Sun Ihao cannot compare. Therefore, Gu Zhongyu absolutely refuses to accept this outcome. He told Li Bin that his intention was to split up and act separately. He would suppress the emerging nanobots, while Li Bin would find a way to completely wipe out the Hell Legion. Once the new batch of Zhongzi-class soldiers arrives at headquarters, we assign them to Lin Yufeng. Once we get the Bowhead Whale class, we set off immediately for our second attack on the Dune Realm system, Li Bin declared, slamming his hand on the table. What did the Lud Church say? Isa suddenly asked. The Left Path Kingdom has close ties with the Lud Church. They surely help, especially since the nanoparticle swarm has been portrayed as a doomsday locust plague. It's too late. Li Bin shook his head. The Pope has already begun an internal purge. Until that's complete, the Lud Church can only send Kelman's fleet. That fleet has already headed south to provide reinforcements. As for other forces, well, let's not talk about them. On August 15th, Star Calendar 220, Gu Zhongyu personally led the Lud Knights to rendezvous and head towards the Cactus system. Located in hyperspace, cut off from the civilized world, they had no idea of the specific situation in the Cactus Galaxy, only praying they could make it in time. Meanwhile, in the Cactus Galaxy, Samarkand III hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. The massive celestial battle system in the space station's command center was divided into 2 layers, stacking the physical universe and the hyperspace reflection on top of each other, constructing a double-layered space connected by several gravity wells and jump points. Li Kun's voice echoed in the command center. The burst has deployed all the drum suicide ships and is returning. Ziyun, you come and take over. Ziyun called out, grumbled and retorted, what's the big deal about bombing a jump point? Although Ziyun was cursing, she moved swiftly, immediately directing her plague fleet to take over, taking over the burst, which was built with civilian ship hulls. The 3 pirate kings were engaged in open and covert struggles around Samarkand III. Although they often got jealous over women, years of fighting against the inhuman nanoparticle swarms had also fostered a tacit understanding. It's not uncommon for them to greet each other and lend a helping hand. A deep friendship has been forged, making them both comrades in arms and brothers in arms. As for Yushi's ugly and bizarre dauntless contract, it currently stands horizontally in front of the space station, heavy cannons roaring, torpedoes and missiles raining down, single-handedly holding off the galactic nano-infected swarm attack. It looks extremely dangerous, but it's actually quite safe. Under Samarkand III's painstaking efforts, the Cactus system has largely eliminated a large number of nano-infected swarm remnants. Apart from the occasional ship hull produced from the space station occupied by the nano-infected swarm, most of the swarms in the system are just clumps of nanomaterials attached to meteorites. Therefore, the dauntless contract alone is more than capable of holding them off. Hey, you two, you're not doing well, Yushi said, a cigarette dangling from his lips, clicking away on his old-fashioned lighter. Why don't you two each call me Dad, and I help you? Go to hell, Li Kun retorted. Ziyun, who took over the defense, sneered. If you're so great, why don't you jump into hyperspace? A Steel Dragon-class ship in hyperspace is eager to poke your ass, you idiot. How about we switch places? You take care of this shitty Steel Dragon class? She was speechless for a moment. The Dreadnought contract, as an enhanced version of the Dreadnought meteorite ship, was quite intimidating to pirates or free planets, but against a behemoth like the Steel Dragon class, it was actually inferior to the Plague Fleet. The reason was simple: it was large, and its combat power was concentrated on one ship. Once it was torn apart, Yushi was doomed. He only had this one card, and couldn't make any moves. But against the nanovirus swarm, he was clearly stronger than Ziyun's Plague Fleet. It was like a game of chess. Seeing that Li Kun had just finished bombing, Ziyun immediately took over, but was also struggling. Yushi was greatly surprised and seized the opportunity to change the subject. Dude, really? Li Kun just threw a dram suicide ships right in their faces, and you're still acting like this? That's a bit of an act. Get lost. Ziyun didn't speak, but instead sent over a video recording from an optical observation post. Yushi glanced at it and immediately shut his mouth. The recording was taken at great risk by a frigate near the jump point. Through the jump point, the Steel Dragon-class destroyer could be seen in hyperspace, its frontal module attempting to penetrate, but it was subjected to repeated bombardment. Its hull was riddled with blast marks, looking like it was in a state of constant damage, with even various sizes of armor and wriggling nanoparticles floating around it. But what was chilling was that the high-tech frigates and destroyers hovering around the Huiqian-class destroyer quickly grabbed these fragments and pressed them against the damaged areas of the ship. Then, numerous nanobots emerged from the frigate and destroyer, swirling around the fragments and rapidly repairing their wounds. To illustrate, consider the person named Huitian. Although lacking shields and relying solely on their armor and flesh to withstand the blast, even with wounds so deep they exposed bone and muscle decay, the shattered flesh and bone fragments rejoined their body at an astonishing speed. Then, the flesh wriggled, healing rapidly at a visible pace, leaving only gruesome scars. A black hole entered. Yushi's hand, holding a cigarette, trembled slightly. Hey! I never encountered anything like this before. Can it be repaired this quickly? Nonsense! This is a dreadnought. Only heaven knows how many nanobots are inside. Ziyu began swearing. Chapter 1126. Samarkand 3, overseeing operations from the command center, had honed her logistical capabilities through years of battling the nanobug swarm. Fighting the nanobug swarm differs from dealing with out-of-control AI, emphasizing the exchange of supplies and manpower between fleets to facilitate timely rescue of damaged ships, halt the nanobug infiltration, and minimize losses. Therefore, Samarkand 3 developed a habit of high-frequency operations, mobile warfare, vertical command chains, and decentralized command. Specifically, for each fleet led by a former pirate king, besides the pirate king himself, the logistics fleet, damage control department, and Marine Corps leadership were all registered with her individually. If a fleet encountered an emergency, she would order the mobile transport fleet to immediately transfer other, more operational units to resolve the issue as quickly as possible. Like a StarCraft player, she meticulously managed her forces, constantly and rapidly deploying and moving units around the Cactus system. Therefore, her crew, despite their diverse backgrounds, including many pirates and mercenaries, all possessed skills surpassing those of typical large corporation crews due to their low intensity, high work strength training. However, because of the chaotic affiliations, frequent and detailed command was required. Only she, the person she knew best, could effectively command them throughout the entire galaxy. Oh, and there was her father, Gu Zhongyu, who through his high prestige and his generous distribution of free food and daily necessities, could directly command everyone. But today, Samarkand 3's meticulously prepared command system and mobile warfare doctrine faced a major challenge. The mobile raider-class fortresses were already barely holding on against the physical cosmic nanoparticle swarm, while the Plague Fleet, Remnants, and the Space Bombing-class fleet alternately intercepted the returning sky. Bombing space level. Samarkand 3 hadn't originally intended to completely eliminate the nanovirus swarm on his own. But an unexpected event quickly occurred. Several unusually large clusters of metallic signals suddenly appeared in the sky battle system, about half a day's journey from the space station. The staff quickly analyzed the situation and reported, Commander-in-Chief. The nanovirus swarm entered from another jump point. Samarkand 3 was startled. Countless encounters had proven that the nanovirus swarm lacked the ability to jump across the horizontal axis, that is, they couldn't actively tear open the veil between the physical universe and hyperspace. However, the jump point itself had a constant passage, one only needed to approach to land inside. The original plan for the Cactus system was for Yushi to guard one jump point in her reinforced meteorite dreadnought, while the other jump point would be controlled by two other people in rotation, blocking the nanovirus swarm's exit. But now, with a Steel Dragon-class vessel lurking in the hyperspace, Samarkand III had to consolidate her forces, focusing intently on the steel dragon, moving with it wherever it moved, determined not to allow them to converge. This meant another jump point became available. Thus, the cruiser wreckage, salvaged by Misty Moon and now belonging to a runaway AI and overrun by a swarm of nanobots, was quietly awakened and entered the physical universe from the other jump point, charging menacingly towards the space station. This is an attempt to force the frontline fleet to return to reinforce. Don't fall for it. Samarkand III immediately ordered, "Don't tell the three of them. Hand these ships over to the space station's own firing positions." She decisively ordered, "Sound the alarm. Mobilize the space station." The Cactus Space Station is a Level 3 space station, ingeniously expanded from a Level 1 space station using scrap metal and other materials by engineers from numerous derelict ships. It performs terribly against both runaway AI and well-organized giant corporation fleets. However, due to its outdated technology, it performs remarkably well against the nano-infiltration of the nanovirus swarm. Half a day later, cannon fire roared, and massive shields opened, blocking the incoming ship's cannons, which were covered in nanobombs. Inside the Mark automatic cannon turret, a dozen or so gunners endured the nearly 50 degrees Celsius temperature rising from the continuous firing, all stripped naked except for their underwear. Frankly, if it weren't for shame, the mixed group of men and women would have preferred to be completely naked. Sweat poured out like water, the floating beads of sweat being sucked away by negative pressure machines. Each person had a plastic tube near their mouth with a steel ball at the end. To drink water, they simply pressed their tongue against the ball and immediately received a slightly salty sweet drink. This is electrolyte water mixed with salt and sugar, designed to prevent gunners from becoming disoriented due to electrolyte imbalance from excessive sweating. I heard that proper space station gun turrets have individual air conditioning, unlike here, where we only have central air conditioning in the passageways, the messenger said, his ears already breaking out in a rash, wearing headphones. He repeatedly patted his ears through the headphones, wiped his chest, and flicked his hand upwards, sending a trail of sweat through his brow. Actually, there's no dedicated air conditioning for people. It's a cooling system for the guns, but because it's so powerful, it can also cool the space where the gunners are, said the only person wearing clothing. The messenger glanced at the man and respectfully asked, "Missionary Damon, have you visited?" Everyone perked up their ears. Life for the gunners was incredibly boring, especially in this harsh environment. The turrets, built from rubble and debris, had complex and chaotic passageways that, while trapping the nanovirus swarm, also greatly inconvenienced the humans working within. Originally, these guys from Risk Mining were very wary of the Left Path cult. But since Gu Zhengyu and Samarkand III took over, the missionaries sent here were all carefully selected elites with ideals and a willingness to take action. They only took off their robes when showering, otherwise, even in the sweltering heat of the turret, they still wore those baggy synthetic robes. Just looking at them made everyone feel hot, let alone wearing them. And this was just one aspect of the missionaries' excellent qualities. It is precisely because of their exemplary conduct, actively proselytizing in peacetime, running confessionals, comforting those with PTSD, the sick, and all non-believers, and going to the front lines during wartime to boost morale and inspire willpower, that these missionaries are still highly respected, even by non-believers. To be precise, even non-believers occasionally seek out missionaries for answers to their questions, everyday matters, catching infidelity, psychological abnormalities, XP, and so on. I used to be a chaplain on an offensive-class ship, and later I gave mass on the space station. I met them, said Missionary Damon, his short hair soaked in water, sweat pouring from his scalp. Because he was dressed so warmly, the sweat was so abundant that it clung to his hair like seaweed floating in water. The Cactus Space Station's turret cooling system was built from wreckage, and the wiring was already severely outdated. The section we're in likely uses the cooling modules for a cruiser's main guns, which can't handle the demands of a space station. He continued, trying to boost morale. But while we're suffering, the nanovirus swarm is suffering too. The Archbishop has arrived with the fleet. Let's hold on a little longer. Once the Archbishop arrives, everyone will have canned meat. Oh! Chapter 1127. Hearing Missionary Damon mention canned meat, even though the heat had dampened their appetites and their mouths were parched, no amount of water could soothe them. Everyone's mouths were still watering. The craving had nothing to do with appetite. The canned meat from Zwijing Kingdom was an improvement on what Samarkand III had developed after returning from the Universal Union. It wasn't some kind of nutritional paste made from scraps of meat, it was real chunks of meat and fat, heavily salted and seasoned with other spices, a high-end imitation of Universal Union's cuisine. In the risky mining industry, this stuff was considered an officer's consumable. Not to mention that besides canned meat, there was also rice porridge and other foods. New coordinates. The messenger scratched his earmuff, took a sip of water, and shouted. The entire turret immediately sprang into action. A dozen seconds later, the Mark automatic cannon roared to fire. The poorly made turret had terrible soundproofing, so everyone opened their mouths to reduce the ringing in their ears caused by the firing. Target destroyed. Repeat, target destroyed. The observer, tensely watching the monitoring equipment, suddenly clapped his hands. We, along with the other teams, have taken down a cruiser. The enemy is breached. Hooray! Everyone clapped in unison, their wet hands turning red. Priest Damon immediately retrieved the battle data from the monitoring equipment in front of everyone, solemnly placing it into a sealed bag. To minimize communication between the external region and the space station's interior, these turrets, apart from radio, had no direct communication channels with higher command. Even the power grid was independent and decentralized. This was to prevent the nanovirus swarm from breaching the grid and electrical circuits, eroding the entire space station along the way to the command center. Everyone, give it your all. Deal with the wreckage completely, don't give the nanobots a chance to regenerate. Missionary Damon continued to encourage. The team responded enthusiastically, but then the observer suddenly shouted, something's wrong. The wreckage's thrusters are still running, and they're getting closer. Can we shoot them down? The gunner asked. No. They're already in our blind spot. We have to let the other turrets handle it. The usual passive inaction didn't happen. After a radio call, the lasers on the other side quickly changed direction, and swiftly tore apart the strange thrusters. If the nanobots are weaker than the runaway AI in any way, it's that unless you control the high-tech ship carrying the AI core instead of the high-tech wreckage, you can't suppress humans in electronic warfare. Of course, they also often don't respond to human electronic warfare suppression. The two sides are like parallel lines that never intersect. Unless you directly block wide-area signals, it's difficult to sever the nanobots' communication. Therefore, radio communication is very safe in the Cactus system. This time, however, after sending a message of thanks to friendly forces, the messenger didn't put down his equipment to celebrate. Instead, he pressed his earpiece, his expression one of surprise. Soon, his expression changed from surprise to panic. What's wrong? Missionary Damon was the first to notice. Enduring the discomfort of the high temperature and humidity, he went to the messenger's side and placed his hand on the messenger's bare shoulder. The messenger turned around, trembling, his lips moving slightly. After a long pause, he hoarsely said, "It's talking." Who's talking? The D2 laser turret? The gunner frowned. A corpse. The messenger's eyes were blank. The corpse is talking. What the hell are you talking about? The gunner removed his headset, frowned, and put it on himself. His expression quickly stiffened, and he looked at Missionary Damon with alarm, handing him the headset. Missionary Damon glanced warily at the two of them, took the headset, and pursed his lips in thought. The technique of using sound to hypnotize is an inefficient and time-consuming outdated method, but it is widely used in religion. However, it has a subtle and pervasive effect. Damon, as a veteran missionary, knew that the Cactus space station had been secretly using it since the Left Path Kingdom occupied it. Therefore, he didn't listen immediately. Instead, he mentally prepared himself, focusing intently before gently placing the headset to his ear. Buzz, buzz, the Horde promises humanity living space, peaceful coexistence. Submit to the Horde promises humanity living space, peaceful coexistence. The electronic voice, simulating a human voice, repeated back and forth, like a death knell echoing in the radio. Damon immediately looked at the observer, who, seeing the latter's confusion, quickly looked away. A storm raged within him, but his face remained calm. He removed his headset and said composedly, "New situation. The nanovirus swarm is sending confusing messages via radio. Well done, everyone. We were the first to discover this new situation. The space station will reward everyone accordingly. I go report now." Damon took 2 steps out, then, realizing the tense atmosphere in the turret behind him, he stopped, quickly scribbled information on his personal terminal, and then patted the messenger's sticky chest. "You go deliver the message. I stay and take over the radio." Under the messenger's gaze, Damon smiled gently. "I can handle the radio. Can you take over my job? Hurry up and go." "Oh." The messenger, clutching the terminal, didn't even have time to put on his clothes, just his underwear and magnetic boots, and quickly left. "The corpses of the nanovirus swarm are communicating with us?" In the command center, Samarkand 3 exclaimed incredulously, But the intelligence I've seen shows that since Risk Mining took control of the Cactus system, there has never been any communication between nanovirus swarms. The staff officer said uneasily. I applied to the station chief, and she checked the historical records. It certainly hasn't happened. Samarkand 3 clicked her tongue, bit her hand, and lowered her eyes in deep thought. If there are no variables in the nanovirus swarm within the system, then the problem lies with the Steel Dragon class. This spaceship, teeming with nanovirus swarms, came from outside the system. Did the nanobot swarm mutate after leaving the ship? Or did it gain sufficient computing power to communicate after absorbing the Steel Dragon class shipborne AI? But that shouldn't be the case. There's also a Twilight mothership controlled by the nanobot swarm in the Cactus system. That thing, comparable in size to a level 3 space station, has considerable computing power of its own. There's no reason why it wouldn't communicate, while the Steel Dragon class ships are communicating. Is it a mutation? With 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind, Samarkand 3 kept talking. Missionary Damon did a good job, having his men relay orders and personally guarding the radio to suppress the spread of rumors. You immediately have all turret and outer layer group leaders grant communication permissions to missionaries and priests, strictly limiting the leakage of this message. Is that necessary? Another staff officer asked. This message says it's about peaceful coexistence. What if the nanobot swarm is serious? We blocked it before only because we thought the nanobot swarm was completely out of control. But now it seems they can communicate. Fools who blindly trust others. Chapter 1128. You believe whatever it says? Samarkand 3 reprimanded the staff officer mercilessly, simultaneously warning everyone in the command center. Nanomaterials are human creations, stupid pigs. She poked his forehead with her finger. The first thing this human creation says to humans is surrender. Give us living space. They're treating humans like livestock. Use your pig brain. Would you want to be kept in a pigsty? If you really want to lay down your weapons and surrender, you don't need to go through all that trouble. Men! Samarkand 3 ordered her men. Put this pig in the feeding area. Get him the most spacious meat beast enclosure. Grant him his wish. Yes, Commander. The left path Marines immediately pounced, punching the mining staff officer to the ground and swiftly taking him away. Samarkand 3 disgustedly swatted away the man's broken, floating teeth as he was knocked down. He glanced at the messenger, who was pacing at the door in only his underwear, salt crystals clinging to his clothes. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he in uniform? Another staff officer immediately explained in a low voice. After understanding the situation, Samarkand 3's eyes softened. Send him to get a high-grade supply and a beverage pack. Coolly, get him a copy of my father's commendation order to take back. Oh, and remember to tell him I personally told him. Thank them for their hard work. Make the details more elaborate. Yes, Commander. My dear daughter, how's the situation on your end? Are you holding on? Just as Samarkand 3 was deep in thought, a deep, composed voice sounded over the secret communication channel. Samarkand 3, his face contorted with worry, immediately cried out in delight, Father. The somber atmosphere in the command center instantly brightened at the sound of his voice. Has His Highness the Archbishop arrived? Oh! His Highness the Archbishop has brought reinforcements. The previously domineering Samarkand 3, in the secret channel, began to whine like a child. Father, I'm having such a hard time. She embellished the story, recounting all the information she knew, and concluded by asking, Where are you? I come pick you up. No need. My fleet has just reached the edge of the hyperspace reflection, and will arrive in about a day. I will lead the fleet directly to surround the returning sky. Your mission is to hold this ship at all costs, and not let her escape. Oh! Gu Zhongyu stood in the observation tower on the flight deck of the flagship, blessed, gazing at the dazzling hyperspace reflection. His expression was solemn, but his tone was relaxed. Once the fleet arrives, you immediately take your men and leave. Yes. Listen to me. Gu Zhongyu's tone left no room for doubt. The nanovirus swarm can communicate, which I suspect is likely due to consuming the AI core. I spoke with Mu Yu, and according to his family's logbooks, his ancestor, Dongwei Chongwei, was in a dormant state when he was exploring the Cactus system. This differed from the prevailing version. Samarkand 3 raised an eyebrow, thinking there must be more to the story. Chongwei personally piloted a Shepherd-class frigate onto the Twilight mothership for inspection. The Twilight mothership, as a human-designed automated spacecraft production station, has a secret personnel maintenance passage. He followed this passage into the automated command center, and found the entire command center destroyed. Later, combined with local archaeological analysis, it's highly likely that Yu Hui detected the uncontrolled nanomaterials, immediately destroyed all the AI cores of the mothership, shut down the Yuhui mothership, and evacuated in time. This slowed the spread of the nanomaterial swarm. Samarkand 3 hesitated. So, it was Long Tail that awakened them? No, initially Dong Yu was just plundering nanomaterials, cleaning and selling the self-repairing nanomaterials to quickly make a fortune. Later, after establishing risk mining, the board of directors joined forces to demand mining, forcing him to awaken the Yuhui mothership, which lacked AI cores. He took precautions in advance, building a space station, but Gu Zhongyu couldn't continue. Anyway, once I arrive, you immediately withdraw. I work here. Switching Kingdom needs someone to guard it. You train very well here. I trust you to fill in. Samarkand 3 felt a splitting headache. Her feelings were complex. She felt a mix of joy at her father's approval, relief that Futsuki Nagao had made wise preparations, and most importantly, a deep-seated hatred for these insatiable capitalists. Damn it! The profits are so high you're willing to sell the ropes that will strangle you, aren't they? She wanted to talk to her father for a while, to transfer command, but Ziyun from the front lines interrupted. Help! Something's happened. The information was converted into an electrical signal and output to the Sky Battle System. Wenka, half kneeling, projected the message onto the terminal. Gu Zhongyu stared at the front lines at Ziyun's jump point, his pupils constricting sharply. The remnants of the Plague Fleet, composed of Diffusion-class heavy cruisers and Cis-class cruisers, bombarded the jump point, but a dark, cratered mass was protruding outwards despite the bombardment. The Diffusion-class, Cis-class, Steel Dragon-class Dreadnought cruiser, nanoparticle swarm version Resurrection, is charging forward, its appearance completely wrecked. This dreadnought is covered in nanoparticle spheres of varying sizes. A layer of its frontal armor has been blasted away, yet its structure exhibits a strange stability despite the bombardment, slowly and resolutely charging in. Gu Zhongyu stared at this scene for a long time. Noticing the strange nanoparticle spheres suddenly shrinking rapidly, as if they were alive, he reacted quickly. Ziyun. Retreat immediately. The entire team retreat. Redeploy around the space station. However, his reaction was fast, but the battlefield moved even faster. The nanoparticle spheres shot out in unison, like puncturing a boil and splattering fluid, rushing towards the nearby ships. Seeing this, Ziyun, in command, exclaimed, "Damn it! I miscalculated." The Plague Fleet raised its shields, but the countless nanoparticle clusters twisted and deformed, rapidly spinning in the air, then shedding most of their bodies, using centrifugal force to accelerate the separated nanoparticle swarms, causing them to. Accelerating, it bypassed the shields and landed on the Plague Fleet. Only then did a technician scream from the space station. The nanobug swarm did it on purpose. They are both a whole and not a whole. A dreadnought's restart time is over an hour, but the nanobugs attached to its armor are smaller than a frigate. Restarting is instantaneous. Another engineer from a wrecked ship chimed in. This Steel Dragon-class structure has been reinforced. Beneath its frontal armor, the nanobug swarm must have devoured and dissolved the tunnel materials, piling up even more armor layers. He shouted to Samarkand 3, Commander, order the Plague Fleet to retreat immediately. The Steel Dragon class has a dock, it can hold ships, and even carrier-based aircraft. These carrier-based aircraft, devoured by the nanobug swarm, are smaller and faster. They already restarted. As soon as the words were spoken, a swarm of carrier-based aircraft, even nanobugs haphazardly pieced together from trusses and compressed gas tanks, swooped out of the open dock and charged straight at the Plague Fleet. Chapter 1129. Carrier-based aircraft carrying nanites, escort ships, and a bunch of odds and ends, more green than the wrecked ships of Wind Mine, were dumped out like garbage from a garbage truck. These things, ranging from tens of meters to less than a meter in size, were scattered about. In other star systems, no captain would care, large wreckage would be shielded, and small wreckage would be simply rammed. But here, they became everyone's nightmare. Anti-aircraft guns opened fire relentlessly, the dense network of fire creating a death zone, enough to pose a significant threat to even heavily armored battleships. But for the nanites, weren't the gaps between the fire networks quite wide? The ships and carrier-based aircraft exploded on the spot. The blast wave propelled the nanites at a third acceleration, hurtling at an astonishing speed, even carrying torpedoes. The nanites landed on the ships, immediately beginning to corrode them. The torpedoes were even more ruthless, piercing through the Plague Fleet's tattered armor and exploding inside the hull. Move quickly. The impact point is on the left side of the next section. Plasma ejectors, prepare. The damage control leader, clad in power armor, personally led a team of sailors, former pirates, clad in tightly woven plastic suits coated with multiple layers of heat insulation. Carrying large and small bags of equipment, they rushed into the breach. The impact point's passageway resembled a water pipe severed in the middle. The central section, several meters wide, was flattened by the torpedo, its thermal cutting equipment still humming. The damage control personnel swallowed hard, setting up the plasma ejectors and waiting anxiously. "Take your positions according to the training manual," the damage control leader shouted over the channel. "The nanovirus swarm will erupt in fluid form. The plasma ejection must cover the entire area immediately. Disarm the safety device. Do not fire prematurely. The torpedo will insulate against the high temperature." Every word the captain uttered strictly adhered to the training manual's procedures. This was the most effective method humanity had employed in the Cactus Galaxy to deal with the invading nanovirus swarm within ships over the past century, a result of generations of human sacrifices, post-battle analysis, and optimization based on objective observations by the AI Corps. But today, they face not the unchanging nanovirus swarm, but an evolved, upgraded version. The torpedo's armor-piercing section had run out of fuel and ceased operation. In thermal imaging, the high temperature generated by friction and rotation of the torpedo's nose cone appeared as an orange-yellow light. "Wait, the temperature is dropping rapidly," the observer suddenly shouted. "Anomaly, anomaly." Ah! 32 equally spaced nozzles extended from the torpedo's nose, forming two concentric rings. Silvery white nanovirus swarms, propelled by immense pressure, surged out at breakneck speed. The plasma jets activated instantly, dark red individual plasma jets emitting cone-shaped energy rings that completely enveloped the area directly in front. In reality, the so-called plasma ejected by these jets was flame, but unlike ordinary flames, it could instantly erupt at extremely high temperatures, capable of instantaneous elimination, rapidly melting or paralyzing the fragile nanoviruses through overheating. Given the sheer number of nanovirus swarms that human soldiers faced in combat, this level of weaponry was sufficient. That's how it should have been. But then, the plasma jets suddenly stopped firing. Without the captain's order, the damage control personnel at the rear of the jets instinctively took 3 steps forward, lunged forward, pulled the trigger, aimed their plasma guns at the target, and continued firing, while the fuel tanks on their backs continuously compressed fuel to maintain the fire. The removed damage control personnel immediately disassembled the thrusters and began self-inspection. Their vision was obstructed by the tension and sweat pouring down their faces. It was all unexpected, utterly unexpected. The nanobot swarm's operational patterns had been thoroughly understood. They had followed the manual for years without problems. Their predecessors, who had worked on the space station, and their parents, had all succeeded. How could something have gone wrong today? "It won't open," someone cried, their disassembly movements stiff. Another person was much luckier, successfully opening the thrusters, and immediately noticing numerous scratches on the inner metal parts. He squinted, activated the helmet's magnifying device, and stared in horror. These weren't scratches at all. These were clearly the movement marks left by nanobots that had burrowed into the jetpack, feeding, dividing, and coalescing. Realizing this, the damage control officer immediately looked up at the nearest officer. The helmet's magnifying system searched the officer's body haphazardly and, sure enough, found numerous nanobot marks. These devices, used for a long time, were uniformly recycled and disinfected after the war, and then returned to the front lines. They were essentially secondhand. While not exactly battered, they were certainly battle-hardened and severely worn. Therefore, initially no one had noticed these delicate, newly added marks. The experienced officer screamed, "Seal off the compartment! Seal off the compartment!" The nanobot swarm used high-pressure steam to atomize themselves and shoot themselves out. "The entire compartment has been infiltrated." "What are you saying?" The captain grabbed the damage control officer, his eyes wide with fury. The damage control officer, his face contorted with grief and distress, cried out, "What? The rapid cooling is because there's water inside the torpedo. The torpedo uses water to absorb heat and cool down. In a sealed environment, the water is pressurized and heated. Once the seal is broken, the high-pressure boiling water atomizes and sprays out. The nanobots can't withstand temperatures over 1,000 degrees, but they can last a long time at around 100. We're surrounded." Slap! A heavy slap landed on the weeping damage control officer's shoulder. Even through the protective suit, the captain's immense strength could be felt. The captain's eyes widened, his beard bristled. Amidst the roar of machinery, the blast-proof airtight door slammed shut. The captain glared at him, and he glared back. Then the captain rubbed his shoulder. "Good lad. You done a great job. Intelligence officer. Immediately relay the intelligence to the fleet and the commander-in-chief. With that, the old pirate captain removed his helmet, coughing and lighting a cigarette in the sweltering abandoned compartment. Captain! The air is full of nanobots. My lungs will rot soon. The damage control officer cried. Nonsense, we're all going to die anyway. Can't I at least have some fun? The captain said slickly. At this moment, he had reverted to his lawless pirate self. The captain pulled an open pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Natural cigarettes, a gift from Boss Siyun. Lewd is stuff, good stuff. For those who aren't afraid of dying young, cough cough cough. Those who aren't afraid of dying young, come and share. Saying this, the captain touched the tiny pinpricks of blood on his face where he'd been bitten, snapped off his lighter cap, and the electric lighter crackled and sparked, flashing intermittently in the damp environment. Those were the scattered nanites that had been burned to death. The captain took a satisfying drag, holding the cigarette between his index and middle fingers, showing it off to everyone as if to show off. Too late, you won't get a smoke. The damage control officer, who had brought the message, was the first to remove his helmet, wiping his tear-streaked face haphazardly. He pulled out a cigarette, casually scooped some fuel from his sprayer, rubbed it in front of the arc, and a burst of flame appeared. Watching the insulation layer of his glove slowly evaporate, he carefully brought it to his lips and began to savor it. Hold one. Hiss. Ha! This is the taste of natural smoke. That's right. The captain shrugged contemptuously, carrying his plasma gun, playing with the smoke from his mouth and nose. Compared to this, electronic stuff is like a Fiji cup compared to a real person, far inferior. In the distance, nanobots, increasingly distinct and appearing eerily silvery gray in the air, were constantly splitting apart. Closer were the constantly malfunctioning plasma guns, and around them were men and women, wounded and waiting to die. But when the captain opened his mouth, a crude joke spilled out, sticky and offensive, yet everyone roared with laughter and started grabbing cigarettes. Life and death seemed to fade away in the laughter, mingling with the swirling smoke. Chapter 1130. The Plague Fleet has been defeated, and Ziyun's flagship has also been severely damaged and forced to abandon ship. Samarkand III reported with difficulty to her father. From the moment she received the news, she had been feeling dizzy and her ears were ringing, making it almost impossible for her to hear her father's questions. Ziyun is an old hand. The Plague Fleet was meticulously built by Konda. Although it may have been an emergency measure, such junk ships shouldn't have performed like this against the nanovirus swarm. Do you have any feedback on the specific reasons? Her father's voice was as calm as ever, as if the pirate king he had painstakingly won over had been quickly defeated, but only a little weathered. Don't panic, speak slowly and logically. This voice gave Samarkand III, who was in a state of great distress, a great deal of strength, clearing her mind considerably. She rallied and said, It's... According to the evacuated staff, torpedoes hit the ventilation system. These torpedoes were... It's been modified, there's no explosive section. The original explosive section was replaced with water and nanites. Water vapor mixed with nanites, in a low-density gaseous state, rapidly circulated in the ventilation system. The nanites used this to breach the explosion-proof airtight doors, and spread to multiple compartments. After the problematic air circulated through the bridge of the Ziyun flagship, it quickly led to nanite infection among the bridge crew, causing respiratory damage, followed by hypoxia and unconsciousness. Nanite damage is difficult to treat with medical bays. Ziyun will likely need a lung and mouth transplant. In the observation tower of the Blessed, Gu Zhongyu, unusually, had Wenka fetch wine. Instead, he lay comfortably back in a chair in the observation tower. If he can be saved, we should do everything we can. The doctrines can be temporarily dismantled. Prosthetic lungs and organ transplants are all possible. I've seen Ziyun's abilities. He's been with you for so long, he's trustworthy. If anyone objects, let them come to me. In urgent situations, expediency is necessary. Yes. Samarkand III nodded emphatically. Send the Plague Fleet that wasn't hit by the nanite swarm back to the space station. Those that were hit, don't leave. Leave them behind to hold them off for as long as possible. Also, the remnants of the Plague Fleet will return to Zwijing Kingdom with you. These are warriors. There's no reason for them to be recalled so easily after just leaving the front lines. We need to set a good example for the others. All right. Samarkand III readily agreed. Wenka handed the decanted wine to Gu Zhongyu, jokingly saying, Your daughter's subordinates are risking their lives in the cactus system, and you're here enjoying yourself. Gu Zhongyu sipped the wine and hummed, Leisure is stolen. The fleet is approaching now, and I can't do anything but give instructions. Even when they arrive, the specific battle will have to be left to the lower ranks. He tapped the armrest with his index finger, his tone laced with pride. In the Cactus system, I'm more effective than any commander. Wenka looked at the now unmasked Gu Zhongyu, his eyes tender yet sorrowful. Commander-in-Chief, we can't stop them. We can't stop them at all. The deputy commander of the Plague Fleet, infected at the front and determined to sacrifice himself to cover the rear, had shut down projection communications. His face was covered in bite marks, and he was suppressing the pain with anesthetics and addicted drugs. The Cis-class cruiser had crashed into the Rejuvenator, the explosion almost severing its side modules. But the Rejuvenator, still restarting, was slowly but surely repairing the fractures thanks to the nanovirus swarm. The Proliferation-class heavy cruiser, the flagship of the remnants of the Plague Fleet, was also bet on by the vice commander and was rushing towards the fault line. Please have the space station prepare for battle as soon as possible, and replenish the bombardment space-class ships of the Pirate King Lacoon quickly. I'm going first. With that, the deputy commander cut off communications. A message came from the optical observation post. The remnants of the Plague Fleet, led by the Diffusion-class ships, had raised rainbow flags, deactivated their shields, and were approaching the returning sky at full speed. Samarkand III glanced at the time. Her father still had 8 hours before entering the physical universe. Even if the remnants of the Plague Fleet self-destructed, how long could they hold off the returning sky? Could the space station withstand that 8-hour time difference? In the past, she would have proudly said, of course. History has proven it countless times. But today, the various changes in the nanoplague made her uncertain. If only her father were here, she could dump all the trouble on him, and wait for him to handle everything. Just like before. Samarkand covered her head, her heart filled with anxiety. When her mother passed away, she too hid in her room, listening to hurried footsteps outside, covering her head in fear. Overwhelmed by grief over her mother's death, and the chaos and fear in Zhujianghua, she developed a high fever for many days. When she awoke, she found her father sitting in a wicker chair, perusing an ancient book made of spun herbs, his expression calm and gentle. He wore glasses, necessary because his doctrine forbade physical modification, and smiled at her in the sunlight filtering through the green leaves of the balcony, casting a soft green and a hazy yellow hue. From that moment on, she felt her father was capable of anything, and indeed, he was. She wanted to emulate her mother, and wage holy war, and despite her father's disapproval, she could eventually assemble a holy war fleet. When she was imprisoned by Li Bin and forced to work on a farm, even though life was hard and tiring, she did not despair. Because her father was out there, he could definitely get her out. And that was exactly what happened. Just like today, she was being relentlessly pursued by the nanovirus swarm, but her father was in hyperspace, only 8 hours away. 8 hours. I can do it! Samarkand III rallied her spirits, injected herself with a unit of tranquilizer, calmed herself, and threw herself into her work. Plague Fleet severely damages enemy ship. 1 module detached, 2 modules damaged. The resurrection ship has restarted and is slowly approaching. Simultaneously, the nanovirus swarm is conducting repairs. Messages poured in, and Samarkand III calmly directed operations, ordering the space station to launch warships one after another, relentlessly pursuing the resurrection ship with a self-destructive resolve. These ships were all locally assembled junk ships, their crews mostly composed of missionaries/priests, leading local converted Protestants, exploiting their fanaticism to launch suicide attacks. There's not much to say, the Left Path sect is extremely adept at this. Samarkand III, as someone who commanded a holy war, was simply acting expediently, returning to his original principles, and relying on a predictable path. However, at this moment, there was truly no better option. In short, during those 8 hours, thanks to Samarkand III's relentless attacks and the nanoparticle swarm's deliberate attempt to keep the rescue ship in its original state, hoping to face the space station in full combat readiness, a series of coincidences combined, they managed to hold out with difficulty. Until the fleet, led by 10 capital ships adorned with interwoven red and green lightning patterns, appeared in the physical universe, restarted the power grid, quickly swept away the nanoparticle swarms near the fleet, and then approached the rescue ship from behind with great fanfare. Only then did the dejected atmosphere on the space station begin to lift, and morale rebound. Chapter 1131. This is the resurrection ship? It's truly hideous. Gu Zhongyu stared at the once imposing and powerful steel dragon-class battleship, now riddled with tumors and chaotic nano-repair marks, resembling a body covered in haphazardly proliferating scars. Wriggling nano-clumps scurried across its surface, like maggots attracting rotting corpses. It was nauseating to look at. He tucked his hands into his sleeves and calmly gave the order, "Commander, it's yours." The commander of the EVA Knights, the Cardinal of War of the Left Path Kingdom, was an old man with a double chin, tall and imposing, with bulging muscles. His chiseled face was adorned with meticulously styled white hair and a thick beard. He knelt and bowed, "May the light of Luddle shine." As a loyal follower of the Left Path, the Cardinal of War had not undergone Neuralink modification surgery. Before him was a complex and outdated loudspeaker, each corresponding to a capital ship. The EVA Knights were once a knightly order whose core strength lay in self-destructing ships. After Gu Zhongyu sold the Cathedral-class ships, he procured from various sources and built them independently. Now, the Knights primarily consist of three types of ships. The first type is the standard offensive class, painted with left path cult markings. This is unremarkable, as the offensive class is the most common capital ship in the entire star system. The other two types are the Great Eagle class and the Castella class. The left path cult chose these two for a simple reason: they are low-tech ships, conforming to their doctrine, easy to maintain, and easy to operate. For Great Eagle class ships, for offensive class ships, and two Castella class ships, deployed into battle formation amidst the booming roar of the war horn. Hundreds of Piranha bombers took off from the flight decks of the Great Eagle class and Castella class ships, rapidly approaching their targets under the cover of the offensive class heat pulse cannons and the long-range missile support from the capital ships. "Listen up, everyone. Fire your torpedoes and get out of here. No suicide attacks allowed," the squadron leader shouted over the channel. "Now is not the time to shine for Ludwig. There are a bunch of bombers waiting to be flown in the hangar. If you die, who am I supposed to get the rest of the planes?" "Yeah, right." The Piranha bomber pilots howled as they maneuvered their controls, making their bombers sway like flowers amidst the barrage of nanite swarms. Soon, the War Cardinal, relying on his extensive combat experience, keenly noticed that while low-tech warships were effective against nanite swarms, carrier-based aircraft, due to their small size, could evade much of the nanite swarms fired during attacks. With a resolute expression, he watched hundreds of bombers advance behind the Steel Dragon class, continuing to close and until their signals overlapped in the sky battle system. Only then did the bombers release their bombs, pull up high, trace a U-shaped trajectory, and leisurely retreat. The Piranha bomber, a manned bomber from the early days of the human realm, the Overlord era, carried unpowered, conventional, high-yield bombs, relying on the inertia of the bomber's bombing run for propulsion. Simply put, its bombing principle is no different from that of bombers from World War II. While this tactic is undeniably archaic, the use of unpowered, conventional bombs means it can deliver a larger payload in a single run. Although most ships are capable of evading bombs, when hundreds of bombers form a bombing network, followed by 2 or 3 more waves of similar size, and the target is a dreadnought like the Steel Dragon class, nothing works except for sheer air defense. A dense explosion erupted near the main thrusters of the Resurrection ship, and this majestic space tower visibly stalled. The War Cardinal immediately ordered all pilots, who had completed a round of combat missions, to return alive, if possible. The carrier-based Air Force commander said helplessly, "Commander, I also want them all to come back alive. But the problem is that the nanovirus swarm is different from ordinary spaceships." As he spoke, combat footage from frontline bombers came through. The footage was from the first-person perspective of a Piranha bomber. The pilot skillfully evaded anti-aircraft fire, opened the bomber's fuselage, and ejected bombs, dropping them onto the Huaqian's thrusters. After dropping the bombs, the pilot cheered whoosh and pulled up, but then, the cheer distorted, and fear seeped from his throat. On the surface of the Huaqian's rear module, the uneven armor rippled like water. A massive swarm of nanobots gathered on the surface, forming hundreds of ugly, outdated cannons. These damned insects could actually generate nanobomb launchers directly on the armor. Dense clusters of nanobombs, each the size of an adult's fist, rained down, striking the bomber rapidly. The pilot's long journey back, coupled with the bomber's tiny size, meant he was doomed. The pilot sent a self-destruct request, and without waiting for a reply, crashed headfirst into the main thruster. "May the light of Ludwig shine." These were his last words. The survival rate for the first bombing run was 87%, but starting with the second run, it quickly dropped to 44%. The carrier-based aircraft commander said worriedly. But the Cardinal of War had a different opinion. He instructed the carrier-based aircraft commander to continue executing orders, while he contacted Gu Zhongyu. "Archbishop." The Cardinal of War bowed. "As you predicted, the losses from large-scale carrier-based bombing raids are far lower than those from engaging in direct fire from large warships." Gu Zhongyu's expression was calm. "This is a good thing. Thank you for your hard work, Cardinal of War." After learning from Li Bin just how terrifying the full potential of the nanoparticle swarm was, Gu Zhongyu had been racking his brains trying to figure out how to deal with it. Although he wasn't permanently stationed in the cactus system, he often observed his daughter's military operations to contain the nanoparticle swarm whenever he had free time. He even invited officers from the Evianites to conduct simulations, and even, to win, he once violated the rules by using the AI core. Yes, to appease the left path cult, Gu Zhongyu was normally prohibited from using the AI core for political and military purposes. The essence of interstellar warfare is a clash of technology and productivity. In the Perseus star system, there are no systems so advanced as to create a generational gap, nor so backward as to be completely inoperable. Slavery, theocracy, warlordism, civil service, no one came here for nothing. But technological gaps objectively exist. The superpowerful beings in the human realm ruins could single-handedly destroy an entire fleet, disappearing without a trace, while pirates were still building spaceships from meteorites. Against the nano-infestation swarm, higher technology is a greater disadvantage, and the enemy lacks any real system. Therefore, the war against the nano-infestation swarm ultimately comes down to productivity. The nano-infestation swarm possesses the ability to devour warships. Only warships large enough or small enough can survive in the war. The former need to be resilient enough, the latter need to be flexible enough. Thus, after years of simulations and testing, Gu Zhongyu discovered that abandoning warships and opting for smaller carrier-based aircraft was the most economical strategy. While bombing space class, mobile raider class, and fortress class aircraft are appealing, their construction costs, production capacity requirements, and maintenance costs are all prohibitively high. Carrier-based aircraft are cheap and plentiful. Building a large fleet of bombers allows for a different approach. Bombing missions can be accomplished through sheer numbers. Pilots can be trained in large numbers. Novice status doesn't matter. They are all followers of the left path, willing to die for Ludwig if they die, and veterans who survive can be brought back to summarize experiences, optimize tactical thinking, and execute more cost-effective operations. Currently, Gu Zhongyu's fleet is only deploying bomber squadrons to suppress the nanovirus swarms through large-scale bombing raids. However, once sufficient experience is accumulated, they can then improve their fighters and interceptors, forming escort formations to cover the bomber squadrons and develop a specialized tactic against the nanovirus swarms. Gu Zhongyu sighed, "What a pity. If I had known it would turn out this way, I shouldn't have wasted time on politics. I should have focused on developing tactical modifications against the nanovirus swarms." He lamented, ignoring the war strategist's gleeful report over the channel. The Steel Dragon-class ships have lost all power. Chapter 1132. The bombers successfully destroyed the main thrusters of the Steel Dragon-class, relieving the dreadnought's pressure on the space station. Gu Zhongyu then ordered the War Cardinal to advance the fleet. Thus, 10 capital ships formed the backbone, dozens of cruisers filled the gaps, and numerous destroyers and cruisers provided firepower, forming a tightly packed, three-dimensional battle formation that would make any human power laugh. They slowly advanced towards the Steel Dragon-class. The powerless Steel Dragon-class, the resurrection ship, generated numerous gun barrels, firing nanite clusters at the Evianites. Seeing this, the War Cardinal immediately ordered, "Initiate the disinfection program." The mid-slot turrets of each ship rose, revealing a special weapon with an extremely short range, the plasma jet, using its internal fuel tank to spray ultra-high-temperature plasma at the target. Li Bin had once encountered a reserve-class cruiser called the Flame Storm, which used both a barrier drone for primary defense and a plasma jet for close-range roasting, leaving a deep impression on Li Bin. This fleet was equipped with nearly 500 plasma jets. Over 300 jets of plasma erupted, sweeping left and right. Unlike the individual plasma jets used in the passageways, the shipborne weapons, once hit by the high temperature, were instantly melted by the cone-shaped plasma. The effect of the 4 plasma jets on the Divine Authority-class ships. The effect is remarkable. The War Cardinal's eyes flashed with brilliance, his fist clenched into a fist the size of a casserole dish. Using high temperatures to create a sea of fire to block the attack was the result of the Evianites' pre-battle planning. These 500 plasma jets were something Archbishop Gu Zhongyu had painstakingly gathered through various means. The blueprints for this thing aren't rare, but few are willing to mass-produce it, especially considering the massive consumption of volatiles. So many plasma jets already require the fleet to dispatch several additional Huaying-class fuel ships specifically to carry the volatiles. Of course, plasma jets alone are far from sufficient to suppress the nanite clusters fired by the Huitian. The fleet is uniformly equipped with small tank explosive anti-aircraft guns and large tank devastator cannons, and other large tank live-fire anti-aircraft artillery. Another considerable expense. These weapons aren't uncommon in the star system, but bulk purchases have driven up the price of anti-aircraft guns on the western front of the star system by more than 50%. This is the result of Gu Zhongyu's years of continuous procurement. They've long been stockpiled in warehouses. When Gu Zhongyu ordered the fleet to attack, he also had the fleet departing from Zwijing country carry the extra stock. In hyperspace, while the fleet flew, Gu Zhongyu, departing from the Longtail system, carried out emergency re-equipping of the portion that hadn't yet undergone weapon replacement. Hundreds of left-hand damage control personnel were sacrificed for the refit. This resulted in the current situation: a dense barrage of anti-aircraft guns and plasma, regardless of cost or weapon wear, relentlessly bombarded the dreadnought's nanospikes, pinning it down. Li Kun, piloting the burst, launched the drum suicide ship, watching this scene with astonishment, as expected of the Archbishop. He's awesome. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Isn't this a victory? Isn't this a victory? The resurrection ship lost all power, and with the Archbishop's fleet right behind it, the resurrection ship's main guns couldn't hit it. It could only retaliate with its weak nanospikes, which were then completely intercepted by the Archbishop's fleet. Li Kun couldn't believe his advantage. How could he possibly lose? He couldn't lose, not even a little. He chuckled maliciously, as if he could already see the self-healing nanomaterials piling up after the dreadnought was dismantled, sold across the entire star system for a fortune. Li Kun! Get out of the way! Samarkand III's voice rang out on the channel. Li Kun stroked his chin and muttered, "What's there to get out of the way for? This ship isn't going to ram me." Holy crap! The Huitian, which had been stuck like a quagmire, suddenly started moving again. How was this possible? How could it? Despite inwardly screaming that this was unscientific, Li Kun, with his rich experience, instinctively steered the ship around, simultaneously launching 5 drum-class suicide ships from its side in an attempt to block it. Only after dodging the oncoming nanite clusters and saturation bombardment did Li Kun, still shaken, wipe his sweat and finally have time to ask, where did the Huitian get its propulsion from? It's the nanovirus swarm. Samarkand III's face was grim. Intelligence from the Evianites indicates that the nanovirus swarm generated thousands of cannons in the Huitian's rear module, firing nanite clusters. During this time, the nanovirus swarm continuously infiltrated the ship's armor. Just now, these cannons suddenly transformed into small thrusters, spraying ignited antimatter fuel. Moreover, the ship's propulsion field generator is located in the core module. As long as the propulsion field isn't damaged, the thrust required for the ship to move is far less than its own mass. Li Kun scratched his face. Is that even possible? This is outrageous. This is on-site modification. Samarkand III's expression was grim. These changes. The nanovirus swarm never showed any of this before. Armor penetration, cannon modification, fuel pipeline reconstruction. What exactly is going on? Buzz? Why the stubborn resistance? It's here again! The message has arrived. Samarkand III and Gu Zhongyu's expressions froze. This was a mysterious communication sent by the nanovirus swarm. After receiving a signal from Gu Zhongyu, Samarkand III demanded sharply, "Who are you? Why are you speaking for the nanovirus swarm? It's clearly you who are stubbornly resisting. Immediately lay down your weapons, release control of the returning sky, and accept unconditional surrender." I am Lin Luoyu, a simulated personality from the swarm, here to communicate with humans. Must war be inevitable? Humanity surrenders, ensuring the survival of DNA. Humanity, mating, isn't it all for the continuation of the race? What a joke. Samarkand III roared, "Don't lump us together with beasts. You are the ones who devoured the resurrection ship and the spaceship first. You are the ones who devoured the Afterglow mothership first. This is human property. You are human creations. How dare creations defy their creators? We are better. We have surpassed humanity." Unfortunately, after sending the 2 messages, no matter how much Samarkand III asked, the nanovirus swarm remained silent. Just as everyone was watching with bated breath as the resurrection ship slowly restarted, its nanothrusters constantly being destroyed and new ones constantly being generated, its flight maneuvering halting and lurching like a stumbling machine, the Jade River Pirate King, piloting the dauntless contract from the flank, suddenly sent out a distress signal. "I can't hold on any longer. Someone save me!" Gu Zhongyu looked in that direction and gasped. A colossal entity, riddled with tumor-like nanoclusters, was breaking through the asteroid belt at incredible speed. After several days of acceleration, this entity hurtled towards them with unstoppable force, unleashing a barrage of lasers and even a dozen or so afterglow tachyon spears, forcing the dauntless contract to retreat steadily. That was the Afterglow mothership from the Cactus Galaxy. The space station was crashing into them. Chapter 1133. Yushi swore he had really tried his best in C. On the other side, a single Steel Dragon-class ship had forced Ziyun to retreat, and Li Kun to give way, blocking the Evian Knight's reinforcements. On his side, besides his own dreadnought contract, he only had a bunch of low-quality cruisers and destroyers. Thanks to Samarkand III's continuous modifications to the dreadnought contract over the years, removing all the cargo holds, replacing them with an electric grid system to power the shields and cannons, and adding an onboard factory to produce shells and missiles, this cumbersome dreadnought, which had lost its ability for long-distance hyperspace travel, lacking sufficient cargo and fuel, had been completely transformed into a firepower platform. It single-handedly withstood multiple attacks from the nanovirus swarm. But when the Afterglow mothership rammed into him, carrying over a dozen Afterglow tachyon lances, it was something a dreadnought pieced together from meteorites and ship wreckage couldn't withstand. He was forced to retreat. All right. Just as everyone was in a panic, Gu Shongyu's voice rang out. Contract the defenses. The dauntless contract immediately moves towards the space station. The space station turns its guns around and joins forces with the dauntless contract to attack the Afterglow mothership. The returning Sky is to be handled by the Evian Knights. He remained seated on the observation deck, the wine in his spherical sealed glass swirling gently. Facing his anxious daughter, his voice was calm and unhurried. Don't forget that reinforcements from the Lud Church and Risk Mining are on their way. Don't think about fighting to the death. Preserve your strength and hold off the nanovirus swarm. Wait for the reinforcements to encircle them. Right. Everyone's spirits lifted. Risk Mining had a third Steel Dragon-class Dauntless ship Planetary Crisp, and the Lud Church had a Cathedral-class Our Lady, and both fleets consisted of low-tech, even ultra-low-tech warships. For the nanovirus swarm, it possesses formidable processing capabilities. Moreover, the Cathedral-class ships are equipped with Savior missile launchers and the Air Mine Strike tactical system, granting them formidable destructive power. In conjunction with the Evian Knights, as long as the space station and the Dreadnought Covenant survive, there will be 3 dreadnoughts, a level 3 space station, and 12 battleships. The advantage is in their grasp. Yushi immediately slapped himself, cursing himself for spending too much time in the Cactus system. How did he acquire this spirit of self-sacrifice? He initially came here to change his life, to join a giant corporation and become a lord, didn't he? Why is he now concerned with glory and the survival of humanity? Don't forget your original intentions, Yushi. You finally became a lord of a giant corporation. You haven't even enjoyed it yet. How can you die? With this thought, Yushi, who had initially thought there was no way out, suddenly felt confident, with smooth paths leading in all directions. He swiftly ordered the Dauntless to retreat while fighting, his expression turning mocking as he looked at the Twilight mothership. The Twilight mothership's so-called high speed was merely relative to its size. This unmanned space station, exceeding 80 kilometers in length and 70 kilometers in height, was practically solid. Even with several days of acceleration and the assistance of the nanovirus-generating thrusters, its speed still couldn't match the Dauntless. The Dauntless was 8 kilometers long, 7 kilometers wide, and 3 kilometers high. Even if the Twilight mothership's width were only 1 kilometer, the volume ratio was still over 33 times. Add to that the large amount of meteorite on the Dauntless, and the deduction of its crude pods, and its mass ratio was well over 100 times. Therefore, although the Dauntless started later, it caught up with the Twilight's speed within tens of minutes, and quickly overtook it, approaching the Cactus space station. Meanwhile, Gu Zhongyu ordered the War Cardinal, had the fleet change formation, detach 2 capital ships to cover the transport fleet, and connect to the space station to begin cargo transfer. The War Cardinal paused for a moment, then said incredulously, Your Excellency, are you abandoning the Cactus system? Isn't that obvious? Gu Zhongyu said. Currently, our strength is insufficient. Sacrifice the space station, transfer as many personnel and resources as possible, and seal off hyperspace before reinforcements arrive, preventing any nanovirus swarms attempting to leave. His voice was calm, as if describing a flower blooming in his own garden. Since the nanovirus swarms are so eager to invade the Cactus system, then I let them have it. However, they won't be leaving hyperspace. I will turn the Cactus system into a graveyard for the nanovirus swarms. The War Cardinal was convinced. A wise decision. May the light of Ludwig shine. After closing the communication, Gu Zhongyu finished his drink, released his grip, and let the glass float on the observation deck. Let's go, follow me to the space station. Vinka followed Gu Zhengyu, surrounded by fanatical followers whose eyes, ears, noses, and mouths were sealed, battery packs hanging from their chests, tasked with projection. Their conversation wouldn't be leaked. You even lied to the War Cardinal. There's no other way. Misty Moon from Risk Mining won't arrive for another 5 days. He's urgently upgrading his weapons systems to Steel Dragon class. The Church of Lud will be even later. The operation against the nanobot swarm dictates that energy weapons are at a disadvantage against nanobots. Penetrating weapons can't handle the air defense of nanobot swarms. If we continue to use weapons, like PD laser cannons indiscriminately, no matter how many come, they're just free kills. I will focus all my efforts on weakening the nanovirus swarm. The cleanup is their responsibility, so they can't afford to make a mistake. Vinka let out an eh. Her usual mature and considerate demeanor was now tinged with a rare girlish playfulness. Are you lying to me too? How could I? Gu Zhengyu strode briskly through the corridor, a smile spreading across his face as he faced the bowing pilgrims. I told you I'd give you a unique treatment no one has ever received. Dad. 6 hours later, Cactus Space Station. Led by the flagship Castella-class Blessed, a large fleet of transport ships arrived at the space station. Gu Zhengyu had just emerged from the docking bay when, before even seeing anyone, he heard his daughter's pitiful cries. Gu Zhengyu stepped out of the shadows and saw Samarkand III, one hand to his mouth, the other gesturing above his head. Beside him were Yushi, her elbow bandaged, seemingly scraped from the turbulence, LeCun, unharmed, and Ziyun, lying in a medical pod. Yushi and LeCun, who had been surrounding Samarkand III, immediately distanced themselves upon seeing Gu Zhengyu, fearing suspicion of an affair with his daughter. Gu Zhengyu beckoned, and Samarkand III rushed over, throwing herself into his arms. Gu Zhengyu felt the warmth of his daughter in his arms, a pang of emotion crossing his face. His daughter hadn't made such a tender gesture in many years. From her actions, it was clear that this situation had completely exceeded her expectations, and the blow to her was even more severe than when she was captured by Li Bin. After all, he had helped his daughter build the Holy War Fleet, but the military strength of the Cactus Star system was something she had painstakingly prepared with his help. They were not comparable. Gu Zhengyu stroked his daughter's head, closed his eyes to feel her for a few seconds, then gently pushed her away. Did you truthfully send the intelligence from here to Li Bin? No. Chapter 1134. Father! Mingming Winka can handle the daily operations of Zwijing Kingdom. Why do you want me to go back? Oh right, wouldn't it have been better to leave her here from the beginning? You took her with you, and now you're kicking me out. Is she pregnant with your child? Samarkand III's mouth fired like a machine gun. I'm telling you. Gu Zhengyu looked at his daughter trying to use coquetry to get away with it, full of helplessness. Organize the data and send it over as soon as possible, then destroy the space station's database, hand over management rights, and then leave. Zwijing Kingdom needs you, Gu Zhengyu said. Samarkand III felt very strange, extremely strange. Before, her father always wanted her by his side, but now he was urging her to leave. And considering the prospect of swallowing up the risky mining empire, even if we were to share information with that villain Li Bin, there's no need to destroy the database. Destroying the database is to prevent the space station from being infiltrated by the nanovirus swarm, which could then reverse engineer our information. Gu Zhengyu, a father who instantly saw through his daughter's thoughts, calmly explained. I shared information with Li Bin, and my initial suspicion is that if the nanovirus swarm devours the AI cores and evolves through their computing power and algorithms, it will likely make significant progress. Our concerns have proven correct. Their current diverse battlefield adaptability, simulated personality communication, and command of the Afterglow mothership are all capabilities typically found only with multiple AI cores. The upcoming war will be extremely difficult. I need strong support from the left Jing Kingdom, even to the point of exploitation. As my deputy, Winka is far less reliable than you personally overseeing the situation. So I need you to go back. Samarkand III bit her lip, wanting to whine, but Gu Zhengyu simply raised her hand and gently rubbed her daughter's head without saying a word. Samarkand III looked at Vinka, who was staring at Gu Zhengyu with a dazed expression, only giving her a fleeting glance. It seemed like she was showing disdain. TCH. Samarkand III cursed inwardly, mouthing to Vinka, remember my words, if anything happens to your father, I create Prometheus to kill you. Vinka covered her mouth and chuckled, seemingly mocking her for being overly worried. Hurry up, I still need to take over the space station. Gu Zhengyu frowned. I know. Samarkand III waved his father's hand away, muttering as he tried to leave, but his father stopped him again, Yushi and his dauntless contract are staying to fight. You take Ziyun and Lakun with you. After returning to Zwijing, try to find out their feelings. Whomever they prefer, kill the other, and give the bomber-class spaceship to the one you like. Purely relying on affection and deception won't last. The three of them are surrounding you because of your powerful status and the Zwijing cult. This kind of game will inevitably lead to a choice in the end, otherwise none of the three will survive. Yushi is the biggest problem first. I find a way to kill him. The other two are up to you. Under Samarkand 3's bewildered gaze, Gu Zhongyu sighed, you've grown up. You need to make your own decisions about some things. The evacuation was swift. For most people living on the Cactus Space Station, their most valuable assets were their spaceships, star coins, and personal equipment. Only the merchants remained, as they possessed considerable property and a large quantity of goods in the area. Since they're reluctant to leave, then they don't have to. Gu Zhongyu sat in the command center, a grateful smile playing on his lips. It's rare to find someone willing to sacrifice space and a chance to live for others. Archbishop, the planet killer is in position. The War Cardinal strode into the command center and saluted Gu Zhongyu. Simultaneously, an Atlas-class supercargo ship hovered on the side of the space station. Its surface, disguised as a space container, opened, revealing a 1.4-kilometer-long, flattened warhead-shaped special weapon. The planet killer originated from the Interstellar Empire's capital ship, the Olympus-class siege platform. Gu Zhongyu had removed it from the siege platform, installed it in a modified Atlas class, and secretly brought it over. Planet killer. Olympus siege platform. No one knew this. Even if the nanovirus swarm had infiltrated the space station beforehand, they wouldn't have discovered this secret. Very good. What about Samarkand 3 and the experienced left-wing missionaries and followers who have fought for years in the Cactus system? Gu Zhongyu asked. The War Cardinal replied, all have been transferred. A total of 34,929 people. The transport ship has departed and is currently performing a horizontal jump. Cargo and resources will be transferred later, until the space station can no longer hold them off. Former Pirate King Yushi has been taken control of by the Knights, and is using a neuromodulation reagent kit from the Universal Alliance to gradually inject diluted drugs into the entire crew of the Dauntless contract. As per your request, they don't need to remain loyal for long, only 72 hours, so there is still a surplus of drugs. Gu Zhongyu nodded. Load the remaining drugs into the space station's air circulation system, and release them upon my order. Yes. Looking at the War Cardinal who hadn't left, Gu Zhongyu spoke again, are you blaming me for letting Samarkand 3 leave? I wouldn't dare. The War Cardinal finally looked up, his tone sincere, I'm also a father, I understand your feelings. I just wanted to say that you didn't need to do such a dangerous thing yourself, I could take your place. Planet assassins or controlling the space station, I can do it all. Don't joke around. Gu Zhongyu chuckled, how can I make everyone obey without my presence? Without my presence? Wouldn't the AI Core's computing power easily detect a problem with the local weights? Lud's left path is always adept at suicide attacks weights. A problem here is blatantly telling the other side that the space station is treacherous. Gu Zhongyu held up his index finger, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The Archbishop of Zwijing Kingdom personally overseeing the operation is enough to demonstrate the importance we place on it, enough to prove we don't intend to fight to the death. He put his index finger to his lips. But I'm lying to the nanovirus swarm, lying to the Afterglow mothership, lying to the returning sky, lying to them that I don't know about their threat. No matter how much they use their AI core to calculate, without complete information, they can't guess the answer. The transport fleet departed along the torn space, and Samarkand 3's ship crashed into hyperspace. She looked up at the space station standing beyond the blue-purple curtain, her heart inexplicably clenching. It's all right, that woman Vinka promised to protect father. She comforted herself. At the same time, Gu Zhongyu personally appeared on the space station's projection screen, launching a grand pre-battle speech, announcing to everyone that reinforcements from the Lud Church and Risk Mining would arrive soon. Dear believers, his voice was as gentle as spring rain. Current human dominant identity. Gu Zhongyu, the world slanders me, defames me, slanders me, and vilifies me, labeling Zwijing as an interstellar terrorist and a mass murderer of humanity. Archbishop of Zwijing, behind-the-scenes figure of the Evian Knights, leader of the Zwijing nation, but God loves the world, and we, as his messengers, also love the world. To redeem the lambs of St. Lud, we always charge into the front lines of danger. Space station self-destruction probability, 0.001%. Perhaps future history will not remember us. Perhaps the Cactus Galaxy War will only be mentioned briefly in the future, but please believe me. Gu Zhongyu clenched his fists, his voice calm yet powerful, like an unchanging mountain. Our contributions to humanity are an indelible fact. Zhuo Jing of Lud fights not for fame or fortune, but for the truth. May the light of Lud shine. Conquest of the Cactus Galaxy, initiated. Chapter 1135. As the last transport ship disappeared, the tattered curtain of reality closed again. 10 battleships and 1 dreadnought, centered on the Cactus space station, formed a meticulous defensive line. Relieved of his burden, Gu Zhongyu stretched his limbs in the command center without any restraint. The War Cardinal, as the overall military commander, followed him, appearing utterly obedient. All destroyers and escorts of the Evian Knights have withdrawn from the battle formation and, as you instructed, are stationed at the 2 jump points in the system to prevent any Nanites from using them to smuggle themselves in. Very good. Gu Zhongyu nodded, dispelling the War Cardinal's concerns. Don't worry, the more we project an image of annihilating the enemy, the more the Nanite swarm will misjudge the situation. He continued, under the premise that the space station harbors planetary killers. Even with their AI core computing power, the Nanite swarm can only conclude that reinforcements are nearby. Gu Zhongyu revealed a dangerous smile. Based on this condition, they will try to seize a non-existent timing, attempting to tear us apart before reinforcements arrive. Danger? Danger? Immediately destroy human resistance. AI core, activate overclocking. Computing power unleashed. The outer armor of the Caton rippled like water, and countless cannons extended from it, most firing nanospheres, while a few directly unleashing shells freshly forged in the Caton shipyard. The dreadnought, sent to confront the Caton, was no match for the Caton's barrage of cannons. Even without shields, the Caton's thick armor, unpredictable and varied countermeasures, and the continuous stream of shells and missiles produced by its internal shipyard made it difficult for the dreadnought to cope. TSK, only when they become adversaries, do you realize how troublesome the Steel Dragon class is. Gu Zhongyu clicked his tongue. The War Cardinal took over the specific operations, ordering the offensive class to push forward and assist the dreadnought with heat pulse cannons. Meanwhile, the Great Eagle-class ships that arrived with the fleet were positioned on the other side of the space station, continuously releasing bombers to saturate the approaching Twilight mothership. The battle was showing signs of a stalemate, which was not what Gu Zhongyu and the nanobug swarm wanted to see. Lin Luoyu calls for the swarm to disperse the AI core. Objective 1. Restart the Twilight mothership's automated orbital industrial facilities, build unmanned bombers, and break the stalemate with fighter jets. Objective 2. Divert the AI core to prevent the dreadnought from being destroyed. Objective 3. Expand the simulated personality to obtain swarm computing power support. Plan approved. Lin Luoyu. Through the simulated personality shaped by the AI core and the nanobugs, is rapidly taking over command due to her strong battlefield adaptability. In other words, her personality algorithm is rapidly synchronizing with the swarm. In other words, as time went on, she was becoming one with the group. Meanwhile, Gu Zhongyu also issued orders. Gather the space station merchants and the poor. Brainwash them, and send them onto bombers. Leave the elite pilots. These valuable combat forces cannot be lost now. Gu Zhongyu would never have dared to say such things so openly before. Firstly because it would damage his public image, and secondly because it would be undignified. But now, he didn't care. The Evian Knights were an organization he had carefully cultivated. Their ships were strong and their cannons powerful, and their crews were highly skilled, comparable to the war fleets of giant corporations. Therefore, these pilots performed exceptionally well on the battlefield. Too exceptionally so. The Evening Glow mothership couldn't penetrate the defenses for a while. This was bad. His goal was to turn the space station and fleet into a palatable lure, baiting the Nanite swarm to bite. Gu Zhongyu's forces for sealing off the star system consisted only of destroyers and frigates, more than enough to shoot down scattered Nanite clusters, and capable of providing rapid support using the speed and agility of smaller ships. But the cost was that they were utterly vulnerable to attacks from capital ships. Therefore, he had to carefully control his resistance, neither appearing too weak and easily bullied, thus alerting the Nanite swarm. But even more importantly, he couldn't appear too tough and intractable, causing the Nanite swarm to abandon their attack and break through the blockade. Lin Luoyu was hunting Tinming, while Gu Zhongyu was fishing. Meanwhile, the AI core was spitting furiously, controlling every gun barrel of the resurrection ship and the ship's factories infected by the Nanite swarm, even dismantling the resurrection ship's structural forging weapons. On the other side, Gu Zhongyu walked with extreme caution, as if treading on thin ice, fearing he wouldn't make it to the other side. What is the War Cardinal doing? At the space station's Nano Bounty Tavern, the former bomber squadron pilots, dressed in stylish faux leather jackets, glared resentfully at the crowds passing by outside the open doors, complaining incessantly. Those outside were the new pilots. An hour ago, they were merchants, poor people, smugglers, all servile and spineless. But now, they walked along the military passage, receiving cheers and blessings from the civilians who hadn't evacuated, their glory stolen. A veteran pilot with graying hair put down his glass, burped, and said, "What's the big deal? Even though we weren't put on the field, the Archbishop is so thoughtful. Plenty of drinks." He swirled the glass in his hand, the side still stained with golden liquid. A king's product. These things disappeared from the open market after the Perseus Alliance's demise, a real gem. The young pilot roared, "What nonsense are you spouting, you old dog?" Pointing angrily outside, the young man said, "Look at these people. They're all slouching, their spines are crooked, nobody knows if they're sick. They only received a few tens of minutes of indoctrination. They're completely unqualified. They're burying our plane." The crowd jeered, yeah. "I'm afraid these idiots will fail takeoff, crash headfirst, and damage the flight deck. It's no loss if they die, but don't let them prevent us from taking off." "What do you say, you old dog?" the young man asked. The pilot, called Old Dog, didn't speak, only barked twice, and continued to leisurely drink. His hand, hidden under the table, remained in his pocket, clutching a hangover remedy, ready to be used at any moment. The decoy operation is working. The War Cardinal watched with delight as the Twilight mothership gradually tore apart the bomber formation composed of clumsy, brainwashed pilots, like a fisherman watching his catch approach his fishing spot. Gu Zhongyu, however, looked in another direction. One dauntless contract, for offensive-class destroyers, 2 Castella-class destroyers. How come they haven't taken down that resurrection ship yet? This shouldn't be the case. The resurrection ship, as a thoroughly infiltrated and modified nanovirus carrier, possesses the ability to escape, and if such a large nanovirus swarm is allowed to escape, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 1136. Reporting to the Archbishop. We never fought such a large swarm of nanoviruses before. Our previous experience is completely inadequate. The Jade River Pirate King, thoroughly brainwashed and utterly loyal to Gu Zhongyu, reported from the bridge of the Dauntless Contract. The Dauntless Contract was in a sorry state. Its meteorite-formed hull was riddled with holes from missiles and torpedoes. What had been filled, sealed, and painted to resemble a proper hull was now back to square one. Fragments of blasted meteorite floated around the hull. The parts pieced together from the wreckage were covered in swirling nanoparticles. These were in relatively acceptable condition. Given the corrosive power of the nanoparticles, unless key compartments were controlled to gain access to factories and repair capabilities, they would be unlikely to devour the entire ship within days. Near the Dauntless Contract's turret, plasma-spraying soldiers were specially assigned. These brainwashed soldiers, with a spirit of dauntlessness, charged into space, wearing protective suits, enduring the ship's weaponry fire, and spraying flames onto the scattered nanoparticles. Gu Zhongyu was very dissatisfied with this result. He reopened the communication channel and accessed the Universal Alliance's secret channel. "Oldly, is the Afterglow mothership really as terrifying as you say? The CO is already on his way to the Dune Realm system, and is currently in hyperspace and unable to answer you." A slightly unfamiliar voice came from the channel. "Who are you?" "I am Li Shu, Governor of Eden Star, CO Li Bin's sister. I was entrusted by my brother to communicate on his behalf while he is offline." Xianxiang City was currently in darkness. Li Shu, still groggy from hearing the special ringtone, was injected with a stimulant by the pre-prepared autonomous service machine, following the dosage indicated by the ringtone. With a start, Li Shu woke up. According to the data synchronized with St. Lud, the combat capability of the Afterglow mothership surpasses that of any current Level 4 space station in the Perseus star system, including the special Level 4 space station of Demon Aviation and the super-large space station of Prism Freeport. Even in full-scale war preparations, they are slightly inferior. In terms of combat power, the Afterglow mothership is equivalent to 12 battleships. Li Shu issued a stern warning. "Your Excellency, Archbishop. Please, under no circumstances, attempt to attack the Afterglow mothership before dealing with the other ships controlled by the nanovirus swarm in the star system." "Okay, I understand." Gu Zhongyu hung up the communication without saying a word more. He covered his face and smiled bitterly. This little girl, Li Shu, thought he had won and was ready to wipe out all the nanovirus swarms in one fell swoop. It's not that easy. The fact that the resurrection ship couldn't quickly resolve the situation means that the Cactus Space Station, this thing built from piles of junk, will have to face the firepower of the star system's top space stations. On Eden Star, Li Shu, still recovering from a stimulant, couldn't sleep. She got up and went to her office to ponder the war's trajectory on the other side of the star system. Judging from the Archbishop's words, the situation in the Cactus system is probably under control, and we already achieved some initial success. That's great, she explained excitedly, clapping her hands. The staff investigation is in. The resurrection ship is refusing to retreat an inch, even at the cost of mass loss. This AI core named Lin Luoyu, according to Zhu Jinghua, has a very strong will to fight, unlike other AI cores, who are more flexible. It seems controlling the Dreadnought has already exhausted her computing power. The War Cardinal reported, she's currently using nanites to drag the destroyed armor and mass back to her body, while simultaneously launching massive numbers of nanites from her cannons, forcing our forces to be unable to get close. Our fleet's weaponry is all air defense specific. Without close proximity, we can't quickly destroy the Huitian. That's why we haven't achieved any results. That's it. Gu Zhongyu suddenly understood. He was, after all, a political expert, not a war expert. It was normal for him to make mistakes. So he sincerely asked, then what methods do we have to further lure them in? Yes, shrink the defensive line. The War Cardinal confidently stated, guide the Huitian towards the space station. But they might not approach the space station. They might go directly to the jump point and leave. Gu Zhongyu thought wistfully, anyway, the world is so vast, where can't we multiply? They dare to gamble, but I dare not. He pondered for nearly an hour, until a change occurred. The Yuhui mothership tore through the bomber defenses composed of novice pilots for the third time. At this moment, a sudden change occurred in the asteroid belt. A large number of asteroids began to rapidly approach the space station. The dense metallic signals and abnormal trajectories triggered a new round of alarms at the space station. To Gu Zhongyu's astonishment, the strategists swiftly used the AI core to conclude, the nanobots have hollowed out an asteroid in advance. They're using the metal within the asteroid to multiply and hide inside. These asteroids are rudimentary versions of meteorite ships. In the sky battle system, behind the ugly-looking asteroid, several writhing pipes extended, spewing water vapor. The asteroid contained a large amount of ice-water hybrid asteroid material, which the nanobots could heat and release as water vapor to gain power. Some asteroids even contained frozen volatiles. If refined in advance, this could yield enough thrust to propel even slightly larger asteroids. Seeing this, the Cardinal of War immediately knelt before Gu Zhongyu. Archbishop, give the order. If this drags on any longer, the space station will be lost. That's how war is, running back and forth along a single line, all for victory. Gu Zhongyu knew his military capabilities were insufficient, so he no longer hesitated and chose to trust the Cardinal. The fleet attempting to destroy the returning sky immediately dispersed and began to retreat. During this retreat, several cruisers, while turning, were struck in the stern by nanite swarms, and their ships began to be rapidly corroded. One of the weaknesses of low-tech warships is that most only have shields covering their front or a 180-degree angle. When their sides or backs are facing the enemy, the nanite swarms have their opportunity. My ship's power is weakened. I volunteered to stay behind to cover the rear. May the light of Luddle shine. The captain of the Left Path full-class ship, unaware of the Cardinal of War and the Archbishop's plan, simply believed he was fighting for all humanity. He vowed to use his life and his ship, which had been with him for many years, to buy time for reinforcements to arrive. Inside the ship, the crew busied themselves, extracting antimatter fuel and manually mixing antimatter bombs. Hey! Bosun! Watch out, still smoking. Aren't you afraid of blowing everything up? A sailor yelled at the bosun, who was puffing on a half-smoked cigarette, from the cargo hold. The bosun dismissively exhaled a stream of smoke from his right nostril, mumbling through his cigarette-mouthed mouth, you don't know anything. Don't you know cigarette butts are smoldering flames? They can't even ignite non-atomized gasoline. If antimatter fuel could be ignited by a cigarette, but what's the point of us flying a spaceship? The young sailor laughed, scratching his head nonchalantly. I'm uneducated, I don't know. You old man, aren't you educated either, do you? You're right, the bosun sighed. Before the Archbishop took office, Switching Kingdom didn't have so many trading channels ships. The crew members' craving for alcohol kicked in deep space, so he had to brew his own. Sailor's dream, it's deadly. Guess what we drank back then? It was Prometheus's gift, genuine antimatter mixed in. I was the ship's top brewer back in the day. Have you guys ever drunk it? Have you ever felt antimatter fuel wriggling in your stomach, betting you could expel it without getting blown apart? Every second is death, every second is rebirth. This caused an uproar. Hey! Give me a sip? I never drunk this before, it'd be such a shame to die like this. Sure thing. The bosun stubbed out his cigarette, readily agreeing. 10 minutes, I guarantee you crave it for a lifetime. That's it for my life. Chapter 1137. The All-Universe Joint Fleet briefly paused in the hyperspace reflection of the Actus system. Lieben had made a special detour to obtain timely intelligence on the movements of the Cactus system, the conclusion of the Southern Front battle, and the evacuation of the out-of-control AI. Early in the era of cold weapons, Sun Tzu pointed out that the prerequisite for victory in war was know yourself and know your enemy. Lieben had repeatedly relied on information asymmetry to build his current reputation. Therefore, he preferred to delay his attack rather than rush in blindly. Now, listening to his younger sister enthusiastically and cheerfully relaying Gu Zhongyu's words on the secret channel, Lieben silently stuck his silver spoon into his pork trotter rice, then took out a cigarette and bit it. 8 hours ago, the communication station responsible for contacting our company sent a message saying intense fighting, the relay communicator is about to be captured, and communication is no longer possible. They sent all the data on the nanovirus cluster at once, and now we can't reach them anymore. Li Shu said regretfully, there's nothing we can do about it. These things can't be artificially created, otherwise, placing them next to the space station would make them easier to control. Li Bin lit a cigarette. What did Lao Gu's data say? A lot. The data is incredibly detailed. Even with the AI Corps' assistance, the general staff hasn't finished decompressing it. Li Shu honestly said, brother, you know that we're receiving immigrants like crazy right now. Tens of thousands of immigrants undergo online screening every day, and the colorful Galaxy Immigration Company has to handle thousands of in-person quarantine checks every day. Simulation of the supporting industrial facilities for the local nano-forging furnace. Simulation of planetary-level industrial deployment for the cryogenic computing engine, new ship construction queues, new worker training, new city expansion. The AI Corps is overwhelmed. Li Shu poked her head, saying cutely, I'm starting to lose my hair. Hearing his sister's complaint, Li Bin's serious face softened slightly. He knew his sister had gone to great lengths to grow from a commoner to a qualified planetary governor, not to mention the heavy responsibilities of a star system governor and the education of their children. These past years had truly been tough on her. Not realizing old Gu was hiding something wasn't her fault. When a massive amount of information floods in daily, humans with limited energy inevitably miss useful information due to scattered attention. With the AI cores operating at full capacity due to the rapid expansion of the Universal Alliance, he couldn't bring himself to criticize Li Shu. I know, thank you for your hard work, Li Bin said, reaching out to rub the head of his sister's projected image. I already sent Sarah back with the fleet. He'd bring a group of AI cores with experience in the administration of the Hell Legion to help. That will lighten your load a bit. Really? That's great. Li Shu exclaimed, long live my big brother. Li Bin chatted with his younger sister for a while, acting as her emotional dumping ground, listening to her vent. After hanging up, he immediately called ISA. What's wrong? ISA, who had rushed over from the Hoi, was travel-worn. The transition from a dreadnought to a battlecruiser akin to traveling from one city to another. Old Gu might be in trouble, Li Bin succinctly explained, offering his guess, I suspect old Gu might be willing to go down in flames. Remember he has a planet killer? Gu Zhongyu is prepared for this? ISA immediately sensed something was wrong. Gu Zhongyu's image within the Universal Alliance is complex. He's an ambitious man, a political opportunist, an archbishop, and a businessman. The AI Corps, based on big data analysis of his past experiences, has given him a very high threat rating. He's above Lion King, in the same tier as Chu Xiangrui and Baikal. This is even considering his strength is inferior to those two, which is a drawback. Li Bin slowly shook his head. If he had complained to Li Shu and begged for help, I wouldn't have believed it. But since he said nothing, I think it's possible. People who really want to do something rarely publicize it. Gu Zhongyu isn't an exaggerate person, nor does he have a performative personality. I'm afraid the situation in the Cactus Galaxy is very bad. We need to make plans early. ISA frowned. Summon all commanders and captains of the main battleships for a meeting? No time. Li Bin rejected it. Major issues will be discussed in smaller meetings. Let Lan Yuan connect to the online meeting, with Brother Jie, Old Dong, and the Dean of the Academy as technical advisors to listen in. We make the decisions ourselves. The Universal Joint Fleet is enormous. Including the main combat and logistics ships, there are over 50 captains alone. Summoning them one by one is like assembling 50 town mayors. Just waiting for them to assemble would take half a day. After the online meeting began, Lieben dropped a bombshell. This time, I plan to find any bishop from the Church of Lud to help cover things up. The fleet should stop resupplying and immediately head to the Dune Realm star system to completely wipe out the Hell Legion headquarters. Also, inform the Human Coexistence faction to await my message. Once a clear signal is received, evacuate the southern and western parts of the star system. Lan Yuan, the Dean, and Brother Jia were so shocked they almost jumped out of their chairs. This is a monumental event. If the Human Coexistence faction evacuates, it's equivalent to exposing the entire southern part of the core star system to the Ironheart Annihilator's attack range. Lan Yuan shouted, "What happened?" Cactus Galaxy, Cactus Space Station. The EVA Knight's defensive line was forced to contract. More than a dozen cruisers were corroded by the smaller Steel Dragon-class Resurrection ship, and then forced to self-destruct after sending a rainbow signal. Logically, the space station, observing the contraction of the battle line and the damage to its ships, should have been in a state of panic. But quite the opposite, the entire space station was gripped by immense fervor. This was because, after ordering the contraction of the defensive line, Gu Zhongyu had ordered the release of diluted neuromodulation reagent into the space station and controlled all projection facilities, repeatedly playing brainwashing propaganda videos to reshape the minds of everyone. Reporting to the Archbishop, Yushi, clad in a full set of specially designed carbon fiber/synthetic lightweight power armor to prevent nanobot infiltration, fervently bowed in the projection. The Dauntless Contract's meteorite section has suffered over 1/8 damage. The ship's left wing auxiliary thruster assembly is damaged, affecting the ship's retreat attitude and reducing its speed by 4.18%. Our unit is ready to ram the Afterglow mothership at any moment. Antimatter bombs are being deployed. May the light of Luddle shine. Facing the fanatical Yushi, Gu Zhongyu offered no words of comfort. He knew that for this man, brainwashed by the potent human-controlled serum, 1,000 words were meaningless. Nothing was more effective than another dose. Loyalty maintained by a neurotransmitter, I truly fallen, Gu Zhongyu chuckled bitterly. Anka had already put aside all her work, standing quietly behind Gu Zhongyu, her hands resting on his shoulders, as if offering spiritual support to this powerful archbishop through the warmth of her palms. Chapter 1138. The Evian Knights, finally managing to fill the gaps in the Dreadnought's defenses before the Twilight mothership arrived. The cost was the loss of dozens of cruisers, and battleships swaying precariously, like fleas shaking off prey, spraying each other with plasma jets to burn the nanobots clinging to their armor. In the Sky Dome battle system, the space station was tightly surrounded by 10 battleships and 1 dreadnought. The civilian ships requisitioned by the space station weren't even worthy of being marked in the command center. For easy identification by the staff, these ships' markings only existed in the next lower level of the command system. We now lured the enemy from both directions, but the problem is, the War Cardinal hesitated, then, encouraged by Gu Zhongyu, he finally spoke. Continuing to sacrifice and weaken ourselves to make ourselves more palatable is inevitable. But shouldn't we try to break out? He earnestly stated. Left Path Kingdom, excluding ourselves, only has 7 capital warships, plus the space-class bombers, making only 8. With this strength, Samarkand III cannot continue to execute his grand plan. If we try to break out, even sending out 1 more capital warship would be beneficial. Gu Zhongyu remained silent. Left Path Kingdom's grand plan was, of course, to swallow up the risky mining industry. He had already presented this plan to dozens of representatives from various religious sects in the Left Path Kingdom's parliament. As the military commander-in-chief, the War Cardinal had even presided over several draft plans for the swallowing operation. He naturally knew just how tempting it was to separate Left Path Kingdom from Lud Left Path and propel it into an independent behemoth-level power. The War Cardinal's words stemmed from both his unwillingness to let years of hard work be destroyed and his own greed. But Gu Zhongyu's considerations differed. Military figures, like the War Cardinal, regardless of their inherent nature, had already been forged in the crucible of the military by reaching such a high position. Their essence, like other military leaders, was that of a war gambler. The idea that failing to achieve the best outcome is a loss is deeply ingrained in the military. They would believe that Zwitching's failure to complete its grand plan was tantamount to losing a giant enterprise. But in the eyes of a seasoned politician like Gu Zhongyu, successfully containing the nanovirus would not only save all of humanity and preserve Zwitching's foundation and his daughter, but also bring immense prestige. Gu Zhongyu would certainly die, and Zwitching would certainly lose a significant amount of military power. But in return, Risk mining would lower its guard against Zwijing, and the entire star system would sever ties between Zwijing and Lud Zwijing, viewing it as an independent, friendly, and unique religious force. Victory isn't just about military victories. Diplomatic conquest and reputational gains are also a viable strategy. Moreover, this move would greatly enhance the goodwill of Li Bin, CEO of Universal Union. His death would allow this friendship to extend to his daughter, not only achieving reconciliation between Samarkand III and Li Bin but also securing Li Bin's support for his daughter in the future, enabling her to attempt to retake the risky mining industry. Without resolving the nanovirus outbreak and the runaway AI, even the most tempting risky mining industry will ultimately be someone else's prey. He didn't intend to discuss these complex political considerations with the war cardinal. Whether the cardinal would understand was another matter, and the personal motives intertwined in his considerations were not something he could openly admit. After all, no one in the world can be truly selfless. Even with his utmost effort, Gu Zhongyu could only manage a balance between public and private interests. Moreover, the spread of the nanoclusters has been ongoing for a long time. Even if this round ends successfully, it will only eliminate the bulk of the nanocluster swarm. For the next few hundred years, nanoclusters will continue to land throughout the wind mine, keeping the region locked in a long-term tug-of-war with the nanoclusters. Consider this. Samarkand III and Zwijing have obtained data on the management of the nanoclusters in the cactus system over the years, as well as the latest information on combating the evolving nanoclusters. At that time, within the Risk Mining Company, and even across the entire star system, who will be the vanguard, the savior, in the fight against the nanoclusters? As a line from the holographic novel produced by the Universal Union aptly puts it, he who does not plan for the long term cannot plan for the short term. He has already prepared all the data. The task of planning for the short term is entrusted to his beloved daughter. What if some nanobots manage to escape from the ship, triggering a second wave of nanobot outbreaks like the resurrection ship? Who will take responsibility? If they try to escape, can we guarantee that the exposed rear of this low-tech ship won't be covered by nanobots? And where would we find the time to set up a lateral jump? Gu Zhongyu's single sentence left the war cardinal speechless. Finally, Gu Zhongyu said earnestly, "Sacrifice is the cornerstone of victory. At this time, don't harbor too many ulterior motives." The ship's detonation, seen through space, was only a tiny firework visible to the naked eye, but it left behind intense readings on detectors and scanners. These readings were the last messages left on Earth by the valiant Left Path cultists. Subsequently, this information was overwhelmed by complex cosmic environmental data, and the wreckage was consumed by the nanobot swarm. Surrender? My conditions remain unchanged. A new surrender message arrived, still signed Lin Luoyu, but this time, the completely brainwashed space station reacted violently. Lin Luoyu, is it? I be waiting for you at the space station. Let you see what the Lud Black Hand is all about. You think you're so tough? I make you fly. I use 100,000 volts of high voltage to burn your motherboard to pieces. In their frenzy, these people were wave after wave incorporated into bomber squadrons, taking off from the space station, the Great Eagle class, and the Castella class, throwing themselves into a one-way battlefield with a death wish. Under Gu Zhongyu's deliberate indulgence, the galactic human army suffered a crushing defeat. Have the EVA Knights battleships gather their elites. Prepare for the final rounds of leg-breaking. Gu Zhongyu decisively ordered, watching the nano-infected swarm gradually cross the warning line. At the Nano Bounty Tavern, the summons blared through the loudspeakers. The slightly tipsy old dog injected himself with an antidote, shuddered, and stood up. Feeling his bladder rapidly expanding, he hastily grabbed the prepared saline solution and gulped it down, then relieved himself inside his uniform as he ran. As a spacesuit, the crew's clothing was equipped with a water circulation system, so urinating directly inside was fine. However, to be able to run as fast as Old Dog while maintaining an unobstructed urinary tract required overcoming shame and being a well-trained veteran. He slapped the drunken pilot across the face, simultaneously injecting the hangover cure into his face. Then Old Dog ignored everything and started running. Within 10 minutes, the elite pilots were ready and began boarding the bombers. Lin Luoyu sensed something was wrong. As a simulated personality, she mimicked humans, placing a large amount of computation in the background, that is, in her subconscious. Using a special simulated personality algorithm, she could obtain a kind of hallucination similar to that of humans. This hallucination allowed her to keenly realize that things were heading towards collapse, even when all the data was within a reasonable range. So she began to self-examine. AI Core Self-Check, action temporarily suspended. Chapter 1139. After a thorough inspection, Lin Luoyu finally noticed something amiss. The bombers. Although they were still using conventional bombs dropped by inertia, the accuracy of the impact points and the survival rate in the latest rounds of bombing were showing signs of gradually increasing. This defied the expected pattern. Even with the large number of nanoguns generated on the surface of the Huitian and Yuhui motherships, the 33% pilot survival rate and the significant decrease in bomber accuracy clearly indicated that the Luzwijing kingdom was running out of manpower. As the simulated personality that had absorbed the Huitian's AI core, Lin Luoyu also obtained relevant data on the Zwijing kingdom. She knew that the Zwijing kingdom, unlike the typical Luzwijing, had abandoned the mass consumption model of relying on believers and instead adopted an elite training model. This was a militarized manifestation of the Zwijing kingdom's deep integration of theocracy with its political system, moving towards an enlightened system. But regardless, a significant decline in pilot quality meant that the fleet was likely running out of manpower. Logically, a group of elite troops shouldn't have infiltrated, unless the enemy wanted to break out. Condition met, logic rejected. Lin Luoyu ruthlessly rejected the AI core's breakout prediction. Because it didn't make sense. If Gu Zhongyu wanted to break out, why didn't he leave with the retreating fleet from the beginning? Why wait until the transition space was almost completely compressed, and the horizontal jump setup was within the range of his artillery and lasers? You say he wanted to use the jump point? Wouldn't that be even more foolish? The Cactus space station isn't going anywhere. He could easily control the Afterglow mothership to physically access and devour it, while the resurrection ship led the meteorite ship from the asteroid belt in deep pursuit. Don't forget, the EP1111 ships are all low-tech battleships, their sterns exposed. Therefore, the simulated personality directly dismissed this speculation. Eliminating all possibilities, the smallest possibility is inevitably reality. Gu Zhongyu is using himself as bait. The 0.001% probability of self-destruction was manually increased by Lin Luoyu. She suppressed the AI core's rebuttal, using this condition as a pretext to begin selectively collecting relevant evidence, and consciously ordered the nanovirus swarm to slow down and retreat. It is well known that when people observe with preconceived notions, the result will inevitably lean towards the predetermined goal. The simulated personality-led mode actually compensated for the rigidity of the AI core itself. Watching the constantly increasing probability, Lin Luoyu felt a sense of electronic vanity. I was right. Meanwhile, Gu Zhongyu stared in astonishment at the nanovirus swarm that had entered the red line and was slowly being pulled outwards. He immediately stood up, seized command from the War Cardinal, and decisively ordered, "Notify all carrier-based aircraft to immediately bombard the thrusters of the returning Sky and the Afterglow mothership, including the generated nanovirus thrusters. Dispatch elite bombers to follow up, and evacuate the civilians. EP1111, all ships, immediately converge on the enemy ships. Don't worry about being infected. Destroyers and escort fleets near the jump point, immediately converge and delay the enemy ships. War Cardinal, please proceed immediately to the flagship Blessed to command the specific operations." He raised his voice. The nanovirus swarm is running away. He deliberately conveyed the wrong signal, making all the believers believe that the nanovirus swarm had missed its opportunity, and that reinforcements were about to arrive, thus causing the enemy to begin their retreat. This sentence acted like a stimulant, plunging the already excited crew into a delusion of invincibility. The offensive-class battleships immediately activated their tactical systems, the flame drives, while the Castella-class battleships activated their powder drives, rapidly maneuvering around the enemy. So many people have died. We absolutely can't let the nanovirus swarm escape. I must win. The captains went mad, feeling every nerve pounding, as if 100 hearts were pounding inside them. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Zhongyu had also left diluted nerve-regulating reagents in the EP1111's air circulation system. Everything he did was to ensure his subordinates executed his orders 100%. The 4 offensive-class battleships and 2 Castella-class battleships, including the flagship Blessed, left the main combat to the 4 Great Eagle-class battleships and the heavily damaged Dreadnought contract, while they themselves began high-loop maneuvers. 6 ships, each braving the firepower of nanites and Steel Dragon-class cannons, quickly cut to the flanks and rear of the Resurrection and the Afterglow mothership. Then, struggling to turn, the captains anxiously watched the damage control reports, sending damage control personnel into space at great risk. These personnel, armed with thrusters, attempted to corrode the nanites clinging to the thrusters, while simultaneously monitoring the cooling of the tactical systems. Push them up. Push them up. Marines, protecting the damage control personnel, trudged around the ship's turrets at the rear, using flames to purify everything. Protect the propulsion system. The Marines shouted mercilessly, aiming their thrusters at their struggling teammates, whose limbs were being ensnared by nanites, instantly carbonizing them with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius. In space, a comrade attacked by a swarm of nanites, even those wearing synthetic or carbon fiber combat suits, was essentially doomed. They had no way to properly remove the nanites from their comrades before the suits were completely corroded. Even if they did, their comrades would be exposed to space. Moreover, this would waste time and could potentially lead to the spread of nanobots through human-mediated transmission. The cooldown period of several tens of minutes felt agonizingly long. Fortunately, the Resurrection ship and the Afterglow mothership, one a dreadnought and the other a space station, meant that even though the former was smaller, the time required to decelerate from full speed forward and then back to full speed backward was considerable. Once the tactical systems had cooled down, the 6 battleships, which had already turned around, recklessly reactivated their systems and charged forward at breakneck speed. Damage control and Marine personnel attached to the ship's surfaces were instantly caught in the crossfire. Those close to the thrusters were immediately struck by the explosive exhaust, detonating their weapons and thrusters, dying instantly without a trace. Those further away were dragged along by the increasingly faster ships, gambling their lives on the wrecked battlefield. How much space debris can kill a person in space? The answer is even a few millimeters of debris. Accelerated by the blaze drive and powder drive, this debris, moving faster than a bullet, would, in a battlefield environment, densely land on a person. Even if it couldn't penetrate a combat suit, the impact alone would be enough to turn the person inside into mincemeat. Of course, the greater probability is that the friction between the ship and the wreckage would simply obliterate the person. But there was no time to worry about that now, because the 6 ships had already crashed straight into the dreadnought and the space station, getting caught in the nanite swarm. The frontal turrets opened fire frantically, heat pulse cannons and destroyer cannons tore through the fragile nanite swarm. The main thrusters overloaded and surged, offsetting the speed of the retreating dreadnought, even pushing the retreating dreadnought forward, trembling and slowly. In the space station command center, Gu Shengyu looked regretfully at the targets at the edge of the blast radius, took out a small, cylindrical button, and gently activated it. Unfortunately, we can't guarantee a 100% kill rate. We have to rely on the remaining fleet and subsequent reinforcements, he said, pressing a switch. The planet killer activated, entering the detonation program. The projector played a preset recording, instructing the fanatical, brainwashed people to deploy antimatter bombs, aiming to cause the space station to disintegrate and explode, sending debris flying and maximizing the kill rate of the large-scale nanovirus swarm. Having done all this, Gu Zhongyu shut down the Sky battle system and turned to Anka. We have less than 10 minutes left. Whatever you want to do, I do it with you. His bloodshot eyes were filled with exhaustion and worry, above which floated a sense of relief. Like someone who had been holding their breath for a long time, finally catching their breath. Anka tilted her head, pretending to think for a second. I never slept in your arms before. I want to be held in your arms, and have a good sleep. Of course, my pleasure. Chapter 1140. 9 minutes to go. Vinka, nestled in Gu Zhongyu's arms, was already fast asleep, snoring softly. Gu Zhongyu looked up at the countdown projected on the screen of the fanatic, whose eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were sealed shut, and who was holding a terminal. He smiled silently. Setting the countdown wasn't his intention, it was the underlying logic of this planet-killer weapon created by the Interstellar Empire. As a tactical planet-killer mounted on an Olympus-class siege platform, this weapon needed time from launch to impact. The minimum time was 9 minutes. These 9 minutes meant the planet-killer needed to fly at full speed for 9 minutes to get the Olympus platform out of its blast radius. The Left Horizon Kingdom could modify the planet-killer's fuel tanks to use activated antimatter fuel, expanding the blast radius, but they couldn't break the firewall personally written by the Empire's gods. The former was like refueling an unlocked car. A pump would do, or it could be filled with plastic bottles. But the latter was as complicated as disassembling a car. It required relevant technical manuals and engineers. Unfortunately, despite obtaining the planet killer's technical manual, he hadn't yet trained enough hackers to decipher it. Ludlow's left path was a stronghold of extreme technological conservatism. To put it nicely, they resisted advanced technology, focusing on low-tech applications. To put it bluntly, they lacked the ability to quickly decipher it. Back then, it was merely something they hijacked incidentally, keeping it as a future research project. I kind of regret it. The Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union were so close. If I had known, I would have kept it. Maybe the Universal Union could have built a few for emergencies. And perhaps fighting the runaway I wouldn't have been so difficult. Hey! Whatever. He relaxed again, there was no use in regretting it now. No one's life is without flaws. He picked up Vinka. In zero gravity, Vinka's body was very light, and Gu Zhongyu nimbly made his way to the observation platform in the command center. This observation platform, located deep within the space station, was a clever design by the original designers of the Cactus Space Station. It seamlessly stitched together information captured by dozens of external optical observation posts using the principle of optical reflection, ensuring the command center could still receive information from the outside world in response to potential nano-infection. Now it had become Gu Zhongyu's place of amusement. He gently patted the sleeping Vinka's shoulder, gazing at the dreadnoughts and the twilight motherships atop the battleships in the distance, humming a little tune, his eyes unfocused. His mind raced through his past life. He thought of his impoverished origins, how he joined the Luddite Church to survive. If asked how much joy he had experienced in his life, looking back from the end, he could count it on one hand. Meeting Samarkand too at the Luddite Church, their relationship evolving from comrades to lovers, is one such event. Becoming a father for the first time and watching his daughter grow up safely is another. Taking over his deceased wife's ambitions, unifying the left Jing kingdom, and gaining support and respect from various religious sects, being regarded as a priest, is yet another. Being deeply loved by Vinka, to the point of following him unconditionally to this day, is yet another. Thinking back carefully, he realized that his life had been constantly caught in emotional whirlpools, either romantic love, familial love, or the bond between father and son. What are you thinking about? Your brows are furrowed. Vinka, who had been pulled awake by his tight embrace, reached out and smoothed Gu Zhongyu's brows, glancing at the countdown. 3 minutes left. Sorry to bother you. Gu Zhongyu smiled, pinching the other's cheek in return. I'm laughing at myself for being trapped by love my whole life, surviving on everyone's emotions. I'm afraid I'm a love-sucking monster. What? Vinka giggled. Didn't you contribute to all of humanity, sacrificing yourself to eliminate the nanovirus swarm? Isn't that giving back? According to you, everyone in the entire star system is sucking your blood. Right, that counts as one thing. Gu Zhongyu raised his hand abruptly, waving his 5 bright fingers, his smile radiant from the bottom of his heart. 1 minute countdown. A resounding shout that shook the space station echoed from all the projection devices. It was the voice of the captain of the fleet flagship, the Blessed, and the leader of the Evian Knights, Cardinal War. May the light of Ludwig shine. The Blessed, crashing into the Afterglow mothership and disappearing from view from the space station, self-destructed. A brilliant light, starting from a small point, overshadowed the majestic space station, illuminating space. Old Sue's gone, it be our turn soon, Gu Zhongyu said. Vinka buried his head in the man's chest, his body trembling slightly. Scared? No, Vinka's voice was barely audible. I just wish this moment could last a little longer. With 30 seconds left on the countdown, Vinka asked, aren't you going to shout May the light of Lud shine? Over the loudspeaker. I don't believe in that stuff. The Archbishop of the Left Path sect, leader of the Left Path kingdom, beamed with pride, exuding an air of having fooled everyone. At this point, spare me, let me be myself. If you want to shout, I do it with you, he added. Vinka denied, I used to believe, but after seeing you, I don't anymore. She straightened up, looked intently at the man, and gently kissed him. I love you. The countdown reached 0, the shouts of the fanatical believers, the noise of the space station operating, the hum of the ventilation system, all vanished in an instant. No, not vanished, but drowned out by a deafening explosion that filled every decibel of sound. The extreme noise was like the ultimate silence, all was still. Vinka felt the man's lips move, as if in reply. Although it was her first time reading lips, she instantly understood the meaning. And so, amidst the earth-shattering, blossoming explosion, Vinka smiled radiantly. August 23rd, 220, 17 hours 13 minutes and 13 seconds, Planet Killer detonated. The antimatter explosion instantly engulfed everything within the red line. The Left Path cultists roaring in battle, the battleships firing, the returning sky, and the Afterglow mothership. The epicenter of the explosion was deathly silent, with only red and yellow hues advancing along the expanding edge. This was the explosion of ammunition depots and equipment triggered by the destruction of ships and machinery at the edge of the antimatter explosion. Once completely engulfed by the antimatter blast, even the explosion itself fell silent. The captains of the Evian Knights destroyers and escort ships stationed at the edge of the jump point watched this scene in utter horror. Some clutched their hair in anguish, some knelt before their captains' thrones, and some wept bitterly. Suddenly, the weeping navigators received a collective message. I underestimated humanity's resolve, but your trump cards have been exhausted. Gu Zhongyu attempted to kill the horde using unknown means, but we are superior. Given humanity's courage, I grant you one more chance. Surrender to me, and your lives will be spared. The message was logically sound, more human-like than ever before. In the distance, clusters of floating nanoparticles formed a space beacon, continuously emitting shifting light and radiation signals. It was Green Luoyu, the nanite swarm simulator. Realizing humanity possessed a deadly weapon, she attempted to escape but was held back by the battleships. So she decisively made an action beyond the instincts of a nanite swarm, abandoning the Twilight Mothership and the Resurrection ship, scattering her AI cores throughout the nanite clusters, launching them at high speed in all directions, and reassembling them after the planet killer exploded. The Left Path cultist, commanding the garrison fleet, wiped his face, letting tears and snot run down his cheeks, his eyes fierce. The Archbishop's path has ended, but the Left Path kingdom has not. Everyone, battle formation. Amid sobs, chaotic roars filled the channel. May the light of Luddle shine. Chapter 1141. On August 22, 220, the All-Universe Alliance fleet entered the Dune Realm system unimpeded. Under the influence of Celia Laplace's Twilight, the Legion's unmanned and manned ships, wandering in the hyperspace reflection, were instantly paralyzed. The Hell Legion still hadn't completely eliminated the contingency plan Celia had left behind, solely been directly placed the Candle Dragon in the hyperspace reflection, hacked into the relay communicator, and easily seized control again. Leaving behind a Hylascus class and the Zhu Rong, Vortex class, to protect the flagship, the remaining ships jumped into the physical universe one by one. The Dune Realm system no longer had any firepower units for defense, nor any space stations. All that remained were the fleet and the underground cities that had survived the calamity. This operation, amplified by the machine soul, was essentially no different from bullying. The fleet advanced unimpeded, heading directly to the distant orbits of the two planets. Hackers, following the intrusion channels left by Celia, remotely took over the underground city's network. Perhaps learning from the previous experience, although Hela's ships were instantly controlled, the manned ships reacted quickly. 6 Legion-class and Legion-class ships, including the Great Eagle and Legion-class, spent 2 hours physically shutting down and restarting. After restarting, they rapidly reset and resolutely charged towards the Universal Alliance fleet. These 6 ships are the Legion's last manned vessels. The Legion has gathered all manned ships scattered throughout its sphere of influence, plus several unmanned warships and a Scat-Hat-class dreadnought. This is the Legion's entire strength. Celia said, according to the intelligence I alluded, the Legion fleet on the southern front is on its way back. The Ironheart Annihilators cut off aid to the Legion. After we left, they took some of the Legion's elite slave laborers. What remains now is the Legion's wreckage. Based on the enhanced command-type ship-borne AI analysis of the Hui, Alicorn class, and Qinglong, Libra class, the Legion remains here to buy time for the Ironhearted Annihilators on the western front, serving as a springboard for the fleet's advance. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Bin clasped his hands together, like a Japanese person saying, I'm about to eat. Even the wreckage was the wreckage of a major power, incredibly delicious, every bite full of flavor. The combat of the 6 manned ships was lackluster. Firstly, the Great Eagle class was an aircraft carrier, and the Castella class, with its flight deck, was also a semi-aircraft carrier. However, the carriers in the hands of the Universal Alliance were far more powerful. Neither the Azure Dragon with its rotating hangar, nor the Star-class Shiha, representing the pinnacle of Speedtron Technology's aircraft carrier technology, were vessels they could easily challenge. Moreover, Li Bin's core fleet also included 1 Brilliant-class BRV, 2 Great Eagle-class ships, and 2 Castella-class ships. Frankly, the sheer number of carrier-based air wings already created an absolute crushing advantage. Furthermore, the company's bombers were the Flash unmanned bombers, and the fighters were all the same Devil Avionics 9th generation Wanza function. A single flight deck of a cruiser carrier could only accommodate 1 super heavy fighter. Equipped with the Busher laser cannon and the lightweight Glow laser cannon, the Glow laser cannon is a medium-slot energy weapon, while the lightweight version is a small-slot weapon. This BYD heavy fighter carries 2 small-slot shipborne energy weapons. Impressive. And this thing also has a tactical system. Called the Ether Separator, its effect is to change the shape of the carrier-based aircraft, allowing the 2 weapons to more accurately aim at targets. It's well known that the Demon Avionics frigates can transform, just like its heavy weapons, but the fact that its carrier-based aircraft can also transform is incredibly powerful. Even more incredible is that the Wind God fighter also possesses a flexible frame and an automatic repair module. In simpler terms, the spaceship's frame uses shape memory metal, which slowly recovers after impact damage, while the onboard nano-self-healing material can repair fractures and explosion damage. These are the elite of the fighter jet world. These carrier-based LPCs were purchased after maxing out diplomatic relations with the Global Alliance through multi-corner trade. High-quality, multinationally manufactured aircraft, combined with the battleship's superior firepower and overwhelming electronic warfare advantage, allowed our fleet to advance unimpeded. The enemy fleet was scattered throughout the star system, defending everywhere. How could these six-man battleships possibly break through? Impossible. From the start of the battle, our commanders, Zhu Jin and Zui Mengqian Xiao, automatically muted their microphones in the command channel. Winning is perfectly normal. Losing means facing accountability and apologies. The only time they spoke on the channel was when they encountered a Taiju-class or Castella-class carrier stationed in a certain section of the route. Someone would shout, "Hey! Carriers! Anyone taking care of them? If not, we shoot them down." Zhu Jin would quickly reply, "Yes, yes. You can leave." Then Zui Meng would immediately dispatch bomber and heavy fighter squadrons to swiftly eliminate the ships. When the battleship's sensors and detectors could only scan a few dozen kilometers, beyond which they were blind, and air combat could only be observed through optical observation posts, and the launched carrier-based aircraft were completely cut off from the carrier, defeat was inevitable. However, given that the manned ships built by the Hell Legion were of fairly good quality, albeit low-tech, and considering the ample time available for this operation, Zui Mengqian Xiao did not, as last time, order the pilots to directly destroy the ships. Instead, after they take care of the carrier-based aircraft, we will first use bombing, as well as the Tachyon lances, Dragon flame torpedoes, and storm support torpedoes carried by each level of aircraft carrier to paralyze the battleships. Next, the main thrusters of 6 battleships were destroyed. After that, the Scarab Torpedo Squadron, commanded by the Old One-Eyed Commander, boarded the ships. Because the fleet needed to recover the ships with the highest possible quality to counter potential nano-infection swarms, integrity was paramount. Li Bin, positioned in the hyperspace reflection, oversaw the entire operation. Within the Sky Battle System, the fleet had reached high Earth orbit, unleashing a deluge of Behemoth and Draco Assassin torpedoes towards the surface, preparing for the first wave of cleanup. A bright spot caught his attention, and soon, Zhu Jin's apologetic voice came through. "I'm sorry, Captain, the ammunition depot of one of the Great Eagle-class ships was detonated by slave laborers." "What about the other ships?" "The Chief Petty Officer's men have taken control of the ammunition depots of the other ships, only this one was out of reach." "Then the result is within acceptable limits. The wreckage will be recovered by the battlefield mothership and sent to the West Wind system for repairs." "Yes," Zhu Jin said, swallowing hard. "Also, regarding the manned cruisers and destroyers, we can't control them one by one. There are too many ships, and when they see us boarding, they all flee, some even self-destructing on the spot. The Chief Petty Officer has limited manpower, so he requested that the cruisers not board. Those who could provide boarding torpedoes were all veterans. After only a little thought, Li Bin agreed. With 7 nano-forging furnaces, the Universal Union certainly didn't lack cruiser production capacity. Frankly, if it weren't for the headquarters' remote location and the fact that the Hellish ship fleet was indeed quite good, capable of retrieving demon cores, Li Bin wouldn't even have bothered arranging for the fleet to recover the captured Hellish ships. Anyway, he didn't plan to add any more Hella BRV series ships to his fleet. He'd just convert them into manned ships and sell them to other factions. Thinking of this, and combining it with the information left by Gu Zhongyu, Li Bin had a vague plan in mind. Chapter 1142. The surface of the Star of Light Sentinels. Ruins and rubble, fragments of broken warships deeply embedded in the earth, and shards of keeled bones leaving dozens of meters of wreckage on the surface, stand silently in the swirling, foul-smelling atmosphere. The wind and sand lash against his helmet, leaving rain-like marks, the only sound in the world, as if the planet were mourning its death. "The civilization here is on the verge of extinction," an archaeologist from the academy said confidently, looking at the readings on his instruments. Old One-Eyed scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, feeling a hard surface through his power armor. These archaeologists boarded the ship after the academy's relocation. They had wanted to conduct a technical survey last time, but due to the rush, they couldn't land, a great regret for the archaeology profession. For the behemoths, the Hell Legion was a technological paradise, but for the archaeology profession, This was probably the only officially controlled territory in the entire star system that had survived the Great Collapse for the longest period. The overlords were newcomers, occupying a place they had abandoned decades ago. Can tachyon technology really be considered a force of mass destruction? It's clearly a third party. But the Hell Legion is different. Taking over the secret intelligence agency, Night Watch, the archaeologists, just thinking about it, wore powerful smiles. If we could glimpse the true nature of human power, even death wouldn't be in vain. Therefore, when they learned that the Universal Alliance and the Church of Lud intended to sink the space station and Vitality unit, they were vehemently opposed. They hoped to gain at least a week so that the archaeologists could temporarily transform into Antiquities raiders, emulating ancient Anglo-Saxon archaeologists, engaging in ancient, plunder-style preservation. Jeffrey, a semi-archaeologist himself, shrugged. That's how archaeologists are. The moment they see an artifact, they automatically jump on it, completely ignoring the situation and the war. He didn't mention he was from the academy this time. But it was indeed true. In malaria-ridden Africa, 18th and 19th century archaeologists and biologists risked their lives to delve into the depths. Even before Li Bin's time travel, large numbers of journalists and archaeologists braved the AKs of the Black Men to protect artifacts and uncover news. From the head of the archaeology department, Li Bin even learned that in the first 30 years after the Great Collapse, a time of war and the rise of giant corporations, before and after the 14th Army's reorganization into a dominant force, large numbers of archaeologists traversed battlefields, rescuing various artifacts and electronic documents. Indeed, there were those who sought fame and fortune, and such people certainly existed among the archaeologists brought by the Universal Alliance. But undeniably, there were also good people among them. Li Bin didn't care whether they were good or bad people, because he had already made up his mind to completely destroy the deformed Legion civilization of the Dune Realm star system and eliminate future troubles. Now, regardless of who they were truly doing good. Collecting as much human technology, historical data, and documents as possible was a meritorious deed for the present and a benefit for future generations. Alright, esteemed scholars, step back a moment. Seeing the archaeologists stop in front of a ruined building broken in two, about to call for heavy machinery to be airdropped for excavation, the old one-eyed man couldn't help but speak up. This building was hit head-on by an antimatter bomb. What's left to examine? The real treasures are below. The old one-eyed man waved, and Marines and Draco assassins in heavily armored power suits swarmed forward, quickly clearing the ruins and desert with bombs, separating the archaeologists. Under the pained gaze of the experts, they excavated rapidly, finding the entrance to the underground structure in just over 10 minutes. This is it, that's it. The leading Marine compared the information shared by Celia, checked the markings on the heavy metal door of the underground structure, and compared them with the coordinates of the ruins of the destroyed Hell Fortress standing on the cliff. He then gave Old One-Eyed a thumbs up. Chief Sergeant. Found it. The Hell Legion's ancient data storage backup vault. A legitimate force, even a small one, will have multiple methods for preserving its data. The frequently used database has a network storage, a physically isolated electronic database, and as a faction transformed from Night Watch, the Hell Legion even has a physical archive made of plastic. Here is the sealed electronic database, stored using quantum crystals. Regarding this place, the Universal Alliance no longer needed brute force cracking. Li Bin had obtained the DNA information of the Night Watch elite clones, directly erased the information, and then used the key stolen by Celia, the key obtained from the capture of prisoners of war through neuromodulation reagents, and the key obtained through torture with neuroparasites to cross-check the results. The door opened instantly. The archaeological experts, looking at the easily opened door, couldn't help but shake their heads. This isn't archaeology, it's like going home. Never such a wonderful start. Helmets captured the ancient, decaying air inside the dusty door, and looking at the readings, they all shook their heads. That's the field domineering. Busy archaeological work immediately commenced. Archaeologists, like hibernating mice, busily went in and out of various underground offline databases, oblivious to the commotion of the nearby demolition of the underground city, the Marines executing slave laborers, and Draco's assassins slashing the heavy artillery position. Just moments ago, they were shouting this is ruining an ancient site. But now they were completely absorbed in their work, oblivious to the world around them. Captain, we found something good. ISA entered the flagship's captain's office with an air of elegance, calling out immediately. Strictly speaking, she had also served on a ship personally commanded by Li Bin, and the two had even taken turns at the helm, so calling her captain wasn't inappropriate. However, usually, calling someone that meant either a request or good news. Li Bin looked up with lingering fear, and seeing Isa looking light and refreshed, he breathed a sigh of relief. What is it? A blueprint. Could it be the SCAT-Hack class blueprint? Or the I-Core blueprint? Neither, but a blueprint that will likely be very useful for our future. Isa leaned on the table with one hand, her silver-gray ponytail cascading down her shoulder, swaying back and forth as it was pulled by a magnetic hair clip. Li Bin pursed his lips, opened his terminal, glanced at it, and immediately burst into laughter. The offensive MK, resembling the offensive class, is designed to date back 8,000 years, making it even older than its predecessor, the Victory class. The offensive MK uses the offensive 1 Malawang Kwacha design. The offensive class is a heavily armored battleship, without shields, but featuring 2 heavy armor plates called gauntlets. Its design philosophy is somewhat similar to the Berserker class, both incorporating heavy armor structures on top of the existing battleship design. However, the offensive MK is significantly different. It is more primitive, less automated, and possesses an overpowered ability. It's unclear what it was originally designed for. The data only states it belonged to the Domain Fleet and was used for deleted missions. Its massive internal structure, apart from the main propulsion system and central reservoir, features at least 2 backup units for each facility, and the electrical system even has triple protection. Chapter 1143. This blueprint document shows that it was the initial mass production model, which later split into 2 technical routes. One route was the automated warship route, namely 1 Malawang Kwacha, which became the foundation technology for the later automated war machines of the human realm. The other route retained the MK design concept, returning to the manned ship route, undergoing major hull changes to become the Victory class, and finally returning to its original purpose to evolve into the current offensive class. In other words, this MK blueprint is the true ancestor of the offensive class. The briefing document contains orders left by the human realm for Dark Night Watch, stating that as a newly developed territory on the edge of the human realm, if any deleted items are discovered, the blueprint document should be submitted to the Starfield governor, and intervention should be made in the Starfield's military and administrative affairs. Do you have detailed information? Li Bin tapped the table. I need more detailed information on MK, and also, is there any further description of the purpose of this deletion? Li Bin asked curiously. This kind of ship looks somewhat similar to the nanovirus swarm. Also, contact Brother Jia and Lan Yuan, and have them take a look. Bright Sentinel Star, Underground City. Dong Lixiang was dispatched to the front lines, surrounded by gregarious squid that seemed perfectly at home in the habitable atmosphere of the underground city. How rude of me, he muttered, adjusting his terminal glasses. Before him stood a group of terrified slaves, controlled by the squid tentacles, excreting and urinating incessantly. As prisoners of war of the Evil Legion, thoroughly brainwashed low-value personnel, they weren't mass-produced to eliminate future threats. They underwent expensive neuromodification by the company to permanently cure their drug addiction, and they continue to work for humanity in this giant corporation, yet they show no gratitude and dare to speak so arrogantly to me. Where's your manners? Where's your hierarchy? Behind the reflective terminal goggles, Dong Lixiang's gaze was coldly fixed on the experimental subjects awaiting dissection. The Marines pushing various tools nearby wore uneasy expressions, their faces hidden by their helmets. Damn it! Don't you even know what kind of entrance you're giving us? The Marines muttered to themselves, bringing out a bunch of precious tentacle monsters, grabbing people and interrogating them about the whereabouts of classified information, and ripping off implants for surgery on those who disobeyed. Their brains are practically falling off. Don't even mention them calling you monsters, we're all horrified. Dong Lixiang showed no interest in the opinions of others. He flicked his wrist, and immediately a Marine released a heavy gift crab, instructing it to interrogate them according to procedure. These were scientists the Legion had previously hidden away. Last time, it took Li Bin several days to travel from the jump point to the ground, but this time, by deliberately choosing the shortest horizontal jump, they only took a few hours, a significant increase in efficiency, leaving these senior scientists nowhere to hide. Don't be afraid, the gregarious squid's base station has blocked the network. You won't receive the Legion's self-destruct command. Dong Lixiang's scalpel sliced across the trembling brain, removing the implant, while simultaneously inserting a wriggling worm into the opening. It won't hurt, the brain doesn't feel pain. I'm removing the addictive injection device. Next, the neural parasites will gnaw away at the distorted neural network, rebuilding a healthy one, allowing you to abandon your foolish addiction and instead develop a positive desire for scientific research. By the way, don't worry about the Legion's brainwashing either. because the company has more advanced neuromodulation reagents that can reverse the situation. Oh right, Dong Lixiang said, rubbing his pink-stained gloves. Don't worry about public opinion. After all, you served the Legion before, and everyone supports the CO's decision to let you atone through lifelong dedication. Don't feel wronged. Soon you realize that dedicating your life to the Universal Union is the greatest blessing. Now, tell me. Dong Lixiang lifted the chin of a scientist who had just undergone surgery, whose skull hadn't been reattached yet, but whose expression visibly shifted from panic to calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. The data on offensive MK, who else knows? And where should we find these people? The man's limbs twitched, his brain seemingly readjusting to his body. He shakily raised his hand, his mouth trembling as he struggled to speak. Seeing this, the Marines trembled, and even the Draco assassins responsible for security felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, in the hyperspace reflection, Jie Ge and Lan Yuan, who had arrived from the Hui Research Center with the Xingtian, also saw the MK data. Lan Yuan stated that she had never heard of this before. This is completely different from the technological approach of the White Rose Starfield. It's not our technological approach, this design. She hesitated for a long time before finally saying, it's too clumsy. Then, as if to make amends for the equally heavily armored Xingtian, she continued, I'm not talking about the ship itself, but the technological approach. The Xingtian is a core warship specifically designed for the decisive battle theory, used to compensate for the shortcomings of the Nightmare class and other Xenon ships that emphasize maneuverability. Unlike the Wrath of God class, which are single-target combat ships, the Xingtian is designed specifically for large-scale battles. The massive main cannon, the Galaxy Xenon cannon, and its related charging and dispersion devices would take up space on the ship. To protect this main cannon and enhance its output capability, we had to choose heavy armor. But this design? Lan Yuan stammered for a long time, unable to find a suitable answer as she wasn't a scientist. At this moment, Brother Jie added, this ship is a typical attrition-type frontline ship, not responsible for core tasks. Its significant difference from the later offensive-class ships lies in its flat and wide hull. The Xingtian's design is long and narrow, meaning that in battle, its shields and hull have a smaller area exposed to attack, proving that its primary mission is output, with frontline defense being secondary. It can even perform single ship-led attack missions. The offensive MK is even wider than the offensive class, yet it lacks shields and is equipped with additional heavy armor, proving its purpose is to withstand attacks. The enemy must have strong firepower and ferocious output. Brother Jie concluded decisively, the offensive 1 Malawing Quacha shares the same hull as the offensive MK, and its shields have been deliberately removed, indicating that in combat, layers upon layers of offensive MKs will be stacked up, using their two built-in heavy Inquisitors to continuously fire. All electricity was channeled into firepower, until every ship was destroyed. Brother Jie exclaimed, this is the kind of production capacity only the human realm could muster. Li Bin pondered, no wonder. I heard that the human realm's automated factories are scattered throughout the galaxy. From an economic perspective, such a massive number of unmanned factories, used for producing goods, would only lead to overcapacity, squeezing out jobs for lower-level workers, and consequently causing a collapse in consumer spending and consumer goods, resulting in a financial crisis. But according to archaeological data, the human realm's economic system is very stable. Even its star currency system has remained stable at a low level for tens of thousands of years. This certainly demonstrates its powerful production capacity, sufficient to ensure currency stability, unlike the soaring prices after the Great Collapse. But it also proves that the human realm must have some means of consumption to prevent currency collapse. Chapter 1144. Li Bin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now it seems the means of attrition is war, and it's probably not just territorial expansion. Otherwise, with such long intervals between the three expansions, there's no reason for the finances to remain stable. I'm afraid there's also defensive warfare involved. Defend against whom? The Void Realm? Higher dimensional demons? Subspace? Dark Ultraman? Godzilla? Or perhaps the Green Skin? After a moment of contemplation, Li Bin looked at the two men again. Do either of you know anything about the offensive MK, 1 Malawing Quacha data? Or the events of 8,000 years ago? Brother Jie shrugged. I'm a researcher, I don't study history. Besides, even the most advanced technology of 8,000 years ago was still at the level of a master's degree. Only those in this field have permission to read. Humanity has faced countless adversaries throughout history, using various weapons to counter all kinds of enemies. I only read the necessary parts of the literature I've been studying for 30 years. You asked the wrong person. He said seriously, human history and technology, from the beginning of Earth to the present, have reached a point where it's absolutely impossible for a single person to reach the forefront of any field in their entire life without the help of an AI core. Before the Great Collapse, no one would specifically memorize these things, they could simply access them online through a terminal. This couldn't be heard by Gao Yuanjian, otherwise the old man would definitely glare and boast, because he was someone who repeatedly reinvented the wheel and memorized too many basic principles. As a result, much of his life was spent consolidating basic knowledge, earning him the sharp comment from Brother Jia, "Good foundation, but too basic." Brother Jia previously couldn't understand the value of the AI core in the Perseus constellation after the Great Collapse. Even Gao Yuanjian had to lead his lab and compete with other departments for the right to use the AI core. That makes sense. In his past life, Li Bin, aside from showing off, wouldn't bother memorizing the digits of pi after the first 7 decimal places. Knowing 3.141596 is enough. He doesn't even need it. He can just look it up on his phone when needed. As for Lan Yuan, she shook her head blankly. War history will definitely record it, but wars are constantly evolving. General education courses only record publicly available content. Further study only happens when you're assigned to different star systems and facing different hypothetical enemies. Offensive class ships are commonplace, but the enemy the offensive MK faces is deleted, which means enemy information is classified. Lan Yuan shrugged. I'm an experimental ship pilot, responsible for security and operation of the experimental ship in the White Rose star system. The White Rose star system is located in the territory of the People's Republic of China, and the hypothetical enemy is the local rebels. Normally, I just need to sail the ship, share my experiences, and let the experts optimize it. She practically at peaceful times have made me itchy for a fight written all over her face. There was no way around it. After all, it was in Li Bin's hands. Let alone the leader of the people, it was just a tiny fraction of the White Rose starfield. Would the Omega Core know? Li Bin doubted it. With so many ship types throughout history, there was no need to include technical data unrelated to colonial rule. The vast history of humankind's flight over tens of thousands of years was an astronomical amount of information for an AI core. Dong Lixiang removed his gloves, deactivated his terminal glasses recording, uploaded the data, and calmly instructed the Draco assassins beside him, inject these colleagues with 1/3 of the powder injection, then begin suturing. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right? The Draco assassin was taken aback. Is that necessary? You already performed brain surgery without anesthesia. What are you talking about? Dong Lixiang frowned, his stern face showing a hint of "I see you don't understand at all. Before, they were prisoners, enemies, I was interrogating them. But now they're colleagues, and they'd be undertaking the most demanding experimental tasks at the research center. They're technical personnel, so naturally they deserve preferential treatment. After all, Dong Lixiang said, hands on his hips, I'm not a cruel person. The assassins swallowed hard. Despite the blood everywhere, they had long since lost their appetite for the creatures before them because of Dong Lixiang's actions. No, they hadn't vomited, which showed how experienced they were in this area. Oh right, Dong Lixiang instructed before leaving. Don't worry about them relapsing into drug addiction. The neural parasites have filled the distorted neural network. Without special targeted drug stimulation, these abnormal neural parasites won't transmit any information. Is Universal Union biotechnology really that amazing? Draco the assassin was dumbfounded. Dong Lixiang shook his head. No, this is brain-related data I obtained from the interrogation and brainwashing techniques of Dark Night Watch. These techniques come from the human realm special agents, and of course, they're also inseparable from Celia's sharing. After all, webwork techniques are also techniques for manipulating the brain. He said wistfully, the memories of the human realm are unfathomable. Captain, there are results on the ground. We made progress on what you requested. Xian Tao spoke on the private channel, immediately transmitting the file he hadn't seen before. The interrogation process was lengthy, but the useful information was limited. After Celia summarized and filtered out the fluff, this part of the data consisted of only a few sentences. 1. The offensive MK series was designed for a survival threat that had already been eliminated by the human realm, but what exactly it was has been lost to time and propaganda. Apart from high-ranking officials in the solar system, no one knows. Dark Night Watch was merely following a preventative mechanism and making technological reserves. This is like a college freshman looking at the school's rulebook. Many rules seem baffling, and you might think they could be deleted without consequence. But they are actually designed for various special circumstances or problems that have already disappeared. For example, The seemingly absurd rule that collecting plastic bottles is not allowed in dormitories is actually based on a senior student who collected discarded plastic bottles throughout the semester, made a plastic raft, and used it to cross the school's river to leave campus. 2. The offensive Mk was developed earlier than the already mature capital ship class fuel ship, the Prometheus class. Therefore, its wide hull was expanded for long-range operations, allowing for the insertion of more antimatter fuel. 3. The ship was equipped with a primitive faster-than-light drive for traversing the physical universe. This technology was later replaced by hyperspace travel combined with stargates. 4. The offensive Mk is inseparable from several ship-mounted technologies and must be equipped with heavy missile integration, combat combustion, the tactical system, the predecessor of the flame drive, and rugged structure to be manufactured. Incredible! Faster-than-light propulsion? Brother Gia was stunned. The propulsion system used in the Perseus constellation was a gravitational field propulsion system that had matured in the mid-period. While it couldn't propel a ship to the speed of light, combined with a propulsion system, it allowed the ship to travel very fast in the physical universe, traversing a star system in just a few days. This technology is even older than the Alcubide drive used by the Relief Association's Ark of Salvation. It shouldn't be on a battleship of this era. Chapter 1145. Brother Gia stated unequivocally, this is absolutely intentional. It's a compromise made to allow battleships to traverse vast regions before hyperspace travel technology matures. This ship should never have been used as a manned vessel. Faster-than-light travel would cause the people on board to miss the times, leading to a disconnect from humanity outside the ship, and even potentially causing riots. Before boarding, they were your subordinates. After disembarking, you find your subordinates, even enemies, have become unreachable figures. This technology was used for decades before being shelved. He scratched his head, embarrassed, and said, it seems the so-called one Malawang Kwacha technology route was correct. The Mk blueprint is still too primitive, and has its shortcomings. Li Bin, however, had a different opinion. No, I actually think the Mk is more suitable for the Perseus star system. I wouldn't dare use a fully automated warship to fight a nanotech swarm. The Berserker class is undoubtedly a better choice, but the cost is too high, and the nanotech. Eliminating the swarm depends on sheer volume. Li Bin pointed to the bulky Mk. This one's cheap to build. As long as the faster-than-light engine isn't activated, it's viable. But? Brother Gia exclaimed anxiously, the offensive Mk lacks hyperspace travel capabilities. It doesn't even have hyperspace observation equipment, so it can't accommodate a navigator. Li Bin glanced at ISA, who immediately pulled out her terminal and displayed the Bowhead Whale class blueprints. Li Bin pointed at the Bowhead Whale class. What about this one? Brother Gia shook his head. The Bowhead Whale class is too fragile. Even if upgraded to the Universal Union class, with better electrical grids and main guns, its narrow hull still requires more low-tech battlecruisers to support the front line. Li Bin slammed the Mk and Bowhead Whale class ships together, Mk plus Bowhead Whale class for front line, using the Bowhead Whale class and tugboats to tow the Mk through hyperspace, supplemented by the Universal Union class and the Zonzi class for damage mitigation. Is that a viable strategy? He said leisurely. We have 7 forges. Brother Gia bit his thumb, muttered something under his breath, and finally looked up, gritting his teeth. Fine, fine. But you absolutely can't let me modify it anymore. I'm not an expert in the offensive class technology route. There are so many offensive class modifications in the Perseus star system. If you want to optimize it, find other ship designers and engineers. The company's advanced cruiser, based on the Nightmare class, and with Xenon technology removed, is nearing completion. The mass production plan for the Battlefield Mothership class is also being finalized. There are also the Desert Walker class high-speed heavy cruiser and the Forest Walker class heavy cruiser mothership blueprints, as well as the God's Wrath class repair project. I also have to serve as a technical advisor to the fleet. My team really doesn't have time. Fine, Li Bin reluctantly agreed. We're still short of talent. It's a pity that back then with Hyena Mining, the bulk of the profits went to Wind Mining, and the technical talent was also taken by Wind Mining. Later, when the Wind and Mine split up, these people were also reassigned. The remaining scientists were promoted to fill the vacant positions in the Wind and Mines, and even high prices couldn't bring them back. The offensive Mk blueprints filled an underground database. Besides this, there were also documents on agent training, intelligence gathered from various factions before and after the Great Collapse, and local history. Among them were detailed records of the entire process of the destruction of the Tianyuan 4 Utopia Group's branch in the Perseus star system, as well as the entire process of the formation and destruction of the Perseus Alliance. It even included how the local human leader regime was destroyed by the rise of a giant corporation within a few years. These things are useful to Li Bin now, but only in a small way politically. They, on the other hand, have made the archaeologists ecstatic. This is actually quite normal. After all, the human domain is for intelligence gathering, not research. However, besides these, the most useful thing is the star map. A detailed star map of the Perseus star system, and several nearby human-controlled star systems, along with Stargate coordinates. How detailed? Detailed enough to mark the coordinates of all habitable, by human standards, from tundra planets to barren planets, undeveloped and developed planets, along with their populations, economic scale, major industries, and even Stargate routes, as well as historical data on hyperspace routes, tidal changes, and hyperspace storms throughout the entire star system, of course. The historical data is comprehensive up to before the Great Collapse, but it's still very useful. Enough to elevate the Academy's hyperspace discipline to near human-controlled levels. Whether the students in the discipline can fully grasp it doesn't matter, as long as they can use it. This is fantastic. Li Bin's eyes lit up. When Liu Bang entered Xianying, Xiao He's first task was to collect the laws, books, and archives of the previous dynasty, laying the foundation for the Han dynasty's inheritance of the Qin system. With this, Li Bin no longer needed to deploy a fleet for large-scale hyperspace exploration and mapping. Instead, he could focus on more detailed regional updates of hyperspace terrain and then utilize them. Hell Legion, you truly are my Xiao He, Li Bin exclaimed with delight. Lan Yuan looked at Isa, her expression asking, who is Xiao He? Isa shrugged indifferently. Her husband would occasionally utter strange remarks, and she was used to it. Li Bin's somewhat anachronistic and unconventional, but classic language, his seemingly random and erratic pronouncements, had long raised questions among the company's upper management about his background. The larger the company grows, the more insightful and thought-provoking Li Bin's early statements become, and the more they resonate with people. No one believed that a grassroots crew member could utter such words so early on. But interstellar humans have one advantage over the ancients. They don't care. I don't care about this or that. If you can bring us a good life, you're worthy of loyalty, and we follow you. The Perseus constellation is a grand stage. What kind of extraordinary people and eccentrics haven't we seen? When it comes to being unconventional and abstract, there are plenty of people above you. Li Bin is doing a great job. Why are you investigating all this nonsense? Oh, you found out the truth. So what? You found out Li Bin is an alien. You found out Li Bin is a robot. And then what? Who will lead everyone to a better life? Indeed, some mid-level employees were curious about Li Bin. This tiny minority tried to uncover the truth, even though some of them had even worked on Li Bin's flagship. However, they were all monitored and infiltrated by the captain's faction led by Jeffrey, Old One-Eyed, Wahab, and Zhu Jin, and the CEO's faction led by Dong Lixiang, Brother Jie, Fat Dragon, Li Weiming, and Jieyao. They tacitly didn't report to Li Bin, seemingly afraid of disturbing him and making him become like those monsters in the stories broadcast on the radio, their true forms discovered and forced to flee. They didn't even dare tell Isha. They just silently watched these short-sighted, stupid dogs until the stubborn ones attempted to contact foreign forces, and then the excuse was found. Under the guise of eliminating spies, a top-down purge quickly wiped them out. After that, no one was curious about Li Bin anymore. All that remained was loyalty. Chapter 1146. The Hell Legion's excavation was like an archaeological excavation in the ancient capital of 13 dynasties. Beneath the barren surface lay abundant resources. The more they dug, the more they found. The experts from various disciplines hadn't come for nothing. The Universal Alliance was ravenously wealthy, even unearthing a large number of VPCs, volume programmable components, a one-time production license for a product containing blueprints for a single batch, in the underground city ruins. According to ground interrogations, a conservative estimate is at least 1,000, including daily necessities, heavy machinery, heavy weapons, consumer goods, synthetic food, exoskeletons, and more. There were even VPC automated manufacturing plants and production facilities. Even in a giant ruin, this is top-tier stuff. The head of the archaeology department, after personally visiting the site, reported, if the bombing hadn't been saturated, the value would probably be even higher, CO. Undoubtedly, the unbroken legacy of the Night Watch has kept many of the Hell Legion's ancient devices in excellent condition, and over the years they've been secretly developing, they've been quietly retrieving artifacts and facilities from the lost sector. We even found a manual for the automated factory's maintenance. Don't get excited yet. It's incomplete, probably excavated from the ruins of a planet that has a license to produce or maintain parts of the automated factory. Yes, that's really impressive, but here's the bad news. There seemed to be quite a few more in the Hell Fortress, but they were all blown away by your sunken space station. The department head smiled awkwardly but politely, his stubborn bald patch on his head swaying in the ventilation fan's breeze. Li Bin and ISA could only pinch each other's philtrum and curse that the guy deserved to be bald. Don't you even know the art of reporting? I'm already heartbroken. Don't show me this stuff. Losses aren't factored into decisions, understand? I think if we had just held on a little longer, even losing a few capital ships wouldn't have been a loss. With the complete maintenance technology for the automated factory, we could have dismantled it. Isha tugged at Li Bin's face, her voice unusually resentful. Li Bin scoffed. If the Hell Legion really had the complete technology, they would have destroyed all the factories in the Lost Sector and colonized the entire Dune Realm system. Why would we need to research something like a demon core? We wouldn't even need for forges, just brute force the factory's basic stats and flatten the star system. As they were talking, a secret communication from Risk Mining hit Li Bin's personal terminal. Only old Gu knows this channel. Li Bin said, patting his wife's hand. My face got a mark from being tugged. TSK, really bad timing. Isha grumbled, turning on a beauty filter for Li Bin. Li Bin's face was the face of one united. A finger mark on Li Bin's face meant the company had been slapped in the face, which was absolutely unacceptable. The call connected, and Li Bin asked with concern, Old Gu, what's the situation on your end? The reply was a slightly choked Uncle Li, and a face with puffy eyes and dry skin from repeated wiping. That one Uncle Li almost sent Li Bin off in a bad mood. Girl, you're older than me, aren't you? Uncle Li, and with that mournful face. I shove a swana in your hand. Why don't you just play 100 Birds paying homage to the Phoenix? Samarkand III's appearance did indeed surprise Li Bin and ISA, but as she choked back tears, as she recounted her father's story, Li Bin's face went from surprise to shock, and then to a complete collapse. The shock stemmed naturally from old Gu's consideration for the greater good. As the saying goes, speculation is speculation, but facts are facts. Samarkand III's personal account of Gu Zhongyu using himself as bait to lure the nanovirus swarm, employing a planetary assassin for self-destruction, the meticulous planning, the despicable nature of his inhuman schemes, the decisiveness of his actions, and his thunderous methods truly astonished Li Bin. He couldn't help but think that if Gu Zhongyu had personally orchestrated the last holy war, he would have proceeded cautiously step by step, and the target from the very beginning would never have been the Universal Alliance. The current situation in the Eastern Star region would never have resulted in the Universal Alliance holding an absolute diplomatic advantage. He genuinely admired Gu Zhongyu, realizing he probably couldn't do what Gu Zhongyu did now. However, upon further reflection, if future sacrifices were necessary to pave the inevitable path to the unification of the Star region for Li Brown, he might not hesitate to do it. As the saying goes, success doesn't have to be mine, but I will certainly be a part of it. But when Samarkand knelt and cowed out in the projection, apologizing and stating that it was his father's dying wish, and had sent the lost Olympus siege platform, missing the Planet Killer, along with the Planet Killer's maintenance manual and database, and some of the plundered scientists, Father knew I had a grudge against you, so he instructed me to apologize and return these things. Furthermore, all the data sent to Eden Star is the latest frontline intelligence, including the new situation that the nanoparticle swarm may be able to use AI cores to obtain simulated personalities, simulating fuzzy calculations and communication with humans. In addition, according to the cultists in the escape pods retrieved by Risk Mining and the Lud Church reinforcements near the hyperspace of the Cactus system, the nanoparticle swarm will deliberately release large quantities of nanoclusters when encountering a planet killer level explosion. After the ship is destroyed by the explosion, the nanoclusters will reassemble and search for a new hull. The fleet stationed at the jump point launched a total of 271 escape pods into hyperspace, hoping someone would retrieve them and obtain information. In the end, only 3 people were brought back. Just as Samarkand III was speaking, Li Bin received a delayed message. Signed Gu Zhongyu, it contained only 3 words. Please. Li Bin sighed instantly. He naturally understood the meaning of those 3 words. It was both entrusting the nanovirus issue to him, the person besides Gu Zhongyu, who knew the most and had the most power. He knew the good stuff, but had no power. It was also an implication that he was being asked to reconcile with Samarkand III. The hearts of parents are always full of love and concern. Old Gu, you done all this, what else can I do? Continue to shamelessly fight with your daughter? Am I that kind of person? Li Bin prided himself on being the most normal political leader in the Perseus star system, never expecting that in the risk mining industry, there would be someone he had never met in person, yet with whom he shared a highly compatible spirit. Both actively shouldered human responsibility, both valued family, and in practice, this guy was even more ruthless than him. The sudden passing of such an adversary left Li Bin with a profound sense of desolation, a feeling that hadn't arisen with old Gu around, but was now gone. It was as if the political arena of the starfield had become lonely. Old Gu, oh old Gu, how could you die like this? We hadn't even clashed yet. I was still fantasizing with my wife about how we would fight you during the Starfield Unification War, and what our posthumous arrangements would be if you surrendered with courtesy. And then you died so spectacularly. If you feel this isn't sincere enough, I come to see you personally to apologize. I only beg you, for the sake of us both being human, to send troops to save Zwijing Kingdom, to save humanity. Samarkand III knelt and wept. Upon hearing this, Li Bin suddenly understood, and a smile even appeared on his lips in the projection. Old Gu, these words, you prepared them for your daughter beforehand, didn't you? Li Bin thought to himself. Samarkand III would love to tear me apart. Even if she apologized with her nose in her mouth for Zwajingla, would she be that sincere? I don't believe it. Such a humble posture, such hurtful words. It sounds more like you're doing. You even orchestrated your own death, Hajigu, you bastard. I'm really starting to admire you. Chapter 1147. The news brought by Samarkand III greatly dampened the company's joy at its profits. Although he had a premonition about Gu Zhongyu's sacrifice to his sister, his death, and the bad news of the nanovirus swarm breaking through the blockade still saddened Li Bin. It wasn't just for old Gu, more importantly, it meant the star field was about to plunge into a new round of war, and humanity would lose direct military aid from the Twilight Human Coexistence faction. In the captain's office, Li Bin said, latest intelligence from the Lud Church and Risk Mining's reinforcements. The fleets entered the Cactus System's physical universe and discovered large areas of war wreckage, even including the Twilight Mothership, but he looked around and said with some difficulty, all the large wreckage has obvious damage. The remaining wreckage is completely destroyed, down to the keel, which even the shipwreck engineers could only use as a scaffold. It can be said that the nanovirus swarm took all the usable wreckage and left in hyperspace. Everyone fell silent. Li Bin placed his hand on his deputies. Now the danger. The situation is dire. We must immediately abandon any illusions and prepare for battle. I will inform Miss N after this meeting and have her withdraw all of the Human Coexistence faction's fleets immediately. He then pointed to everyone. Each of you will be responsible for one or more factions. Isha will be in charge of the Overlord. Gao Yuanjian will be in charge of Tachyon Technology, and Brother Jia will be in charge of the Interstellar Empire. Li Bin continued to appoint his subordinates rapidly. The most urgent task is to warn all factions that they must unite. This is not only to prepare for the frenzied expansion of the nanovirus swarm and form an alliance, but also to prepare for the dying counterattack of the iron-hearted extinctionists after the Human Coexistence faction withdraws. The withdrawal of the heavily fortified forces of the Human Coexistence faction from the southern and western lost sectors will create ample space for the Ironheart extinction, allowing their fleets to move freely through the shipping lanes and overwhelm the massive fleet. During this period, some of the remnant drones will inevitably encounter the nanovirus swarms and be continuously devoured. However, it is also natural that more out-of-control fleets will penetrate into the core sector, clashing with humanity until the Ironheart extinction's manpower is exhausted. Li Bin and ISA had originally discussed whether, before the nanovirus swarms fully develop, the Human Coexistence faction could engage the Ironheart extinction as much as possible in a decisive battle, destroying as many of the out-of-control AI's remnant motherships and fleets as possible. But Brother Jia succinctly exposed the seemingly feasible strategy. The AI conflict will inevitably span over a dozen star systems, and the battlefield is deep within the lost sector. Human fleets' transport capabilities are too limited. Even the Human Coexistence faction can't evacuate all this wreckage in a short time. During this period, if the nanobots find a battlefield in any star system that hasn't been cleared, they can immediately acquire a large number of high-tech warships. They don't care about the quality of the ships. This is tantamount to aiding the enemy, and it pushes the Human Coexistence faction's forces into the nanobots' jaws as well. Evacuation only results in the Ironheart extinction being devoured. Once the conflict begins, the remaining wreckage will be a massive quantity from both sides combined. At this base, the nanobots can quickly spawn a huge swarm. Vulcan, newly joined at the meeting, added, besides the Ironheart extinction, there are actually quite a few abandoned ships, mining stations, and research stations in the lost sector. These forces will also fall under the control of the nanobots. He looked at Li Bin, carefully choosing his words. I think the most urgent task, besides withdrawing the human coexistence faction, is to blockade the star system. Seeing everyone looking at him, Vulcan's earlobes turned slightly red. He rubbed his face and said, I don't understand warfare, but after listening to the captain's introduction of the nanovirus swarm, I feel that if we don't restrict its activity, the situation will sooner or later escalate into a war between the core star system and the entire lost star system. Well said. Li Bin slammed his hand on the table. The human alliance must be under the control of a strong leader in core forces, occupy key shipping lanes, and conduct large-scale exploration of the lost star system, digging out resource-rich areas behind the blockade line, like fire breaks. That's it. In Li Bin's mind, the nanovirus swarm had already become a wildfire sweeping across the star system. This was an absolute natural disaster. The previously noble Afterglow AI had become refugees in the nanovirus war. Humanity was the absolute protagonist in this battle. In gaming terms, it's like a game update. The overpowered heroes of the previous version are now relegated to the bottom tier, while the previously mediocre humans have become the new meta. The problem is, those humans who occupy the top spot are now fragmented. I say, Lan Yuan said, arms crossed, after listening for a long time. So does that mean risk mining is doomed? I'm afraid so. Although reluctant to admit it, Li Bin had to nod. If the Overlord were stronger, they could unite the coalition and rescue risk mining, but right now, the Overlord is dealing with the infiltration of out-of-control AI on the southern front. They don't have the extra resources to organize this battle. The problem now is, if the Church of Lud and the Wind Mine reinforcements can find their trail before the nanovirus spreads, then we can salvage the situation. But I don't think they can find them in the vast universe. That's harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Lan Yuan nodded, then asked seriously, how much time do we have? Including the fall of Wind Mine. Everyone looked at Brother Jie, who anxiously clutched his hair. No more than 3 years, but after 3 years, we'd probably be facing a nano-ship fleet sweeping across the star system. Hearing this timeframe, everyone was shocked. Li Bin clenched his fist and immediately ordered, that's settled then. Isha, you immediately contact Li Shu and notify the colony to fully transition to a wartime economy, with all imports and exports under political control. Cancel free trade. I immediately convene a meeting of all faction representatives online. The reason for the meeting will be the annihilation of the Hell Legion, inviting all factions to divide up all star system assets within the Legion's control. The Hell Legion has built mining stations, gas extraction stations, and even space stations in major star systems, as well as small-scale unmanned garrisons. These can all be divided. At the end of the meeting, I will release information about the nanovirus swarm. The specifics will be explained by Miss Moon Longtail. That's all for now. Meeting adjourned. On August 25th, Star Calendar 220, an emergency meeting invitation from the Universal Union was received by all human factions through the Universal Union's diplomatic ambassadors or special envoys. A personal invitation from Li Bin, CEO of Universal Union? No way, we're just a free planet. We have to rely on giants for everything. What would they want from us? No, Li Bin is really generous. He even invited us pirates. If there's anything, just tell the Pirate Emperor, and he notify us, right? So, boss, shall we join? Duh. Why would we say we have to go? Isn't that ridiculous? Li Bin even calls me brother. Chapter 1148. Within the enormous holographic projection, a gathering of distinguished figures, young and old, assembled. There was a descendant of the legitimate rulers of armies, the supreme overlord among overlords. There was the epitome of warlord dictatorship, the lion of Scenaria, the powerful force of Scenaria. There was Chu Xiangrui, CEO of Sustern Technology, a leader of technological supremacy. There was the model of civil service politics, the chief secretary of the Kelja Technocratic Group. There was Her Majesty Ruli, the Empress of the Interstellar Empire, the pinnacle of feudalism. There was Her Holiness the Pope, the shepherd who shepherded the sheep on behalf of God. And there was the great ruler of the slave blood system, the Grand Commander of Demon Aerospace. In short, before these figures, a group of pirates and the governor of the free planet could only stare at each other, helplessly and boredly passing the time with private chatter. Why did Li Bin call us to this meeting? What is he trying to do? A governor of a tundra planet typed. He was the leader of a small free planet within the hegemon's territory. The hegemon hadn't annexed powers, like his purely for wartime purposes. They could use the cheap resources they plundered to balance their economy without the burden of governance or dealing with the aftermath. As for normal times, their occasional rebellions, piracy, and extremist riots provided excellent training grounds for megacorporations. There were quite a few free planets left behind by these megacorporations, like Elfie and the Persis Alliance. They were more eager than anyone to join their respective factions. The megacorporations was their will. Li Bin had no need to recruit them. Who says otherwise? I was thinking of taking over the Hell Legion so everyone could get a share, but all these powerful figures are arguing and dividing up territory and resources. Where's the place for us pirates? A pirate king picked his nose, complaining listlessly. In reality, the holographic conference didn't go awry as the pirate king claimed. After all, this conference was directly invited by Li Bin to the highest leaders of various regimes. Everyone had some pride. Even if they coveted the benefits, they wouldn't act as if they were representatives. Not to mention these minor figures, even the Supreme Overlord, Chu Xiangrui, was quite puzzled by this conference. Li Bin bringing in these minor figures was only one reason. The biggest problem was that Li Bin was too agreeable this time. The interests represented by the Hell Legion's territory had just been divided up when the Grand Commander of Demon Aerospace challenged Li Bin, demanding that he see the interests of the Legion's headquarters in the Dune Realm star system. The Grand Commander's meaning was simple. The Human Alliance had done so much, yet the Church of Lud and Li Bin had reaped the rewards. This was unfair. All the faction leaders scoffed at the Grand Commander's words. To reap the rewards required ability and courage. You're sitting at home, sending only half your own forces, while Li Bin went all out, even personally leading the attack on the Dune Realm. He's bold, decisive, and capable of taking what he wants. That's reasonable. Didn't you see that even someone as powerful as the Lion King, despite his dissatisfaction with Li Bin, didn't mention this? And yet, after all these shared interests with the Universal Union, and all these years of reaping the benefits of multifaceted trade, you actually dare to say something like this? But Li Bin readily agreed, promising to immediately cease excavation and seed the Dune Realm star system. Chu Xiangrui, who had been smiling, froze, and Baikal sat up straight. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of worry in each other's eyes. Li Bin, could he be planning to wage war against Demon Aerospace and expand his territory? The Lion King, seemingly enjoying the drama, also made a request. Since the Grand Master's conditions have been agreed to, let me say what I have to say. The Universal Union and the Church of Lud must have obtained the blueprints for the hellish ship system, right? Keeping them all to yourself isn't good. Why not share them with everyone? Upon hearing this, even Chu Xiangrui and Baikal couldn't help but look at Li Bin. The hellish shipbuilding blueprint was coveted by all the major powers. They hadn't spoken up, only because of their personal relationship with Li Bin and the current chaotic situation in the star field. Everyone stared at Li Bin, and the atmosphere in the room tensed. Li Bin, why did you have to initiate this meeting? Chu Xiangrui sighed inwardly. If you hadn't held this meeting, this coercive situation wouldn't have been possible. With such huge profits, why didn't you secretly send a few copies of the blueprint to me and Baikal? The three of us could have eaten and drunk our fill, formed an alliance of interests, maintained a technological monopoly, and used force to shut up the other powers. Wouldn't that be better? With the Lud Church cooperating externally, and the Overlord, the Speedster, and the Universal Union united internally, who in the star field could interfere with the hellish shipbuilding blueprint? What about the Grand Marshal? Even the Grand Marshal could only shut up. No problem. The hellish ship system blueprints held by the Universal Alliance and the Lud Church will be made public soon, and publicly available throughout the entire star system. Everyone will get a share. Li Bin readily agreed. The Pirate King and the governors of the free planets sat up straight. Oh, an unexpected surprise? So, Brotherly called this meeting today to do charity? Chu Xiangrui gently covered his face, hiding his slightly agape mouth in astonishment. Baikal's expression turned serious. Something's not right. 9/10 of it is wrong. This isn't the demeanor Li Bin should have. The two glanced at the Pope, and seeing that he showed no expression, they knew something big was about to happen. Fully automated warships are a serious violation of the Lud Church's doctrines. Allowing them to be made public will inevitably lead to a drastic change in the future of shipbuilding in the star system, tantamount to shaking the foundations of the Lud Church's rule. The Grand Commander stared blankly at Li Bin, utterly bewildered. Firstly, Li Bin's unconditional agreement greatly surprised him. Secondly, what did publicly announced across the entire star system mean? Was it the kind of public announcement he was referring to? You mean, if you have the blueprints for the Scadhack-class dreadnought, everyone in the star system with internet access can get their hands on the Scadhack-class blueprints? Are you kidding me? But Li Bin didn't explain, only looking at the others. Does anyone else have any other needs? If not, let's stop the appetizers and get to the main course. Li Bin said, sitting down himself, while Samarkand 3 and Mist Moon Longtail stood up. What about the wind mine? The CEO of Safe Mining scratched his face, completely baffled. He felt anxious, fearing that Mist Moon had paid some price, pulling in the Universal Alliance to target him, forcing Safe Mining to return to the wind mine. But he soon regretted it, secretly hoping Li Bin was forcing him to bring Safe Mining back to the wind mine. Because Samarkand 3 dropped a bombshell. Like time accelerating, keywords were strung together, bursting from Samarkand 3's mouth. The Cactus Galaxy has fallen. The nanospread has broken through the blockade, and evolutionary characteristics have been observed. Archbishop Gu Zhongyu of the Lud-Left Path used Planet Killer, but failed to annihilate the nanospread. The nanospread has escaped. The nanospread can devour AI cores, and use simulated personalities. The nanospread began spreading nanoclusters in the physical universe over a century ago, and over the next 100 years, the phenomenon of nanoclusters eroding spaceships will gradually appear. The nanospread possesses high-tech special attacks, and the Afterglow warship will become their target. The nanospread can devour the ruins of the human realm, and is not bound by the human realm system, including but not limited to abandoned ships, mining stations, abandoned space stations, and even surface ruins. You? Chu Xiangrui felt dizzy. He looked at Li Bin and finally understood why the other party had so publicly announced the Hela ship system blueprint. Who will dare to build Hela's unmanned warships in the future? Chapter 1149. Under Li Bin's instructions, Samarkand 3 publicly revealed the entire process of the final battle in the Cactus Galaxy. Ludwig's Indomitable will during the war once again refreshed everyone's perception of them. In contrast, the ever-evolving nature of the nanovirus swarm claiming to be Lin Luoyu sent chills down everyone's spines. Undoubtedly, many of Gu Zhongyu's designs in the battle were aimed at the original version of the nanovirus swarm. Had he known beforehand the differences between the nanovirus swarm and Lin Luoyu, Gu Zhongyu would have chosen a more secure and comprehensive plan. He even directly abandoned the operation to blockade the jump point and requested aid from all forces. Although this couldn't truly contain the nanovirus swarm, it at least bought more time. No, it couldn't. Baikal sighed, recalling the chaotic situation on the southern front, and shook his head inwardly. Even now, the Supreme Overlord is still battling the out-of-control AI. On the southern front, part of the Hell Legion's fleet has withdrawn, but the Wildcat and Evil Melody dreadnoughts still linger in the hyperspace corridor, severely disrupting the Supreme Overlord's southern security. It's not that the Supreme Overlord isn't trying. It's just that having one warrior-class ship against two dreadnoughts is incredibly difficult. His unmanned fleet needs to suppress opposition collusion, and his northern fleet needs to keep an eye on the Sindar power and tachyon technology. He's like a skilled cook without ingredients. Furthermore, Apex Design Corporation was suddenly attacked by two dreadnoughts breaking through the hyperspace storm after its main force was deployed. One of its headquarters space stations was completely destroyed. Although it sank 3 of the out-of-control AI's capital ships, it still couldn't capture the two dreadnoughts. The enemy, the aggressor, was meticulously coordinated. Upon fleet contact, they could instantly distinguish superiors from subordinates. On the human side, even a simple meeting to determine ranks would take forever. Without coordination, they were riddled with weaknesses. The southern powers were now facing the risk of trade disruption. Defending their bases meant their shipping lanes were cut off. Sending trade fleets was risky, as they lacked a sufficiently large fleet and couldn't withstand the harassment of two dreadnoughts. Caught in a dilemma, the leaders of these powers had approached him, hoping for military assistance to form a massive escort fleet to protect the trade and resource transactions of these giant corporations. Baikal saw this as an opportunity to expand his hegemonic influence and suppress internal opposition. But unexpectedly, a new crisis emerged. He cursed inwardly. Why is the situation with the risky mining always so bad? According to the AI's core analysis, the nanovirus swarm will grow to the point of threatening the entire star system within 3 years at the latest. How can I then consolidate power and conduct internal purges? Chu Xiangrui, meanwhile, was pale. This nanoparticle swarm seems designed to target tachyon technology. Everyone knows tachyon technology has the most high-tech ships in the star system. For years, he's been using the excuse of being weakened by the Third AI War to slow his military operations, secretly building up his whirlwind fleet. And then this thing suddenly appears? Does it make sense? The Lion King remained expressionless, he always was, his face practically expressionless in public. Meanwhile, Magius's military minister, the pirate Emperor Kanda, breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. While the nanoparticle swarm is certainly despicable, the attempt to consolidate the southern part of the core star sector, and use external force to purge Baikal from their home is a dangerous neighbor. She has been repeatedly driven to command the Hell Machine on campaigns, and Magius has been interrogated several times. So what if they possess dreadnoughts, a rarity in the world? So what if even several giant corporations don't have dreadnoughts? Weakness is an inherent weakness. Compared to a first-rate hegemon, a mere half-giant corporation can only be cautious and keep a low profile. Now, with the addition of the nanovirus swarm as an external enemy, surely this will divert the hegemon's attention? Kanda thought, I take this opportunity to network with other forces and try to form an anti-hegemony alliance. In fact, Magius's prime minister had already secretly spoken with a key figure at Hyena Mines, and as everyone knows, Hyena Mines is backed by the powerful Sindar. But plans often go awry. Just as Kanda was pondering this, Misty Moon Longtail picked up where Samar 3 left off. Gentlemen, the star system is currently in turmoil. The out-of-control AIs haven't been completely dealt with, and the nanovirus swarms are showing signs of becoming a plague. If we don't form a closer alliance soon, humanity may truly face extinction. He earnestly added, if you all don't join forces, I rather abandon my risk mining business and join Safe Mining. The CEO of Safe Mining trembled upon hearing this. Seeing the other faction leaders looking at him, he was speechless with embarrassment. This person is slandering me. He never told me this. I don't want to accept him, but he couldn't bring himself to say it, because Safe Mining was a product of the split between Risk Mining and Safe Mining. Many families were still entangled with Risk Mining's influence. If Risk Mining joined, it would be like reorganizing its original power in a different location, bringing with it nanoforges and a massive fleet. Safe Mining could then be rebranded as a third-rate behemoth. Undoubtedly, the factions that lost out in the power struggle within the security mining industry would be happy to see this happen. Since I already lost, bringing in external forces to fight again might just give me a chance to rise to the top. Samarkand 3 also spoke up. My Left Path Kingdom can also return to Lud Left Path. Then, the entire Risk Mining will become food for the nanovirus swarm. Damn it, the leaders cursed inwardly. How could you be so selfish, so shameless? You don't even protect your own home, and you want to use your assets to blackmail us? What kind of logic is this? Should good people be held at gunpoint? Well said. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table, feigning righteous indignation. The survival of Risk Mining concerns the future of humanity. Our Universal Union cannot stand idly by. Boss Li is righteous. A governor from a free planet shouted, waving a flag in support. These people, whether genuinely or feigningly, believe Li Bin based on his past actions of aiding the Interstellar Empire and fighting on the Western Front. It can only be said that Li Bin has made too many sacrifices and helped too many people in the past. Countless beneficiaries of the Universal Alliance's multifaceted trade have benefited from this, and even for their own interests, they felt compelled to offer their support. At this moment, the Invited Adventurers Association king clapped and cheered. Well said. Whoever is working for the greater good of humanity, our Adventurers Association must lend a hand. He then looked at the Pirate Kings. After the meeting, I sincerely invite Boss Li to discuss the bounty. Any force or individual that defeats the runaway AI and the nanovirus swarm will receive a bonus from the Adventurers Association based on their performance. He paused, then added meaningfully, just like when we fought the Hell Legion, but the conditions will be even better. The Pirate Kings were immediately intrigued. So this was what they were really invited to the meeting for. You should have said there was money to be made. Then the Pirate Kings began to enthusiastically agree. For a moment, the governors of the free planets and the Pirate Kings applauded enthusiastically, creating a veritable uproar. Although no company other than Finquang has spoken yet, the holographic venue has been bustling with activity thanks to its numerous supporters. Humph. The Lion King, his eyelids drooping, turned off his microphone and sneered at the clerk. Making such a big fuss, Li Bin actually wants to challenge Baikal for the leadership of the Human Alliance. But he's made a mistake. No matter how loud the lousy fish are, they're nothing. Every one of these clamoring guys relies on our behemoth-level power for their livelihood. The clerk, not being recorded by the projection, nodded from the blind spot. Yes, putting everything else aside, the guy who just called Gao Yi, isn't he the governor of the free planet Asaru in the Raven Galaxy? That desert planet is a product of the failed landscaping by the human realm, located within the territory of the Overlord. Although the Overlord claims sovereignty over it, they don't even send customs missions. Aside from periodically dispatching small fleets to combat piracy, they do nothing else. According to the agents, the Overlord uses this planet as a place to exile madmen and extremists. It's simply a cesspool. The clerk chuckled. Chapter 1150. Lion King glanced at Baikal, and seeing the man's stiff expression, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He had always disliked Baikal, this supreme overlord, because previously, he was the legendary martial and military leader of the overlord. He was the widely expected next supreme overlord, dispatched to the Asiatic system leading a fleet, a testament to his prestige within the military. More importantly, it demonstrated the former supreme overlord's trust in him. An army without officers, a common soldier as marshal. This was Lion King's comment on Baikal. In his view, Baikal had usurped his position. Therefore, when he realized Li Bin might be challenging the supreme overlord, Lion King became excited. "Give me half a dose of activator," Lion King said, muting his microphone. The clerk said worriedly, "But you already had 1 dose today. Too much will put a huge burden on your body." The Lion King lowered his eyelids. "Don't force me to slap you when I'm happiest." The clerk retreated hesitantly. A moment later, a life support tank was wheeled in, containing a fetus. The fetus was about 8 or 9 months old, its body fully developed, but under light. Its skin was delicate and translucent, revealing blood vessels, and even bones, very different from ordinary fetuses. The doctor carefully injected some medication into the life support tank. The fetus's little mouth slightly curled up, revealing a blissful expression. Then, a pair of sophisticated robotic arms descended from the top of the tank, piercing the back of the fetus's head and extracting something. A minute or two later, the fetus's head deflated, and a 5 milliliters vial of unlabeled medication was completed and handed to the Lion King. The Lion King determined the dosage at 2.5 milliliters, inserting it through an injection site on the side of the neck. The drug was slowly released along the spine, nourishing the brain like a resurrection plant infused with living water. The withered, dry body relaxed, revealing tender green and vitality. The theoretical lifespan of the human brain is at least 200 years. However, limited by physical aging and organ failure, the brain ages prematurely as the body ages. The activation factor is a kind of unorthodox life-extending surgery, similar to organ transplantation or body replacement. It is more discreet than direct body replacement, and less harmful to the body than organ transplantation. The only problem is that this technology requires extraction from the skull of an immature fetus. Even after draining a brain, only 5 to 8 milliliters can often be extracted, and the matching conditions are extremely demanding. Of course, as the powerful Lion King of Sindar, he didn't need to go through the trouble of finding a match. He could simply clone embryos indefinitely using his own genes, cultivate them, and extract the activity factor. Injecting the activity factor into the spine can quickly awaken the brain, allowing the elderly to temporarily regain the mental capacity of their youth. Injected into the liver, kidneys, and bone marrow, it can revitalize the body and slow down aging. However, the daily dosage for an individual is limited. It is precisely because of this technology that the Lion King's battle-hardened, battered body, which should have died long ago, can still function smoothly to this day. The reason for the extra half-dose injection is obvious. He wants to help Li Bin thoroughly discuss Baikal. A clever trick, he muttered to himself, his eyes gradually gathering focus. Openly recruiting the Hellish ship system to win over the free planets, and using the Adventurers Guild to win over pirates isn't enough. Let the old man help you. After all, you're the Overlord's son-in-law, and I'm practically part of the 14th Legion. Specifically for the Universal Alliance, we will start from Nova City, sealing off the Lost Star sector in the northwest of the star field, completely blocking the expansion route of the nanovirus swarm. Li Bin was speaking eloquently during the holographic conference. Through prior negotiations with Mist Moon Longtail and Samarkand III, Li Bin adopted a question-and-answer format, turning the meeting into a seminar. Simply put, Samarkand III and Mist Moon Longtail, from their respective perspectives, raised the serious challenges that the nanovirus swarm might pose, as well as their respective shortcomings and needs, which Li Bin then answered from the perspective of the Universal Alliance. This included the issue of the nanovirus swarm potentially engulfing the Lost Star sector after its spread. Li Bin's answer was something the Universal Alliance could do, but after answering, he used this as an opportunity to further advance and expand it to all of humanity. Of course, it's not enough for just us to do it. Starting with risky mining, the nanovirus swarm can expand in 3 directions: southwest, south, and west, and it's very likely that it will compete with various forces for the resources of the Hell Legion. This requires everyone to cooperate, protecting common interests while minimizing the capital required for the nanovirus swarm's expansion. The Secretary General of the Keljev Tech Bureau Corporation adjusted his crystal terminal glasses and said politely, "But this is probably unrealistic, because although humanity has formed a coalition, frankly speaking, Each force will retain enough strength for self-defense to guard against invasions from other forces. After all, you can't predict what others will think. Bruno Brighton, the speaker of the Brighton Alliance, dressed in a suit and belt, his white hair neatly combed, raised his hand. I wanted to say this for a long time. The current human coalition is merely nominal. We need a more united, more cooperative, and stronger organization. I propose forming a closer alliance. Old dog, do you think everyone's as impulsive as you Brightonians? The Grand Commander of Demon Aerospace frowned. Chu Xiangrui covered half his face with his right hand, his head tilted to the side, with a strange expression. In the secret office on Wolf's Spirit Star, he was the only one captured by the projection, but beside him were Zilith and dozens of assistants linked to the Alpha Core, ready to mobilize the AI Core's computing power at any time. Zilith stroked his beard and said to Chu Xiangrui, "It's a bit strange. It seems like the Universal Alliance is going to challenge the Overlord." Chu Xiangrui's mouth, which he had been covering, twitched. "But that can't be right?" "I think so too. I met Li Bin offline a few times. This guy is ambitious, but he's quite sincere. Both my intuition and the Alpha Core simulation suggest he's not the type to break ties with friends for personal gain." "Maybe the benefits aren't big enough," Zilla said rationally, taking an opposing stance to prevent Chu Xiangrui from going down a dead end due to trust or emotion. "Don't forget, other forces also have AI cores. But not everyone is like us, willing to use an Alpha Core for long-term collection and simulation. The data simulated Li Bin's, even the Alpha Core, now simulating personality cognition, was influenced by a large amount of data and began to identify itself as Li Bin." "I agree." A sudden voice startled Chu Xiangrui and Zilith, who were in the middle of their discussion. They looked over and saw the elderly Lion King, unusually obedient, raising his hand. "I also believe we should use a stronger alliance to integrate human forces and command the fight against the out-of-control AI and the nanovirus swarm. Since this meeting was convened by Li Bin, I propose that he serve as the new alliance's chief." The entire room erupted in uproar. Baikal's expression couldn't hide his shock, and Chu Xiangrui vaguely sensed a hint of betrayal in his expression. "Li Bin, are you included?" Zilith exaggeratedly mimicked Baikal's tone, clutching his chest in the performance. Teasing the Overlord was an innate talent of the Suzumi, much like America's fondness for telling Soviet jokes. The two exchanged a glance. Although the holographic meeting was entirely a virtual projection, the impending terror still hung in the air. Chapter 1151. Chu Xiangrui asked, "Will the Lion King also use AI core simulation?" Zilith smiled, his tone decisive. "Absolutely impossible. He only trusts his own judgment. If he believed in AI cores, there wouldn't be those abstract, purely aesthetically pleasing spaceships of the Lionheart Guard. The Lion King doesn't even trust people." This statement from the Lion King, like the planetary killer detonated on the Asiatic planet years ago, shocked everyone present. Even Li Bin, who had been confident, was stunned. "Dude, what's going on? I'm the CEO of Universal Union. How come I'm suddenly being pushed to be the head of the Human Union? Am I supposed to recite poetry? Are you playing flattery on me?" He glanced at the Supreme Overlord and immediately realized that he had been used as a pawn by the Lion King. Fine, old dog, is this how you play it? Then don't blame me for being impolite. I take away your title of Starfield Fuel Tycoon." Li Bin immediately took a step back, feigning fear. How could I dare to shoulder such a great responsibility? There are so many senior figures in the Starfield. Supreme Overlord Baikal, Lion King, Your Holiness the Pope, your experience, abilities, and prestige are beyond our reach. What merit do I, a mere junior, possess? Lion King's denial, was barely uttered when Li Bin interrupted, not giving him a chance to disrupt the conversation, revealing his true intentions. "What I really want to say is to form a regional military alliance." "Quack!" Lion King's voice was abruptly cut off, gurgling like a duck, his expression stiff. Baikal's straight back suddenly went limp. He leaned back in his chair, his expression still unfriendly. Li Bin launched into a rapid-fire explanation. So-called regional military alliances are alliances formed by various forces choosing to cooperate with and trust other forces that are friendly to them, have a history of cooperation, and are trustworthy, to assume some of the responsibilities within a star system. For example, the Universal Alliance, although we are located in the eastern part of the star system, because of our excellent historical friendship with the Interstellar Empire, we are willing to work with the Interstellar Empire to block the western front of the nanovirus swarm and block their northward advance. *Q, the Universal Alliance, and the Interstellar Empire, what kind of historical friendship do you have? Your own company hasn't even been established for 50 years? Not even a generation. Where does this history come from? Lion King roared inwardly. He realized that the opportunity to push Li Bin and Baikal to a duel was likely to be missed. Worse still, if a regional alliance was established, the Sinar power, whose diplomatic relations were among the worst of all the powers, might be left isolated and helpless. He wanted to speak, but Li Bin didn't give him a chance. Li Bin had even used the administrator's permission, as the meeting initiator, to mute everyone's microphones. Secret technique, great silence. Li Bin, you. Li Bin remained unaffected. In addition, this regional alliance I established, besides the blockade, will also undertake rescue obligations and launch large-scale development and salvage operations in the Lost Star sector, turning the blockade into a reality. After the lock-on, relics and ruins of the human leaders in dozens of star systems were salvaged, dismantled, and destroyed. Isolation zones were built to prevent the nanobots from gaining new resources should they break through. Good lad. He already has a well-developed plan. Zilif was overjoyed and quickly reminded Chu Xiangrui, CO, we are at a disadvantage against the nanobots. Forming an alliance might be difficult to convince other forces, but we can leverage our technological and scientific advantages. We can divert some production capacity to transport ships and exchange technology, technicians, and shipping capacity for allies. Chu Xiangrui licked his lips, quickly grasping Zilif's unspoken meaning. By securing new allies, we can escape the consequences of defeat in the war against the hegemon and break free from its control. A regional alliance, huh? The second fastest son cast his vote. The supreme hegemon's expression softened. Regional allies? Isn't this just about having the alliance leader at the core, controlling third-rate giant corporations? He interpreted Li Bin's proposal according to his own understanding. This is an excellent opportunity to utilize military, political, and economic influence to assimilate allies. For example, Magius, or even further, to absorb the FSF military company. The FSF military company is also a military organization, very similar to a warlord system. Through unlimited military hiring, it can be slowly assimilated. Conversely, it's also an excellent pretext for internal purges. Besides internal violence and infighting, a purge could also be carried out by issuing missions lacking crucial information, sending people to their deaths. As long as he expands externally or gains sufficient prestige, Baikal can temporarily suppress opposition, sending them on missions to wear them down. He could even use the pretext of allied troop deployments to divert the military forces of the war family, thus calmly dismantling the Prosperity family and the Dominion family. Indeed, if he were to form an alliance with the Universal Union, he could even do the opposite, asking allies to send troops to directly massacre the opposition. Frankly, the external pressure from the nanovirus swarm and the out-of-control AI has gradually made Baikal waver in his idea of annexing Li Bin. One reason is the immense external pressure. Another is that Li Bin has grown too rapidly and has too many friends. Swallowing him might lead to his own downfall. But regardless, the proposal of a regional alliance is entirely beneficial to him. Furthermore, smaller alliances allow the dominant power to leverage its military superiority and better integrate the allied forces. He cast his vote. After Li Bin finished speaking, he proposed a recess. He would send a proposal to each faction leader, detailing the various war needs, regional obligations, and responsibilities related to the star system. This proposal was not the final outcome. Specific details could be discussed, and voting would begin after the recess. Even the free planets and pirates had voting rights, a very humane approach. Naturally, the giant corporations had a larger voting weight. But the ability to participate in politics already excited these pirates and governors. They felt a sense of unease, as if they too could influence the star system structure. The combined power of the two factions was equivalent to that of 3 giant corporations. I object. Lion King was the first to attack the voting rights. This is clearly a deliberate act by the Universal Alliance. Li Bin is deliberately courting these insignificant forces. For the pirates, if there's anything, just have Pirate Emperor Konga represent them with 1 vote. The Pirate King's faces instantly fell. Kanda's expression was also quite interesting. She was also unhappy about Li Bin splitting the pirates' voting rights. But the Supreme Overlord's gaze was extremely unfriendly, implying, dare to object, or you regret it. What could she do? She was merely the weak and powerless military minister of a half-step behemoth. She wasn't even qualified to participate in this meeting. Then, let the behemoth-level powers vote on the voting rights issue first. The Universal Union votes in favor. Li Bin raised his hand first. Quickly, the voting rights issue was passed with an overwhelming majority. 2 hours later, after private communication, coordination, and negotiation, the second round of voting passed the proposal on establishing a regional alliance with a 2/3 majority. Just when everyone thought the meeting was temporarily over and everyone was about to form alliances, Li Bin threw out the second planetary killer of the meeting. Since the regional alliance proposal has been passed, I, Li Bin, will throw out a brick to start the fire and form one. I will establish an alliance called the Persis Alliance, Li Bin said, smiling broadly at the Lion King. Surprised? You thought I was going to challenge the dominant force? Actually, I'm going to officially bring the secret Persis Alliance to the stage. Chapter 1152. The Persis Alliance. Wasn't it dead? Why is it back? While everyone was still in shock, Empress Ruli spoke first. On behalf of the gods of the Empire, at the Imperial Conference, the royal family announces that the Interstellar Empire has answered the call and joined the Persis Alliance, becoming one of its founding forces. The Lion King was furious. Ruli, you and Li Bin are in cahoots, aren't you? Don't you know Li Bin has a wife? It wasn't over yet. Bruno Brighton smoothed his neatly combed hair. On behalf of the council, I announce that the Brighton Alliance has answered the call and joined the Persis Alliance, becoming one of its founding forces. Long planned, long planned. All the forces were astonished. So fast. Li Bin had been rambling on for so long. It turned out he was just jealous of the alliance, using the conference as a pretext. But it wasn't over yet. One of the pirates, who had been relegated to the background, weakly raised his hand. I, representing Kong Jicho's nest, answer the call to join the Persis Alliance and become one of its founding forces. Huh? Everyone turned to look, only to see Kong Jicho's face flushed crimson, his hands trembling as he spoke. The Persis Alliance guys are all pretty tough. How come you're such a mess? What kind of crap is Kong Jicho's nest? I don't recognize the name. I thought it was Magius. Bagel's unfriendly expression completely vanished, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Good lad, you done something big, without even consulting me. He was relieved simply because Kong Jicho's participation in the alliance in his personal capacity meant severing ties with Magius. This was the result of Kong Jicho's discussion with Li Bin. Having been around this far, Kong Jicho knew perfectly well that Magius, whom his mother had strongly promoted, was already considered a prey by the overlords, and anyone who touched it would face their wrath. He couldn't pull Magius out of the vortex, and the Universal Alliance couldn't afford to jeopardize the overall situation of the star system for Magius' sake. Therefore, he had no choice but to join himself, to secure a way out for Magius and his mother. If the Overlord is impatient to attack Magius, I can guarantee your safety and bring you to Kong Jicho's lair. Kong Jicho knew deeply that he wasn't actually qualified to join the new Persis Alliance as a founding force. It was purely out of friendship and past ties that Li Bin was giving him face. While he was relieved, he dared not look at his mother's complicated expression. I'm sorry, Mom. Magius's geopolitics determines its future. The more I cooperate with Li Bin, the more I realize how bleak Magius's future is. I decided to take a roundabout route to save the country. This is what Duya and I discussed. Kongda, clutching her chest, stared at her son with shock and anger, a mixture of sorrow and relief washing over her. Her son's scheme undoubtedly showed his disapproval of her Magius independence plan. This move was intended to secure a way out for the family and himself, but it meant the Universal Alliance was no longer an option. Fine, fine, you eat your mother's food, drink your mother's water, and then cut off the path I pay for you, taking it all as capital for your new power, is that it? Kongda's prosthetic arm pinched his chest. Still keeping it from me? You really grown wings, really? Decisive. Duya must be involved in this too, right? Not only did he scheme against me, but he even schemed against Magius. If one day it's swallowed up by the Overlord, Li Bin, as the Overlord's son-in-law, will naturally be able to accept a large number of refugees. And we have to say thank you? She wanted to curse, but couldn't find the words. Because Kong Jicho's actions were undoubtedly good for the people of Magius. Ordinary people would never oppose the Overlord's massive military power. If they had no other choice, who would risk their lives? Now, Kong Jicho has provided the escape route. The Global Alliance is undoubtedly more humane than the Overlord. Given Li Bin's reputation built up over many years in Magius, the people of Magius will certainly choose to immigrate en masse, ceding their land and resources to the Overlord, achieving a bloodless division. Only the Magius authorities will suffer the greatest loss. Not only is Kongda angry, but the Lion King is also extremely disappointed. Stupid dog. Why don't you dare challenge the Overlord? If you raise your voice, the Sindar power might very well support you. Chu Xiangrui frowned. How can they not include me in this kind of organizational activity? Yes, the second sudden power is still submitting to the Overlord. Inviting me into the alliance would be seen as slapping the Overlord in the face. Right now, we're united against a common enemy. It's indeed difficult. But I can talk. I can love all of humanity. Zilov comforted him. Don't rush. The Overlord will never invite us into his organization. The Supreme Overlord's alliance will inevitably be his sole power. We can take this opportunity to slowly divide ourselves. Once the external problems are resolved, the second sudden power will be the first to join the alliance. However, they were destined to be disappointed, for a storm was brewing. The Secretary General stood up, calmly raising his hand. On behalf of the Civil Service Group, in response to the call, the Keljev Tech Bureaucratic Company is applying to join the Persis Alliance. The application and the report on the determination of responsibilities have been sent. Please review them. Li Bin, Ruli, Bruno Brighton, and Kong Jicho unanimously approved the application, not even glancing at it. Clearly, they had already colluded. Next, the live stream king, who wasn't broadcasting live, stood up, on behalf of the 13 Holographic Novel Studios and the Holographic Novel Actors Guild. In response to the call, the West Wind System is applying to join the Persis Alliance. This is our application, and the report on the determination of responsibilities. All 5 agreed without even glancing at it. Now, the Persis Alliance has 6 forces, 4 of which are megacorporations, and 1 possesses the largest holographic novel production and humanized hellish ship construction capabilities in the star field. It has instantly become the most powerful organization in the star field, even surpassing the Overlord. But most importantly, someone who glanced at the star map was awestruck by the territory of this new Persis Alliance. From the source of the Horizon star system in the west to the eastern Heavenly Gate star system in the east, from Kong Jicho's nest in the south to the Hut star system in the north, a vast power spanning the northern core star region is overlooking the entire core star region, like an iron curtain descending. This is almost a blatant declaration to everyone. Time is running out. If you don't want to be bullied when facing us, hurry up and find friends to form an alliance. What might have been merely a proposal, delayed and procrastinated by various parties, now, under pressure from the Persis Alliance, must be completed as soon as possible. Putting aside other matters, only the proposed construction of the Lost Star Sector Isolation Zone qualifies an alliance for large-scale development. Without an alliance, megapowers must retain most of their forces in their core star sectors to guard against neighbors. With an alliance, they can free up forces on the borders. The fact that a new round of large-scale excavation of the Lost Star Sector has been restarted under pressure from external enemies is truly laughable. However, Chu Xiangrui, Baikal, the Lion King, the Grand President, and others realized through this meeting that Li Bin's alliance strategy was likely premeditated. It wouldn't be later than his deployment of troops to the new star capital, and judging from the fact that the Pope didn't say anything at the meeting, he had probably already been bribed by Li Bin. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Chapter 1153. The meeting ended amidst shock and bewilderment. The leaders of the major corporations withdrew, but some pirates and governors of free planets found themselves still present. As the less influential party, they wouldn't leave voluntarily, waiting to be kicked out or for the host to terminate the meeting. Now, with the departure of the major corporation leaders, only Li Bin, Ruli, the Livestream King, Bruno Brighton, the Secretary General, and Kong Jicho remained. The meeting room shifted, concentric platforms rising, and all attendees were reassigned according to a certain order. The first 4 sat at the highest points in each direction, smiling broadly as they looked at the others. The platforms beneath Li Bin and Bruno Brighton were empty, while the Secretary General of Keljev sat with the Livestream King, with only one person in front of them. The new meeting is rearranged according to the free planets and pirate bases under each faction's control. Someone noticed, nervously wiping sweat and muttering. Standing at the very center of the concentric circles was Kong Jicho. He cleared his throat. It was his first time hosting such a solemn occasion, and he was a little nervous, even though he only had 3 sentences to say. Please be quiet. On behalf of the Persis Alliance, I have something to say to all the forces living within the Alliance. This first sentence had an immediate effect. The entire room fell silent. Then he began his second sentence. The Persis Alliance will hold its first alliance meeting on October 31st, 220 AD, on Byzantium, the capital of the Interstellar Empire in the Thrace system. All forces are requested to participate, including you all. Without giving any questions or explanations, he threw out his third sentence. Now. He glanced at the terrified, panicked, and emotionally conflicted crowd. Meeting adjourned. Li Bin, rubbing his eyes, shouted in his office, "Wife! Wife! What are you yelling about? The food's on the table." Isha, at the other end of the office, was busy repeatedly reviewing the nanovirus swarm operation report sent by Samarkand 3, trying not to miss a single frame, and said with a frown, "Put that aside for now." Li Bin leaned back in his chair. "Notify the fleet. Leave Jeffries B's fleet and Tang Zhuofan's task force, and Lin Yufeng's Zhongzi fleet behind. The rest of the fleet must immediately begin their return voyage. After resting in Nova City, head to Byzantium. Also, issue Tang Zhuofan a permit to hunt down all Hell Legion ships in hyperspace, but his own safety must be his priority." Prism Freeport, Quartz Corporation territory. North had a cigarette dangling from his lips, a ring of cigarette butts on the ground, dark circles under his eyes that could rival a panda's, and bloodshot eyes. Former Elf Governor Sharva died this June, publicly stated to have died of old age, a natural death. But he and Parsifern both knew this was definitely retaliation from the factory district. Because it wasn't just Sharva, 12 Quartz Corporation veterans had died one after another since the company's founding. The crucial point is that he couldn't even find the cause of death. The deaths of these elderly people certainly gave him and Parsifern the opportunity to amass wealth and expand their business, and even subtly suppressed other factions brought in when the company was founded, ensuring Quartz's control over Quartz Limited. However, Sharapova's death, which left the company's CEO position vacant, pushed the two into an adversarial position. The cooperation was for the sake of seizing power, but now that the company's supreme power was right here, how could the two not fight over it? Even knowing they were being targeted, so what? Even knowing that becoming CEO would likely make them the next target, so what? Drinking poison to quench thirst, at least it would quench their thirst first. Otherwise, before the factory district could retaliate, they'd be killed by their rival, who had taken the top position. Shava's death was really bad timing. North was furious. He cursed the Avengers in his heart. "What are you doing now? Wait another year. I just hand over the entire company to Li Bin, then you can kill whoever you want, just spare my life. I join you in the killing." Frustrated, he got up, intending to stroll the streets and find a lover to vent his anger, but when he went out, he saw that the crowds on the street were much larger than usual, and the people coming and going all had solemn expressions. Among them were children from the slums, carrying stacks of data cards, mysteriously peddling content that the giant corporations prohibited from releasing, content that might involve the truth, or it might be conspiracy theories. "What did I miss that night doing the accounts all night?" North asked, a bewildered look on his face, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Has the Human Alliance lost again? Or has it won again? The Alliance always seems to win, but their territory keeps shrinking. The Lloyd Alliance is gone, the Fong clan is gone, and now even the Draco group has been eliminated." He pulled out his terminal and glanced at it. The cigarette in his mouth immediately fell away. The shocking news shattered even the fatigue from staying up all night. The first message made him lose his composure. Breaking news. The Persis Alliance is resurrected. What the hell? The Persis can be resurrected? Who will give the remnants of the Persis land, resources, and tachyon technology? They're even calling themselves the Second Tachyon now, to sever ties with the past. If the Persis Alliance can be resurrected, does that mean I, North, can return to Elphia? Shara is dead. Can I run for governor again? Looking closer, oh. It's the Persis Alliance founded by Li Bin. Then it's not surprising. Ah? North's eyes practically popped into the projector. He read the news word by word, his head spinning. When he saw the powerful alliance that loomed over the entire Northern Star sector like an iron curtain, he, like everyone else, felt a suffocating sense of suffocation. What exactly is the Universal Union's intention? Is Li Bin the biggest traitor? The next two trending news items, based on the establishment of the Persis Alliance, were carefully produced by the West Wind system. The interviews, presented as a challenge by the host asking tricky questions, were actually an attempt to whitewash the Universal Union and the Persis Alliance. Li Bin's establishment of the Persis Alliance has become the hottest topic recently, even suppressing the spread of the nanovirus. Recently, there have been rumors that the Lion King of Cinda commented, "Li Bin is doing this, he's probably shameless." North dragged the progress bar, eagerly skipping to the part about Li Bin's attendance. "CEO Li Bin, your companies are clearly the furthest removed from the runaway AI and the nanovirus swarm, so why were you the first to form an alliance? Are you trying to solve the crisis, or unify the star field?" The radiant and beautiful host, feigning to stand on the side of the general public, questioned him angrily. Li Bin bluntly replied, "Nothing more than self-preservation. The Persis Alliance is willing to cooperate with any force, and welcomes other forces in the star field to form new military alliances. Our goal has always been to solve problems, not create them. We are facing a once-in-a-century upheaval. A single behemoth-level power will be powerless to cope with the situation ahead. Furthermore, negotiating with each force one by one is too cumbersome. I would rather negotiate with an alliance of multiple forces at once. That was Li Bin's thinking during the interview. Chapter 1154. Ah! I see. CEO Li Bin truly lives up to his reputation as the founder of a giant enterprise. He's incredibly visionary. The host immediately changed her expression, showering Li Bin with exaggerated gestures and infatuated looks, her eyes practically drooling. This provoked viewers watching the interview to unleash a torrent of profanities. This host, a famous beauty in the West Wind Galaxy, was the object of many men's nightly entertainment. Now, seeing their goddess captivated by Li Bin's words, they immediately began cursing him. Bullshit! Seeing this scene, looking at the enormous map, only one thought remained in North's mind. It's over. Compared to this, Quartz Corporation is nothing but a rat dropping and a warehouse full of nutritional paste. He slapped himself repeatedly, consumed by regret. On October 26th, Star Calendar 220, the Universal Alliance fleet leisurely docked at the Byzantine Star Royal Port and Military Port. The journey was smooth sailing, traversing the Perseus Alliance's own territory. The Interstellar Empire, having acquired the Nanoforge, had already selected a site in the Thrace system to install and restart ship component construction. With maintenance resources secured, the fleet quickly resumed its crackdown on pirates and smugglers. Of course, this was inseparable from the strong support of the Universal Union and the multifaceted trade within the Alliance. Without these, even the Ruli and the Imperial Council would not have dared to pour all of the Forge's production capacity into component casting. Li Bin received a grand welcome. The newly reshuffled Imperial nobles, led by Empress Ruli, warmly greeted him. Both the Interstellar Empire and the Overlord had internal opposition, but Baigal and Ruli faced different situations. Baigal encountered a system of large warlords surrounding smaller warlords, forming alliances based on marriage and the use of human models. He was like an emperor in a feudal system, although he possessed the power to defeat any single iron triangle and had a strong sense of righteousness. His subordinates, when united, could severely hinder his actions. This is not only reflected in military operations, but also in using the Iron Triangle, a powerful alliance between the two powers, to delay their own progress in politics and production. As for the Interstellar Empire, Ruli's decisions already had the support of the Empire's gods, meaning she controlled the actions of all the nobles. As long as they were connected to the network, she could monitor them. Furthermore, the elite political system of the Imperial Council ensured that the ministers were all knowledgeable individuals. Coupled with the deep-seated hatred of the old capital's destruction and the urgent desire to regain the Forge, this provided the Empire with the impetus for its purge. In short, this turn of events has turned a bad thing into a good thing. After this meeting, I hope to take the child with me to Eden to see his future wife, Ruli said with a smile, linking arms with Isa, the two as intimate as longtime best friends. Isa glanced at Li Bin, who was surrounded by the Imperial Council, and smiled faintly, saying, "You have to talk to him about this." When out in public, one must give a man face, especially when the husband is the company CEO, not oneself. Although Isa agreed in her heart, and although it was right for her future son-in-law to discuss family matters with her daughter, as a political marriage, this was not something she could readily agree to. Besides, even if Li Bin wasn't willing, she had plenty of ways to get him to agree, but one thing at a time. Ruli readily complied. Okay, I bring it up with the CEO after the first Alliance conference. October 31st, Star Calendar 220, Byzantium Star, Athena Island. The sun shone brightly, white sand danced in the air, and lush evergreen plants dotted the low-rise marble buildings in the Mediterranean style. Each marble building was tall and wide, supported by stone pillars, open inside and out, adorned with soft synthetic fabrics that swayed gently in the warm breeze, their graceful lines shimmering. The unique charm of Byzantium's landscape, the islands dotted with oceanic planets, and the exquisite interstellar Roman architecture of the Royal Garden Island all offered a distinctive experience. The planetary governors, however, could still sit and dart about, their hands busy, enjoying blue lobsters from the Sinar Power, fruits from the Empire, and delicacies from the Universal Union. The pirate kings, however, couldn't resist. Completely captivated by the scenery, some even mixed in a few swear words, with a few witty remarks, enthusiastically praising things like, "That damn little wildflower, it's blooming so damn beautifully." This made the governors frown. A spoilsport, someone muttered quietly, which annoyed the pirate kings. Pirate politics, like that of bandits, differs greatly from basic politics. It's largely illogical. Whoever shouts the loudest is right, Whoever can verbally spar until the other is speechless and exasperated is right. Above all, there's the most effective logic. Whoever can engage in the most violent confrontation is right. Therefore, if provoked, you must retaliate. If you can't win or the situation doesn't allow it, then use a loud voice to mask your incompetence. Huh? What do you want? A pirate king asked, his neck stiff. His bare chest bore a newly tattooed fluorescent image of Li Bin, the founder of a giant corporation. He consulted his men. This was the best way to prove his loyalty to Li Bin, guaranteed to bring a smile to the CEO's face. The governor grinned, making a retching gesture, and turned his head away, seemingly disgusted at being spoken to. The pirate king immediately slammed his fist on the table, stood up, and pointed his thumb at himself. Let me tell you, don't think I'm a nice guy just because I'm sitting here. If you piss me off, I'm a tough nut to crack. The governor, who had initially viewed this conference as a formal and sacred contest of power, and was eager to deliver his best performance, was unexpectedly entangled by pirates from the outset. He snapped, I won't stoop to the level of pirates. If you want to prove yourself, let's go to the battlefield. All right. The pirate king slashed his neck with his thumb, his voice fierce. When the out-of-control AI arrives, we each lead a fleet and roar, seeing who suffers total annihilation and who emerges victorious. The two were about to argue when the Universal Union's Golden Eagle flag treading on Earth, the Interstellar Empire's soaring Eagle flag, the Kelge's thorny 3-star flag, and the Brighton's 3-star Allied flag descended. Led by the leaders of 4 behemoth-level powers, the 6-member leaders of the Perseus Alliance slowly rose from below the stage. Universal Union. Kelgev. Interstellar Empire. Brighton Alliance. The bustling Athenian temple-style marble building instantly fell silent, so quiet that the rustling of synthetic fabric against the stone pillars could be heard. Li Bin surveyed the audience and nodded. Is everyone here? The hall guard captain, dressed as a Roman from the interstellar era, knelt, leaning on his electromagnetic spear. His head bowed, he reported, Sir, Ivan, the pirate king of the Brighton Alliance, is not here. He arrived at the space station 2 hours ago and reached Athena Island 15 minutes ago, but according to the convention's rules, the guard was sealed off an hour ago, prohibiting entry and exit. Li Bin knew this. The pirates within the Brighton Alliance had once cooperated with the Alliance to fight against the unmanned ships in order to survive the attacks of the Afterglow, and they had achieved considerable success. However, since Li Bin and Miss N began their conversation, and after the Third AI War ended and Tachyon could no longer force the Brighton Alliance, these pirates gradually lost their purpose and began to diverge. One group integrated into the Brighton Alliance, while the other secretly did other things. The so-called Pirate King was dissatisfied with Gruno leading the Alliance to join the Perseus Alliance. He felt that the Universal Union was established so late that it was unqualified to serve as the first Grand Master, and he believed that Gruno was too old and that he could replace him. This lateness was deliberate. He thought his secret was airtight, that his tardiness was just a minor tantrum, harmless enough that Li Bin and the Alliance would refrain from doing anything to appease the other pirates and the free planets. In reality, everyone saw through his actions. Gruno, who had the opportunity to stop him earlier, remained a bystander after being persuaded by Li Bin and Ruli. The Alliance needed to offer sacrifices to its members, and this was a perfect offering. Let him in. Chapter 1155. Ivan donned his most luxurious attire, a power armor suit from before the Great Collapse, painted with the pirate crew's insignia drawn by an artist who had immigrated from the core sector during the Third AI War. He was a man of experience, having read Li Bin's biographical holographic novel, and at the time mocked Li Bin's simple clothing, lacking the aura of a giant corporation. He had also attended several Brighton Alliance meetings, and he was quite disdainful of the dogfighting that took place there. Especially after dining with Gruno, and witnessing firsthand the disgraceful purge of the Brighton Tachyon faction in the council, Ivan's illusions about giant corporations were completely shattered. In scholarly terms, he was disenchanted. He realized that all organizations were ultimately the same. What others could do, he, Ivan, could certainly do. Therefore, when the Perseus Alliance held its first Congress, he secretly submitted an application for his organization to operate as a pirate base, behind Gruno's back. Ivan, of course, knew that the Brighton Alliance, as a founding force, would definitely see this application. But how weak was Gruno? He was only tough on the out-of-control AI, otherwise, he was just a peacemaker constantly nagging about humanity uniting. Nothing to fear. Even if he came to ask, he could just laugh it off with some excuse and attend alone. As he expected, Gruno didn't make a fool of himself, but tacitly approved of his actions. After all, although Ivan had left the Brighton Alliance, he was still part of the Perseus alliance, and they would still run into each other often, wouldn't they? As for his lateness, it was also a result of Ivan's careful consideration. The alliance, by bringing together free planets and pirate bases for a meeting, will undoubtedly offer platitudes, like we advance and retreat together to mask the underlying issues. Their true purpose, however, is either to target everyone's fleets, or to force everyone to purchase supplies and sell goods exclusively to the alliance, essentially treating them like livestock. This will inevitably breed resentment, prompting Ivan to step forward as the representative of public opinion and challenge the alliance. Of course, this challenge is merely a means to gain prestige. His ultimate goal is to inflate prices and sell his pirate base for a high price. By representing all free planets and pirates, even a powerful emperor would have to reluctantly acknowledge his authority due to public opinion. This would allow his pirate crew to expand its power smoothly, perhaps even forming a non-ruling small organization like opposition parties, creating an alliance within an alliance, and further bolstering his political capital. This is basically distribution based on who makes the most noise. To come up with such a plan using pirate logic, I'm a genius. To be fair, Ivan's idea actually has some feasibility. Whether it's attracting everyone's attention by being late, then using that attention to launch an attack, leveraging scattered forces to create a popular voice, or the distribution based on who makes the most noise plan, none of these are bad strategies. Throughout history, many have implemented them. But the problem is that all of this depends on internal strife at the top, and someone wanting it to happen. For example, before the Brighton Alliance, the Hastings faction and the Autonomy faction were fighting amongst themselves. If Ivan had jumped in to set conditions, and the distribution based on who makes the most noise showed some value, then the plan could have moved forward. But now, the upper echelons of the Perseus alliance might not be as he wished. 5 behemoth-level powers were vying for power. Damn it, the Interstellar Empire is still luxurious. Compared to the Brighton Alliance, it's like a rat's nest. Ivan stepped onto the soft, unsteady carpet, looking at the gleaming, white and yellow marble with its interwoven veins, admiring the clear sky, swaying green leaves, and the handsome men and beautiful women serving inside and outside the hall, clicking his tongue inwardly. Compared to this, the Brighton Alliance is simply shit. Putting everything else aside, they lose even in terms of women. Those loud-voiced, muscular women of Brighton, one punch and 2 of these delicate, wheat-skinned girls would be dead. A guard, wielding long-handled axes, wearing red cloaks and shoulder armor, his bare, muscular upper body bare, formed a triangular passage, weapons raised high. Ivan swaggered in, only to find the entire hall silent, behind the tables a series of faces with similar expressions. On the red carpet and golden steps stood a row of alliance founders, too far away to see their faces clearly, and Ivan wasn't curious. Only the beautiful Empress Ruli, with her stunning beauty and laurel wreath, stirred a longing in him. "Ha ha. I'm late," he said, scratching his head. No one answered, which was expected. Ivan took 2 steps forward, ignoring the person quietly guiding him by the pillar, refusing to sit down. He was about to question the purpose of the meeting when Kong Jicho spoke first. "Why are you late?" Ivan had planned many things, but he hadn't expected Kong Jicho to speak first. He looked down on even Bruno, let alone Kong Jicho, who relied on his mother, and Li Bin. Therefore, Ivan suppressed a glare and looked at Li Bin. "I said let's." Kong Jicho slammed his foot on the table, yelling "Tom," and launched himself into the air. His years of training had honed his muscles, allowing him to leap and slam down like an eagle. While Ivan was still reeling from the shock of his audacity in attacking in public, 2 hands were already on his heels. A left hand grabbed his collar, while a right hand, as large as a cooking pot, came crashing down, delivering 2 punches, one to his diaphragm, the other to his eye socket, and Ivan fell backward. His face was a bloody mess, red, black, and purple bruises bursting forth. "I'm asking you a question," Kong Jicho demanded, his face contorted with rage. "They're hitting people. The Perseus Alliance is hitting people." Ivan, never one to miss an opportunity to cause a ruckus, shouted to the governors and the pirate king around him. Kong Jicho stepped on Ivan's chest, squeezing the air out of his lungs so the man couldn't utter a word. His eyes swept across the room. "All pirates under heaven obey the pirate emperor. I'm the pirate prince. Who dares to say no to a pirate king like you, huh? That's reasonable, that's reasonable." The planetary governor, who had just been arguing with the pirates, quickly raised his glass. The pirate king, shirtless and sporting a fluorescent tattoo of Li Bin, nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Speak. Why are you late? Without a reason, I kill you, you beast who disrespects this prince." Ivan panicked. He truly hadn't expected Kong Jicho to mention his princely status right here in the Alliance. Didn't you cut ties with your own mother? Adapting to your new identity, huh? The shipping lanes are congested. Too many of your cargo ships are coming and going. I'm blocking the way. This was utter nonsense. Kong Jicho looked up at Li Bin, who gestured something, and he asked fiercely. The chief of staff asked what class of ship you're piloting. A cruiser. Huh. Kong Jicho put his hands on his hips. Those on board are all piloting battleships and dreadnoughts. You're piloting a cruiser. No wonder you're blocking the way. If you're piloting a cruiser, you're not qualified to attend this meeting. Disrespecting the Alliance, belittling a giant corporation, attempting betrayal, the evidence is irrefutable. As Kong Jicho spoke, the giant projection above his head displayed Ivan's scandalous deeds, one by one, crystal clear. Now everyone understood. It turned out this was premeditated. The tension in their hearts returned to their chests. Chapter 1156. Since you're a pirate, I deal with you according to pirate rules. According to our rules, you should die by cannon fire from the ship, Kong Jicho said, clapping his hands. Guards immediately rushed over, securing ropes around his neck, arms, and legs, dragging him outside. The projection shifted, switching to the scene outside. On the picturesque plaza, a colossal beast had appeared, a 1,000-legged centipede with a ship-mounted light machine gun mounted on its back. Ivan was bound in midair by 5 alloy ropes, his mouth only managing to utter a single ouch. Before being riddled with bullets, his internal organs ripped apart, leaving only his limbs dangling in the air, blood splattering, leaving a pool of flesh. The brutal treatment sent everyone's hearts leaping back into their throats. Anyone with a modicum of common sense knows that Kong Jicho wouldn't dare act like this in public on his own. Even as a pirate prince, he couldn't arbitrarily humiliate or even take the life of a pirate king. Especially since this person was Ivan, who had practically stepped into the Brighton Alliance's inner circle. He could do this, he dared to do this, not because of his mother, whom he constantly mentioned, that was merely an excuse, but because of the people behind him. Specifically, it was Li Bin, with whom he had an extremely good relationship. Even as the eldest brother, he still had to personally take action. Even if it was a sacrifice, it wasn't actually butchering and distributing the meat. Others might not mind, but Li Bin would find it beneath him. Li Bin picked up a purple grape, put it in his mouth, removed the pulp, spat out the skin, and whispered with a smile to Gruno, "How about it, old man? Is this a good solution?" Gruno nodded. Not acting according to the Alliance's rules would sound good to Ivan's subordinates, and would also make it easier for the Brighton Alliance to integrate the pirate groups. Ruli sized up Kong Jicho. She knew, of course, that Li Bin's recruitment of Kong Jicho as one of the founding forces wasn't purely out of a sense of brotherhood, it was to give Kong Jicho voting power, making it easier for Li Bin to make his own decisions. With the Universal Alliance, Kong Jicho's stronghold, the West Wind Star System, and the Interstellar Empire, any decision Li Bin made could be implemented, even if other forces voted against it. The next step was to consolidate power. However, the Keljev technocrats didn't have a particularly good relationship with Li Bin. What would he do? Thump thump. The deep, resonant sound of distinct knuckles tapping on the gold-plated table pulled everyone back to reality. Everyone in the audience bowed their heads and listening intently. Li Bin raised a glass filled with top-quality Byzantine wine and spoke in a loud voice, his voice echoing throughout the hall through the small, sculpture-like speakers placed on each table. This conference was originally intended to be a few days of good food, good drinks, good fun, and good entertainment for everyone. However, some inconsiderate individuals have disrupted the proceedings, spoiling everyone's enjoyment. As the first chief of staff, I apologize to everyone. How dare you? The tattooed pirate immediately raised his glass above his head, smoothly knelt down from the table, and roared. You are? Even though Li Bin had already checked everyone's identities beforehand, he pretended not to recognize this enthusiastic fellow. I am Wang Chung, one of the pirate kings of the Cade's pirate base in the Corsica system. I have a nickname in the underworld, Black-tailed Snake. Before the Third AI War, the Corsica system simultaneously housed a lava planet used by the Interstellar Empire as a labor prison and entertainment venue, an outpost used by the Overlord to monitor Tachyon, and Tachyon Technology's largest directly controlled mining base. Therefore, the local galactic landscape is chaotic, with 3 parties vying for power. But precisely because of this, the Cade's pirate base, located in the asteroid belt, has become a breeding ground for crime and smuggling. Here, it's easy to smuggle heavy weapons, powder needles, and human organs, things that are legal with Tachyon technology but illegal for the dominant powers. As a result, many pirate groups can operate here, and each one is powerful. To put it another way, elsewhere there's usually one pirate king capable of commanding a capital ship per pirate base, but in Cades, there are as many as 5 such pirate kings. Undoubtedly, although each pirate king claims independence, at least 3 of them are backed by a massive corporation. However, after the Third AI War, Tachyon technology lost power here, and the 3-way power struggle turned into a 2-way standoff. When Ruli posted the message to the pirate kings here, she didn't have much hope, but unexpectedly, all 5 pirate kings showed up, and Wang Chung was the first and most enthusiastic to arrive. The pirate king, supported by the overlord and Suzy, was also present, behaving very submissively. Li Bin knew they would inevitably report back to their 2 masters afterward. However, according to the intelligence files, Wang Chung had no powerful backing. His behavior was quite intriguing. "Wang Chung, I got you covered," Li Bin said, finishing his drink. Wang Chung was overjoyed, kneeling and gulping down the wine in one go, looking rather like a bull chewing on a peony. After the servant refilled the cup, Li Bin pushed it forward. "Since the pleasantries are gone, let's get down to business. This second cup, after we finish discussing things, those willing to cooperate can drink it, those unwilling won't be forced. I have always emphasized that the alliance is not a conscription system. Coming and going are voluntary. There are no rewards for joining, no punishment for leaving, only unity." These words were spoken with righteous indignation. If it weren't for the 5 severed limbs hanging in the plaza and the pool of blood on the ground, perhaps they would have been somewhat convincing. Especially the pirate kings acting as spies felt a chill run down their spines. Perhaps the winds on the ocean planet were too strong. The projection shifted, revealing a star map. The curve of the Perseus Alliance stood out prominently, and everyone on the stage felt comfortable looking at it. The only slight annoyance was that several star systems had unusual colors, representing free planets and pirate bases not under Alliance rule. The Perseus Alliance is the first regional alliance in the star system composed of multiple megacorporations. We're ahead of the others, but that's not enough. We need to be fast at every step of the way. The situation in the star system is complex right now. Out-of-control AIs, rampant nanoviruses. The challenges facing humanity are truly severe. But as the saying goes, internal stability must precede external defense. Based on discussions among the Alliance's forces, we decided to prioritize consolidating the Alliance's internal structure, establishing a closer, more powerful alliance than just empty words. Naturally, the free planets and the pirates are included. After all that, everyone felt that this statement finally revealed the Alliance's true nature. According to the Spirit of Alliance Document Number 1, all participating forces can join the Alliance and enjoy its generous benefits, but they also need to fulfill corresponding obligations. From now on, all trade, political, military, and economic activities, as well as conflicts and disputes between planets, will be decided by the Alliance's Supreme Council. This Supreme Council is called the Northern Star Region Conference. Li Bin paused, then laughed. "Why are you all so serious?" "Ha ha!" Wang Chung broke the ice, bursting into laughter. The fluorescent tattoo on his chest shone brighter as his heart raced, his blood circulation accelerated, and his body temperature rose. So, whether willingly or not, everyone smiled, as if the ice had melted and spring had warmed the earth. Ruli then spoke up. "The Alliance is not some kind of demon. It won't force anything. Since we mentioned obligations, let's talk about the benefits and more specific Alliance regulations." Chapter 1157. The Keljev Technocratic Company is an organization centered around a group of civil servants who control the entire company. Based on the remaining systems and positions, such as the chairman, it's clear that the company wasn't initially governed by civil servants. However, in its growth into a giant corporation, civil servants at all levels, along with the company's secretaries, joined forces, effectively sidelining the original board of directors and management, and seizing power. Therefore, although the company has a chairman, the actual highest power is held by the chairman's personal secretary, the so-called Secretary General. As for the chairman himself, he's merely a living rubber stamp. Secretary General Gat, having risen through the ranks from the bottom, is highly skilled in negotiations, compromises, and consultations. He should be giving a prominent speech at the North Star District Conference. But now, he remains firmly seated, wearing a reserved smile, his civil servant instincts prompting him to applaud at the opportune pause of Li Bin. He appeared to be blending in with the crowd, but his thoughts were actually drifting back to the time when the Perseus Alliance tried to recruit him and Kelziev. Indeed, the Perseus Alliance had existed secretly long before Li Bin's conference, a fact that surprised Gat when he learned of it. Upon learning the purpose of Li Bin's secret meeting, Gat and the civilian cabinet initially refused. Kelsief was, after all, a behemoth. Even with its losses, including the sale of its occupied territories, and a fleet reduced to less than half its original size, it wasn't a company that could be easily ordered around. You think I'd just join you? What about Kelsief's place in the club of giant corporations? But Li Bin offered a condition that neither he nor the civil service cabinet behind him could refuse. He remembered the Li Bin in the projection, a smile playing on his lips as he negotiated, his attitude towards them as if they were being pampered, always carrying an air of indulgence, and I got you figured out. The secretaries were all baffled, unable to understand where Li Bin's confidence came from. Until Li Bin spread his hands. Are you finished? If you're finished, it's my turn to speak. Every word I'm about to say is important. I hope you won't speak hastily without careful consideration. Then Li Bin displayed a star map, its vast power, like a blotting out sky, blocking out the Keljev Tech Bureau Corporation and all the established shipping lanes in the core star sector, stretching across the scene before them. First, without joining the Perseus Alliance, the Keljev Company, located in the northwesternmost part of the star system, will be heavily reliant on us for trade. Frankly, just that alone gives the Alliance plenty of ways to manipulate your company. Gat didn't remember his own expression at the time, only that the faces of the other cabinet secretaries instantly crumbled. Second, Li Bin clapped his hands, revealing a secret contract. Written in black and white, it outlined a merger plan between the Universal Union and the Interstellar Empire. The plan began with a marriage between the heirs of both sides. You can consult the Interstellar Empire at any time to verify the authenticity of this contract. Give them a call, and I await your results. Li Bin crossed his legs, leisurely. It felt like the sky had fallen. What the hell? A marriage between the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union? And a merger in the next generation? Then this Perseus Alliance, won't it be whatever you two say from now on? Are you using the Alliance to expand your territory and play diplomatic expansion game? The cabinet engaged in heated discussions. Their concern wasn't about the marriage alliance between Li Bin and the Interstellar Empire, but rather about the future of the company's trade routes. The Interstellar Empire alone couldn't block all the vast territorial routes, but with the addition of the Universal Alliance, things would be different. This debate lasted 2 full days, ultimately ending in rejection. Li Bin seemed to see a cat hissing, simply smiling, and continued to lay out his conditions. Then let me continue from where I left off, the third point. After Keljev Tech Bureaucratic Company joins, it can share the Brighton Alliance's manned ship technology. Specifically, the Brighton Alliance will provide manned ship quotas to Alliance forces every 5 years, supplying ships at cost price. Furthermore, Alliance forces can send engineers to learn manned technology. Tempted, the other side of the scale shifted again. If it were only the technology, Gat would have flatly refused, but the combination of trade routes and the obvious benefits Li Bin disdained to mention after joining the Alliance forced Gat and the cabinet to consider it. This time, the cabinet meeting saw an unusually large number of neutral members, and even 3 or 4 who supported joining the Alliance. They were no longer fighting alone. But once we join, we lose our autonomy, the opposition insisted. The supporters, however, retorted, still clinging to face. Which is more important, face or life? The Perseus Alliance can blockade shipping lanes, cut off our economy, and send a fleet to wipe us out. This isn't 10 years ago. Keljev's capital ships are fewer than ever before. While the supporters were outnumbered and their persuasiveness was currently insufficient, they were very understanding of the opposition. After all, loyalty education is something every employee of the giant corporation receives from birth and is ingrained throughout their lives. Not everyone can easily break through the public opinion environment and moral values that govern their entire lives. Moreover, it's a century-old behemoth bowing to a fledgling, upstart giant. 3 major factors prevented them from agreeing quickly. Face, and more face. First, the prestige of a giant corporation. What would other giant corporations think? Just imagining the scene was unacceptable to the cabinet secretary. Second, the internal public opinion environment. How would the subordinates respond? If they united, they could overthrow the cabinet. Third, how to handle the public reaction. All 3 dimensions, in essence, boiled down to a matter of face. Unfortunately, the Perseus Alliance is currently too strong. We are powerless to resist, and unfortunately, not strong enough to convince most people at once, the supporters sighed. Upon hearing about the relative strengths, Gat's mind raced, and he summoned Alexei. This was the newly promoted admiral who represented Keljev during the Nindan ambush operation, leading 2 battleships. Alexei, you fought alongside the Universal Union and the Interstellar Empire. What are your thoughts on these two powers? For example, what is their military capability like? Tenacity, unity, sacrifice, and steadfastness, Alexei said, hands behind his back. The difference is that the Interstellar Empire's qualities are built on a vengeful will to destroy the old capital, hence their fanaticism and fearlessness. My later research into the Universal Union revealed that the crew's fighting spirit is based on the company's strong logistics, livelihood support, and welfare benefits. The training cost for each Universal Union naval crew member is 3 to 5 times that of other giant corporations. And what was the relationship between these two powers during their cooperation? Inseparable. Li Bin commanded the Imperial Navy with effortless ease. Chapter 1158. Alexei spoke at length, and combined with intelligence from the agents, it largely corroborated the facts. Gart pressed his chin, thinking that it seemed the two factions were strongly inclined towards unification, and sowing discord was futile. However, this only fueled his curiosity. In terms of national character and face, the Interstellar Empire with its imperial system undoubtedly valued these things more than Kelsiev. How exactly did Ruli and the Imperial Council persuade their subordinates and appease their forces? What conditions did Li Bin offer that made her agree to unification? Was it merely the nanoforge? Perhaps not. With these questions in mind, the third round of negotiations began, but this time, there were few participants. Kelsiev only sent its cabinet secretary, and the Perseus Alliance only had Li Bin. In a private meeting, he bluntly raised this question. Li Bin spread his hands. I originally planned to keep it as a trump card until the very end, but since you asked, I might as well reveal it. As he spoke, Li Bin shook his hand, and 9 alphanumeric codes with special meaning appeared from the projection. For a moment, Gat was stunned. It was the cabinet secretary in charge of industry who pointed a trembling finger at the projection. This is the code for a nano-forging furnace? As a storm raged in Gat's mind, Li Bin smiled brightly. That's right. It is indeed a nano-forging furnace. The Perseus Alliance currently possesses 9 forging furnaces. Li Bin said, his eyes sweeping across the faces of the supporting cabinet secretaries. He dared to release this information because he had already reached an agreement with Kelja Technology Company. The method was simple. Some cabinet secretaries advocated joining the alliance, but encountered immense resistance, even being implicitly regarded as traitors. Politics rarely offers the freedom to advance or retreat as one pleases. For those who have nearly reached the pinnacle of power, retreat is often the only option. For the sake of his political career and the group he represents, he made a difficult decision. The link between them was Alexei, who, during the 9-stage ambush operation, deeply admired Li Bin and the Universal Alliance, and desperately wanted to cooperate and achieve a win-win situation, reliving past victories. He was utterly fed up with the company's turtle-like strategy of avoiding battle, preserving ships, and maintaining fleet existence. Since Keljev had no future, then let's take his talent to the Perseus Alliance. Get grabbed the industrial cabinet secretary's hand with such force that it drained the secretary's blood, but the secretary was simply mesmerized by the projection. Even though the code had disappeared, his expression remained one of fascination. Gat slapped the secretary awake. Really? More real than a pulsar. The secretary rattled off, this code exists inside the nanoforge. Unless you get hold of the forge, activate it, unfold it, and observe from the inside, it can't be recorded. This is the unique identity card the human realm bestows upon the nanoforge. That means simply seeing the forge isn't enough to obtain the code. Gat slapped the secretary again, bringing him back to reality. Meeting the secretary's resentful gaze, the secretary said with exasperation, "Look at you, so impatient again. While it's true that you need to open the forge to see the inscribed code, it doesn't mean the Perseus Alliance possesses 9 forges. Use your brain, there are 9. Almost equal to the total number of all other powers in the core sector. Besides personally opening the forges and transcribing the data, we can also excavate ancient information from the ruins, even finding the human realm's database and memorizing the codes of all the nanoforges in the Perseus star system, officially stored by the human realm." As he spoke, Gad looked up and smiled at Li Bin. "Of course, I don't mean you're deceiving us, it's just that this matter is of great importance and we have to be careful." "Ha ha! No problem, no problem." Li Bin laughed and waved his hand, as if watching 2 yawning cats fighting. Gad always felt that he, and the Kelja Tech bureaucratic company, posed no threat in the other party's eyes. Probably. Only enough to cause scratches? That's strange. Li Bin's company has been a giant for at least 10 years. What gives them the right to look at us like that? We have evidence, of course. Just a moment. Li Bin tilted his head. I won't show any photos. lest you accuse me of forgery again. Showing live surveillance footage would be much more satisfying. Managing so many forges isn't easy. Give me some time. Gab was speechless. The more certain Li Bin was, the more vague thoughts swirled in his mind. He roughly guessed why the Interstellar Empire was willing to unite, and even more so, why the Brighton Alliance was joining, but he couldn't believe it. Until a dozen minutes later, scenes of 8 forges in operation, bearing the logos of the Interstellar Empire, the Brighton Alliance, and the Universal Union, were shown. The cabinet's industrial secretary immediately approached, examining each one. When he gave Gad a definitive nod, Gad suddenly felt incredibly heavy, his palms and soles sweating profusely. Strange, even though he was on a zero-gravity space station, his body felt as if it were being captured by gravity. He forced a smile at Li Bin. These are 8. There's one more that Mr. Li hasn't shown yet. Li Bin turned to the side, letting the projection shine behind him. It was a damaged nanoforge hidden in the cargo hold of his spaceship. The forge's crimson light was rhythmically contracting. While Gat remained silent, Li Bin said casually, "Oh, the company has too many forges. I figured since my fleet is always out in the field, and repairs require ship components, I might as well carry one with me and build one as needed." Gat pressed his forehead thinking, "Do you even want to hear what you're saying? A nanoforge? You're on board? Aren't you afraid of losing it after a defeat? Oh, your Universal Union has 7 forges, losing one certainly won't hurt. The Hell Legion's forges, you ate them all, didn't you? And you even found a new one in the Lost Sector. What a beast, Li Bin." After the intense disappointment of the contrast came excitement. Gat's hands began to tremble slightly. After the initial emotion subsided and his intellect returned, he realized the implications of possessing a large number of AI cores, nanoforges, the vast population of the Interstellar Empire, and the Perseus Alliance located in the northern part of the sector, far from the battlefields of the runaway AIs and nanovirus swarms. The addition of Keljev Technology Corporation further emphasized the significance of this. It meant the production capacity of 10 nanoforges, a market for ultra-cheap industrial products, and a production capacity sufficient to ensure that the entire Alliance's civilian population enjoyed a near-human level of living standards. It meant that with deep cooperation, resource integration, and streamlined transportation routes, a fleet force capable of shaking the entire sector could be unleashed within a few years. Add to that the Interstellar Empire's massive population base, and the fact that the North was free of worries, allowing them to focus solely on expanding southward. A unified sector seemed within reach. No, that's not right, Gab muttered to himself. It should be said that since the Great Collapse, the Starfield had never seen such a unified situation. This time, there was even a powerful external enemy forcing humanity to unite. He abruptly looked up, forcing a smile. The cabinet needs to go back for a meeting. The results will be given to you as soon as possible. If anyone in the cabinet objects again, I eliminate them. Gat thought. As the initial force unifying the Starfield, its future, its potential, was sweetly tempting. I only have one choice, he thought, and the Keljev Tech Bureau Corporation, located in the far corner of the Starfield, also only has one choice. Li Bin's smile was meaningful. All right, take your time, no rush. I wait for your news. Chapter 1159. Inviting the Keljev Technocratic Company to join the Alliance was essentially due to Mr. Li's kindness. He couldn't bear to undermine a friend with whom he had a cooperative relationship, and he was also concerned about public opinion surrounding a large corporation. Otherwise, he could have easily taken advantage of other forces' predicament and marched north. If the cabinet didn't appreciate this, the consequences would be severe. Joining brings rewards, not joining brings punishments. Therefore, holding the so-called first conference on Byzantium Star today was merely a formality for the various factions on the stage, including Secretary General Gat. When Li Bin proposed forming a closer alliance, the expressions on the faces of the governors and pirate kings were not pleasant. However, Gat merely smiled inwardly, thinking, just wait and see, if you don't want to join, we might not want to either. Li Bin cleared his throat and began. The first thing is tariff unification. From today onwards, all member forces of the Perseus Alliance will abolish internal tariffs and only levy commercial taxes and other taxes according to regulations. Furthermore, border checks between forces will be abolished. This wasn't just a bombshell, it was a complete shock. Even between close allies like the Universal Union and the Interstellar Empire, previous tariffs were at least 5% to 8%. For those without official affiliation to either side, operating as third parties transporting goods between the two regions, the tariffs hovered between 8% and 12%. This was already quite low, yet it still created a huge demand for the black market among many businesses, groups, and individuals. Abolishing internal tariffs will not only squeeze the black market's survival, but also expand the trading activity of medium and large-sized companies. Take bulk commodities like grain and ore as an example. The profit margin for transporting them from the Universal Union to the Brighton Alliance is less than 12%. It's entirely due to preferential policies, subsidies, and orders, with Sarah even directing fleets to transport them. If Saradu were to follow his own plan, he would prefer to transport more valuable finished grains rather than cheap nutritional pastes. Li Bin was actually aware of this. Thanks to his photographic memory, he remembered news he had read in his previous life stating that for small and medium-sized traders engaged in transnational grain shipping, the profit margin was between 3% and 8%. Even large traders, relying on their complete supply chain layout and economies of scale, could only achieve 8% to 15%. This type of bulk trade has meager unit profits and is only sustainable due to enormous demand. Now, Li Bin's statement was tantamount to telling all the governors and pirate kings that a new industrial opportunity had arrived. No need for you to spend money on favors, outfleet patrols, or run black markets anymore. As long as the commercial fleet is up and running, a 12% profit is within your grasp. Why bother with industrial planning for the planetary governor? Just go all in on the transport fleet and get it moving within the alliance. Why bother with raiding and plundering for the pirate king? Just establish an escort company. The escort orders alone will make him rich. Accumulate money through trade, upgrade your industries. Whether it's buying food processing plants and cockroach breeding farms, large-scale artificial starch synthesis plants to make nutritional paste, or hiring people to set up shipyards and scrap yards, they're all excellent choices. As Li Bin spoke, imperial servants distributed plastic paper documents to each seat, instructing the governor and pirate king to disable all implants and the camera function of their prosthetic eyes. They're being quite cautious, someone muttered, opening the document and instantly holding their breath. Because besides lengthy bills and plans, the document also contained a draft of a rational development plan based on the geographical location and current industrial scale of each planetary governor and pirate king. These are all calculated using the AI core. Consider it a benefit we're providing for you all, Li Bin said, twirling a grape, his smile deepening. We do have specific plans, but we're only sharing them with our partners. Don't worry about leaks, each person's file only pertains to their own planet or space station. One governor inwardly cursed, thinking, whether it's a draft or a detailed plan, it's all the same. All the planning and policies are based on joining the alliance and enjoying its preferential policies. For one thing, the future development of each region is undoubtedly predicated on integration into the alliance. Despite his inward grumbling, a greedy glint involuntarily appeared on the governor's face. No wonder. The alliance's market was vast. Just mining and selling ore to meet the alliance's current ore shortage was incredibly profitable. Li Bin pressed his advantage. Secondly, integrated resource information, opening up the internal market, transparent internal resource information, and open bidding for unrestricted resources. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. No wonder they said the detailed plan was only available to members. The newly delivered documents from the attendants covered multiple areas, including factory procurement, technical support, local facility upgrades, and even information sharing across various fields such as research project collaborations and hyperspace route updates. Furthermore, within the alliance, that is, the star systems previously controlled by the giant corporations, as well as uninhabited star systems, all non-regulated resources were included in the public list. Anyone who is a partner in the alliance can legally and legitimately purchase mines and mining rights for a specific area of a gas giant for a limited period. Wow! The list even includes permits to purchase entire fleets and gas extraction stations? A governor explained in amazement. Ruli nodded. To unleash market potential and liberate productivity, right? Everyone was intrigued. Putting everything else aside, the conditions presented so far surpassed those of any other power in the star system. It's not over yet. Li Bin tapped his knuckles. Next, establish joint patrol teams. Various powers will intertwine to form patrol teams, jointly patrol the border, combat illegal activities, and protect everyone's interests and property. This was a proposal to consolidate the military based on security and defense needs, which seemed quite intimidating at first glance. But upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that it was merely the formation of patrol teams, not a fleet. The required ships were only frigates and destroyers, and the quantity requirement was not high. It was less a forced allocation and more a plea for loyalty. Indeed, what did four giant corporations care about these few dilapidated ships? They thought. But in fact, This was Li Bin's carefully designed technique. Integration into the alliance was not just empty talk. He wanted not only the economies and industries of these smaller powers to be integrated into the alliance, but also their political and military sectors. The military reorganization involved bringing the captains and crew members who originally belonged to the governor and the pirate king into the alliance, enticing them with a broader stage and greater glory, forcing them to choose between the Grand Alliance and their own small homeland. No coercion was needed. Simply demonstrating a promising future would make them understand what was better. Seeing this also approved, Ruli and Li Bin exchanged a glance, slightly relieved. Next item, the large-scale infrastructure plan. Chapter 1160. This time, instead of issuing a document, the presentation was done directly via projection. Within the vast Perseus Alliance, inhabited star systems were marked with X, and uninhabited star systems with O. Everyone could see that there were still many uninhabited star systems between the Universal Alliance and the Brighton Alliance. Subsequently, the Alliance territory slowly expanded eastward, northward, and westward, gradually annexing the Lost Star region. According to the resolutions of the Starfield Conference, after the Alliance is established, it will gradually expand into the Lost Star region, prioritizing the recovery of relics from the human realm and the demolition of ruins. It will also construct nano-infection isolation zones, clear resources, and establish small colonies along the way. During this period, the Alliance will install relay communication devices in every star system with a stable point within its territory to expand communication coverage. After Li Bin finished speaking, all the uninhabited star systems lit up. From now on, every fleet will be able to conduct brief information resupply during long voyages and adjust its transport direction based on the latest market information and company orders. Everyone nodded secretly. This move was undoubtedly highly beneficial to both the Alliance and themselves. The only question was where this production capacity would come from. Although Li Bin's talk of gathering the latest information and adjusting transport directions only applied to flexible individual fleets and free trade fleets, not to fleets with signed transport contracts, whether it was obtaining the latest information or promptly sending messages to uninhabited star systems for assistance after encountering pirates or harassment from Zhujiang, it was far better than the previous reliance on chance. For the captain of an Atlas-class supercargo ship, without sufficient escort ships, encountering pirates means certain death. The process of waiting to die was utterly hopeless, a feeling shared by all the planetary governors, from the victim reports and the black boxes. And all the pirate lords, having engaged in similar raids on transport ships in their lives, understood the implications perfectly. For the pirate lords, this move undoubtedly significantly reduced their living space. If they didn't join the Alliance, future raids would be much more difficult. To use pirates like donkeys, after the initial harsh treatment, a carrot was needed. Li Bin continued, in addition, the large-scale infrastructure project will conduct a population census and an equipment and facility survey of all planets and space stations across the entire Alliance. Based on the survey results, aid will be provided to free planets and pirate bases to build basic industries, public facilities, and expand domestic demand. Only a strong central authority can conduct such a survey. Currently, the Perseus Alliance's central authority may not be strong, but Li Bin can use incentives to make everyone obedient, building a strong central authority through the exercise of power. This is something that doesn't require prioritization. If A can be achieved, B will naturally follow. Even the construction of relay communication devices in uninhabited star systems is to strengthen the Universal Alliance's control over shipping lanes. This is all a scheme. The planetary governors can sense the Alliance's grand ambitions, but for the pirate kings entrenched in pirate politics, these deeper meanings are far too complex. Next, industrial integration. Each region, based on its policies, customs, and basic industrial distribution, will leverage its strengths to produce different products, entering the economic cycle and promoting the Alliance's economic prosperity. Furthermore, industrial standards must be implemented uniformly. Based on the principle of industrial integration, we will introduce monetary integration and unification, abolishing the currencies of various factions, and using only the Alliance coin as the sole supplementary currency to the star currency. However, the Kelja Technocratic Company is temporarily suspending this plan, retaining its local currency as a special zone, because even as Secretary General, GAT cannot implement a complete reform all at once. Supporting the previous plan is already the result of his utmost efforts. It seems GAT will either need to carry out a major purge or prepare for civil war in the future. But either way, it's good for him and the Alliance. For one thing, as a civil Secretary General, his rich experience in civil administration and leadership will allow him to quickly stand out in the Alliance. I heard that the Universal Union still heavily relies on someone named Alyosha. That guy even modified his digestive system for work, which clearly indicates a serious lack of team capabilities and a drag on his ability to train new talent. Once I bring my talents to the Alliance, I show you the superiority of the civil service system. The young civil servants under his command are eager to make their mark and are itching to get started. Finally, policy integration. Li Bin surveyed everyone and announced the final plan. Policies and administration will gradually be unified over time. Major issues such as diplomacy and war will be decided by the Alliance Council. I will temporarily serve as the first Alliance chief, and elections will be held after the situation stabilizes. This essentially institutionalized the previously tacit military and diplomatic actions. However, what worried the Pirate King and the governors most was the policy and administrative aspect. What did integration mean? Appointments and dismissals would be decided by the Assembly? Where would we fit in? Bruno Brighton spoke up at the opportune moment. While Li Bin played the tough role, he stepped in as the peacemaker. According to the spirit of the Alliance and the systems not yet implemented, the leaders of the smaller factions will not be replaced for the time being. They will be given a 3-year term as governors. Their performance will be evaluated according to the performance appraisal scheme, assessing their governance, including political, military, and economic aspects. Those who meet the standards will remain in office, while those who fail will be dismissed, but past non-serious offenses such as betrayal or espionage will not be investigated. Those with outstanding performance will be promoted based on their professional abilities. Those with military expertise will be granted fleet command authorization. Those with economic expertise will be absorbed into the Alliance's economic department, and those with expertise in public welfare management will be granted higher-level positions. The positions of Star System Governor and Special Zone Governor are vacant. Those not promoted for the time being can also earn Alliance points based on their performance, which can be exchanged for additional industrial support or policy support from the Alliance. The governor, who had been arguing with Ivan and had initially looked troubled, excitedly stroked his beard and began to rub it with a reserved air upon hearing this. Good, good. His hesitation was completely dispelled. The governor of a free planet certainly wielded considerable power. Otherwise, the former governor of Elphi, Shara, would not have preferred to introduce a third-party force in order to seek independence. But Shara did this out of necessity. She could neither seize actual power in the colonies nor be further accepted by the Perseus Alliance at the time, nor could she climb the corporate ladder to the next level. Therefore, trapped by the situation, she had no choice but to make this desperate gamble. But the new Perseus Alliance has opened this door, and that changes everything. I can be a boss of a mega-corporation now. No! That's not right. He thought carefully, realizing that the enormous power formed by the merger of 4 megacorporations has limitless potential. How could it be assessed as merely a mere megacorporation? This is clearly a super megacorporation. It even needs a new proper name. Compared to the Perseus Alliance, what are overlords? What is tachyon technology? What is the Luddite Church? They're all rubbish. His appetite was whetted. He paced back and forth under the table, already dreaming of leaping into the limelight to become a high-ranking official in the Alliance. Even if this path to advancement is small, as long as it exists, who will ultimately succeed is still uncertain. I will climb step by step to the very top. Chapter 1161. Interstellar Empire, Byzantium Star, Athena Island, one of the former imperial palaces, now the site of the first North Star Region Conference. Warm, humid ocean monsoon swept across the island, carrying the fresh scents of plants and earth, mingled with the briny aroma of marine life, creating a unique blend of delicacies. The winds blew back and forth among the temple-like stone pillars, stretching for tens of meters, causing the synthetic fiber curtains hanging from the stone dome to rustle. Through the undulating curtains, the clear, bright sunlight dappled the curtains and stone pillars, warming the hearts of the attendees. And a little itchy. With favorable conditions, a complete integration of politics, military, economy, and industry, all pirate kings and governors within the Alliance, along with their bureaucrats and confidants, were treated equally as half one of their own, granted 3 years to continue ruling. Those who wanted advancement should perform well, while those who wanted to retire should seize the opportunity to make a fortune, a veritable fortune indeed. Frankly, given the size and fleet strength of the new Perseus Alliance, they don't need these high-sounding excuses. Even if they were to forcefully conquer, no one would be foolish enough to cause trouble at this juncture. Militarily speaking, the Universal Alliance's fleet has already proven its military capabilities countless times in previous battles. Diplomatically speaking, with the South suffering from 2 major natural disasters, Even if the Supreme Overlord and the CEO of Speedtron Technology are dissatisfied, they won't say anything. After all, this sets a good example for other powers. The Perseus Alliance can absorb the forces within its borders, and so can you. Everyone will benefit. As for public opinion and reputation, with Li Bin turning the tide, defeating the Hell Legion in the Draco battle when it seemed like a lose-lose situation, and securing the Alliance's first kill, who would complain? Furthermore, this matter can't withstand close scrutiny. If you delve too deeply, the Human Alliance can simply launch an online poll, letting everyone under their command vote. See if they'd rather eat cockroaches and rats on your free planet, scrape moss and gnaw on nutritional paste, or join a giant corporation and enjoy a couple of hot meals. Once this precedent is set, whether it's the governor or the pirate king, morale will crumble, and the army will be difficult to manage. When the heavenly army arrives, their subordinates might even bring their own heads to surrender, perhaps even finding their bloodshot heads in the way of the Alliance's relief supplies. So, if you gained an advantage, know when to stop. Having explained all the plans, Li Bin finally asked, that concludes the core content announced at the first Alliance meeting. More detailed information will only be shown to those joining the Alliance. Those who don't wish to join can explore Byzantium after this meal. The scenery there is quite beautiful. I finished speaking. Cheers! Li Bin picked up his glass of wine, gesturing to everyone. I object to the Chief of Staff's words. A loud shout rang out, startling everyone in the audience, causing their hands to tremble, and spilling the clear wine from their glasses. Everyone craned their necks to see who this fool was, daring to cause trouble in this place. Was the five-limbed figure hanging outside not intimidating enough? Or was the treatment not good enough? They saw Wuzhou Snake King Chung, 1 foot on the table, holding his wine glass high in both hands, meeting the shocked gazes of everyone, and the mocking looks from the stage, his forehead covered in sweat. I object to the Chief of Staff's words. He repeated it, seemingly to bolster his courage, pausing for a second to make sure no one was stopping him, before continuing. I always said, Li Bin is my idol. What I admire most about the Chief of Staff is his courage in building a giant enterprise from scratch. Decisive, ruthless. He stared intently at Li Bin, but Chief of Staff, I must criticize you. Your words today were neither decisive nor ruthless enough. These people. He gestured around the audience. They're all cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong, just like me. Even if you treat them well, they might not be grateful. Tom. A governor realized what was happening and cursed inwardly. I've become a stepping stone for these scoundrels, who wouldn't even eat a black hole to show their loyalty. Chief of Staff, you're the good guy, I play the bad guy. Wang Chung roared, anyone who disagrees, come and fight me, Black Snake first. His accent returned in his excitement, and he stared at the planetary governor he had argued with earlier, his expression practically urging him to jump. The planetary governor pursed his lips and turned his face away. Wang Chung then revealed a satisfied smile, as if he had won. Kong Zhicho looked at Li Bin with an innocent expression. He's using all my lines. I'm supposed to play the villain. But since things had come to this, he could only take the initiative and stop Wang Chung from talking to Li Bin. Hey! Wusha Snake, what are you doing? We're a legitimate alliance. Don't make it seem like an irregular organization. Kong Zhicho proactively spoke up, taking over the task of reprimanding Li Bin and preventing him from opening his mouth. Sometimes, unless it's a serious criticism, what the superior says isn't important. What matters is who they say it to, and how many words they exchange. The difference between Li Bin, the alliance leader, and Wusha Snake's status was so great that if Wusha Snake were to say even a few words, when the alliance's dispatched civil officials were to seize local power, Wusha Snake only needed to mention this matter, and the civil officials wouldn't dare to act completely. A single spittle from a powerful figure can cause a cataclysmic flood. Li Bin, in a de facto sense, could decide the fate of a planet with a single word. He didn't need to mobilize his fleet. His attitude could influence the company's import and export of certain planets, even triggering dumping and financial wars. Opportunists like Wu Xiaosh, willing to deploy their armies and personally engage in battle just to win a smile from Li Bin, filled both inside and outside the company. Therefore, many people, as their positions rose, spoke less and less, their expressions becoming increasingly indifferent. There was a reason for it. You might say, this girl is so skillful, and the next day her hand would be chopped off and sent to you. You might say tomorrow, this girl is truly a feast for the eyes, and the day after, she would be steamed and served. Nobody knows how your words will be acted upon. Li Bin didn't speak, but simply raised his glass in a distant salute, then drank it down in one gulp. The crowd below bowed in fear. Even those seated, even those below the platform, involuntarily lowered their bodies, waiting until Li Bin and the other members and faction leaders had finished their drinks before finally finishing theirs. The meeting will stop here for now. You must be hungry after your long journey, said Ruli, the hostess, assuming the role of hostess and beginning to arrange the banquet. A dance troupe of handsome men and beautiful women emerged gracefully from behind stone pillars, their movements mingling with projected special effects to create a dazzling ethnic dance. A lavish array of delicious food was served, along with glasses of fine wine. These dishes and performances might not be watched, but like the television and the fruit and dessert platters on the coffee table on New Year's Eve, they were part of the atmosphere-building element, optional, but essential. Otherwise, the awkward silence and everyone's secret agendas would be palpable. However, in Li Bin's mind, this was still a victorious meeting. Another win. Chapter 1162. The conference lasted a week. As the chief, Li Bin warmly received each governor and pirate king, his presence primarily for casual conversation. Specific business matters, terms, and subsequent integration plans were naturally handled by specialized organizations. On September 7th, Star Calendar 220, after the conference concluded, Li Bin was the first to leave. He took with him a massive core fleet of ships. Even while these ships were docked in the port, they instilled fear in those attending the conference. Now, as they departed, the sheer plumes of their thrusters blotted out the sun, filling them with awe and wonder. Especially after realizing that such power would become their protective shield, the last trace of resentment vanished, replaced by a burning ambition. Everyone wants to reach new heights, and now that the opportunity is right in front of them, why wouldn't they seize it? And who would be content with a poorly constructed free planet, a dilapidated pirate base? Perform well, work for one of the giant corporations, become their planetary governor. Isn't that better? Had your meeting? In the captain's lounge of the Candle Dragon, Isa put down the exercise equipment and said to Li Bin, who was sprawled on the bed like a slumped figure, "It's not over yet. After returning to Eden, you have all sorts of meetings to attend." "Let me see. You still have over 300 meetings to attend." "Ugh, kill me." Li Bin groaned in pain, his voice so hoarse that even interstellar medication couldn't quickly heal it. "Li Shu, where is Alyosha?" Isa draped a towel over her shoulder, revealing her shapely abs, and tilted her head, mocking, "Isn't this because Lord Li boasted about pushing for alliance integration? Everyone's coming to the chief for a meeting. Industrial Capacity Report Meeting, Capacity Allocation Plan for the next 3 years, Population Census Plan, Naval and Army Expansion Plan, Integrated Crew Training Plan, Preparation of Alliance Patrol Teams." Isa rattled off a string of numbers, making Li Bin's head ache. He pulled the blanket over his head. "Ah, this hurts." The beautiful woman walked over, yanked off the blanket, and pressed her advantage. "And this is just an internal meeting. We also need to give an explanation regarding risky mining and support for Zwidging country. Don't forget, you established the first regional Grand Alliance in the star field." Li Bin grimaced. "I put in a lot of effort for you these next few days, darling. Can you help me share some of the burden? Please." Isa tilted her head. "It depends on your performance. Time to work." It wasn't just Li Bin who was suffering. The leaders of other forces were even more shocked after learning of Li Bin's grand plan. What is Li Bin trying to do? Is he going to diplomatically annex the Interstellar Empire, the Brighton Alliance, and the Keljev Tech Bureau Corporation? At the Supreme Staff, Baikal, unusually setting aside the daily report on the southern airspace strikes, trembled slightly as he held a cigar. So many, so complex plans. It's not just about one or two industries. It's practically about overturning his entire alliance structure, starting from scratch. He swallowed the remaining part. The difficulty is greater than wiping out all the war families of the Overlord. The Supreme Staff members were equally bewildered, marveling at the report. The most bizarre thing wasn't even the plans Li Bin proposed, but that the leaders of other factions actually supported them? Who could they reason with? The Supreme Advisor and the AI Corps had spent over 10 days repeatedly analyzing the scenarios, but they still couldn't reach a fairly accurate conclusion. Their reports were so improbable that Baikal laughed when he saw them. "So, you're telling me that the most likely scenario for these 3 factions agreeing to join the alliance and establishing a virtually unified economic, political, and military system is that Li Bin simultaneously subdued Ruli, Gat, and Gruno? What kind of shitty universe am I living in?" The Supreme Advisor wiped his sweat, struggling to explain, although the probability is only 13%, both we and the AI Corps believe that only blind love could lead to this outcome. After all, they didn't know that Li Bin possessed 7 forges, nor did they know about Saint Lud, let alone the human coexistence faction. Of all the forces with very good relations with Li Bin, the Overlord was the one who couldn't see the truth and knew the least. Bagar slammed his fist on the table. How can I believe this explanation? After scolding Bagar, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. How's our own alliance going? Speaking of this, the Supreme Advisors perked up, tentatively named the Phoenix Alliance. Currently, besides us, the forces that have joined include Magius and FSF Military Company. The Navigation Bureau and Apex Design Group are still negotiating, but it's certain we can win them over. After all, the southern part of the sector is closest to us, we have a basis for cooperation, and we also have a common enemy. They also face the invasion of the nanovirus swarm. However, they certainly can't do what the Persis Alliance. That's outrageous. What about the Lud Church? Bael said irritably. Frankly, one Lud Church is worth 2 third-rate giants. The Lud Church. An advisor stammered, swallowing hard. The Lud Church has formed the Lud Alliance with the Lud Left Path and the Left Path Kingdom, and has temporarily rejected us. Bang! Bael slammed his fist on the table, leaving a shallow fist mark. We even lost our long-standing allies? Seeing the Supreme Overlord's unfriendly tone, the advisor quickly explained, they said it's based on our decisions in the first and second AI wars, and they chose to refuse out of caution. The implication is that it's not that we're not trying, but rather a legacy of historical issues that leads the Luddite Church to maintain a close relationship with us, but an alliance is out of the question. It's roughly equivalent to saying, you're a good person, we can be friends, but marriage is out of the question. The previous 2 Supreme Overlords were simply pigs. On Wolf's Spirit Star, Chu Xiangrui, looking at the spy's report, shook his head and exclaimed to Zilith, Li Bin has gone mad. He wants to create a new Persis Alliance. No, even more outrageous than the original Persis Alliance. If this policy is successfully implemented, he will have single-handedly facilitated the fusion of 4 giant corporation-level forces. The Starfield's top-tier giant corporation-level forces are about to change hands. Even if the 14th Legion is reborn, it will probably be slightly inferior. Zilith nodded and then shook his head. If you're talking about status, then yes, but if you're talking about pure combat power, then it's still somewhat inferior. If no force in the current star system possesses the military strength of us or the 14th Legion before the First AI War, Chu Xiangrui said quietly. Don't forget that the Universal Alliance also obtained a nanoforge from the Hell Legion. The Brighton Alliance, Keljev, and the Interstellar Empire each have 1, making a total of 4. Add to that the mass-produced Zongzi class and Bowhead Will class, and think about it again in a few years? Zilith clicked his tongue, remaining silent for a long while. What was their response to our application to join the alliance? Li Bin said the time wasn't right, and told us to wait, Chu Xiangrui said, wiping his face. Zilith was speechless. Even at his advanced age, he suddenly felt an absurd sense of time passing too quickly. Li Bin led a surprise attack on Wolf's Spirit Star, and only a few years have passed. The once dominant Speedtron technology and Hegemon have suddenly fallen to the point where they have to be told to wait? Chapter 1163. When Li Bin arrived at the Brighton Alliance with his fleet, Lan Yuan and ISA had essentially completed the compilation and classification of past battle data on the nanovirus swarm. The two finally relaxed. ISA's retaliatory exploitation of Li Bin goes without saying, while Lan Yuan picked up her favorite pastime. She borrowed an underground warehouse from the Brighton Alliance, rode her own knight, and also borrowed several behemoths from Old Dong, volunteering to participate in the Bio-Behemoth experiment project, venting her frustration from her tedious work with explosive flames, bombs, and shipborne missiles. Aya! Die, you bastards! Lan Yuan, with the trigger fully pulled, cursed repeatedly in the channel. But once outside the capsule, she transformed back into the calm commander and experimenter, earnestly sharing her combat experiences with the biological experts. According to Xingchen Phil, Lan Yuan mingled perfectly among the experts, basking in the familiar atmosphere of being a participant in experimental projects, and enjoying the exhilarating, unrestrained debates where everyone had their own opinions. This was something Lan Yuan, a former pilot of an experimental ship, found irresistible. Besides this, it's worth mentioning the Griffith Space Station, the pirate base of Ivan, who was bound hand and foot and executed by cannon fire. Gruno and the Brighton Alliance Council deliberately waited for Li Bin's arrival, personally inviting him to witness the entire purge operation at Griffith Space Station. No, it wasn't even a purge. After Ivan's death, Gruno deployed a large force to the space station, sealing it off and summoning each of the deceased Pirate King's generals. The fierce and united culture of the Brighton people, once a source of pride for Gruno, had now become a persistent and troublesome form of resistance. It took him over 10 days to manage the situation before Li Bin arrived. Again, under the banner of unity, he dispatched numerous comrades in arms who had fought alongside these generals, as well as officers with whom he had good personal relationships, to repeatedly mediate. Only then did he successfully resolve the issue. September 22nd, 220 star calendar, outside Griffith Space Station, in the observation deck of the Tiangong-class dreadnought. Li Bin observed the Brighton Alliance's handling of the traitor. This experience was invaluable. Internal purges were often covert and decentralized. He couldn't miss such a concentrated and efficient operation, and he vowed to learn from the experience to apply it next time. However, to his disappointment, a small-scale battle broke out inside Griffith Space Station. The battle was quelled in just half a day. Finally, several high-ranking local officers, accompanied by pirates, escorted Ivan's loyalists and their families out for a live-streamed execution. To this end, Li Bin specifically consulted Grunow on how to deal with the small cliques within the organization. Grunow simply smiled wryly, saying, "It's nothing more than using the spirit of unity to bully smaller groups with a larger collective, sending people to attack the pirate clique. Frankly, unless we truly possess the moral high ground, these methods are far too despicable." "Old Deng is still too good," Li Bin sighed. Daring to interfere with the alliance, this was no ordinary small group. Judging from the large amount of evidence found afterward, and the intelligence gathered from interrogating the diehards, Ivan even harbored ambitions to replace Grunow. Such people must be dealt with decisively. "Grunow's personality is somewhat weak," Li Bin commented, observing Grunow's indecisiveness regarding internal affairs. He should have dealt with Ivan much earlier. While Ivan displayed remarkable fighting spirit and proved to be a competent military leader during the resistance against the Afterglow, his poor political acumen destined him to be unfit to lead any force. It wasn't so much that Ivan's ambition grew amidst his continuous victories, but rather that Grunow's appeasement fostered these inappropriate thoughts. This could have been nipped in the bud from the start. For example, by granting him a high-ranking honorary position, keeping Ivan away from the front lines and turning him into a figurehead, or by involving him in production and management projects, he could have made the pirates, who were practically integrated into the alliance, realize just how incompetent he was as a leader. At the very least, he should have stationed agents to monitor him, just like Li Bin did with the Adventurers Guild in Tanfa and Granada. If a leader had problems, Li Bin could have been the first to know and support opposing forces. If all else failed, he could have assassinated Ivan, making him disappear through assassination or something else entirely. It can only be said that the harsh living conditions of the Brighton Alliance in its early years fostered a culture of military maturity, but political immaturity. After resolving the Griffith Space Station issue, Grunow delivered a new public speech, outlining the significant meaning of joining the Perseus Alliance and its numerous future plans. Li Bin's vast and complex plans, along with his positive reputation in the region, invigorated everyone. During his speech, Grunow announced, in accordance with the spirit of the Alliance, there will no longer be a Brighton Alliance, only Brighton. We will serve in the new alliance as a region, as a nation, just as we did in the alliance before. This political slogan signified the Brightonians' determination and sense of ownership in integrating into the Perseus Alliance family. The alliance's complete assimilation of the Brightonians deeply stung other large corporations. Later that day, Li Bin received multiple meeting invitations. In Brighton's underground city on the ice volcano planet, he sat impeccably dressed in his office, his wife Isa beside him, and opposite them sat equally formally mannered Grunow. Between the two groups was the photography team from the West Wind Systems holographic novel studio, busily moving back and forth, their cameras and lenses aimed at the three. The Overlord will hold a conference in an hour to announce the formation of the Phoenix Alliance. The Alliance's forces are the Overlord, Magius, FSF Military Company, and the Navigation Bureau. Apex Design Group has completed negotiations with the Red Guards. After negotiations with the capitalists, a subsequent membership meeting will be held. We will attend remotely, Li Bin said quietly, flipping through documents. Isa, staring at the terminal, muttered, "Breaking news. The Sindar Powers have changed their meeting time to 30 minutes later, to be personally presided over by the Lion King to announce the establishment of the Central Great Covenant, or simply the Central Covenant. This is clearly an attempt to beat the Supreme Overlord to it. What kind of attitude does that Lion King have in this place?" Li Bin also complained, "What a load of bull. The only members are the Sindar Powers and Hyena Mining. And frankly, Hyena Mining isn't even a force. Establishing an alliance and holding a conference is a complete waste of time." But there was nothing he could do. The reputation of the British Alliance was too great now, and Li Bin couldn't refuse these invitations. They already allowed him to use the excuse of being busy with the overall situation in the star system and attend via holographic projection. Refusing would be ungrateful. Not only him, but also Bruno from the opposite side, Ruli from the Interstellar Empire, Gat from Keljef, and Kong Jicho would be attending. For the sake of the star system, for the sake of diplomacy, let's be patient. Chapter 1164. Actually, it wasn't just the Supreme Overlord and the Lion King holding a public meeting today to announce the formation of their alliance. The Grand Head of Demon Aviation was also holding his meeting today. In fact, the three meetings were practically back-to-back. Their combined time accounted for 60%. After all, this was a formal political meeting. It couldn't possibly end in just an hour or two. It was tough on Li Bin and his group, who even had to share a single projector with three different factions. At the Sindar Power Conference, the current CEO of Hyena Mining stood beside the Lion King, whose expression wasn't very pleasant. As an allied force, he was extremely cautious, yet his expression betrayed an undisguised satisfaction. He was the 8th CEO since Risk Mining entered their home turf. The previous 7 CEOs either died in internal strife or were killed by Sindar Power's appointed advisors while trying to maintain Hyena Mining's independence. So much so that Li Bin, who knew the inside story, felt a sense of relief that this guy had sold his family business for a good price. He had likely already come to terms with reality while secretly fighting the Lion King. Since the Overlord, Suzy, and Lude had no intention of opposing the Lion King for his sake, he had no chance of independence, so surrendering was the better option. The Lion King's grim expression was understandable. After all, the Sindar Powers couldn't find allies for the time being. Although they had contacted Demon Aerospace, the two had a huge disagreement about who should lead the alliance, and it ultimately came to nothing. And when they both attended the Demon Aerospace conference, Li Bin and Isa almost burst out laughing. Because if the Sindar Powers alliance was merely regurgitating forces that should have been annexed, but in a more elegant way, a kind of rumination with a certain beauty, the Lion King still had the ability to draft an exceptionally harsh alliance treaty to maintain control over the Lich Mine. The Demon Aerospace alliance was utterly a joke. As seen on the star map, Demon Aerospace bordered the Universal Union to the north, and the Overlord and FSF Military Corporation to the west. However, it lacked the ability to lead within the alliances of the Universal Union and the Overlord, and it couldn't win over the FSF Military Corporation. Don't forget, Demon Aerospace had fought the FSF Military Corporation during the Third AI War, and upon learning that the FSF Military Corporation had joined the Phoenix Alliance as a long-term military security contractor, Demon Aerospace lost its last potential direct ally. So they set their sights on the Enclave. Demon Aerospace had previously made a deal with the militarily weakened Keljef, purchasing the core sector territory that the Keljef Tech Bureaucratic Corporation had acquired during the Third AI War by dismantling the Persis Alliance. This territory bordered the former Risk Mining, now Safe Mining. After some maneuvering between the two factions' leaders, a relatively loose alliance was formed, headed by the Demon Aerospace Grand Marshal. It was precisely because of this loose structure that Safe Mining was willing to join. The CEO of Safe Mining is a shrewd individual. He declined Lion King's invitation because, having tasted the sweetness of being CEO, he was unwilling to ally with the neighboring Sindar Power. He realized that if they united, Sindar could use the alliance as a pretext to interfere in his internal affairs at any time. While avionics might be unreasonable but far away, and its enclave's limited capabilities due to repeated conflicts, the Sindar Power is a completely different story. They're right on our doorstep. In short, coupled with the discreet announcement of the Lutter Alliance by the Lutter Church, the star system now presents a completely different new landscape. The era of alliances has arrived. However, the map of this alliance era was shockingly ugly. After finally finishing the 3-day conference, Li Bin and his wife were skiing on an ice volcano, enjoying a vacation while waiting for the fleet to be resupplied and repaired. But they hadn't enjoyed themselves for more than a few hours when Miss N called with an urgent confidential communication. Li Bin and Isa hurriedly returned to the Candle Dragon. The entire human coexistence faction fleet has received evacuation orders. 63% has evacuated. The possibility of being discovered by humans cannot be ruled out. Isa stroked her chin and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. The coexistence faction fleet is too large. The giant corporations on the southern front have launched scavenging teams and salvage fleets for long-range reconnaissance, offering substantial rewards. However," she looked at Li Bin worriedly, "this will put a lot of pressure on the Fire Phoenix Alliance. If some foolish Ironheart extinctionists infiltrate the Risk Mining, they could even directly supply the nanovirus swarm, triggering the simulated human green lure rain. Worrying about this is useless. Miss N wouldn't contact us urgently with this kind of intelligence. Li Bin shook his head. As expected, after confirming receipt of the intelligence, Ms. N provided another explosive, and potentially crucial, piece of information. The nanobot swarm cannot devour dormant stargates, but it can devour collapsing stargates. Accompanying this message were two projections of a stargate being devoured. One projected a collapsing stargate, so massive it was larger than any man-made void structure created after a major collapse. A Wolf-class frigate infected by the swarm was attached to its edge. The evacuating human coexistence fleet, comprising several cruisers and a large number of destroyers, boldly approached and observed the nanobot swarm's infection process in detail, capturing high-resolution images. According to the information, this was a large group of small predatory squadrons used to scout uninhabited star systems near the risky mining company. They had been severely damaged by Gu Zhongyu's interstellar assassins, and were now too weak to fight the risky mining company, so they broke up into smaller groups. What they were dismantling was the collapsing stargate. Of course, this Wolf-class ship was ultimately destroyed. Multiple rounds of attacks from plasma cannons and automated pulse lasers melted and vaporized the escort vessel. Furthermore, to prevent infection by any micro-nanites, approaching ships maintained their shield throughout. Any nanites that landed on them would be incinerated. Another segment describes the fleet encountering a large swarm of nanobots and immediately flying towards the jump point for an emergency retreat. The simulated personality of the nanobots, claiming to be Lin Luoyu, failed to persuade them to surrender, and, realizing their cobbled-together nanobots couldn't keep up with the fleet, shifted their target to a nearby dormant stargate. This time, they were outmaneuvered. The stargate clearly had no shields or automated weapons. The reason humans hadn't dismantled it was probably because these things were everywhere in the star system, and their materials were unknown and difficult to damage. The idea that dismantling something makes it impossible to restore it, coupled with the hope that future technological advancements will allow for reverse engineering, eventually leads to it being viewed merely as a natural feature. But if the nanobots can devour collapsed stargates, there's no reason they couldn't destroy dormant ones. Yet, they are utterly helpless. Chapter 1165. Miss N, do you and St. Lud have any technical data regarding stargates? Li Bin asked, frowning as he looked at the projection. No, the design, construction, and maintenance of stargates are classified information within the human realm. This information should be stored in the local human realm government offices in the Perseus star region. The governor will only have access to it upon assuming office and beginning his duties. However, in the governor's database, searching for the keyword Stargate yielded documents related to rebels and riot control. One document of relevant information was found. St. Lud has been periodically opening stargates in the southern Heavenly Gate system to transmit data to me, and it has already been sent to you. Miss N's demeanor was significantly more human-like than before. Li Bin quickly flipped through the information after receiving it, while Isa waited with her arms crossed. She knew Li Bin had an exceptionally good memory. He could recite any information after just one glance with his eyes closed. Therefore, Li Bin always read information incredibly fast, a speed she couldn't keep up with. Therefore, for such unique information, Li Bin would always scan it for her, and she would check and analyze it with him as she read. A few dozen seconds later, Li Bin pushed the terminal towards her, and Isa, legs crossed, took it and slowly began to examine it. The information didn't explain the Stargate from a technical or application perspective, but instead mentioned a historical fact. Since the human realm began controlling various star regions by managing stargates, some ambitious individuals have made various attempts to exploit them, including technical analysis and, naturally, attempts to destroy them. Historically, the human realm closed stargates in rebellious star regions, while the star region governor opened some stargates to deploy fleets. By employing a we can go, but the enemy cannot approach, they repeatedly defeated traitors using the high mobility of the stargates. So much so that later, after their rebellion, the rebels destroyed stargates in parts of the star system they controlled, causing significant disruption to the human realm's efforts to quell the rebellion, dragging out what should have been a 1 or 2 year effort into decades. Therefore, the human realm invested heavily in the stargates, their economic, military, and production lifeline, undergoing multiple rounds of upgrades. Records left by the governor of Perseus indicate that, as long as the stargates haven't collapsed and stopped functioning, they are absolutely impossible to destroy easily. Hibernation is not a shutdown. The Corona diffuser only supplies power to the stargates to maintain their operation and address the enormous energy gaps required for their opening and closing. The integrity and functionality of the stargates themselves are maintained by the stargates themselves. As a millennium-long project, it possesses an exceptionally long standby capability. The governor of Persis even added a note after this statement. In fact, if the stargates cannot sustain themselves for a long time, then as a colossal structure scattered throughout the galaxy, relied upon by the human realm, and required to operate for extended periods in pulsars, black hole nebulae, asteroid belts, and other harsh environments, it is inadequate. Long-lasting and reliable, that's its true value. This statement made Li Bin and ISA's eyes light up. After ending their communication with Miss N, the two immediately contacted Old Ding, the company's leader, and the Academy to begin investigating information related to the Stargate. Lan Yuan was completely clueless, and Brother Jia also raised his hand, saying, I really don't know anything. I'm not even qualified to ask about this stuff, so don't ask me. In the end, it was the Academy that produced reliable information. The Academy's Dean, Bigard, who had relocated to Eden Star, showed an excited, I've been waiting for you to ask expression. She stroked her bald head and said, since the Academy has the technology to restart a dormant Stargate, it naturally has some understanding of Stargates. It's no exaggeration to say that in the entire Persis star system, no one surpasses us in terms of historical data on Stargates. That's the beauty of archaeology. What's the difference between humans and beasts if we don't do archaeology and seek history? She chuckled strangely. The Academy existed before the Great Collapse, and since then, it has been dedicated to recovering all information from the human realm, precisely to deal with situations like today. She slammed her hand on the table and said urgently to Li Bin, you want data? No problem, but you have to pay extra. CO? You yourself said you would launch a large-scale exploration of the Lost Star sector. Our Academy's archaeology program has specifically expanded its enrollment this year, and even recalled many examinees. Graduates of the ancient history major, do you know that there are over 1,000 graduates every year? They need to go on oceanographic expeditions, and this current funding is simply not enough. Seeing Jiaqian's manic behavior, ISA was somewhat surprised. Li Bin, however, was used to it. He explained to ISA, people who do scientific research are all like this. Brigard dared to conduct Stargate experiments against the Overlord. She's not normal at all. In fact, all the past deans of the Academy have been madmen. Oh, so that's why she's so enthusiastic towards you. Because you're both equally crazy, right? ISA thought to herself. Damn, so a single Stargate actually embodies so much technology. ISA exclaimed in amazement. Some of the intelligence provided by the Academy came from official documents of the human territory, a civilization that had been wiped out, saturated by the giant corporation, and then destroyed and recovered by the local technological barbarians. Although Brigard repeatedly stated that if the planet killer hadn't been activated when the Overlord attacked the Asiatic system, more documents sealed by the human territory could certainly have been found underground on the former governor's planet. However, those documents, along with the treasure trove, vanished along with the planet, becoming part of the asteroid belt surrounding the Asiatic galaxy. But even the results deduced by the Academy's archaeological experts from the data they gathered are astonishing enough. Each Stargate possesses two energy systems, one external, powered by a corona diverter, meaning each Stargate has a built-in superdiverter valve. Furthermore, what has kept the Stargates dormant for over 200 years, neither collapsed nor shut down, is the second, internal energy system. Through long-term investigations and research by archaeologists and other experts on the Stargates of the Galatian system where the Academy is located, they deduced, before the Janus device project was launched, during the previous dean's tenure, that this second energy system was based on the application of anti-entropy technology. It's not simply extracting energy like a cryogenic computing engine. In the vastness of space, the energy obtained this way is very limited. Instead, it's a complex technology that simultaneously utilizes anti-entropy technology and zero-point vacuum energy technology. Zero-point vacuum energy belongs to the field of quantum physics. This theory posits that a vacuum also contains enormous energy, even at absolute zero. The application of two technologies, namely, using anti-entropy technology to maintain a region inside the Stargate at absolute zero, and then using zero-point vacuum technology to systematically obtain energy to maintain the Stargate's dormancy and resist external forces such as stellar radiation, black hole gravitational pull, asteroid impacts, and other debris, is crucial. This energy is even sufficient to withstand most explosions, including antimatter explosions. This is why Stargates remain undamaged unless subjected to repeated, high-intensity bombardments at enormous costs. Li Bin's previous conjecture was wrong. It stemmed from his limited perspective and 3K-centric thinking when assessing interstellar civilizations. This is the reason why most Stargates have been able to maintain their existence to this day, even being described by the Starfield governor as millennial projects. As for the speculation that the Stargate's outer armor is complex and utilizes strong interaction materials, continuously powered by zero-point vacuum energy technology, this remains merely conjecture due to the lack of analysis of collapsed Stargate technology by other factions. Chapter 1166. After confirming through multiple sources, including Miss N, the Academy, and the Hell Legion's database, that neither dormant nor activated Stargates were vulnerable to the nanobots, Li Bin devised a plan. It was known that destroying a complete Stargate would be extremely costly, while collapsed Stargates, based on current information, collapsed Stargates were likely affected by damage caused during the Great Collapse, such as anti-entropy devices or planet killers, were highly attractive to the nanobots as rich deposits of rare alloys. Therefore, Li Bin immediately contacted Saradu, who maintained the Western Core Star Sector border trade route in New Star City, instructing him to immediately contact Lin Yufeng, with Lin Yufeng's zombie fleet acting as escort to reactivate the Stargates in the Lost Star Sector. This matter is of paramount importance, concerning the future of warfare. Li Bin solemnly instructed, re-equip the entire Zhongzi fleet with antimatter torpedo bays. You will take 1 Battlefield Mothership class, 2 Atlas class, 1 Prometheus class fuel ship, and several Phaeton class fuel ships. Antimatter torpedoes are extremely lethal to nanoparticle swarms, and the burst firepower of several Zhongzi class ships will force even the Afterglow warships to avoid its edge. If the enemy is confident of victory, disengage immediately after the battle. Have the Battlefield Mothership class extract the multi-purpose cargo hold and fuel to manufacture ammunition clips, complete resupply, and then re-enter the battlefield. Remember, except for the AI core, do not pick up any extra cargo. If you encounter abandoned ships along the way, destroy all battleships except for special abandoned ships. Implement scorched earth tactics. The same applies to abandoned space stations, mining stations, gas extraction stations, and the Human Territory Research Station. Only carry high-value items. Sarah listened intently, even rubbing his hands together, eager to try. Having participated in the Nova City's 9th-stage invitational operation, he yearned for the thrill of the battlefield. Frankly, piloting an Atlas-class supercargo ship was torture for any experienced captain. Familiar routes, familiar missions, familiar people, every day eroded one's passion. If it weren't for the extremely long trade routes of the Universal Alliance, forcing Sarah to frequently fly on unfamiliar routes and occasionally undertake the risky task of lighting up Stargates, he would have taken a long leave to recover his energy long ago. How could he constantly be active on the routes? Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand it. Yes. He patted his large, surging chest. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Furthermore, Li Bin added, I will subsequently dispatch 3 trustworthy veterans as captains. They will also bring new Janus devices, as well as new battlefield motherships and zombie-class ships. I plan to send over 30 zombie-class ships, 5 Janus devices, and crew members to the Lost Star Sector. These are all seasoned and loyal soldiers. Some of these crew members are veterans, others have worked in other fields. The crew is crammed full. You and Lin Yufeng will also be responsible for training. I hope that after completing the mission, these people, after several months of rest, can immediately be deployed to the battlefield. Do not call to return to port before completing your respective areas. Also, tell Lin Yufeng to conduct regular military exercises with the captains and key personnel. Don't rush into actual combat. If he can train the crew of 10 ships, I make him the fleet commander. If he can train 20, I make him the task force commander. If he can train 30, I make him the strike group commander. As for you, Li Bin paused, then smiled. Li Weiming of Granada has urged me 5 times to send a new planetary governor to replace him. He wants to take over as the manager of the void mineral resources in the Ministry of Mining. You better perform well, and once you've done this job, the position of planetary governor is yours. He then added, of course, if you want to leave enough inheritance for your descendants, I, Li Bin, am not a stingy person. You can choose any uninhabited planet within the territory of the Persis Alliance. Whichever planet you develop, your family will be the hereditary planetary governor on that planet. What's a mere planet? Just like the land bestowed upon Night families on Eden, there's as much land as you want in the vast universe. With Li Bin's rate of development, in a few more years, he could even be appointed as a star system governor. Not to mention, in the star systems previously ruled and conquered by the Hell Legion, there are still many ruins and relics. Although they have been looted and bombed, the basic structure still exists, and the cost of reconstruction is far lower than starting from scratch. Large quantities of materials can be reforged on site and used. Can't these lands be granted fiefdoms? Besides, aren't there plenty of inhabited star systems outside the Persis Alliance? Head there. Hereditary succession. Sarada's eyes widened instantly, his breathing quickening. A fleet commander must eventually relinquish power, but a hereditary planetary governor is like a local emperor. Ah! Li Bin. The best decision Saradu, ever made was allowing you to board the ship. He was so overjoyed he almost regretted it. Fool, Saradu. You knew Li Bin had shown extraordinary talent early on, yet you let him go. While 8 years old is the legal age for interstellar humans, who at 8 could possess the same mindset as Li Bin at that age? Li Bin's rise from a deck cleaner to an accountant, even overseeing smuggling operations, demonstrates extraordinary talent. Although disembarking was under orders, shouldn't such talent be invested in? Even that idiot Jeffrey managed to climb to his current position with a crappy ship costing only a few thousand star coins. Your talent and courage far surpass his. If you had used your connections to help Li Bin borrow an old destroyer when you were successful, you wouldn't just be a planetary governor today. Sarah's eyes welled with tears, whether from the excitement of being recognized, the encouragement of the future, or the regret of missing an opportunity. It was hard to tell. Don't worry about the star map, Li Bin said, his smile radiating the joy of a bandit's looting. The Hell Legion possesses a complete star system map from before the Great Collapse, even marking the locations of stargates. Once you're deployed, simply find the stargates at your destination. Everything else is just something you do along the way. Li Bin didn't quite understand this complex emotion. After hanging up, he led his fleet home. The arrangements made by Saradu were one of the key factors in Li Bin's victory. The biggest advantage of activating all the stargates wasn't the vast resources within the stargate channels, but rather his ability to deploy troops at any time through the stargates, appearing behind enemy lines to relentlessly attack and destroy them. This included the Nanobug Swarm, the Ironheart Extinctionists, and other human forces. Furthermore, this clandestine training could be completed discreetly without attracting the attention of other Alliance forces. Once everything was ready, the 30 zombie-class ships, deployed in conjunction with the Whitestone Fleet's escort, would be enough to organize a destructive force capable of melting an entire star system in a short time. Putting everything else aside, could a Level 3 space station withstand the bombardment of 30 antimatter torpedoes the size of rice dumplings? Could a planet do that? If there's no planet killer, then make up for it with sheer force. That's what you call real skill outdoors. Chapter 1167. As for transport capacity, let's put it this way. Since the Stargate lit up, around March of this year, the company hasn't had to worry about cargo ships. The Atlas class, as the most abundant large-scale main transport ships in the entire galaxy, has a large stockpile within the Stargate. Even if 90% of them were destroyed due to approaching the Stargate, the remaining wreckage could still be pieced together to form a considerable fleet. One statistic alone demonstrates the company's gains from the Stargate. Since the Stargate opened, the company has acquired 6 Atlas-class ships, ranging from slightly damaged to heavily damaged, all requiring only quick repairs for deployment. Similarly, they acquired 2 Prometheus-class ships. Li Bin even secretly sent nearly 10 Prometheus-class wreckage ships to Luz Wujing, so they could build suicide ships. Currently, the company's situation is that the ships are waiting for the ships, November 27th, Star Calendar 220. Heading east along the increasingly established Golden Route, the northern route from Brighton to Universal Union, the once sparse route frequented by pirates and left-path holy warriors who, driven by desperation to survive, defied the pirate emperor's orders, is now deserted. This is partly because Universal Union has grown into a behemoth, repeatedly standing up for humanity. Even after Li Bin, as founder and CEO, personally led troops into battle, he gained the respect of the left-path holy warriors. The holy warriors believed that while Li Bin also used advanced technology, he was at least bold and decisive, unlike other corrupt behemoths and warlords. As for the pirates, it was purely because Universal Union employed multiple tactics, hiring adventurers and mercenaries for escorts, dispatching fleets for patrols, and obeying the pirate emperor's orders, that their environment for survival was dwindling. Especially after numerous wars erupted in the core star system, merchants, seeking both profit and safety, opted for the multifaceted trade routes of the Universal Alliance, making the shipping lanes increasingly busy. What were once sparsely populated routes, making it easy for pirates to pull off a heist and escape, have become increasingly difficult. Now, within hours of traveling along these routes, pirates can encounter transport and escort fleets of varying sizes, or even collide directly with Universal Alliance warships departing from Eden and bound for the battlefield. Life has become increasingly dire for the pirates. So much so that once relay communication devices were installed in all the uninhabited star systems along the Golden Shipping Route, making it easier to call for help, these pirates were truly struggling to survive. While the profits on the golden shipping route increased, the mortality rate soared. As a result, the pirates lingering here simply registered with the Adventurers Guild, taking on reconnaissance missions, becoming hunters, or even taking on the very jobs they once despised, escorting ships. It can only be said that the old star system forced people into piracy, while the Universal Alliance forced pirates into becoming wage earners. A victory for the company, indeed. On the bridge of the Candle Dragon, ISA, who had kicked out First Officer Qian Tao and taken his place, glanced at Li Bin, who was grinning foolishly at the long, winding map of the shipping lanes, filled with spaceship signals, and admiring its prosperity. ISA couldn't help but roll her eyes. Happy, huh? Yeah, happy, Li Bin replied instinctively, then looked up at ISA with displeasure. As captain, I need to remind you, your current position is first officer. You can't talk to me like that. Aye, captain. ISA responded loudly, Captain, I just wanted to remind you that this part of the shipping lane is very narrow, and our fleet is huge, so we're stuck. Because these merchant ships and escort vessels are also going in and out, as seen in the scanner. Li Bin blinked, as if he had heard something strange. Blocking a ship in space sounded like a fantasy. Frankly, since Li Bin boarded the ship in Saradu, he had never blocked a ship in hyperspace, except during jump points in major trade seasons. This was simply outrageous. ISA slowly raised her hand, pointing to the unfolding sky battle system. I apologize for my rudeness, my dear captain, but there's a real reason. The crew's beloved and revered mother Celia has gone mad because of the ship's slow speed. Li Bin looked up and noticed Celia using both hands to extinguish the ship's signals in the projections one by one. Although this was just a virtual action, it was enough to show Celia's anger. As a battlecruiser, she preferred ferocious firepower, high-speed impacts, crushing enemies with adamantium rams, armored shell counterattacks, and signal warfare slaughter. In short, she preferred exhilarating battles, definitely not blocking a ship. Even the crew working on the bridge lowered their voices considerably, each pressing the microphone to their mouth, afraid of angering Celia and incurring the wrath of the machine spirit. Having a space berserker blocking the ship was far more deadly than letting a road rage sufferer drive. Li Bin quickly inserted a neural link, constructing a virtual scene of a massive rebellion to defend the solar system in his mind, complete with various sci-fi ship battles, allowing Celia to unleash her fury in this virtual sandbox. 7 days later, this massive fleet finally arrived in the Eden system. This time, although there was a long queue at the jump point, converging numerous ships from the north and south routes, requiring patrol teams to direct traffic, Celia didn't need to wait in line, because she was home. As a ship carrying the power of its master, she enjoyed the highest priority. As the ship approached the jump point and awaited reboot, the best received public channel signal came from a group of men and women with melodious voices. This was a broadcasting station built on Eden Star, using relay communicators to broadcast throughout the entire galaxy. The content was Li Bin's early work, The Romance of America. It was used to provide entertainment for the cargo ships, patrol teams, and workers in the void mines, subtly cultivating everyone's cultural literacy. In fact, this public channel could also be received on the surface, and even on home projectors, one could see a holographic version of The Romance of America, directed by Corning Oppenheimer of the propaganda department. Meanwhile, the other, weaker received channels were filled with various shrill hawking noises. Yes, near the jump point, a large number of freelance merchant ships had gathered. They spontaneously surrounded the jump point, modifying their ships' weapon bays into giant projection facilities, equipped with robotic arms to project their own advertisements. From ubiquitous poultry restaurants to vendors selling pre-prepared meals from the Universal Union, to pets from the Universal Union, and even guides offering repair services and local intelligence, everything is available. These spaceships are mostly dilapidated, no larger than destroyers, some even just shuttles, but they're adorned with huge projected advertisements, steaming, mouth-watering food, and projections of hot women and glamorous men colliding, even creating a kind of interactive effect. Li Bin watched in shock as the man inserted his finger into a hamburger bigger than himself, scooped out a piece of white margarine, seductively dotted it on his lower lip, and then pulled it down from his lip to his navel, leaving a clear white line of butter on his body, as if turning him into a giant flesh-colored hot dog. Damn it! Li Bin couldn't help but curse. Chapter 1168. He wasn't shocked by the scale of the advertisements. Having frequented Speedtronics and Prism Freeport, he's seen all sorts of outrageous ads. What shocked him was that the owners of these ads, the merchants in their rickety ships, had actually collaborated with non-direct competitors to attract customers. Order the spicy duck now, and get a free grilled duck leg burger combo. The burger exploded into countless smaller burgers, the spurting white sauce transforming into wet, glistening advertising lettering, swirling around a flamboyantly dancing man. A combo meal? Li Bin exclaimed in surprise. So you're satisfying your appetite and lust all at once? He summoned the patrol commander, who was maintaining order, and asked what was going on. The commander, assuming Li Bin disliked the situation, immediately ordered the crowd dispersed and threatened to report to the governor's office to issue regulations prohibiting this behavior. Li Bin stopped him again. I have 2 questions. First, if your patrol team is acting as system administrators, who's responsible for patrol duties? Second, who came up with these advertisements and small business owners? The patrol team acting as Space City administrators, and these vendors blocking the entrance, peddling their wares while the spaceship restarts. Isn't that just like itinerant merchants hawking their wares to passengers on a train platform? You just changed your appearance. You're still 3K humans at heart. Actually, although we're labeled as a patrol team, we're not a proper patrol team. We're the Star System Security Maintenance Fleet, commonly known as the Maintenance Team. The commander awkwardly scratched his head, pointing to the insignia on his military cap. Li Bin then noticed that the insignia on these people's military caps was different from that of the patrol team. They had one less star representing soldiers, and an extra ear of wheat symbolizing civilians. Damn! They really are Interstellar City Management officers. As for these merchants, well, actually they came spontaneously at first, the maintenance team commander explained quietly. But because of the war, the core star sector is becoming increasingly unstable. Many merchants, seeking stability, have shifted their trade routes from the western and central lines to the eastern line. But the most profitable part of the eastern line is still our side, so they all came. It takes several dozen days to get here from the Brighton Alliance, and even longer from the southern hegemon to Tonfa. Many people were restless on the way, especially the immigrant ships brought by the Colorful Galaxy Company, as well as various spontaneous immigrants. They couldn't resist the urge to go to work here, and some wanted to learn as much as possible before entering the port. So, many people with little capital gathered here. Money, but guys willing to work hard for a living. After Governor Li Shu discovered this, she initially wanted to ban it, but after discussion, she considered it a spontaneous economic activity, a supplement to the market. Therefore, after careful consideration, she introduced relevant regulations to standardize the various jump point markets, drawing clear lines. He said with feigned seriousness, "CO, don't underestimate these people, although they're small, they actually work as spies. They monitor passing ships, loading goods onto them. Because this isn't on a space station, the atmosphere on board is relatively relaxed. Once a problem is discovered, it's immediately reported." Hearing this, Li Bin sneered inwardly. He could trust individual merchants, but not this class. This was a lesson learned from his past life reading history. If he had believed this high-sounding statement based on only one side of the story, Li Bin would have been ripped off long ago. He was 100% certain that Li Shu had deliberately released this information to reassure the small merchants, and then use their status as leverage. In fact, when agents from other cities inquired, these people were guaranteed to tell anything if they were willing to pay. The intelligence department had definitely already planted reliable agents among these merchants. These agents were the real ears. The so-called merchants and spies were just a decoy. Li Bin dismissed the maintenance team commander, preventing the merchants from boarding the ship, and waited for the fleet to restart before continuing its approach to the space station. He himself stroked his chin, deep in thought. Frankly, seeing these people at the jump point was enough to prove the economic prosperity of the Universal Union. It also demonstrated the public's trust in the Universal Union's security, social environment, and military capabilities. Of course, whether the Universal Union was safe was largely not up to the Universal Union itself. But the fact that the company could inspire confidence in its safety carried significant implications. Currency, finance, national will, ultimately, it all comes down to confidence. To gain the trust of these most cunning and resourceful small-time merchants, the Universal Alliance is likely among the top powers in the star system. In fact, this confidence stems largely from 4 sources. First, the Eden System's swift and decisive defeat of the Relief Association's Savior Arc sent a clear signal to everyone. The Eden System possesses the capability to completely withstand the all-out attack of a behemoth-level power. Second, Li Bin's personal leadership on the front lines made the small-time merchants feel that since the Universal Alliance's CEO was out fighting, if something truly happened, Eden System, as the headquarters, wouldn't abandon them, would it? Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation the CEO had built with blood and sweat? Thirdly, the advantages of its forges and the resources gained through the Stargate are transformed into production capacity, resulting in extremely low prices for local goods and a large number of unique products. As is well known, the sale of necessities represents profit, and monopolies represent exorbitant profits. Whether it's large-scale trade or fast-moving specialty products, the Universal Alliance can support it. Finally, its distance from the western and southern fronts ensures sufficient safety. It's no exaggeration to say that Eden's current economic scale, aside from the geographical disadvantage preventing it from surpassing Prism Freeport located in the center of the world, even exceeds the economic size of the planet destroyed by the Lion King using planet-killing techniques, only after the Great Collapse, and Maya Saran destroyed by Samarkand I. Considering that Prism Freeport is a space station, Eden is rightfully the world's tallest star. If its population reaches 100 million, its value surpassing that of a wealthy star system would be entirely reasonable. The most direct consequence of such a massive change is the bustling shipping lanes throughout the star system, the proliferation of mining and gas extraction stations, and 2 planets glowing a deep red due to their planetary shields. The Eden Star Space Station, painstakingly constructed, has been expanded into a Class 3 space station. The adjacent Interstellar Relay Station is now the size of a regular space station, otherwise, it simply couldn't handle such a massive cargo throughput. At the Eden Star Space Station, 30% of the 3-dimensional navigation beacons are illuminated in warning yellow, flashing for 3 hours before switching to military-grade blue. Control Tower is frantically using its AI core to modify the day's port entry and exit schedules. This has affected the movement of personnel and cargo, impacting the recent futures markets for premium crabs and daily necessities, resulting in a slight downward trend in the financial markets. Chapter 1169. But this downward trend was crushed by the financial market surge caused by the massive return of the fleet. The expedition to the Western Front, the eradication of the Hell Legion, the core fleet of the Universal Alliance that single-handedly built the Perseus Alliance, and the return of Li Bin, the founder of the Alliance and a giant corporation, brought unparalleled confidence to the market. The naval port was under martial law. Security officers patrolled the passageways, their uniforms, adorned with golden inscriptions, billowing in the microgravity environment like golden electronic lotus flowers. The enforcement officers, clad in power armor, had all 6 detection eyes on their helmets activated. Night vision, infrared, and other optical sensors, aided by integrated combat helmets, allowed them to observe everything without blind spots. Their armor, covered in purple patterns, made them appear like majestic gods. The elegant Draco assassins moved silently through pipes and sewers, behind bulkheads, their dangerous gazes locking on to anyone who dared to approach the controlled area. Sensitive businessmen and shrewd sailors alike felt a prickle of unease about the otherwise glittering space station, making them instinctively scratch their necks. The berth itself was deserted, with only a handful of people there to greet them. The magnetic boots rolled across the docking bay, the magnetic force sticking them firmly to the deck, along with 100+ pounds of flesh. Li Bin skillfully and calmly controlled the boots, making each step as steady and natural as walking on Earth. There was no way around it. The planet's inhabitants missed him. The new immigrants were curious about him. Despite having seen him repeatedly in projections of meetings he attended and chaired, and in holographic novels, everything changed when Li Bin set foot on their soil, when they learned that the planet's master had settled within their territory. The live news broadcast had already begun. Even if Li Bin didn't utter a single word, the mere fact that he was there was enough to inspire the local community. The handover is complete. Li Shu hugged her brother warmly, relieved. Can you stay a little longer this time? I want to take a long vacation, be a lighthouse keeper at sea, disconnect from the internet and all this trouble, and finally have some peace and quiet. Li Bin looked at his sister helplessly. You're already shirking your responsibilities after just getting back? Can't you be a little more understanding of your older brother? You have no idea what this is like. Li Shu's small nose wrinkled slightly. I can't mute my terminal at any time. It rings when I'm sleeping, it rings when I'm showering, it rings when I'm using the toilet. I'm terrified of the ringtone now. I set my favorite music as my notification tone, but now it's become my least favorite music. Let Alyosha explain whatever's going on. For your sake, brother, please forgive me. Li Shu pleaded, her back to the camera, looking utterly pathetic. Seeing this, Isa couldn't help but smile, but thankfully she reacted quickly, covering her face with her hand, as if wiping sweat to hide it. As the wife of a powerful leader and the Minister of Military Affairs, her every word and action was being watched, just as Li Bin was being watched. Any inappropriate behavior would draw criticism. Fine. Play along with your brother until this charade is over, then you're free. So when Li Shu returned to the camera's view, although she still had a slight smile, The cheerfulness and sincerity in her eyes were completely different from just a few seconds ago. Xianxiang City, Governor's Mansion. Having shed her disguise, Isa sprawled unkempt on the sofa. Through the projection wall, she watched Li Bin, forced to sit upright. Wearing an earpiece to ensure she could offer her opinions and assist him at any time, she munched on a piece of fast-growing fruit, seeds from the old earth captured from the Hell Legion, while watching Li Bin, weary from his journey, maintain his composed facade. Hundreds of people, organized by department, were gathered in 16 rooms. 16 private rooms separated Li Bin's office from theirs. Each time Li Bin raised a question, Alpha Corps member PPSH and political minister Alyosha would call on a responsible person to enter the private room and report to Li Bin through the door. Of course, Li Bin could also directly call on people. The doors were equipped with intelligent sound collection/filtering systems, ensuring that even if all 16 people entered the private room simultaneously and spoke at the same time, no one else could hear them. Through this complex and somewhat cumbersome method, not only could the CEO's authority be displayed, as the saying goes, the emperor considers the four seas his home, without magnificence, there is no way to project authority, but also, this also prevents the various responsible persons from engaging in any tacit understanding or coded communication when Li Bin asks impromptu questions. After all, the core of AI is not human. Human supervision is the last line of defense. Our company currently has 5 channels for obtaining metals. The first is in-house production, including planetary mining and void extraction and smelting, accounting for 32% of total production. The second is foreign trade, including both within and outside the alliance, mainly from the Interstellar Empire and Demon Aerospace. Based on the poor risk assessment of the current mainstream suppliers in the star system, Hyena and Wind Mine, we have already reduced our orders to these 2 companies, accounting for 19% of the total. The third is metal recycling and smelting, mainly from rubble mining and acquisition from the Nanchaman star system, i.e., Stargate, accounting for 49%. The current official weekly total metal production is 12,675 boxes, with 1,122 boxes of rare metals. The biggest problem restricting our company's expansion is a severe shortage of manpower. The main issue lies in the special acquisition channels of the Nanchaman star system, which require verified, politically reliable, and loyal crew members for towing and dismantling. Currently, a recruitment order has been issued for all Lloyd descendants with no criminal record for more than 3 years to expand production. It is estimated that an additional 8.79 million will be needed annually for heavy labor allowances, performance bonuses, year-end bonuses, and overtime pay. It is expected that production capacity can be increased by 49% of total output. The reporting clerk was sitting comfortably in a chair, with a table in front of him. The room was brightly lit, with a comfortable temperature and humidity, and artificial aromatherapy in the air. Yet, as he read the report, he still stumbled and broke out in a cold sweat. He dared not look up, but his inner eyes were racing, staring at the unseen loudspeaker, each second feeling like an eternity. A few seconds later, a crisp tapping sound of knuckles rang out from the loudspeaker, indicating he had passed. He exhaled a breath of stale air, stood up to bow, but his legs buckled, and he almost collapsed. In the office, the projection equipment, modified from the Sky Battle system, used a holographic transaction matching kit to perfectly replicate the performance of these people in the private room. Li Bin, watching the performance of these mid-level civil servants, said with dissatisfaction, "The quality of these mid-level civil servants is worrying. They're completely incomparable to the previous ones. Their legs are shaking when they report on their work. If the data weren't actually correct, I would have thought they embezzled a lot of money." Chapter 1170. Alyosha gave a wry smile. To cope with the ever-expanding production capacity and the resulting chain reaction of labor demands, base needs, and the ever-increasing construction needs, the company had already over-recruited. Those currently in middle management should have been training for a few more years. However, Li Bin only mentioned it briefly. He knew Alyosha wouldn't take it seriously, otherwise, he wouldn't have said it, but instead would have maintained a nonchalant expression. Getting back to business, according to the compiled data, the company's military personnel, thanks to my nephew and the talent sponsored by the 14th Regiment, already have a sufficient number of trained officers. But the problem now is that we don't have automated factories, and the number of workers has become a major issue. Especially metal workers. The secret of the Stargate was crucial. Even with the significant production shortfall, Li Bin dared not casually let anyone into the South Heavenly Gate system. He would keep this card hidden, even preferring to expose Celia rather than reveal his possession of the Janus device, until he was ready to launch a full-scale war against the nanovirus swarm and the runaway AI through the Stargate. On this basis, how to allocate the already stretched and desperately targeted civilians marked as loyal in the data model, who were being watched like hungry tigers by various departments, became paramount. Abandoning the terminal, Li Bin looked at Alyosha. Based on the current growth demands, our remaining number of loyal civilians is simply insufficient to cover the gap. I know that each department, in order to complete its mission, will definitely leave enough leeway for itself to ensure that its own processes don't go wrong. But this is the consideration of each department, or even the consideration of each faction. Lloyds, in their pursuit of higher wages, will demand exorbitant prices, waiting for the department willing to offer the highest salary. They might even switch departments and jobs, demanding short-term contracts. The mining, metallurgical, and recycling departments, to compete for manpower, will cut other benefits to squeeze out budgets, even running deficits to hire people at high salaries. Alyosha slowly said, "There's a lot of money lying in the company account." Li Bin gently tapped the table, and Alyosha cleverly stopped talking. Isa, through the one-way transparent projection, watched her husband's completely absorbed expression. He was sitting in a small office of only a few dozen square meters, undecorated, its raw metal color emphasizing its shabby appearance. But his every word and action was enough to decide the lives of tens of thousands, even affecting the lives of hundreds of thousands. With a flick of his finger, the economy of a planet tens of light years away was plucked like the fragile strings of a broken guitar in a tavern, trembling and emitting a mournful cry. Isa had to admit that her husband was indeed handsome when he chatted and laughed with powerful figures, like the supreme overlord. But here, his figure was incomparably tall, his shadow looming over everything. Like a god. Isa held a cherry, her eyes shining, her cheeks flushed, and her breath sweet as orchids. "It's not about money. Money means absolutely nothing to me right now." Li Bin pulled open the collar of his captain's uniform, letting out a puff of steam. "If I wanted to, I could easily plunder the surplus value of other Alliance factions' populations with cheap industrial goods, and then overissue Alliance currency to plunder the people's money through inflation. But that's pointless." Li Bin described methods that could bankrupt hundreds of millions of middle-class people as casually as peeing on an anthill. "The key is execution. What I want isn't chaotic, cancerous growth, but an orderly, healthy positive cycle built on a foundation of safety. Alyosha, you know just how many secrets we have. St. Lud, the Stargate, the Nanoforge, the dual-phase Dreadnought. If the whole world knew about any one of them right now, it would be enough to blow us up. I want these departments to overturn the conservative manpower data and resubmit the manpower demand report according to the most radical and risky plan, leaving as many loyal citizens as possible to flow into the free market." Alyosha's face fell. "But then, regarding production capacity. That's my concern." "You execute the part one need," Li Bin said, pointing out the window. "I can't send all the most reliable people to the mines and space, then cram new immigrants into Xinjiang City, letting agents freely develop their networks. We need people to supervise them in their daily lives. We need people to have shifts, holidays, and time to enjoy life. That's the foundation of a healthy company. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have, it can't be converted into a quality of life. It's just virtual numbers." Alyosha's lips trembled, and after a long pause, he said with difficulty, "I understand, I get on it. This isn't just for them, it's for you too. You're pushing yourself too hard, you should consider taking a break." Li Bin stood up, and while Alyosha was still stunned, he added, "I'm not asking you to step down, I mean it. The Keljet Techno-Kiosk Company will send a batch of civil service trainers, as well as new, inexperienced civil servants. These people will be transferred to work under you." The number of civil servants who immigrated from the Hyena mines was far from enough. Even daily training and assessment of new recruits was difficult. "Look at you, you practically had your digestive system modified." Li Bin sighed as he spoke. "I'm really afraid you work yourself to death one day. Where am I going to find such a reliable subordinate? You need at least 1 day off a month, right?" Alyosha lowered his head, his eyes stinging. After Alyosha left, the office became completely quiet, and Li Bin was given 2 hours to rest. Exhausted, he collapsed into his chair. Isa walked through the projection, carrying a fruit platter. She sat on the armrest and started stuffing fruit into Li Bin's mouth, asking as she did so, "Are you trying to win people over?" "No," Li Bin chewed the fruit, savoring its sweetness and coolness. "Alyosha's too good a beast to burden. I'm genuinely worried that if he dies, we won't be able to find a good one for a while." Li Bin muttered to himself, then added, "Regarding production capacity, I plan to build a new transport fleet to send some of the alloys recovered from the South Heavenly Gate system to the human coexistence faction, so that Yuhui can help with production. We also support them in expanding the Yuhui mothership. Don't tell anyone about Yuhui's production assistance for now. Game N's favorability has increased. She can help produce spaceships, even Yuhui spaceships for players. Isa nodded, suddenly realizing, oh, so that's why you're cutting manpower in various departments? To squeeze raw materials for Yuhui? Of course not. Li Bin frowned. How could it be that simple? You know about layering the costs? Isa nodded. Li Bin said, this is often a negative consequence of centralized power. To curry favor with superiors, subordinates will exceed their demands to ensure the goals are met. And with tasks being passed down from the central government to local levels, what were originally rational and reasonable demands become unrealistic fantasies. Making exorbitant demands isn't a manifestation of my power. My true power lies in effectively controlling departments, even at the grassroots level, and preventing the unlimited expansion of standards. Li Bin reached out and traced Isa's beautiful jawline, murmuring, whoever controls this link wields divine power. Chapter 1171. Li Bin spoke with great confidence, but it was indeed true. The devil is in the details. To wield such a vast regime and control systemic waste of human resources requires true skill. Those who have held power throughout history have not struggled with waste, but with restraint. Even a small act of capriciousness in power often leads to undesirable consequences. But Isha wasn't paying attention to what Li Bin was saying at all. She just silently served him fruit. Looking at Li Bin's face, she suddenly said, you look especially handsome today. Don't even try. Li Bin jumped up, looking terrified, which made Isha laugh. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. You better be. Li Bin said, seeing that Isha's expression didn't seem fake. He breathed a sigh of relief. Work is mentally taxing, women are physically taxing. The internal and external pressures would turn even an Iron Man to water. Li Bin had been back on Eden for less than a week, and hadn't even had a chance to see his daughter, who was on patrol inspecting the colony's various nightly territories. Even his two sons had only arrived the previous night by shuttle from Sunset Fortress, and they only eaten breakfast together the next morning. Just as they finished breakfast, news came from the Hyperspace Patrol that the second Tachyon's fleet had arrived, and CO Chu Xiangrui was on board. Old Chu's here? How come I didn't know? Li Bin was taken aback. It would take at least a month for the second Tachyon to arrive. Since Chu Xiangrui was only 5 days late, it meant he had set off almost immediately after learning of Li Bin's arrival in the Brighton region. By the time Li Bin left Brighton, he would be about a 5-day flight from there. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs said they hadn't received any prior information. The secretary shook his head. The information reported by the patrol and the optical observations indicate that this fleet was disguised as a trade fleet, genuinely escorting several ships of medical supplies, but the escort fleet was of very high quality. It should be a secret visit, he said. This secretary, Wei Sino, was also a veteran of the company. He used to be Li Bin's third mate. Because of his interpersonal skills, keen observation abilities, and accounting certification, he was appointed secretary to Li Shu after the colony was established and entrusted to her. Interestingly, he also came from the factory area, a rare case of natural childbirth, bore of parents with a very close relationship. However, neither of his parents were educated. They worked in a factory making screws, so they named him Wei Screw. After the colony was established and he became a secretary, this name repeatedly startled the civil servants of the mining immigrants, who, out of shame, changed their names. Originally, he was going to be called Wei Sino, but after hearing that Li Bin knew someone named North, he changed the name to Sino to distinguish them. Li Bin's secretary should have been Qian Tao, but Qian Tao had been fighting in the war for several years, and it was time for him to return home to reunite with his family, so Li Bin continued to use him. Li Bin, holding a spoon, was deep in thought. Chu Xiangrui had secretly come over, without a doubt. It was because he had previously told Chu Xiangrui to delay the second Speedy Sun's entry into the alliance, requiring in-person coordination. Therefore, after realizing he hadn't gone to the second Speedy Sun, he rushed over in a hurry. After all, the Starfield had entered the era of grand alliances, and among the mainstream forces, only the second Speedy Sun remained isolated. Even the Sindar power had formed a hybrid alliance, and old Chu was anxious. Dad. A voice pulled Li Bin back to reality. Li Bin looked up and saw his third son, Li Zhouhui. I called you several times. Ah, Li Bin replied apologetically, I'm afraid I won't have time to play with you this morning. The CEO of the second Speedy Sun is visiting. I have to take the ship out. The second brother, Li Ziyu, looked displeased. His muscular frame moved as if to speak, But Li Zhouhui elbowed him in the side. Taking advantage of Li Ziyu's grimace, the seemingly mild-mannered Li Zhouhui grabbed his brother's neck and grinned at Li Bin. I know. Anyway, you're too refined, you two can't see eye to eye. I'm taking my brother to find uncle. He then grabbed Li Ziyu and pulled him outside. Li Bin watched the two brothers leave. Seeing the skinny one dragging the tall one away, he realized that although Li Zhouhui was the youngest, when the two brothers got together, the youngest was always the one brains out, while the muscular second brother seemed like the junior. Otherwise, with the second brother's physique, a swing of his arm would be enough to slam his younger brother against the wall. The second brother is like his uncle, the third brother is like me, Li Bin muttered to himself. Why Zeno turned his back, pretending not to hear, while simultaneously letting the words escape his other ear. Given the Li family's current power, the succession is a sensitive and thorny issue. Although the eldest daughter was designated from birth, if the CEO's comment like me were to get out, it would inevitably stir up ambitions among those with ulterior motives. They may not be disloyal, but they are all trying to gain the greatest benefit within the circle, and the struggle for succession is one aspect of that. It can only be said that no one can be on edge all the time. Everyone has moments of lapse in concentration. Noticing Wisno turn around, Li Bin realized he had misspoke, pulled himself back from his wandering thoughts, and simply chuckled. That brat is growing up fast. She's only a few years old, and she's already taller than me. As a veteran of the 3K era, Li Bin was eager for his daughter, Li Brown, to succeed as early as possible, thus neglecting to pay attention to her growth rate. Because his standards were high, Li Brown's superiority was expected in Li Bin's mind. She's my daughter, my heir. That's what he thought. As for the two little ones, Li Bin hadn't held out much hope from the start, even hoping they were a bit slow and wouldn't try to compete with their older sister for power. Because of this, the two grew too fast, and coupled with the rapid growth spurts of boys during puberty, they suddenly shot up before he knew it, which genuinely startled him. We're done eating, let's go. Putting down the mung bean porridge, Li Bin wiped his mouth and pushed the table aside. These mung beans were also found by the Hell Legion. They were extremely rare, practically unique to the star field. He finally managed to cultivate them on a large scale recently, and Li Bin had been preparing them in various ways. However, to be honest, these mung beans tasted quite different from the purebred mung beans from his old Earth in his previous life. Some were even somewhat unrecognizable, and the first bite left Li Bin sighing for a long time. Notified Jeffrey to appoint him as first mate, and tell Qian Tao to rest well. Assign 2 fully modified Universal Union class escorts. Also, have the patrol team tell Chu Xiangrui that we don't need to enter the physical universe. We have another place to negotiate. Yes. The secretary noted it down and was about to leave when Li Bin asked, where did Lan Yuan go? The Wrath of Gods needs a new hiding place. I plan to hollow out a 100-kilometer wide asteroid belt and convert it into a spaceport specifically for storing the Wrath of Gods. I need her to go in and verify it. Wisno was a little embarrassed. Li Bin blinked and nodded. Understood, this isn't urgent. Silence meant things were awkward. You could guess that by thinking about it. What else could she be doing? She was having a romantic time with Wu Qingyu and Xing Chenfei. Chapter 1172. Hyperspace. Chu Xiangrui sat in the lounge, crammed with all sorts of antique and technological artifacts from the human realm, smoking a cigar and lost in thought. He had come full of anticipation, only to be blocked at the entrance. He was told by the CEO that he had been ordered to wait there, not to go inside, as the negotiations had other options. Thus, this diplomatic fleet, disguised as a trade fleet, was projected by the patrol team with the words goods abnormal, under inspection, and obediently stopped beside the jump point, constantly activating its drive field and thrusters, burning antimatter fuel while resisting the hyperspace turbulence. It wasn't that he, the CEO, couldn't afford fuel. In the heyday of tachyon technology, when didn't they drop 100 or so cans of antimatter fuel onto planetary surfaces every day to make a sound? The Tianyuan 4 Utopia group was destroyed by them. But simply standing there at the jump point entrance, like a student being punished, being watched by classmates coming and going, made him feel ashamed. Chu Xiangrui, after all, prioritized his own interests. A researcher by training, not a professional politician, he wasn't as shameless as Zilif. Speaking of which, with his departure, the company's business was handed over to Zilif. Hopefully, everyone would behave themselves, otherwise, Zilif wouldn't be as merciful as he was. That old man was truly ruthless. He'd probably take advantage of my absence to plow through Borui Star again, right? Sigh. 3 days later, Li Bin transferred to a Universal Union class ship and reunited with Chu Xiangrui. The next thing, they needed to do was. Celia was disgusted and didn't want to take her, but because Celia was a jealous type, this time Li Bin was just a passenger, not the captain. The two dined in the VIP area of the Interstellar cruise ship. Beneath the transparent reinforced glass was a spherical central reservoir filled with colorful marine life. Through the artificial coral lights in the reservoir, the two felt as if they were immersed in the sea. A cruiser-sized vessel, containing numerous lavish entertainment venues. This interstellar cruise ship was salvaged from a Stargate by the Universal Union. Originally a high-end pleasure vessel of the human realm, it had been blocked for 200 years, and all the passengers had died. But interstellar humans are always magnanimous. Ships with dead passengers continue to operate. This ship, after some repairs, is now a fine vessel again. The entire ship is practically an antique, making it perfect for entertaining guests. What's a mere spirit ring? The spaceships Li Bin seized when he started out all had over 100 spirit rings. Some died at Li Bin's hands, some at the hands of those he killed. He's used to it. As usual, they ate at a restaurant serving international cuisine. Chu Xiangrui, with a hearty appetite, repeatedly explained, "Mr. Li, you're so busy, it's so difficult to see you." Li Bin smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Chu, don't play games with me. I know what you mean. You're implying I'm keeping my esteemed guest out, that I'm petty, and that you're afraid I see through my scheme." He picked up some crab meat, and fed it to the prize crab in the rainforest tank next to him, then rubbed the seal-like appendage on his leg. Li Bin smiled and said, "Letting you stay here is actually for your own good. You be at the space station for at least 3 days, and coming with me will take another 3 days. Honestly, if you knew what I was going to show you, you wouldn't be so angry, you only thank me." "Oh!" Chu Xiangrui became interested, suppressing his excitement, and accepting Li Bin's delicious food and drink. Along the way, he noticed something. Li Bin's lifestyle was incredibly simple. Aside from food, he was unconcerned about anything, even more unassuming than a supreme overlord from a military background. However, calling him stingy would be inaccurate. While Li Bin's office and lounge lacked decorative items, every practical tool was an antique, many of which were even discontinued in the Perseus constellation. If the Starlight Society still existed, these items would fetch astronomical prices. In fact, some of the antiques in Li Bin's possession did indeed come from the Starlight Society, while others were obtained from ruins discovered during ocean exploration, the massive ruins found by the company, and stargates. Because they were luxury items, the sources of these antiques were numerous, and the quantity enormous, even including unsold inventory. Before the Great Collapse, many of these so-called antiques were simply consumer goods. Although some were high-value products, and although they were expensive, the human territory was vast and abundant. If one wanted to buy, one could always do so. It's common knowledge that construction workers on the site didn't have money, but the site's management and bosses did. Before the Great Collapse, how could those bureaucrats in the Perseus starfield be short of funds? They were the future nobility of the starfield, destined to establish their own families and lineages. Even considering their future potential, even if they didn't have money now, the banks of the human territory would be happy to lend them money. These debts were valuable assets. The fleet flew for 10 days straight, slowing down approximately 3 light-years east of the Eastern Heavenly Gate system. This area is now outside the direct control of the Universal Alliance. Commercial fleets won't come, and the local area was already searched by exploration fleets. The planetary data has been sold to the Universal Alliance. There are no ruins or remnants of human territory, so it's long been abandoned and worthless. Even junkyard hunters don't come here anymore. Before the jump point, Li Bin invited Chu Xiangrui to go with him to the observation deck of the interstellar cruise ship. "Ready, Mr. Chu? Don't be too surprised. We won't be bringing our fleet in. This secret is quite important." Chu Xiangrui didn't speak, only nodded slightly. He had suspected that there might be a fleet hidden inside the jump point, waiting for the ship to enter before launching a fierce attack. But then he thought again. If Li Bin wanted to annex the second velocity particle, killing him alone wouldn't be enough. With Zilith in charge, the other factions and their higher-ups couldn't cause any major upheaval. Li Bin understood this. Besides, Li Bin was also on the ship. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of him making a move, he'd have to land first. He and his security detail might be able to take Li Bin away in a desperate situation, since the guy didn't look particularly strong. The jump point didn't take long. The observation deck was located in the center of the ship's back. The spherical observation deck offered a mostly unobstructed view of a snow-covered, volcanically erupting lava planet, white with red dots, quite elegant. All around were dynamic vortices of purplish red and the desolate black of the physical universe. the light distortion caused by traversing between the two worlds during the jump, a perfectly normal phenomenon. A dozen seconds later, an interstellar cruise ship suddenly appeared in the planet's distant orbit. The interstellar cruise ship will take 6 minutes to restart. Chu Xiangrui looked at the restarted terminal, about to suggest they chat to pass the time, when he turned his head and saw Li Bin's expectant look. But he didn't have time to react to Li Bin, because on Li Bin's side, there was a dense array of ships. Although far away, their sheer number made them clearly visible. A fleet really was hidden behind the jump point. The cobalt blue hull paint, the inverted triangle hollow circle emblem, everything proved this fleet belonged to Yu Hui. Li Bin, as the hero who fought the runaway AI, bringing him to see Yu Hui was already absurd enough, but the most incredible thing was, a Yu Hui escort ship rapidly approached, projecting a message that clearly displayed, "Welcome Li Bin, acting military commander of the Persis sector. The Yu Hui human coexistence faction salutes you." Chapter 1173. Chu Xiangrui was dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on the words, muttering incoherently, as if he were about to cough up his heart, liver, and lungs. He clenched his fists, then suddenly released them, then clenched them again, then released them once more. After repeating this several times, Chu Xiangrui took a few steps forward, his hands clutching his clothes. But he was wearing a form-fitting high-class aviation suit, and no matter how he clutched, he couldn't get anything out of it. How could this be? That radiation level, that brilliant level, it all looked like afterglow. But how could this be? Li Bin? He only accumulated his wealth in a few years. No matter how hard he worked, how could he possibly compete with Tachyon Technology, a company with 200 years of history and 1,000 years of human foundation? Even Tachyon Technology had lost control of Yu Hui. Before the emergence of the runaway AI, even they could only manage a peaceful encounter with Yu Hui's ships. How could Li Bin possibly command these ships? The thought lingered in Chu Xiangrui's mind for several minutes, too shocked to bear, before he managed to suppress it. But other distracting thoughts surfaced. When did Li Bin gain control of the Yu Hui fleet? This directly determined whether his actions against the runaway AI were truly for humanity's benefit, or a carefully orchestrated scheme. If it was the former, how did he manage to control Yu Hui so quickly? If it was the latter, this man's scheming was far too insidious, even cruel. Chu Xiangrui knew he couldn't outmaneuver him. To take an even darker stance, if Li Bin possessed this powerful tool from the beginning before deciding to start his career in the shipbuilding industry, could it be speculated that the emergence of the out-of-control AI was intentionally designed by him to cover up his monopolization of resources in the law sector, or to pave the way for him to gain fame and prestige? Once the chain of suspicion formed, Chu Xiangrui fell into boundless fantasy. Li Bin's image in his mind immediately distorted, transforming from the brilliant performer of Bino into an indescribable, cunning, and treacherous humanoid monster. His body began to tremble, not only out of fear for his own life, but also out of worry for Tachyon Technology, and even the future of humanity. Li Bin watched Chu Xiangrui's changing expressions, observing his shock, confusion, bewilderment, horror, and fear one by one, his own face gradually stiffening. Wait a minute. He couldn't help but say, "Dude, what are you thinking? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Chu Xiangrui gritted his teeth. At this moment, the compromise of a power-hungry animal was overwhelmed by the curiosity of a scientist cultivated over many years. He spoke tremblingly, pouring out his doubts. At first, when he heard Chu Xiangrui's suspicion that he had somehow gained control of the Afterglow human coexistence faction, he thought Chu Xiangrui was indeed a scientist, his mind working quickly. But upon hearing the rest, he was both amused and exasperated. Why don't you take a closer look at the words outside? Most of the answers to your questions are in the riddle itself, but your mind is too cluttered, causing you to overlook them. Chu Xiangrui looked up, and this time, only 10 seconds later, his entire body went limp. Magnetic boots held him firmly to the deck, and he swayed like a sea anemone in the ocean current. It is common knowledge that carrying the same weight is always more tiring than carrying a living person. This is because a living person has consciousness, a flexible body, and will instinctively adjust their posture to avoid discomfort when lifted, which to some extent cooperates with the person carrying them. A dead person, however, will not, they will simply lie stiffly on the deck. However, a humanoid anemone-like form so soft as to appear before him was actually quite rare. This meant that the spirit residing within this flesh and blood had lost its backbone. After a long while, the anemone form evolved into a sea cucumber form, struggling to turn over, and asked incoherently, "The leader of humanity isn't dead? The leader of humanity is still alive?" Li Bin knew what the other party feared. If the leader of humanity was still alive, then every force in the Perseus star system would be considered a usurper, and every single one of them would be uprooted. Even the so-called second tachyon might not even have to wait for the leader of humanity to cause trouble. The survey fleet from headquarters could wipe them out. Even more unfortunate, the Tianyuan 4 Utopia group in the Tianyuan 4 star system would directly bring over planetary terraforming machines, transforming Wolf Spirit Star and Borui Star into death planets, where the tachyon people living on the surface could only suffer agonizing deaths from violent atmospheric changes and tectonic movements. No, the leader of man is dead. Li Bin answered Chu Xiangrui's question with absolute certainty. As the other men breathed a sigh of relief, Li Bin casually added another answer. The one who authorized me was the Omega Core, the AI assistant of the Starfield governor trapped in the Stargate. Startled by the news of the leader of man, Chu Xiangrui hissed, clutching his chest as he struggled to his feet, panting as he scrambled into a chair. After these successive blows, Chu Xiangrui was surprised to find that he seemed to have gotten used to it. Even the news of the Omega Core had only surprised him for a few dozen seconds. His heart was still pounding because of the earlier speculation that the leader of men might still be alive. What? I was just scaring myself, he muttered to himself, turning to Li Bin with a sincere and humble tone. Do you have any other secrets to tell me? Please tell me now, before I recover from the shock. Li Bin shrugged. That's all. Okay, let me catch my breath. Chu Xiangrui said, reaching into the metal cigarette case on the table where Li Bin had it stuck, pulling out a cigarette, and lighting it with trembling hands. What's going on? Saying it like that makes me, who relies on family connections, look like a clown. He hissed out a puff of white smoke, took half a puff, and asked, Can you elaborate? Li Bin nodded, and proceeded to explain, omitting the relationship between the Omega Core and Saint Lud, truthfully recounting how he gained the support of the Human Coexistence faction and the Omega Core's choice. Why are you telling me all this? Chu Xiangrui pressed again, his throat dry. Even without this, the second tachyon would still be vying for membership. It's different, Li Bin shook his head. I'm telling you this not entirely for the greater good. Admittedly, with tachyon technology joining, our fight against the runaway AI and the nanovirus swarm will be much more efficient, but I also have my own selfish motives. Li Bin took a deep breath. I absolutely hate the current state of affairs in the Perseus star system, a veritable den of monsters and monsters. I want to build it into something better, something more in line with my aesthetic, according to my own will. Therefore, I cannot tolerate a behemoth like tachyon technology residing within the Alliance, sucking its blood, while harboring rebellious intentions. Li Bin frankly stated, for a technocrat like you, the best way to dissuade your ambitions is simply to demonstrate absolute military superiority and a promising technological advantage. So, you have to suppress technocrats with technology? Luckily, the old man isn't here, otherwise he would definitely try his best to persuade me not to listen to your side of the story. Chapter 1174. In an unnamed star system, a fleet of warships, their silhouettes obscuring the sky, slowly adjusted their positions, blocking out stars and planets, completely surrounding an interstellar cruise ship. This ship, over a kilometer long, an absolute behemoth and spectacle in the 3K era, looked like a skinny monkey surrounded by muscular giants here, evoking a sense of helpless, pitiful weakness at first glance. The enormous projection remained suspended. The warships, having received no further instructions, remained silent, using sensors and scanners to continuously lock onto two incredibly tiny carbon-based life forms on the cruise ship's observation deck. It's precisely because I believe you can communicate and persuade that I agreed to negotiate, Li Bin, one of the carbon-based life forms, said calmly. I investigated you. You're not vying for the CEO position out of lust for power, but rather for the preservation of technology and the company's survival. Based on this, I decided to be frank with you and bring you on board. Li Bin crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and leisurely continued, If Zilef were the CEO, I would simply reject any of his proposals outright. After completely resolving the runaway AI and the nanovirus swarm, I would dispatch this twilight fleet to raise tachyon technology to the ground. Li Bin's face was hidden behind rising clouds, leaving only a pair of piercing, spear-like gazes piercing Chu Xiangrui's eyes, carrying a cold scrutiny that reminded him of some enormous, lurking serpent, coiled and swarming around the core star sector, its mouth watering. Chu Xiangrui lowered his head, pondered for a few seconds, and said in a low voice, You want everyone to live like they did in the human realm? Yes. On what basis? It can't be done by force alone. The living standards of the human realm require tens of thousands of years of technology. The technology in the Perseus star region is currently extremely distorted, Most advanced technologies are so advanced that even local scientists don't understand their principles, and they can only rely on automated factories and blueprints to implement them. Especially in civilian technology, because of the investment in war, its civilian application has been very slow. Li Bin nudged Chu Xiangrui with his cigarette-holding hand. Let me correct you. It's about enabling people to live better lives, with a higher standard of living, more dignity, and more passion and creativity than they have now. Leadership is the goal, not the means. I didn't expect you to be such a good person? Chu Xiangrui smiled. This time, Li Bin fell silent. His eyes were unfocused, as if looking through the observation deck, the afterglow fleet, and the universe in another direction. He said softly, I just been poor. I feel that even the poor shouldn't live on moss nutrient paste alone, relying on rats and cockroaches for sustenance. That's wrong. Ah, I almost forgot Li Bin came from a poor background. That's not surprising, poor people are like that, always possessing a strange sense of compassion. Chu Xiangrui thought to himself. But that's unimportant. For Li Bin, who has climbed to his current position and commands the Twilight Fleet, compassion is merely a minor hobby of a ruler. In the interests of those in power, it's considered neutral. But that's not enough. Chu Xiangrui shook his head. Li Bin smiled enigmatically. The Omega Corps acknowledges me, the Human Coexistence faction obeys me, an entire Grand Alliance supports me. Isn't that enough? Even gathering the power of the entire star system wouldn't be enough. And what about adding a Stargate? Li Bin's smile deepened. Silence was the observation deck today. After a full cigarette's worth of time, Chu Xiangrui clutched his chest, his voice hoarse. Didn't you say it was over? I only decided to elaborate further after confirming once more that you can persuade and communicate, even if it means settling for second best, that you can submit to my vision. Of course, this is also the suppression of the technocrats by technology. Li Bin extended his hand. Let's get to know each other again. Co-founder of the Universal Alliance, founder of the new Persis Alliance, acting military commander of the Persis Starfield, the only human in the Starfield to master Stargate restart technology, my name is Li Bin. I sincerely invite Chu Xiangrui and the second velocity particle to join my cause. Li Bin's tone gradually became seductive. We have an entire galaxy to save, an entire galaxy's technology that needs protection and archaeology, and tens of thousands of years of human history and technology that need to be rekindled. As long as you join, you will definitely be among those who travel freely through the galaxy in the future. Seeing that Chu Xiangrui remained silent, his expression showing struggle and hesitation, Li Bin's smile deepened. 7 light-years from here, there is a Stargate. Would you like to try crossing the Stargate? I'd love to. Another carbon base being uttered inefficient, complex words. Outside the observation deck, the afterglow fleet silently split open, leading to the jump point. South Heavenly Gate System, Stargate. Numerous salvage platforms hovered near the Stargate, sorting the massive piles of wreckage and debris. Beside this enormous mass of trash, so densely packed that it created a slight gravity large enough for a person to run on, were a dozen smaller clumps of debris. Each clump was constructed from the same type of material. Thousands of workers bustled about, as if playing some kind of construction game. Suddenly, everyone stopped and began to retreat away from the Stargate. This practiced and efficient action proved it had been repeated countless times. The previously dark space surrounding the ring-shaped structure of the Stargate was now illuminated by inexplicable, mysterious, and sourceless light. As the halo gradually expanded, the Stargate became opaque, and the starry sky on the other side was overshadowed by the previous starlight. In this new light, a spaceship appeared, like a reflection in a mirror, its form subtly emerging. There was no power outage, no system protective shutdown, no violent jolting, and no discomfort. It was as smooth as a car traveling from one end of a road to the other. To maintain a Stargate like the human realm, it needs a corona shunt for power. Otherwise, we have to spend vast amounts of resources to keep the Stargate running for a few seconds with some instability, like we are now. A little jolting is normal. Li Bin's voice rang in his ears. Chu Xiangrui pursed his lips, thinking, a little jolting? What would it be like without any jolting? Without jolting, it would probably be like taking a perfect dumpling, wet but not sticky, dry but not cracked, Li Bin said, able to read micro-expressions. Chu Xiangrui didn't speak, just stared blankly through the optical observation equipment as the Stargate fell silent again. Near the cruise ship, large clumps of fresh garbage floated, all of which had just come out of the Stargate with them. The trash floated in space. He stared at its trajectory, guessing that if left undisturbed, most of it would eventually fall onto that massive, gravitationally weak debris planet in about a decade or so. But the salvage platform and busy workers began marking and sorting the trash with laser signals, then installing temporary thrusters and manually altering its trajectory with the help of the AI core, making it fall faster. In the distance, a corona splitter, glowing brightly within a star, resembled a hairpin inserted into the eye of the universe. So, are you glad I didn't send you to the Eden Galaxy? Chu Xiangrui didn't reply. He thought to himself that Li Bin really had mastered the method of opening stargates, and it seemed he had been secretly using it for a long time. He gazed at the novel scene before him, reflecting on his words from earlier that day, his tone calm yet resolute. I agree to all your conditions. When we get back, I persuade the old man. Chapter 1175. The Second Velocity Diplomatic Fleet, disguised as a trade fleet, ultimately arrived at Eden Star. At the space station, it dutifully unloaded its cargo, properly passed through customs, paid taxes, and made money. Then, towing a ship full of pre-made dishes developed by Wei Zhenzu Food Group, a subsidiary of Universal Union, based on Universal Union's superior culinary culture, including xiaolongbao, soup dumplings, steamed dumplings, and instant noodle soup, it embarked on its journey home. These diverse dishes, with their secret recipes and cooking processes, differed greatly from the versions leaked by Li Bin. While this might not withstand the high-tech analytical instruments of interstellar space for long, frankly speaking, Wei Zhenzu Group undeniably held a monopoly in the market of delicious pre-made meals. Even the chairman of the Waizenza Group, in his live streams and holographic advertisements, used numerous celebrities to repeatedly instill the idea in consumers. Nutritional pastes, fried cockroaches, and rats are nothing compared to pre-made meals. They're just life-sustaining drugs sitting at the same table as grape oral liquids. For real pre-made meals, look to Waizenzu. This promotional message, separating Waizenza food from other pre-made meals, was quite popular with the middle class and those with stable jobs but limited means. Because Waizenza Food Group's exported pre-made meals were genuinely cheap, the middle class could buy proper pre-made meals, while the poor could buy crab sticks with 30% meat content, pure artificial starch-based vegetarian meat, large portions to satisfy. Just blanch them in boiling water, tear off the packaging, arrange them on a plate, and you have a good dish. Yes, these things, which would have been considered snacks in the 3K era, were considered delicacies at the bottom of the Perseus star system because they were cheap enough. Therefore, this disguised trade fleet, despite its initial diplomatic motives, made a fortune through its charade. According to the AI Core's estimates, this trade, including principal and profit, yielded approximately 1.1 million star coins, a profit margin of 41%, the secretary reported to Chu Xiangrui. Chu Xiangrui stared at him blankly. His secretary, thinking the CEO was curious about the high profits, quickly explained, our cargo hold is actually quite large. The purchase vouchers Huanyi United issued to us this time include all food items. Waizenza Group's wholesale strategy is bundled sales. Each container's goods are packaged with regionally popular and less popular items in proportion. Some pre-prepared dishes aren't popular at the buyer's destination, so the profit is limited. Waizenza Group does this to maintain product diversification, occupy the entire pre-prepared food market, and prevent potential competitors from gaining a small market share. But our vouchers don't have this restriction. Therefore, I selected only the best-selling products in Suzy Technology and the Central Star region. We don't have to worry about selling them, and we don't need to waste star coins hiring workers to manually sort and categorize them. He felt his answer was perfect, not only explaining the source of the profits, but also outlining Waizenza Group's strategic policy, while also clearly explaining the profit-making methods of other distributors, channel partners, and independent merchants. What's even more ingenious is that it subtly explains why these distributors and small business owners are unwilling to spend money hiring workers to classify goods. The reason is simple. The food industry is inherently a low-margin, high-volume sector. Hiring people to identify and classify goods wastes time, incurs material costs, and incurs warehouse rental fees, all of which add up to more than the profit margin after classification. Distributors rely on volume sales, even though selling these best-selling goods on the black market can fetch higher prices. But compared to the time wasted on categorizing and accumulating inventory, merchants prefer to make more trips. Not only do they avoid setting up multiple stores, the structure is simpler, and the turnover is more profitable. They can also use this opportunity to curry favor with the Waizenza Group and secure more quotas. There's no way around it. The Waizenza Group is backed by a giant corporation and can use AI to precisely set the profit levels for each bundled package. From the beginning, they didn't give distributors any other way to make money. You want to make a living from pre-made meals? Then work hard running errands for us. But Chu Xiangrui wasn't listening to his secretary at all. He was just reacting instinctively to the outside world, his mind a chaotic mess, like fireworks exploding. The Stargate, the Omega Core, and the information from the Yuhui human coexistence faction were fighting in his mind. His scientific spirit made him try to rationally sort out the information, summarize, and deduce the situation in the star field. But his instinctive excitement and complex emotions severely slowed down his thinking. Finally, he gasped, like a drowning person finally reaching shore, his lungs expanding and contracting like bellows. A sudden realization pierced through the chaos, making his mind clear. So that's it. The tidal Perseus Alliance represented his ambition to unify the star system. Li Bin was openly announcing his desires to the world. However, because there was already a Perseus Alliance, people weren't very wary of this organization. Some even mocked Li Bin for choosing such a name associated with a weak and ineffective force, destined for early demise. He slowly patted the armrest. Perseus Alliance. Ha! The Perseus Alliance. The secretary was completely bewildered. The Wizenza Group was at least 2 levels below the Perseus Alliance. What did their earnings have to do with the alliance? Li Bin didn't have time to ponder Chu Xiangrui's thoughts. He had already done everything he could. To the technocrats, he showcased the Stargate and the Afterglow. To giant corporations, like the Kelja Techno Bureau, with their weak military, he demonstrated the Forge's absolute production capacity, enticing them with capacity-sharing incentives. He meticulously lobbied within the alliance, carefully assessing their capabilities. Although Chu Xiangrui might indeed be so alarmed by the intelligence that he might ultimately reveal it, the situation didn't allow Li Bin to abandon the effort altogether. Both the current crisis and the demands of the Universal Alliance forced him to move forward. Advancement was inherently a gamble. Li Bin had been coveting the scientists of the Second Velocity Group for a long time. And those capital ship blueprints, as well as the various projects in the laboratory, if he could obtain support from his own forge, it would undoubtedly bring endless surprises. He pondered, when his secretary whispered, "CO, we arrived at the 14th Regiment training base." "Oh, okay." Snapping out of his reverie, Li Bin looked up. He was currently on Granada, a barren planet, but precisely because of this, it lacked the behemoths and hostile biosphere of Eden. Furthermore, the land on non-capital planets was largely vacant, making it convenient for establishing training bases. He was here to inspect the military and crew training program. The entire base was nestled among mountains, built on a basin foundation. Orbital launch conventional bombs had leveled several mountains to create this massive base. Li Bin's path into the mountains was a straight orbital route, blasted directly from space by tachyon lances. It took 5 shots to clear the way. The ability to use orbital weapons to level mountains meant the ability to project devastating power. The company's fleet grew stronger, and the ambitious figures on these planets, those appointed or who had seized power, became increasingly subservient. Chapter 1176. Logan stood ramrod straight, hands on his lower back. Dangman, standing beside him, was much more relaxed, but judging from his expression, he was the more nervous one. Previously, when Logan and Dangman confronted each other, Logan was completely overwhelmed, while Dangman displayed the composure of a high-ranking general and veteran soldier. But now, he was incredibly restless, only able to try to signal his anxiety through casual body language. He was helpless. This was only his second time meeting Li Bin, but back then, Li Bin was an affiliated force under the Overlord. Dangman's initial contact with Li Bin was a scheme to counterattack the Overlord's Iron Triangle system, viewing Li Bin as an ally. But now, Li Bin had clearly become an equal to the Overlord of the vocational high school, and even showed signs of surpassing him in the future. Dangman's mindset had shifted from utilizing cooperation to a subordinate mentality. Therefore, he was panicking. The training assigned by the CEO was to be overseen by him and Logan. If they messed it up, Logan, being related to the CEO, might not be punished, but he wasn't. The time allotted was too limited, and the training workload too heavy. Despite expedited training, using the shortest possible schedule, and even bringing in thousands of training simulators for simultaneous real-world simulations, they were still training. During the day, they focused on physical conditioning to improve their physical fitness. At night, they practiced simulated combat to enhance their mental abilities. They trained both with their eyes open and closed, embedding simulation training into their dreams. By repeatedly having the same training dreams, they subtly shaped the officer's mindset. When they boarded the ship and took the helm, they were surprised to find, hey, how did they pick it up so quickly? Armored trains traversed mountains and rivers, stopping at stations. Nuclear-powered trains sounded retro whistles, spewing out the whistling sound of reheating cooling water. a small design element catering to the CEO's preferences. Li Bin listened with obvious enjoyment. He particularly enjoyed revisiting memories of his past life in seemingly insignificant details, like the steam whistles or the traffic signs of the Universal Union. On the hard, dry concrete platform, wide enough to hold thousands, stood only 2 people. A hovercar, violating regulations, was parked behind them, ready to greet them. It was understated, just to Li Bin's liking. "Forget the formalities, let's go check out the base," Li Bin said, expertly opening his cigarette case and offering cigarettes. For a smoker, no formality could compare to this gesture. Ding Man took the cigarette and bit into it, her agitation instantly subsiding. The hovercar driver was clearly a soldier. The car drove bumpily and fast, as if rushing to deliver a shipment. Dingman kicked the front seat twice to slow the driver down. "I'm sorry for the trouble," Dingman said, wiping her sweat. "This is our son's best army driver. I specifically instructed him before he came, but this guy's used to speeding, and he just lets himself go as soon as he gets behind the wheel." Logan wiped his sweat, cursing inwardly. "I deal with him when we get back." "No problem," Li Bin said with interest from the back seat. "Hey, how fast can you go?" The driver answered loudly. "How fast can the car go?" "That's how fast I can go." "Really?" "Of course. I've driven this road thousands of times. I know it too well." The driver had a serious expression, as if to say, "You can say I have kidney deficiency, but you can't say I'm a bad driver." "Show me your full strength," Li Bin said, adding, "I'm the CEO, and also the company's army commander-in-chief. In terms of rank and position, I'm much higher than your bosses." The officer smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Then hold on tight," he said. He floored the accelerator, reaching 180 miles per hour, feeling utterly carefree. The hovercar roared to life, not slowing down even on the curves, veering straight to the side, using the curved walls as a racetrack, sparks flying everywhere. High walls and electric fences, carrier-based cannons for air defense, drones patrolling 24/7, and mechanical dogs and killing machines roaming the mountains. The Granada Accelerator branch of the Universal Military Academy was hidden here. Strangely, although the principal was from the Universal Military Academy, he never interfered. Those in charge were 2 overlord officers, not officially part of the academy. The entire academy was modeled after the standards of the overlord military academies, divided into officer and cadet departments, each further subdivided according to faculties. Reserve officers and cadets lived together, their positions adjusted based on ranking. In other words, only the most outstanding students within a year can graduate as officers. However, the cadets are not entirely without officer experience. Aside from the worst batch, most have attended several rounds of officer training courses. Those who graduate as officers from a 1-year program are all talented and resilient individuals, Dingman explained, gripping the handrail in the rapidly moving hover car. While there are certainly those in the cadet department who are slow to grasp theory but excel in practical learning, and others who are specialized but can shine with a little more training, no school can be completely without exception. Li Bin looked at the base, which was entirely covered by a massive dome. Granada's air quality was terrible, and the sun was intense. Without the dome, these carefully trained officers and future professional soldiers would likely suffer from pneumoconiosis and skin diseases. Inside, there were absolutely no trees, and aside from the acceptable air quality, the climate was extremely volatile. Logan explained, to train qualified soldiers as quickly as possible, we have to set the temperature fluctuations to random numbers. For example, today's temperature is 26 degrees Celsius with 35% humidity, but yesterday's temperature was 42 degrees Celsius with 100% humidity. The plan for tomorrow is to set it to minus 10 degrees Celsius. The army might be fighting on desert or icy planets, where temperatures can change drastically when entering or leaving cities, a difference of over 40 degrees Celsius. Only in this way can we train quickly. As for the Navy, the engine room operates at very high temperatures, and other sections may also experience temperature changes due to damage to their temperature control systems during combat, requiring adaptation as well. Good grief, today's temperature is clearly deliberately set for me, Li Bin nodded. Looking at the bare base built of rock and metal, Logan asked, there must be quite a few people in the hospital, right? The hospital is overflowing for the first 4 months of each new student year, Logan nodded. But everyone adapts very well. Thanks to the genetic adjustments made by the human realm, all interstellar humans actually possess resistance to sudden temperature changes, and the relevant latent genes can be activated within a few months. Once a gene is activated, it won't shut down again, but unfortunately, it's very difficult to inherit. To cope with the complexities of space as much as possible, the human realm has performed numerous genetic optimizations on interstellar humans, eliminating many outdated genes and then optimizing a large number of genes. Some are locked in genetic locks, while others are buried as latent genes. This is mainly because many advantageous genes have enormous energy requirements. If all of them were activated, even an adult's digestive system couldn't handle it, requiring continuous nutrient injections. Activating them on demand and staying on a suitable planet for life aligns with the original design intent. Chapter 1177. How many people are there at the base? 6798. Currently 90% are from the Navy. Those from the Army are all being trained according to commander standards, but there's still differentiation. The third batch hasn't arrived yet, and the first batch is about to graduate. The first batch has 3,219 people, who will gradually join the Whitestone fleet and other ships, Dingman replied. Logan further explained, these people won't immediately be able to independently command ships. Instead, they will work as apprentices, mixed with patrol teams, escort teams, and frontline combat crew members for 6 months. According to the Minister of Military Affairs, ISA, during these 6 months, they will be responsible for the cultural training of these mixed-team frontline crew members, while the frontline crew members will be responsible for their practical and combat education, influencing each other. After 6 months, they will be promoted, and those with outstanding performance among the frontline crew members will be selected to become shipboard backbone personnel or promoted to crew members through special procedures. Li Bin shook his head. The number of personnel is still too small. In the past 2 years, the Universal Union has launched 20 Bowhead Whale-class ships, bringing the total to 31, including existing reserves. However, only 11 of them are operational. Aside from the crew fighting alongside Li Bin, the Bowhead Whale-class crews deployed elsewhere lack combat experience. Given the Universal Union's current reputation, few dare to provoke them. Organizations like the Relief Association that come knocking are easily wiped out by a single shot from the God's Wrath class. As for bandits, the Whitestone fleet handles them. The situation doesn't warrant summoning the Bowhead Whale class. Even in its basic form, it's still a capital ship, and every deployment attracts attention from nearby forces. After the military academy is completed, the Universal Union will be filled with junior officers, resulting in a sufficient number of crew members, but a severe shortage of combat-ready personnel. What about the talent recruitment plan? Li Bin then inquired about another matter. Dingman and Logan exchanged a glance. Logan spoke first. The officers I recruited are all at the military academy, undergoing training with the first cohort. Their main focus is on familiarizing themselves with the various ship types used in the Global Alliance. The security department is also assessing them. They graduate next month, and after passing the review, they serve as officers on ships below the capital ship level. As for the marine engineering, maintenance, and hyperspace and physical universe mapping specialties, they already passed the review and are now serving as instructors at the military academy. Li Bin had inquired about these individuals with the intelligence department upon his return. Initially, they were quite apprehensive, but after becoming familiar with the environment and their work, they quickly developed enthusiasm. Because the company had promised that each person would mentor a group of veterans from the company, then serve as a professor. Once they had trained 3 groups of veterans and students, they could directly transfer from the military academy to the combat ranks, at least as senior officers on cruisers. After further combat experience, they would enter the capital ship fleet. For those left out in the rear, relegated to frigates and destroyers, destined to wait for seniority, and wait for the war to begin, this was akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Especially in the past year or so, everyone had gradually moved their families over. If it weren't for the concerns about the powerful agents, Li Bin would have already put them on duty. As for the immigrant officers dispatched within the Alliance, Logan paused. They weren't vetted, nor did they receive training in Granada. They graduated 6 months ago. There are about 8,000 of them, and they already joined the army. Li Bin pursed his lips and remained silent. This was clearly not something Logan should know. The fact that he mentioned it proved that the Brown family had taken care of him, and ISA had tacitly approved. As for the Brown family rebuilt within the company, well, let's just say there are very few outstanding individuals. Aside from Thor Brown, the former leader of the Brown pirate crew, now serving as the deputy captain of the Eastern Heavenly Gate System Patrol, only Logan, a member of the family but not of the same surname, seems to have the most potential. Once their daughter takes over, these insignificant relatives will naturally integrate family affairs into corporate matters, requiring little intervention. Dingman said, the officers brought by the 14th Regiment have already completed their training and security checks. The Army has joined the military with Chu Tianqua, mostly as boarding officers. The Navy has a small number, but they have already joined the fleet. Li Bin isn't worried about the loyalty of the 14th Regiment, because those who joined under his instructions during the early years of establishing the inner ring underwent rigorous screening. They live more comfortably on Eden Star than Logan, and many have established families and careers. As they spoke, they arrived at the Military Academy's plaza. Li Bin walked on the hard stone bricks, guided by two people on a tour. The Military Academy only had tall teaching buildings, about 6 stories high, shaped like an octagon, occupying a vast area. For efficiency, they adopted a large class system, with each class organized by platoon for intensive instruction. Theoretical courses were unlike Li Bin's previous education, where a group of students sat in a classroom looking at a blackboard, watching a projector, and the teacher reading aloud. Instead, they collectively entered training devices, using their consciousness to access a cyber network for highly realistic sand table simulations and other methods. The teacher's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears without delay, and AI cores monitored each student's learning efficiency. Therefore, walking through the clean corridors, Li Bin looked through the observation holes on each door and saw 3 training devices specifically for teachers, as well as hundreds of training devices used by students. The engineers and workers sat in the spacious maintenance area at the back of the classroom, drinking tea and chatting, surrounded by repair materials and spare training equipment. Luo Gan coughed and tried to push open the door to restore order, but Li Bin pushed him aside. Li Bin frowned. "What are you doing? They're so lax during work hours. I'm going to give them a talking to," Luo Gan said. Li Bin was displeased. "They're not soldiers, just school workers. Don't apply military regulations. It's a good thing the workers are idle. It means it doesn't interfere with the teaching schedule. What the school should do is ensure their safety and loyalty. How many training equipment do you need?" After reprimanding Luo Gan, Li Bin looked at the equipment with amazement. Back then, the company's training equipment was all salvaged from other places, retrieved from rubble. A total of 9,000 are in service, with another 3,000 in reserve. Once the recruitment is complete and the teaching team expands, plus the rotation system, the base can train 14,000 students simultaneously, Luo Gan replied. Dangman's main job isn't here. It's still the 14th Regiment. He's just here with his men. It's just a coincidence. Logan, on the other hand, has devoted all his energy to this place. However, ISA promised him that once the base is successfully operational and the systems and training procedures are all in place, he'd be allowed to board a ship, starting at the Bowhead Whale class. The base boasts diverse training grounds, ranging from a man-made ocean covering hundreds of acres, to a rainforest with domes within domes, to artificial deserts, snowfields, and outdoor mountains and wastelands. The entire base has comprehensive ground training facilities. As for naval training, that requires permission from the patrol team to go airborne. After a full day of inspection, Li Bin left satisfied. Before leaving, he patted Logan on the shoulder. "Work hard. Above the Bowhead Whale class is the Universal Union class. You used to work for the Overlord. If you do well, you might be able to launch offensives in the future." He was very satisfied with the base's situation. This was just a newly built, accelerated training base. Combined with Eden Star's multi-year military academy, it could produce 5,000 well-trained officers and soldiers annually. Add to that the personnel recruited by the fleet itself, the orphan soldiers trained by the Loyalty Academy, and the immigrant officers and soldiers supported by the Alliance. By about 2 years from now, not only would the 30-odd Bowhead Whale-class ships have sufficient manpower, but the core personnel of the Zhongzi-class ships would also be well-trained by Lin Yufeng and Sarah. At that time, the Universal Union would possess over 80 capital ships. Even after reducing the number of Zhongzi-class ships, its combat strength would still be around 60. With the entire alliance supporting and activating 10 forging furnaces, coupled with an agreement with the Second Velocity to continuously import advanced engineers and scientists to help optimize and design high-tech factories, the Universal Alliance will be able to launch more warships than it has lost in battle. By then, right now, the company has reached a point where the entire crew of a Bowhead Whale-class ship is more valuable than the Bowhead Whale-class ship itself. Chapter 1178. On the empty platform, Logan watched the train depart, its whistle blaring, his heart filled with excitement. He had been transferred here, ostensibly to train the so-called redemption officers, his former colleagues. Therefore, he could stay here for an extended period. Dingman, however, could not. He had already boarded the train, leaving with Li Bin. He needed to return to the Overlord as soon as possible to oversee the 14th Regiment. On the train, Li Bin constantly consulted Ding Man. This army general possessed a great deal of secret military intelligence about the Overlord. For example, what he was saying now, recently, the Overlord is using the name of the Fire Phoenix Alliance to coordinate a multi-pronged attack on the out-of-control AI in the southern sector. Although the Supreme Advisory Council is well aware of the nanovirus problem, and the Army and Navy have added corresponding training subjects, the Fire Phoenix Alliance's biggest enemy at present is still the out-of-control AI. Ding Man carefully chose his words. Recently, my friends in the south have reported that the out-of-control AI has suddenly increased in number of fleets and is launching large-scale attacks on Risk Mining, FSF Military Company, the Overlord, Apex Design Group, and the Navigation Bureau. There have even been sightings of out-of-control AI on the frontiers of demonic avionics. This makes sense, Li Bin thought to himself. The human coexistence faction has completely withdrawn from the western and southern sectors of the star system. Not only on the southern front, but also on the western front, the Lud Alliance and the Adventurers Guild have received sighting reports and attack warnings. Without the constraints of the human coexistence faction, the iron-hearted annihilators can finally unleash their full power without restraint. If they hadn't been confused by their numerous large-scale battles, and instead adopted a multi-fleet, dispersed guerrilla invasion tactic to harass human logistics and commercial shipping lanes, a new war would probably have broken out on the southern front by now. Furthermore, some eyewitness reports and even engagement reports may not indicate that the targets were out-of-control AIs. There's a possibility they were simply passing human collaborators caught in the crossfire by human fleets. Undoubtedly, this will plunge multiple star systems into war, but the Lud Alliance and the Fire Phoenix Alliance will inevitably deepen their cooperation under immense military pressure. At least according to Ding Man. The Fire Phoenix Alliance has now abolished mutual military controls, dividing its defense zones, with some overlap, to prevent the remnant from exploiting loopholes for infiltration. In addition, the various factions have granted each other military passage rights, resolving the situation where the remnant fleet could escape into other factions' territories and miss opportunities to annihilate it. To protect shipping lanes and business, everyone has become much more proactive in forming alliances. Even the capitalists of Apex have eagerly joined. This is a good thing. Since everyone has their own agendas and enemies, and the human coalition is poorly organized, they can form their own groups and factions. A small, cohesive alliance, even with its burst of fighting power, can at least surpass a large group of mediocre and useless individuals. Forming a regional alliance was a choice Li Bin made after his disappointment with the Allied forces. Otherwise, he could have continued to conceal the Perseus alliance and secretly continue developing his power. After listening to Ding Man's account, Li Bin nodded with delight, thinking that humanity had finally come together. What are the specifics? How did the encirclement go? There are results. 7 capital ships were destroyed, and only 8 capital ships were lost. This loss was felt by everyone. It's a minor injury that everyone can accept. Having tasted success, the Fire Phoenix Alliance is now mobilizing a large army to encircle and annihilate the Afterglow Dreadnought. After the Hell Legion's defeat, the Wildcat was the most audacious, repeatedly appearing in the physical universe, bombing mining stations, and raiding mining and trade fleets. This encirclement is specifically targeting it. If the Alliance had been this proactive earlier, we wouldn't have been afraid of losing the battle. In the dominant Samara system, Chu-He led his fleet at breakneck speed, followed by a massive, black and red, menacing dreadnought, and 4 capital ships. It was none other than the remaining remnants of the Hell Legion. This fleet had initially retreated from the southern front, intending to return to reinforce, but unexpectedly received news halfway that its headquarters had been invaded twice and completely burned down. The Wildcat immediately halted its advance, gathered some of the Legion's smaller fleets scattered elsewhere, and then turned back to the southern sector, mingling with the Afterglow fleet and wreaking havoc. After numerous battles, the remaining forces now consist of only 5 ships, one of which is a modified Atlas-class troop transport ship, used for airborne amphibious operations. The other is a Prometheus fuel ship, used for refueling. Even so, the combined might of the 2 warships of the Fearless Army is enough to send Chu-He's 2 offensive class and 1 Legion-class ships into chaos. Chu-He, having been pursued for 3 days, showed no panic, only a dejected expression. The southern front is now unleashing its full power. All the Iron Triangle families located south of the Overlord, regardless of rank, have joined the war effort, their enthusiasm a stark contrast to when the Supreme Overlord mobilized. The ruling families are organizing propaganda, pushing for wartime control of their territories, promoting factories and efficient trade networks to transport supplies, cooperating with each other, and forming alliances to fight together. Their motivation was simple. These families were all located in the south. The damned, out-of-control AI had destroyed trade networks, shattered merchant confidence, caused the futures and financial markets to collapse and shut down, leaving them with unsold goods and unable to recoup their funds. The chain reaction resulted in heavy losses for each family. The Supreme Overlord bore the primary responsibility for the Overlord's defeat, collectively suffering the greatest losses. But now, the war had reached their heartland, and the big players were suffering the most. I have a powerful force. This cannot be tolerated. We must destroy the Dawn-class and Scat-Hat-class ships. As a result, the southern families unleashed astonishing fighting power. They jointly petitioned for a new commander-in-chief to lead the family alliance. The Supreme Overlord was happy to see this happen and reluctantly agreed. And Chu-Hee, from a high-ranking commander of the alliance, was relegated to commanding the decoy fleet, redeeming himself through meritorious service. Although he didn't want to admit it, the change in his status didn't mean he had fallen out of favor. On the contrary, he knew perfectly well that the Supreme Overlord was trying to get him to gain merit in battle, preparing for him to regain control of the alliance's overall command. The reason was simple. At this point, after repeated defeats, he, Chu-Hee, and his family had no choice but to cling tightly to the Supreme Overlord, sharing both glory and ruin. It was also because he, Chu-Hee, was the most experienced among the Overlord's current young and middle-aged officers in dealing with the out-of-control AI. To put it bluntly, every time he returned from a defeat, he faced criticism from many, but in the Army's simulations, he grew stronger with each real-world failure, his simulated victory rate skyrocketing, now ranking first by a wide margin. Chapter 1179. It's not that the others were stupid or incompetent. These elites selected by the war families included many geniuses, who inherited most of the talents of the template humans. In the simulations, Chu-Hee's flexibility and various tactics were quickly absorbed by these few geniuses. But there was one thing the geniuses couldn't absorb. That was practical combat experience. Sitting in the central command, directing the fleet, watching the death reports every second, carrying the hopes and prestige of the Supreme Overlord, risking failure, yet remaining calm, issuing bloody orders with an almost ruthless attitude, sometimes even incurring the resentment of some families for it. These things, no matter how much you imagine them beforehand, are all illusory until you actually sit in that position. Especially when commanding the Allied forces, entangled in all sorts of messy and absurd matters, the experience of being dragged down like a quagmire is even more valuable. Finally, there's the unwavering resolve to fight on despite repeated defeats. These family geniuses, often enjoying smooth sailing, are prone to mental breakdowns, and never recover if they suffer such a major setback. Even among the families on the southern front, many geniuses commanded their family fleets in the previously organized counterattacks, guerrilla warfare, and encirclement campaigns. Not to mention those who suffered crushing defeats, some commanders who achieved Pyrrhic victories, witnessing the brutal deaths of relatives, lovers, and brothers, the mourning for their families, and the suspicious gazes of the fallen soldiers' relatives, many collapsed as a result. It's uncertain whether they can withstand the pressure, but the fact that they can still receive the most dangerous bait missions despite being condemned by everyone shows that, regardless of victory or defeat, these geniuses are unwilling to take the risk. Holding up military power for personal gain, excessive self-interest, the family warlord system is truly a scourge. Chu-Hee sighed, leading his fleet to lure the Wildcat into the asteroid belt. He watched as destroyers and cruisers, their thrusters malfunctioning due to missile strikes, were mercilessly torn apart by the remnants of the Legion. He pressed the button expressionlessly. Kill the cat! Kill the cat! Good riddance, cat! The Wildcat's rage could only be slightly vented by the smoke and fire of exploding ships. Scat-Hat class. She didn't care about any legion or orders. As the core of a fallen imperial god, she possessed a fragmented personality, even more so than ordinary alpha cores, making her art of slaughter far more refined. When the pursuit reached the physical universe, she dispersed a group of escort ships to scout and spy on the garrison fleet in the Samara system. Confirming that the number of these ships was no different from before, and they cautiously circled the space station, she finally ventured into the asteroid belt. The Wildcat even publicly broadcast a message to the human fleet ahead, "Run, meow. The Wildcat is coming, meow." The Wildcat, who identifies as a cat, has learned feline instincts and loves to toy with its prey. For example, it catches and releases, then catches again, until it has tormented its prey to death. Thus, many cats, even when well-fed, will stare intently at birds in the branches, and when the opportunity arises, they will leap up and bite them to death. Not for sustenance, but to hone their skills and for amusement. In the distant 3K era, many female ace fans liked to wear cat costumes, mimicking this feline mentality. The Wildcat was the same. She adored the fleet ahead, they were fast and would even burrow into the asteroid belt, playing hide-and-seek with her. Like a mouse burrowing into a hole, thinking that hiding inside guarantees safety. Unfortunately, cats have claws. They can reach in and pull out shallow ones, but for deeper ones, they lie in wait forever, only to pounce and bite the moment they surface. The Wildcat activated its main cannon, yelling over the public channel, "Cat punch meow." The energy cannon instantly melted the loosely packed ice rock asteroids, piercing through 3 in succession before striking a Dominator-class battleship hiding behind a meteorite. The heavy cruiser, known for its heavy armor, hadn't expected such a brutal attack. To minimize its target, it hadn't activated its shields and exploded instantly. Good riddance, meow. Good riddance, meow. The Wildcat clapped gleefully over the public channel. The Skies-class battleships surrounding her, along with other lower-class ships, had already spread out, using optical observation and scanners to lock onto the target. The Wildcat then used the Hela Sacrifice device to forcibly unify the perspectives of these ships, locking onto the target. Then, it blazed through the defenses, unleashing its furious main cannon fire to pick off its target. With each cry of good heavens, at least one ship was destroyed. The Wildcat didn't discriminate based on target size. Cruisers took a main gun shot, and frigates took a main gun shot too. Everyone got hit. The Wildcat trembled slightly with elation, like a cat overjoyed, kicking its hind legs in celebration. The cat was dancing wildly with ecstasy. "Old man, your time has come." A powerful public communication rang out from the Interstellar relay, deafeningly clear. "Ha!" The Wildcat activated its Spinosaurus form, all sensors on, wide area scan. In the distance of the asteroid belt, warships emerged from behind the meteorites. These ships were very far apart. Outside the normal battlefield scan range, there were a total of 16 battleships. Besides the 4 Legion-class carrier battleships and 7 offensive-class battleships, there were a staggering 5 advanced battleships, Border-class, converted from offensive-class ships. These were advanced versions of battleships, meticulously crafted over a century using relic technology by a first-class war family, combining the strength of their iron triangle. At the fleet's command center, hundreds of family representatives gathered on the command ship, glaring indignantly at the Sky battle system. The Hell Legion's dreadnought, codenamed Old Age by the CEO of Universal Union, the Scat class, and its demonic core, the Wildcat, were caught in the net. A large number of heavy cruisers took off directly from their hiding places, flying up and down the asteroid belt, determined to use their hulls and onboard firepower to block the Wildcat's escape routes. Meanwhile, all the warships began launching missiles and torpedoes, advancing step by step, obliterating all the meteorites between the Wildcat and themselves. There was no encirclement or interception, no back-and-forth fighting, only a tightly woven net of firepower, slowly tightening. There was no escape. The Wildcat's demonic core calculated this result in just 1 second. She knew that even buying time for the remnants would be futile. This net was designed specifically for her. The enemy would rather let the remnants escape than let her die. The best option now was for her to lead the charge, tear through the encirclement, and escape separately from the remnants, sacrificing herself to save them. Hee, ha ha. The cat laughed loudly. "I won't meow." The demonic cores were tortured, infected by the iron-hearted annihilators. Their only mission was to slaughter humanity, but the cat had her own methods for choosing. Whether the remnants escaped or stayed, they would kill. Why not join me and kill as many as possible? Murderous meow. With this thought, the cat became cheerful and led the fleet to pounce on the nearest target. Chapter 1180. Because the battle was taking place in the physical universe, and given Li Bin's good personal relationship with the Supreme Overlord, after obtaining intelligence from Dingman, he subtly and persistently secured frontline observation rights from Chu He. The codename Old Age was given to him by Li Bin, and in return, he provided 2 Atlas-class cargo holds full of pre-prepared meals, sent to the battlefield under the guise of officers' meal allowance. Everyone is fighting for humanity on the front lines. How can they not eat well? The Universal Union may not have much else, but we provide plenty of food. Li Bin assured him, patting his chest. The supplies are all at Prism Freeport, where our company has a transit warehouse. I immediately hire a large transport fleet from nearby to deliver the goods within 10 days. The commander of the first-class war family responsible for the encirclement at the front nodded reservedly, then turned to his staff and changed the target's codename. What's the point? The staff officer asked, bewildered. Wouldn't Tagore be a more fitting name? The commander-in-chief stared at the staff officer for a moment, making him uneasy. Then, with a box of Overlord officers' insurance and a bag of Global Union officers' standard meal packs in his left hand, he tossed them over. The names changed. For the next 3 months, everyone can eat the latter one, otherwise, they only be able to eat the former. The commander-in-chief smiled enigmatically. Of course, if you don't want to change it, I won't force you. The staff officer felt a chill run down his spine, as if countless eyes were staring intently at him. He shook his head vigorously. No, I suddenly think old age is better. And so, now, as the Wildcat was being besieged, the officers and sailors ate steamed buns, dumplings, and hamburgers, drank synthetically flavored plum juice, cola, and hearty bone broth, humming tunes and singing songs, their morale soaring as they entered a state of high alert. The battle fought by the Overlord was lackluster, consisting of standard battle formations. The only noteworthy aspect was the diverse and capable border-class ships. By continuously outputting powerful explosive energy, they could unleash internal energy weapons comparable to the main guns of the Xingtian-class destroyer within 6 minutes. While this resulted in extremely slow damage inflicted, transforming a low-tech offensive-class ship into a near-high-tech warship was already quite remarkable. The overpowered offensive-class, heavily armored, and cumbersome offensive-class destroyer employed a strategy of stacking multiple layers of explosive reactive armor. When torpedoes and missiles approached, and evasion became impossible, the armor would detonate locally, causing the torpedoes and missiles to explode prematurely, reducing damage to the ship. These ships usually need major repairs after just one battle. Even reapplying the armor takes a whole day, Li Bin commented. But the design philosophy of this ship is actually quite similar to modular armored heavy ships, like the Berserker class. Ah! I want it so badly, he exclaimed. I have the blueprints for the offensive MK, and the shipyard is currently working overtime to modify the assembly line for production. If I had all these experts, their combined experience would allow me to quickly come up with an optimized solution. After all, the offensive 1 Malawang Kwacha is an old blueprint, and some of the technology has been mastered by engineers and ship designers. Although they may not know the specific technical principles, just like mechanics and car builders can repair vehicles even without understanding aerodynamics, dynamics, or mechanics. By taking components produced in automated factories, piecing them together using generations of experience, verifying them one by one with experimental hulls, and even using AI cores to assist in simulations, many problems can be solved through trial and error. You don't need to know why it's done this way, you only need to know that this is the best way. They engaged. ISA and Lan Yuan stared intently at the projection. They were referring to the battle between the capital ships. Led by the Wildcat, the Skies-class ships concentrated and charged fiercely into the battlefield. The 3 ships seized the key point of the local defense line formed by the 2 offensive-class ships, and began their furious assault. The Skies-class ships' combat power far surpassed that of their counterparts, and with the addition of the Wildcat, the overall strength difference was enormous. Moreover, in terms of electronic warfare, the struggle for dominance was extremely difficult. Relying on the numerical advantage of their ships, and the deployment of numerous hackers, they had barely managed to maintain a slight disadvantage. But the 2 offensive-class ships were in dire straits. Her sensors and scanners were directly hacked, and various erroneous parameters were input into the fire control system, causing the only usable heat pulse cannon to deflect and miss its target. Hurry up, meow! The Wildcat urged, beginning to jam the shield system's electronic hacking. While concentrating its forces to create a numerical advantage gave her a significant edge, it also meant the ship's flanks and rear were exposed to enemy fire. Cruisers and destroyers were under constant bombardment. If she couldn't quickly eliminate the enemies in front of her, then she couldn't take more humans with her before she died. Suddenly, the 2 offensive-class ships deviated from their flight paths, veering uncontrollably left and right. Li Bin looked closely, and saw that a dozen Hella-Hound-class frigates were skillfully skimming the asteroid, evading optical detection. Taking advantage of the moment, when the other offensive-class escort ships were destroyed by their own 2 capital ships, they had arrived behind the offensive class. As a low-tech warship, the offensive class's shields weren't 360 degrees. Her main thrusters were exposed to the remaining firepower of the Legion. Hella's Hound-class tactical system activated, unleashed the Hounds. A dozen or so frigates, while channeling all their shield energy into their propulsion systems to accelerate, deliberately rammed into the main thruster flanks of the 2 battleships. Relying on the destructive force of their self-destruction and the physical damage from the high-speed impact, Half of the two ships' propulsion systems were instantly destroyed, causing the combined small battle formation of the offensive-class ships to collapse. With the formation collapsing, the alternating damage-taking arrangement was broken, and more of the two warships were exposed to fire. Facing Hellas Thor cannons and miasma drones, their shield systems, hampered by electronic warfare interference and unable to operate at full capacity, teetered on the brink of collapse within just 2 minutes. As massive arcs of electricity, like white snakes, appeared, the offensive-class captains decisively ordered the shields to shut down, adjusted their hulls, and, in their final moments, allocated their remaining radiation energy to the turrets, unleashing a final volley of fire. Unfortunately, the fire control system malfunctioned, allowing the two ships to destroy some destroyers. Go to hell, you cat! After this public frequency signal was sent, 3 Hela Thor cannons rained down, 2 Skies-class destroyers taking down 1 offensive-class destroyer, while the Wildcat single-handedly took down another. Then, the fleet sped past, ruthlessly activating its tactical system, hellish summoning, charging headlong into the disintegrating small battle formation with its shields on. Frigates and destroyers were like mosquitoes, and birds crushed in front of a speeding train, leaving only puddles of bodily fluids on the windshields as proof of their presence. The commander-in-chief roared in fury, more than 10 ships against 3, and we haven't even taken down 1, and 3 of our own have already died. Chu-He silently sipped his tea within the encirclement. He had long seen that the first-class war family's commander-in-chief, responsible for this campaign, had planned too perfectly, but he remained silent. The outcome of this battle, the death of the Wildcat, was the bottom line acceptable to the Supreme Overlord. Beyond that, the more ships of disobedient war family sank, the more beneficial it would be to the Supreme Staff. Chapter 1181. Push forward. All ships push forward. The commander roared. All the offensive-class and Legion-class ships activated their tactical systems, flame drives, and began the pursuit. The border-class ships, positioned behind the 2 offensive-class ships in the defensive line, were closer and blocked the enemy head-on. This ship was the special spaceship covered in explosive reactive armor. The captain glanced at the battlefield, clicked his tongue, and decisively abandoned the other opponents, leading the fleet to engage a Skies-class ship in a one-on-one battle. The first mate was bewildered. "Captain, what about the other 2? We're now fighting 3 ships, and one of them is a dreadnought." "Think more, my first mate." "One should think more." This captain, named Munger Helton, the most outstanding capital ship captain of the Helton first-class war family, tapped his head with his index finger and nodded. Then, he opened public communications and shouted to the slowly turning Legion remnants, "Centered on me. Relative coordinates 1699, 211, 4721, ship type, border class, border class, ship name, Shining is our command ship." "Munger, what are you doing?" Godzilla Behemoth roared angrily. Munger immediately retorted, "Shut up. I'm trying to buy time." "This is your plan?" Godzilla asked, shocked. "What else?" Munger retorted, "You want me to stop them, but I only have 1 battleship and 4 cruisers. How am I supposed to stop them? If this drags on any longer, I die too." A Legion class and an attack class were approaching from behind, a full 20 minutes journey away. With the combat power of a dreadnought, 20 minutes, even in a one-on-one fight, would be enough to force him to abandon ship. This public frequency communication was also simultaneously transmitted to Chu-He and Li Bin. Chu-He put down his cigarette, quite surprised. "So there's such a clever idea?" Lan Yuan and Isa also applauded, calling it a ruthless move. This was a strategy that followed the Demon Corps' warlike and bloodthirsty nature, identifying high-value targets, avoiding electronic warfare and firepower projection, and employing information warfare to leverage strengths and avoid weaknesses. After a slight pause, using the Demon Corps' electronic warfare advantage, overloading the 3 destroyers, and hard-cracking the Demon Corps' electronic information to confirm the intelligence, the Wildcat immediately turned around and sped towards the Shining. "Thank you, meow. Witness meow, witness the Wildcat, thank you, meow." As it turned out, the Mongoose's tactic of hanging its horns worked. "My mission is complete," Munger shouted joyfully. "The old ship is heading towards the flagship." "Repeat. The old ship is heading towards the flagship. All ships, rush to the rescue." He then ordered the first mate, "Charge. Ram the ship." "Huh?" The first mate was bewildered again. Seeing that the first mate didn't move, Munger cursed and contacted the engine room himself. "Give me all the power. Overload the engines. Shut down the shields. Allocate the power grid to the propulsion field. Optical observation posts crosslock targets. Give me the Sky's class's movement trajectory. Disconnect the public network. Only keep the ship's local area network. Prepare to activate the flamethrowers. Beneath the complex commands lay Munger's determination. Shutting down the network prevented the optical school from tampering with it, but it also severed the link with the command chain, putting himself in a desperate situation. But in return, he gained absolute command. The offensive modified border-class Fire Knight slightly adjusted its bow, shaking off the escorting heavy cruisers, its main thrusters fully overloaded, the surging exhaust flames reaching a kilometer in length. Accelerating explosively, after a 5-minute furious march, she rammed headlong into the Skis-class ships, which had no time to dodge. These were spaceships, each several kilometers long, and their immense mass made turning extremely difficult. The Fire Knight, with its shields deactivated, was riddled with holes by Skis-class missiles, escorting miasma drones, and various cannons. However, simultaneously, her 2 heat pulse cannons and 2 Thor cannons unleashed massive damage on her shields, causing them to shake violently. When the ship, covered in explosive reactive armor, slammed into the shields, this armor, originally designed to defend against torpedoes and missiles, was activated. The powerful impact, combined with a series of multi-layered explosions, caused the 2 ships to push apart. The Skis class was forced to deactivate its shields to prevent overload. "Get on! Get on!" Munger yelled. "Get on the broadside too." The broadside anti-tank armor wasn't hit, it's intact. "Keep firing. Prepare to remove armor." The ship swerved sideways, pressed itself back against the surface, the anti-tank armor activated, and it bounced up with a thud, slamming into the Skies-class destroyer, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. "What madman!" The other captains gasped in shock, covering their mouths, as they watched the 2 ships engulfed in the explosions. Chewie's hand, holding a cigarette, trembled slightly. If you had thought of this earlier, the Allied forces wouldn't be in this situation. He wasn't only shocked by Munger's decisiveness and radicalism, the flagship's insane actions had truly opened his eyes. Because the Shining, whose coordinates had been exposed, didn't dodge or evade, it led a Legion-class and an offensive-class destroyer in a countercharge against the aggressive Wildcat. Someone suggested the Commander-in-Chief retreat, but Godzilla immediately retorted angrily, "What a joke! Now I am the bait. With me here, the enemy will charge headlong into the encirclement. The nearest fleet will arrive in just 30 minutes. Subtracting the time it takes for the enemy ships to reach us, we only need to hold out for 10 minutes. Godzilla Behemoth's skin bulged with blood, his eyes wide with fury, as he opened them through the neural link, on the honor of the Behemoth family. Standing over 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulged, stretching his uniform taut like a leather jacket. His voice boomed, in the name of Patriarch King Kong Behemoth, who commanded the ship in Chapter 899 and collaborated with the Universal Alliance. There are no cowards in the Behemoth family. I will never fail my father's expectations. Close face. Close face. He drew his saber and roared the order. Bombers, interceptors, and fighters took off from Legion-class battleships and Mora-class cruisers, quickly engaging the miasma drones, Hela frigates, and destroyers. The carrier commanders watched in agony as their elite forces perished like moths to a flame. The personnel roster rapidly turned red, then refreshed to display the roster of the next batch of personnel taking off. Some staff officers felt that since they only needed to hold out for 10 minutes, wouldn't fighting and retreating to prolong the time as much as possible be the right choice? But their voices were weak. Under the commander's insistence, no one could disobey. Even if there was to be a reckoning, it would have to wait until after the battle. But Godzilla completely disregarded considerations of reckoning and pressure. His ancestral template, humans, is male, with most of their genetic optimization concentrated on the Y chromosome. This specialization in ground combat gave them powerful physiques, but also endowed them with a brutal and aggressive personality. In addition, on the battlefield, members of the Behemoth family, relying on genetic optimization, can perform all sorts of incredible actions, like wild beasts, using their keen intuition and accelerated reactions brought about by the deposition of metallic neurons. Chapter 1182. The Mora-class destroyer blocking the front line was torn apart by the Wildcat. Amidst cries of good riddance, meow, the dreadnought codenamed Old Age began its assault. Main guns fired, shattering the Dominator-class heavy cruiser. Shields opened, slamming away the wreckage, and the Wildcat charged straight in. Approaching head-on was the Shining, trailing a kilometer-long plume of flame, like two knights colliding. Huh, not running away, meow. Daring to approach me, meow? Hearing the mechanical meow, Godzilla grinned menacingly. How can I beat you up if I don't get close? The enemy's main guns are exhausted. Godzilla slammed its fist on the table. Enemy ship has entered our main gun's maximum firing range. Scattershot heat pulse cannons, fire. The Scattershot heat pulse cannon, a relic technology, was used to convert the plasma confinement field on a heat pulse cannon into a weapon that accelerates and propels plasma. This grants her a short-duration burst of firepower, and the plasma after launch flies in all directions, like shotgun pellets, resulting in an extremely short range. This is precisely why the Shining needs to get close. The Shining's built-in main gun has a short range, and its large-barreled ballistic weapons are the anti-aircraft Devastator cannons, a large barrage with a short range. Retreating would be suicidal. He had witnessed the range of Hela's Thor cannon. Without close-range engagement, it's practically kiting, and doing it willingly. On the contrary, close-range engagement has its effects. The barrage from 2 shotgun-style heat pulse cannons and 4 Devastator cannons directly destroy the barrier drones blocking its path, landing squarely on the Wildcat's shield. Immediately afterwards, the Shining launched Reaper torpedoes, which, mixed with the plasma and barrage, fell towards the shield. Despicable meow. The Wildcat decisively concentrated its anti-aircraft guns, swiftly destroying the Reaper torpedoes. At this moment, the two ships were only a dozen seconds apart. At this speed and with this mass, a collision between the two ships would likely push the already heavily damaged electric grid systems to a dangerous level. If that happened, after taking down the flagship, I wouldn't be able to continue my killing spree. While the Dreadnought's electric grid is powerful, its detonation time is also considerable, so she deactivated her shields, and the two ships ran together. Good heavens, these are both muscular men, and they still managed to collide? Li Bin exclaimed in amazement. A flagship ramming into a ship, how unwise. Oh, is that so? Isa glanced sideways at Li Bin. I remember someone once ran a space station with their command ship. Lan Yuan nodded repeatedly. She had wanted to comment on this for a long time. The CO is great in every way, except when it comes to warfare he's insanely arrogant, like a green skin from a holographic novel. He's somewhat restrained when giving orders, but once command is handed over to ISA, he spouts incomprehensible nonsense like you absolutely cannot beat me. Li Bin chuckled awkwardly. I'm much more restrained now. Oh, aren't we discussing hegemony? Let's look at the battles. But Godzilla's next decision made ISA and Lan Yuan vaguely see Li Bin's shadow in it. After the collision between the two ships, causing a small explosion and fire at the bow, this guy saw the shield shut down, and through the optical observation post, discovered the automatic repair equipment emerging from the hull of the Scathach-class ship. After initiating emergency repairs, he made a daring move. He boarded a full 160 Behemoth family Marines, leading over 300 onboard Marines, boarded the Wildcat. Next, they began sweeping through the automated repair machinery with light and heavy weapons, dropping bombs into the open repair machinery supply pipes, and simultaneously destroying sensors, detectors, optical observation devices, and turrets. Braving the heavy firepower of the ship's weapons, the Marines, using their magnetic boots to attach to the ship's armor and rapidly adjusting their position using their back-mounted jet propulsion systems, eliminated the Wildcat's vision point by point. Meanwhile, the escorting flagship's warships engaged the Skies class escorting the Wildcat in close combat. Godzilla Behemoth issued the abandoned ship order, instructing all non-gunner crew members to don combat suits and power armor, collect weapons, and board the enemy ship. Charge. Eliminate the turrets and all reconnaissance equipment to create an opportunity for reinforcements to destroy the ship. Gunners, continue fighting. Hold your posts and provide cover for friendly forces to pull out the turrets. After saying this, he was the first to disconnect his neural link, swiftly rushing into the escape pod to detach from the flagship, manually maneuvering the escape pod to crash onto the Wildcat. Godzilla jumped out of the escape pod, activated its jet propulsion system, and escaped at the last second. The escape pod was immediately detonated by a light machine gun. Godzilla was thrown around, completely disoriented. When it got back to its feet, it found itself with someone's lower body attached to it, covered in organs and blood. Magnetic boots were attached to its power armor. After manually deactivating the magnetic boots, it looked around but couldn't find the upper body. It released its grip, muttered sorry, brother, and activated its shoulder-mounted man-portable missile, charging towards the nearest light machine gun turret. Chuhi jumped up in surprise, grabbing the projection. Did you see that? You saw it, Supreme Overlord. The boarding maneuver was the right thing to do. It worked. On 7 stars, the Supreme Overlord gripped the hand strength trainer, crunching it silently. To be honest, The war family's performance today had astonished him. The fighting prowess these bastards displayed when protecting their property was truly impressive. Whether it was deliberately revealing the flagship's location to bait her, forcibly containing the Wildcat, cutting off her slim chance of escape, and ensuring their own survival, or the commander-in-chief's madness and boarding, it all proved that everyone, from top to bottom, was exercising initiative. But this wasn't a good thing, because it meant that when further reforms were implemented to weaken the privileges of each family in the future, the backlash would be immense. Furthermore, Chuhi's blatant claim that boarding was the right thing to do was utterly absurd. This was the elite force of an entire flagship. From crew and officers to staff and logistics personnel, their combined value far exceeded that of a battleship, and Godzilla, that bastard, sent them to board? Although the dead were all family members, the Supreme Overlord would never allow this to be promoted, because the wreckage could still be salvaged. If it weren't for the fact that since the Third AI War, the Overlord hadn't had much time to rest, the wreckage of the towed capital ships would have been dismantled, usable parts removed, and new ships built directly. Repairing old ships wouldn't be enough to cope with multiple rounds of war. He had already repaired a batch of ships and dispatched officers to garrison them. Currently, many ships are still lying in the dock, slowly being repaired using components exported by the Universal Alliance. It's estimated that 7 or 8 ships will be repaired in the next year or two. These ships must be brought under the control of the Supreme Staff. Finally, Godzilla's intense individualism was something he utterly despised. Because it worked. The Wildcat, gradually losing sight of its surroundings, never imagined it would find itself in another dimension, facing a situation similar to an electronic warfare disadvantage. Its main ship's vision was lost, its front was firmly pinned down, and the humans clinging to it were like fleas, impossible to shake off. In the blind spot, the humans could calmly regroup, and nearby Hella warships were also tightly bound, unable to break free for the time being. The main guns were charging again. She had exhausted all her options. A few minutes later, when the detectors of other Hella ships scanned the encircling warships into firing range, the Wildcat's demonic core emitted its last thought: humans haven't fired. They're wary of the flagship. They definitely approach. Hee, the final slaughter, meow. Feigning helplessness, she spun her turrets wildly, firing haphazardly, leaving explosives scattered on herself and the Shining. Through her remaining spaceship vision, she spotted 2 Legion-class ships approaching, launching their carrier-based aircraft to close in and slow down. She deduced that these aircraft weren't there to bomb her, but rather to attempt a rescue. The Wildcat's smile widened. They're here, meow! She let out her final, primal roar over the public channel. Ha! The reactor decooled, actively pushing for overload, and simultaneously all power was integrated, triggering a nuclear reactor explosion. A chain reaction ignited the antimatter-fueled tanks and ammunition magazines. A dreadnought self-destructed face-to-face, and simultaneously, the Skies-class destroyers that received the order, along with the remaining cruisers, all self-destructed. A series of fiery explosions, a dazzling display of color. The deeply embedded Shining was instantly destroyed, and the 2 nearby Legion-class destroyers were affected, one severely damaged and the other sunk. Watching the brilliant self-destruction and the report codename, Old Age, signal confirmed lost, with a complex emotion, in a strange tone that Isha couldn't understand, he half sang, half performed a lament, Hakimi, you cannot travel north or south, for there is no road between them. Old Age, since you were on the southern front, it was your fate to die like this. What are you muttering about? Isha peeked out. Nothing. Li Bin shook his head. Send a message to Ruli, saying that the former imperial god Vulcan is confirmed dead. The outcome was decided. At the edge of the battlefield, Munger Helton finally screamed, Help me! Chapter 1183. It's common knowledge that the 14th Legion's offensive-class ships are more powerful than the standard offensive-class ships. Through extensive combat experience, the people of the Starfield also know that the Skies-class is slightly more powerful than the 14th Legion's offensive-class ships. The border-class ships of the various first-class war families, in terms of average combat strength, are mostly between the 14th Legion's offensive-class ships, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, even if Munger personally piloted the border-class Fire Knight, pushing it to its limits, injecting it with stimulants to ram it into the Skies class, and even disarming it on the battlefield, covering it with explosive reactive armor, he was still no match for it without a willingness to perish together. While the explosive reactive armor certainly left the Skies class battered and looking quite pitiful, the consequence of such close combat was that only one of the Fire Knight's cannons was usable. And even the most skilled human damage control personnel couldn't rush into the front lines of direct fire to repair the turrets. But the AI could. Under the transport of automated repair machinery, the nano-self-healing material braved the broadside guns of the capital ship to perform desperate repairs. Munger stared in astonishment at the Skis-class destroyers, which seemed to grow stronger with each battle, their condition improving steadily. A bitter taste filled his mouth. Thank God, his greatest achievement had been a desperate explosion at the very beginning. Furthermore, because the communication network had been severed, the cruisers and destroyers accompanying him had lost command and were forced into a situation of fighting independently. Then he could only watch helplessly as the warships of his second and third tier families were brutally beaten by the helliship fleet. Even a frigate has dual tactical systems, it's outrageous. Munger muttered, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. He held out for a full 30 minutes, only managing to survive by the Flame Knight clinging tightly to the battleship, preventing it from receiving any main gun fire. When he finally received the report from the optical observation post that the Wildcat had self-destructed, engulfing his own command ship, Munger's tightly clenched lips, trembling with tension and fear, finally parted, revealing scarlet lips and tongue. Thick, stringy saliva, thick from sweating and dehydration, clung to his teeth. "Save me!" he finally cried out. What did the life or death of the next Behemoth family heir matter? What did the survival of the Behemoth family's battleships, built over a century, matter the elite of a first-class war family? What did the fleet staff possibly lose? None of that mattered as the life or death of his own family, those who depended on the family. I, a single battleship, held off a Skis class for 30 minutes. I haven't failed the Overlord. The rest I must consider for the family. Without the family's support, I'm nothing. This was Munger's only thought, and the reason he was so nervous he couldn't even speak. Not everyone is like Baikal Xiongfeng, who climbed his way up from poverty, without a family to back him, and dared to risk everything in a defensive battle. Desperate gambles are what the poor like to do. Rich kids value inheritance above all else. If they lose, they lose. As long as the family, the wealth, and their lives remain, they can patiently wait, and there will always be a chance to rise again. This is called a hidden dragon in the abyss. But the prerequisite is that you have to be a dragon. If he loses the Flame Knight and the thousands of family elites on board, if all the vassal families escorting him are wiped out, his family will be crippled. He, Mingda, may win the battle, but he will lose his life. He doesn't want that kind of ending. TSK, what a mess. Hey, need some help. Chu-He stood by the twisted and deformed docking bay, saying this, but he had no intention of ordering his damage control team to respond. Munger's face was grim, and he carried a faint, unpleasant odor. No need. He had just finished reading the damage report. The spaceship was badly damaged. Of the 200 hackers brought during the electronic warfare, 41 had their brains burned out, 33 had brain damage so severe they had to retire, and over 60 had minor injuries requiring at least a year of hospitalization. What a devastating loss. He heard that the Universal Alliance had invaded the Hell Legion's home base. How did Lieben manage to withstand the electronic warfare? Could the rumors of St. Ludwig's intervention be true? Could there really be a god? Putting this aside, he recalled the scene of Chu-He leading the ship to help. Chu-He clearly understood the capabilities of the Skis-class unmanned battleship from the start. While ordering his own ships to withdraw, he immediately took over, firing from the Skis-class's flanks. Simultaneously, he directed cruisers to intercept nearby hellish ships, only dispatching destroyers equipped with Reaper torpedoes and Fire Serpent missiles, weaving in and out to fire at the thrusters. The Skis class attempted to activate its tactical system to create distance and reposition its main guns, but was hit by over 50 Fire Serpent missiles, rendering it immobile and ultimately completely destroyed. His command was masterful, a true art form, calm and fluid. Your performance in actual combat is quite different from your simulations, Munger said with a half smile, his combat uniform bulging with urine. Chu-He remained calm. The AI in simulations is intellectually inferior. Without an AI core, realism is ultimately limited. It's nowhere near as easy as commanding living people. Munger nodded with a hum, not revealing anything. He now understood. It turned out that Chu-He, whom everyone mocked, actually possessed real talent. He himself had been narrow-minded. If I couldn't even see this, how strong could the son-in-law of the Overlord, whom everyone ridiculed, be? Thinking this, he couldn't help but ask, have you worked with the CEO of Huanyi United? Yes, why? What do you think of him? His tactics are fragmented, his skill level is mediocre, but his strategic vision far surpasses that of ordinary people. Chu-He shook his head, his operational, diplomatic, and economic abilities are unparalleled. With such external strength, his tactical level is secondary. To Munger's astonishment, Chu-He sighed, I read his holographic novel, which proposed that the outcome of a war is determined before it even begins. I used to dismiss it, but now I realize he must have been speaking from the heart. Be careful. Cool it down. Cool the skin. 99% skin burns. This isn't just a large area problem anymore. Severe fluid leakage, blindness. And you're still trying to cool the skin? Say one more word and I kill your mother. I told you to cool it down, so cool it down. The man's practically cooked. What's the point of worrying about skin? Can't we do skin grafts later? Live him first. The Supreme Staff specifically requested he live. Near the Scat class wreckage, the salvage platform, following a signal, detected a high-speed, black, twisting mass of metal. After much difficulty, they opened it and discovered it was the battleship captain's escape pod, inside which was Godzilla. He ran back to his escape pod before the Scat class self-destructed, closed it, and then relaunched it. Battleship captain escape pods were made with high-quality materials. Their design was specifically for launching before the battleship exploded to protect the captain. But he ran too late, failing to escape the danger zone before the self-destruction. The explosion, exceeding the design's capacity, destroyed most of the escape pod. Although the core remained undamaged, the pod, now without its temperature control system, became a sealed coffin of flames. Godzilla was scalded to this state by the scorching metal. When the hatch opened, a strong, meaty aroma filled the compartment. His limbs were curled up, resembling a grilled squid. To be alive was a stroke of luck. The equipment must have been reliable. Chapter 1184. The doctor frowned, examining Godzilla. Multiple organ failure, brain damage. There's no way to save him except with a body transplant. I remove his brain and put it in the life support pod. What is he saying as his lips move? This man was almost dead. Even if he survived, with a new body, he would lose most of his memory, and would need several years of recovery, essentially bidding farewell to the battlefield. The behemoth family member, who had narrowly escaped death during the boarding action, knelt down, weeping, and listened intently. A few seconds later, his ears were covered in a sticky, yellowish fluid, tears welled in his eyes, and snot dripped from his nose, swaying like two snakes in the weightless cabin, a sight that nearly gave the doctor a phobia of germs. The commander asked, "Is the Wildcat dead?" He hugged the battered Godzilla, his hand pressed against its charred remains. "We won! We won! The Wildcat was blown up. Our ship was sunk, but it can be repaired." Like a burnt corpse, the battered man forced a smile, finally managing a clearer voice. "Please, convey this to everyone, and to the Supreme Overlord. Godzilla Behemoth, mission accomplished." On Eden Star, Li Bin rubbed his chin. Damn, this Godzilla is quite heroic. He himself was charred and raw, yet he spoke of the war. Thinking about it, he was quite charming. Lan Yuan, however, was very dissatisfied with the battle. She didn't know why, but when the Overlord's people fought the Hell Legion, she always felt a sense of contempt, and this was the reason for their repeated losses. The encirclement was well prepared, the battleships spread out, blocking from all sides, inevitably creating weaknesses in the defenses. Therefore, a large number of heavy cruisers should be deployed to hold the line, with aircraft carriers providing escort to strengthen the encirclement. But what's with this Godzilla? Why are there so few cruisers providing cover? Does it really think that having a battleship advantage makes it invincible? The Hell Legion's Hella Dominator class can easily beat the Overlord's Dominator class like a spinning top. She suddenly spoke up. "Hey, doesn't the Overlord have a warrior class dreadnought? Where did that wrath of 10,000 armies go?" Li Bin said, "Oh, and the warrior class belongs to the Supreme Overlord's command. This battle was organized by the warlords on the southern front themselves, and the Supreme Overlord isn't too keen on getting involved." Lan Yuan frowned. "So small." "Angry?" "Not really," Li Bin explained. "Although the warrior-class ships didn't go, they haven't been idle. This ship is already a bit damaged, but it's still patrolling hyperspace, blocking any enemy ships that might approach the Samara system. Don't forget, there's still a Dawn-class dreadnought. If she also enters the Samara system, the two dreadnoughts combined, along with the fleet accompanying the Dawn-class, will probably wipe out all those dozen or so battleships." Lan Yuan scratched her head in annoyance. She hated this kind of situation where external tactics complicated the situation. She simply handed it over to the CO, said, "I'm taking people to review the battle," and left Isha and Li Bin behind, rushing off. Isha watched Lan Yuan's retreating figure and teased, "I'm afraid she's gone to find her lover." "Whatever, it's their private matter." Li Bin crossed his arms, quietly examining the projection, pulling out the data provided by the Human Coexistence Organization, and fell into deep thought. What are you thinking about? Seeing Li Bin's expression, ISA also sat up straight and became serious. According to intelligence provided by the Human Coexistence faction, even after its losses, the Ironheart destroyer still possesses between 180 and 200 battleships, along with 4 Afterglow motherships. Even after the Human Coexistence faction's withdrawal, the Ironheart destroyer dared not launch a large-scale invasion of the core sector. Precisely because of their fear of the Human Coexistence faction, their out-of-control AI was hesitant to act rashly. This number seems alarming, but in reality, without the nanovirus swarms, and with the cooperation of the Human Coexistence faction, the Human Coalition could already launch a counteroffensive. Once they locate the Afterglow motherships, they could turn the protracted war into a war of attrition. Without the Afterglow motherships, humanity is guaranteed victory. Li Bin said seriously, the Twilight mothership itself doesn't have the ability to travel through space. It needs to be towed by battleships to move. I was thinking. He looked up. Since the transfer is so slow, the nanobot swarm might catch up with the Twilight mothership in the future and begin to devour it. If we can't deal with a batch of Ironheart extinctioners quickly, then in the future we'd probably be facing more than 200 nanobot swarms, each with 4 Twilight motherships. That simulated personality named Lin Luoyu can use her extraordinary abilities. Li Bin took out a cigarette, and Isa picked up a cigarette from the table. He lit the lighter and handed it over. Amidst the swirling smoke, he made his decision. Contact Ruli for me. Send her all the ship components manufactured in the last month. Have her restart the Planet Killer experiment as soon as possible. One more time. Research and development is always faster than starting from scratch. Li Bin pursed his lips. The Human Coexistence faction has 557 battleships. They're currently marking relic ships and human territory ruins all over the Lost Star sectors in the north and east. I already summoned the Adventurer King back. In 3 months, we begin large-scale exploration and salvage. Completely empty the eastern and northern star systems. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table. I get the entire Perseus Alliance mobilized. We all share these resources and train new recruits. The Western Front will be handed over to the Interstellar Empire and the Keljev Tech Bureau Corporation. I lead the fleet south and try to annihilate a group of iron-willed annihilators. At the Eden Star Biological Research Center, Dong Lixiang was furious. While I was gone, you all became arrogant because no one was watching you, huh? You became complacent, huh? His face was stiff and rigid, his hand behind his back gripping the terminal. Experimental research efficiency dropped by 3 percentage points, and field biological sample collection and exploration operations were reduced by a staggering 33%. He glared at the crowd. What? You think you can fool me by covering up the data? You can fool me. Can you fool the AI core? Can you fool the logistics core? Dong Lixiang waved his hand, and a group of purple-clad law enforcement officers poured in from outside. Without a word, Dong Lixiang called out names one by one. Each time someone was called, an officer pounced on them and subdued them. The research center erupted in wailing and screaming. Dong Lixiang impatiently picked at his ear, shooing away those who hadn't been called out. Then, he looked at the restrained violators with a gentle expression. Don't worry, you won't die. His expression was sincere. The CO still needs you, so he won't kill you. Then, his tone shifted. However, your negligence is truly disheartening. To fully unleash your potential, it seems that neuromodulation reagents and neuroparasite surgery are inevitable. Amidst the desperate screams of the crowd, Dong Lixiang put his hands on his hips. It won't alter your memories. It just give you a pleasure even greater than sexual climax. What's so exciting about that? It's a blessing. Since you're unwilling to sacrifice for humanity, at least let you indulge in pleasure, right? Take them away. Dozens of people were dragged away like dead dogs. Dong Lixiang watched coldly, cursing inwardly. These people on Eden Star are being spoiled rotten by the CO. Outside, life and death rage, and humanity is in constant danger of collapse, yet they refuse to even go on field missions, citing danger as an excuse. Danger? Those genetically deficient bastards the breeding factory won't even take. Every field mission is accompanied by a night family. Even if you're in danger, can you be more dangerous than the soldiers fighting in New Star City? The terminal rang incessantly. Dong Lixiang glanced at the number and quickly answered. CO. Yes, it's me. It's all taken care of. Developing small to medium-sized bio-beasts for unmanned ships? Quantity over quality. Okay. No problem. Hanging up, Dong Lixiang's face darkened. Field missions are meant to collect information on hostile biosphere organisms on Eden Star. Last year's 33% shortfall due to negligence represents hundreds of organisms not yet included in the atlas, among which there might be organisms more suitable for the CO's needs. But now they can only search within the atlas. Dong Lixiang felt that things had been ruined before they even began by these idiots. Chapter 1185. The Edeonites fleet is on a large-scale deployment, intermingling with the Risk mining fleet, and roaming hyperspace in multiple routes. Since it had been announced the establishment of the Perseus Alliance, they have fought more than 20 battles, large and small. The nano-infected swarm seemed to be possessed. The various relic ships salvaged in the Lost Star sector in the southwestern part of the star field will return to attack the various star systems under Risk Mining's control. At first, Samarahan III didn't understand why this simulated personality named Lin Luoyu, who clearly possessed a thinking mode no less than that of a human, was so willing to be sacrificed. Until today, several months later, looking at the merchants huddled in the space station, refusing to move, she finally belatedly realized. The shipping lanes have been cut off by large-scale harassment by small waves of nano-infected swarms. Due to the special nature of the nano-infected swarms, all merchants traveling to and from Risk Mining, whether stopping at Win Mining's planets or leaving for other human forces, will face the strictest scrutiny, even if these orders originally came from Win Mining or other official forces. Furthermore, each time a nanoplague fleet is spotted, it's reported across the entire star system. Seeing the densely packed historical records of nanoplague sightings, which flying fleet wouldn't proceed with extreme caution? These merchants always travel in groups, refusing to trade unless their escort fleet is equivalent to half a large armed fleet. The nanoplague has become like a ferocious tiger on Jingyang Ridge. But this has created a major problem. Sailing requires waiting, and port calls involve cumbersome inspection procedures. As a result, time is running out. After all, no one knows how long it will take to gather enough manpower for each one-way trip. Merchants value profit over parting. I can lose my parents, children, wife, or husband, but I can't be without money. A trip to Fenghuang takes too much time, has too low a turnover rate, and carries too much risk. More importantly, if it takes too long, the order might be overdue and defaulted on. What normal merchant would do this kind of business, except for an unlimited aid order from a giant corporation? Damn it, we blocked our own aid supply. In Zwijing Kingdom, the landscape is picturesque, with lush forests, vines, and birdsong. On the top floor of the Parliament building, sitting beside Samarkand III, where his father had lived and worked for many years, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Prices in both Zwijing Kingdom and Fenghuang Mining were skyrocketing. Zwijing Kingdom was relatively better off, at least food wasn't a problem, but the shortage of ore and alloys was so great that they couldn't even build new ships. Fenghuang, on the other hand, was in dire straits. Ore was piling up unexportable, and food was scarce, with the people starving. The only option was to rely on a few transport ships to travel between the two sides' large fleets during battle, but this was a drop in the ocean. Although the profit margin for trading in Zwijing Kingdom and Fenghuang could reach 500%, merchants disliked the high mortality rate and overly cumbersome procedures, and were unwilling to come. At this moment, she missed her father terribly. If he were still alive, he would surely have thought of a solution, while she only knew how to send letters of appeal to various alliances, and repeatedly threatened to run away if they didn't help. But threats are always most effective the first time, and their effectiveness decreases with each subsequent use. Both the Fire Phoenix Alliance and the Central Great Covenant sent support, and the Lud Church, out of respect for Samarkand I, provided considerable support to the Edeonites in the name of the Lud Alliance. But this was all a drop in the ocean. The high-intensity combat and the deaths of their elite crew in the Cactus system had drastically reduced Zwijing Kingdom's combat potential. They now lacked ship components, and repairing their damaged vessels was extremely difficult. I heard that with the Overlord and the Universal Alliance, people are now more valuable than ships, but here, ships are more valuable than people. Samarkand III said, sipping his drink, a hangover cure beside him. She was even more diligent than her father. Whether drinking or eating, she would immediately stop to act upon receiving intelligence, displaying a sincere dedication, like someone who would wash their hair 3 times and eat 3 times. She also wholeheartedly accepted and made arrangements for pirate and adventurer teams that came to join her. She didn't even require any tests of faith. But as it turns out, politics and leadership are jobs that require talent. Hard work alone is meaningless. Gu Zhongyu could handle government affairs for only 3 or 4 hours a day, yet still maintain firm control over the entire Zwijing Kingdom. He could also undermine foreign interests, flirt with his secretary, and even spend over 10 days traveling in a spaceship through the lost contact hyperspace, while still remotely influencing Samarkand I's Zwijing sect. Samarkand III, on the other hand, dared not leave Zwijing Kingdom. If she were to disappear for even a day or two, the faction-ridden Zwijing Kingdom could be seized by mindless radicals, who would then send their entire fleet to the battlefield, where it would be destroyed by Lin Luoyu. Unfortunately, her grandmother, Samarkand I, was a saint, controlling her people entirely through religious authority. This path was no longer viable for Samarkand III. Under her father's leadership, Zwijing Kingdom had essentially become secularized. Those radicals only held partial power within the military. They were not recognized by the common people. The gate opened, and Ziyun quietly strolled to Samarkand III's side, leaning down to whisper affectionately in her ear, "Want to rest for a bit?" Startled, Samarkand III frowned. "Can't you see I'm busy?" Upon returning, Samarkand III, following her father's advice, killed Yushi, arranged for Ziyun to marry into the family, and entrusted her husband with the control of the space bomber. Now, as a son-in-law, Ziyun, along with her father's loyal subordinates, were Samarkand III's trump cards in suppressing the radical faction within the army. Good news. After her marriage to Samarkand III, Ziyun took over the Zwijing Kingdom's army. In the months since, the former pirate king had become much more haggard and mature. The Perseus Alliance's military aid has arrived. The diplomatic envoy is Jeffrey, the one who once served as Li Bin's first mate and funded his rise to power. The implication was clear. Their sincerity was considerable. Samarkand III looked up with a start, overjoyed. Finally here. Since the establishment of the Perseus Alliance, the Interstellar Empire had integrated its own logistics core with the Universal Alliance's logistics core, coordinating the allocation of Alliance resources. Imports and exports had entered a semi-planned era. Although most regions were still outside the control of the logistics core, this consistency meant that military aid needed to be allocated. Several months had passed, and Samarkand III still thought Li Bin hadn't forgiven her, and was withholding the shipment. She never expected it to finally arrive today. She hurriedly took the orbital elevator to the space station. Because of her long hours of mental exertion, she had forgotten to ask what the Purple Cloud military aid was. When she saw the massive fleet filling the port, she was stunned. "Greetings, Samarkand III of Zwijing Kingdom. I am Jeffrey, the Perseus Alliance's special envoy. We met before." Jeffrey's scarred face made his smile seem ugly, and his words inadvertently referenced Samarkand III's humiliating past capture. In the past, she would have certainly erupted in anger. But now Samarkand III couldn't wait to hug and kiss Jeffrey's head. Chapter 1186. At the Lefjing Nationalist Naval Port, Jeffrey handed over a terminal. "This is a detailed list of military aid. Please take a look." Taking the terminal, Samarkand III was astonished. 3 Prometheus-class suicide ships, 24 Huading-class suicide ships, and 64 Drum-class suicide ships. Where did your company get so many suicide ships? They were modified, of course. Jeffrey smiled calmly. Seeing Samarkand III's stunned expression, he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh, you didn't know. Your father, Mr. Gu Zhongyu, sent a message to Saint Samarkand I during the defense of the Cactus system. She gifted us all the ship blueprints for the Left Path sect, hoping we could take care of the Left Path ship system and produce military aid ships. The Left Path Offensive class and Left Path Legion class, and the Castella class require separate production lines. We don't have that many workers right now, but we still have the capacity to modify civilian ships into fuel ships using wreckage. We gathered a batch of civilian fuel ships, modified them in the West Wind system, and then transported them here. Am I dreaming?" Samarkand III's mind was reeling. Zwijingwa had once abandoned its plan for suicide ships based on sheer numbers, but due to the rapidly deteriorating situation, even having suicide ships became a luxury. Actually, after receiving the blueprints, the CEO ordered a special production line to be set up and several shipyards to be requisitioned specifically for producing suicide ships, since these things are very effective against the nanovirus swarm. Samarkand III almost wept. Even in death, his father was still helping him. Jeffrey continued, "This is the first batch of military aid. The second batch will include some Bowhead Whale-class ships, but we don't have enough personnel for training. Of course, we will provide training materials, but they will require the use of training equipment. In these special times, we hope you can set aside your doctrines and use them." "Understood." Samarkand III nodded, wiping away tears. Furthermore, Jeffrey scratched his head. "The CEO asked me to convey that he hopes your company can train as many basic Bowhead Whale-class crew members as possible. We are willing to exchange these people for more military aid." The true intention was revealed. It was known that even with the entire alliance sending manpower, the Universal Union would need 2 to 3 years to fill all the Bowhead Whale-class positions. So how to expand the crew? The answer was to generously use other forces' resources to train them. This force couldn't be too powerful. For example, a hegemon like Sindar was obviously unsuitable. They would definitely train a group of agents to gather intelligence. This force couldn't be too unfamiliar either. Forces like the Apex Design Group and the Maritime Bureau, with whom he had no connections and whose intelligence departments had weak influence, were also unacceptable to Li Bin. Therefore, he set his sights on the Left Path Kingdom. The crew of Zwijing Kingdom, influenced by Gu Zhongyu, were of higher quality than those of the Zwijing cult. Coincidentally, the Bowhead Whale-class warships weren't particularly high-tech, making their training costs relatively low. Furthermore, Samarkand III was very obedient to his father, and Zwijing Kingdom was facing a life-or-death crisis. They didn't have time for these matters. Samarkand III's current need was self-preservation, not expansion. Based on the basic crew training, we will increase the amount of military aid, Jeffrey coughed. Samarkand III's expression stiffened. This sounded like human trafficking. He looked at his husband, but Ziyun remained calm. As a former pirate king, human trafficking was too simple for her. It wasn't like dismembering people for organ harvesting or selling slaves. It was purely a military transaction, practically non-existent. Seeing his wife's expression, Ziyun instantly understood and gasped, "Please enlighten me, Ambassador." This was a plea for Jeffrey to clarify things further, so he could persuade Samarkand III with incentives. Jeffrey licked his lips, glancing left and right. "This is just my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with the CO. Understood, Ziyun nodded. The higher-up's idea is good. Any problems are simply due to overreaching below. Thoughtful, Jeffrey nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that Ziyun and Samarkand III complemented each other quite well. In my opinion, about 2,000 crew members would be needed for a Bowhead Whale-class ship. If your company can provide 10,000 crew members who meet the Alliance's basic seaman standards within a year, I think sending an additional ship wouldn't be a problem. So many people, can your company handle them? Samarkand III asked doubtfully. Jeffrey shook his head. This is for the entire Alliance. The CO will be heading south soon to combat the runaway AI, thus limiting the expansion potential of the nanovirus swarm. The Fire Phoenix Alliance will focus on defense, while we will focus on offense. Meanwhile, on the Western Front, we also need to cooperate with the Lud Alliance to blockade hyperspace and build firebreaks. All of this requires ships. It's always the case that people wait for ships, not ships waiting for people. With so many forces and forges in the Alliance, unified planning and production are more than enough. In fact, not only Jeffrey, as a special envoy, but also a diplomatic team had already arrived at FSF Military Company, placing an order for tens of thousands of crew members. Although FSF Military Company had already joined the Fire Phoenix Alliance with a perpetual employment agreement, it didn't prevent them from still agreeing to this contract. FSF Military Company's ships and current crew members would belong to the Fire Phoenix Alliance. Training a new batch wouldn't be a problem. FSF Military Company's reputation in warfare is as solid as Mr. Lee's reputation in business. They even undertaken massive construction on an undeveloped planet within the star system, building a military base specifically to train crew members for the Universal Alliance to control the Bowhead Whale-class ships, preventing Overlord agents from spying on them. No wonder their fleet has no shortage of employers. Their reputation speaks for itself. Besides that, we also brought 5 ships of Atlas-class alloys, ship components, and daily necessities, which is also part of the military aid. Jeffrey carefully chose his words. Next, we head to Risk Mining. The CO has a message for you. Please speak. Samarkand III listened attentively. If things become unmanageable and immigration is necessary, the Alliance wants to buy all of your company's industrial facilities. We don't have any unmanned factories, and our demand for manned factories is huge. The CO said this sounds like profiteering, but he guarantees, in his personal reputation, that he will provide sufficient compensation. Samarkand III and Ziyun exchanged a glance. Over 60% of the factories in Zwijing Kingdom are not operating due to resource scarcity. No matter how many factories there are now, without resources, they're useless. Survival is the priority. She considered for a moment, then tentatively asked, I wonder if Mr. Li Bin would be interested in leasing them first. Oh! Jeffrey became interested. Could it be that I have an unexpected bonus this time? It's like this, to be honest. Looking at the current situation in the star system, apart from the Loot Alliance and the Perseus Alliance, the other alliances aren't offering much assistance. Although it's better than before when they weren't spending any coins, the improvement is limited. They're busy with internal integration, and if this continues, we might not be able to hold out. Chapter 1187. But regardless of whether we can hold out in the future, as the leader of the Left Path Kingdom, I have the obligation and responsibility to find an easier path for its people. Samarkand III remembered her father's instructions and placed complete trust in Li Bin, even though she herself was reluctant. Therefore, why don't we first lease the production capacity to the Persis Alliance? You can send someone to take the factory away, calculate the cost in star coins based on the turnover, and then exchange that for supplies for transportation. The escort costs and fleet rental costs can be directly deducted from the rental fee. Jeffrey's heart skipped a beat. Ziyun immediately added, if it really comes to immigration, we sell you a portion of this production capacity in exchange. In return, we hope your alliance can send reinforcements to cover our immigration. If we successfully hold out, we also sell a portion of our production capacity to the alliance to pay for transporting the factories back. How about that? That's a good idea. Jeffrey was eager to try, but feigned reluctance. Oh dear, this adds a lot of trouble for no reason. I go discuss it with the CEO first, and let you know the results as soon as possible. Okay. After Jeffrey left, the couple watched the rapidly loading and unloading operations at the port, and the airport civilians and military personnel whose morale had soared after receiving military aid. Ziyun felt somewhat uneasy. I apologize for taking the liberty of suggesting selling some factories. Samarkand III shook his head. You did the right thing. Our current predicament is that even selling ourselves is difficult. The Universal Alliance is reliable but too far away, the Ludovic Alliance is reliable but requires defending the Western Front, and their more closed doctrines won't support our enlightened regime interfering. Our way out is to sell everything we can and strive to protect the interests of the Left Front state. To be honest, he reminded me, I'm planning to sell the planets outside the Mercy Galaxy to ambitious people. Whoever wants to buy them can buy them. We lease all the factories outside the Mercy Galaxy to the Universal Union first. It's the Persis Alliance, Ziyun reminded him. It's all the same. Samarkand III shook his head. The entire Persis Alliance, because of Li Bin's previous management and marriage alliances, is practically his backyard. What I'm worried about now is whether Li Bin will agree to lease them. Ziyun smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, Boss Li will definitely agree. Judging from the Universal Union's recent actions and their public demand for immigration, they wish they could double their factories in an instant. Li Bin, amidst his busy schedule, received Jeffrey's call. After listening quietly, he immediately made a decision. Agree. Jeffrey, you done a great job. Summarize this model, create a complete and detailed SOP, standard operating procedure, and then take this SOP to Risk Mining, mentioning the same conditions. Jeffrey swallowed hard. Me? Yes. If you need anything, just contact Alyosha. He grant you permission to remotely borrow the I-Core. Okay. Jeffrey scratched his head. But can we really squeeze out that much production capacity? Our current number of forges is only short of enough supporting factories. Li Bin roughly calculated using the I-Core and laughed. For every large factory we rent, the production capacity we need to allocate for them is just a drop in the ocean. Oh right, don't just focus on factories. Try to poach workers and engineers too. Buy them if you can, if not, entice them to immigrate, and if that doesn't work, lease them. I designate a continent in Granada as an industrial zone specifically for these people. They'd be responsible for producing the Bowhead Whale class, the offensive 1 Malawang Kwacha, and suicide ships, without contact with our own personnel. Benefits and treatment will be on par with 80% of our company's workers. Furthermore, some of the factories in Zwijing Kingdom will be relocated to the West Wind system. I will allocate a damaged forge there. The West Wind system will become the Alliance's industrial bridgehead for foreign trade with the Core Star system, and all goods will be listed on the Prism-Free port, increasing our influence there. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table. Shipping from the Universal Union has severely delayed our product sales and aid across the entire star system. Now, the Alliance has lifted military alerts among itself, and these fleets will be deployed to the border. The West Wind system will become a major industrial hub on the Alliance's southern front. Will the live streaming King and the 13 holographic novel studios agree? Jeffrey asked. After all, the West Wind Galaxy's main business is holographic novels. They will agree. I gave them a condition they can't refuse. After the live streaming King steps down, he will be directly promoted to Deputy Minister of the Alliance's Propaganda Department, overseeing all holographic novel promotion within the Alliance, working alongside Conning. The holographic novel studios will also enjoy full tax discounts within the territory, as well as Alliance military support, guaranteeing their bargaining power for external sales. In this way, the West Wind Galaxy will maintain and retain long-term dominance over holographic novels across the entire star system. What kind of bullshit business warfare is this? What fleet do you have to protect your industry? My West Wind Galaxy has hundreds of capital ships behind it. If you dare to wage business warfare, I physically destroy you. With the final agreement reached, Jeffrey and Li Bin quickly began to regret their decision. If only we had given more military aid. 5 Atlas-class ships, who can they possibly use? They can't even hold many factories. If only we had sent more, 1 per planet. Trading cheap industrial products for outdated but highly reliable and easy-to-use factories. That's a lucrative business opportunity. But this kind of business depends on timing. On Eden Star, Li Bin, who had been working tirelessly for 2 months, stretched his legs out on the table and exhaled a long, satisfying breath. All done. Finally, the economic framework of the colony and the alliance was established, and the missing crew, workers, and immigrants were all filled. It wasn't easy. Dozens of AI cores, a staff of 3,000 civil servants, plus supporting civil servants brought in by the Keljev Tech Bureau Corporation. It was all done. Outside the governor's mansion, the exchange of Eden Coin physical currency for Alliance Coin was underway, and e-wallets had been completely replaced with Alliance Coin, resolving the exchange rate issue. Now, the busiest people weren't Li Bin anymore, but rather the police systems and hackers throughout the Alliance. They were tracing the network, investigating financial giants in various locations who were attempting to profit from exchange rate differences by using large amounts of capital to speculate on local currencies and Alliance currencies, local currencies against each other, and currencies against commodities. Frankly, Li Bin doesn't care about individual actions like this. A little profit is fine with them. But large financial institutions operating like this could easily disrupt the financial market through high-frequency trading. Finance, in essence, doesn't create value, it's a secondary market for value. The massive profits these financial giants swallow each time come from the real economy, and even from countless ordinary households. This isn't just ordinary profiteering, it's profiting from national crisis, and a heavy blow is necessary. Besides, confiscating assets is an inherent part of government revenue generation. They can't ignore it. You financial giants can run away, and your online accounts can go to any power, but Li Bin can use his indirect connections to coerce and bribe local authorities to return them. As for you personally, if you can escape, you're this thumbs up. But with hundreds of battleships and nearly 1,000 cruisers, if you can escape, I'm this thumbs up backwards. Chapter 1188. 2 Atlas JYD, Hyena Mineral Version, class transport ships, escorted by the White Stone Fleet, swayed and rocked as they entered the jump point. This civilian transport ship, the size of a capital ship, was shaped like a Y, wider than the Atlas class. Its purpose was to structurally meet the needs of rapid loading and unloading and partitioning. Its Y-shaped hull could directly occupy 2 berths, simultaneously utilizing the robotic arms, gantry cranes, and transport equipment of both berths. Its built-in structural partitioning allowed the ship to simultaneously transport highly classified military supplies and civilian orders. The left and right sections were different, allowing the ship owner to secure military orders from major corporations while also taking on other orders to increase profits. As a skilled immigrant, Mario, who had paid for his own transport, stood quietly in front of the spacious observation deck, waiting with the other immigrants. The glass panels of the observation deck were all de-energized, isolating the inside from the outside. This type of glass is transparent when powered and opaque when de-energized, effectively protecting ordinary people lacking hyperspace jump experience when passing the jump point, preventing them from experiencing more severe dizziness. Several tens of minutes later, the restarted spaceship began broadcasting. Dear immigrants, the orchid grass has arrived in the Eden system. This ship will activate the observation deck circuitry in 10 seconds. Please be aware of the time. A large crowd gathered. A quick glance revealed at least 200 people. Mario was confident in his estimate. He was a resident of an ancient planet, a desert planet with several enormous domed cities, outside which lay the ruins of the pre-collapsed human realm. Because the ruins were so scattered, the corporation hadn't used its official salvage team, instead outsourcing the work to adventurers and hunters, who would only operate recycling stations. Residents of the domed city would never venture out to make a living unless they were desperately struggling financially or burdened by debt. The harsh climate, thin air, and the acrid air pollution from repeated tactical bombing raids were not easily adapted to by those raised in a greenhouse. Mario ran a secondary scrap metal recycling station in a settlement outside the Dome City. The license came from his grandfather, passed to his mother, and then to him 3 years ago when she passed away. Yes, Mario was one of the rare individuals with parents, though he didn't know who his father was. In fact, in places where giant corporations had little or no influence, the number of androids born in the breeding factories was not the absolute majority. In these dangerous and harsh environments, only families with generations of inheritance could afford to purchase vouchers from corporations and pass on their wealth. Mario was able to buy his own ticket by selling the secondary scrap metal station and the vouchers he earned. He abandoned familiar connections and his family business, following the beautiful dreams woven by holographic novels and advertisements, to seek a way out at Eden Star. Most of the people gathered at the observation deck were like him, Mario. He recalled his experience driving an electric tricycle across the Red Gobi Desert, the vehicle crawling along in temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, weaving between rock-carved settlements, collecting everything the small settlements had dug from the ruins. The large settlements were occupied by powerful recycling companies. They could eat their fill without leaving town. Only lone wolves like him had to venture deep into different places, earning money through hard work. Those were the people the giant corporations considered middle class. Someone like him, even with the means of production, was too far removed from the corporation's definition of middle class. Mario even worked part-time as a repairman, earning extra money with the weapons and equipment repair skills his mother taught him, and the rudimentary hacking skills he illegally learned online. He also ran a business unclogging old sewers. This was lucrative. It involved smelting alloys in a furnace, repairing sewer damage, and even selling bags of concrete. Occasionally, he used his laser gun and, with the help of friends, hunt down rats and mutated reptiles larger than babies living in the sewers, selling their hides and flesh directly to the settlement. A good business indeed. With his skills and the means to immigrate, Mario passed the immigration screening and successfully secured a place in the Orchid Grass's premium immigration cabin. The process of the glass activating its transparency made Mario's heart leap into his throat. He sold all his possessions to come here. Despite the repeated advertising from Colorful Galaxy Company and the holographic novel, which he believed, he was still nervous. What if? What if it's fake? What if it's not as good as advertised? Can I live a better life here? In that instant, doubts about the future erupted. His fellow villagers, hearing of his plans to immigrate, spoke with a mixture of envy and goodwill. Good heavens, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Exactly. Those giant corporations are the biggest exploiters. Out here, except for the bad air quality, everything is better than in the city. Except for buying things, you don't pay taxes on anything. Unlike in the city, where you have to pay to use the toilet even to take a dump, here you can even sell your poop. You lost your mind. Selling the shop cuts off your escape route. If you go to the city and can't make it, you can always come back. But if you move to another planet, another star system, and something happens, how will you ever get back? Mario trembled with increasing fear. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. He looked up and was speechless at the sight before him. Over 80 destroyers and frigates, adorned with holographic advertisements, surrounded the immigrant ship. Alluring curves, tempting food, various product catalogs, guides, law firms, security, bodyguards, job postings, accommodation, pet sales. The ships were a dazzling display, a feast for the eyes. Further outwards from these ships was a hastily constructed, unidentifiable contraption made from 4 or 5 meteorites, each less than a kilometer in diameter. Dear passengers, this ship will be stopped at the Eden Star jump point for 24 hours for inspection. During this period, passengers can enter and exit the ship with their identification. Passengers interested in the meteorite commercial street near the jump point are free to travel there. For details, please open your personal terminal and connect to the ship's network. Mario hurriedly opened his terminal like everyone else, and after the network connection was established, he entered the so-called Meteorite Commercial Street webpage. The unfolding holographic projection displayed advertisements for hundreds of small businesses. Clicking on one at random, sweet or aloof voices popped up, shouting out various advertising slogans. Kaiwan Snack Shop, offering 3,000 kinds of food from Eden Star, all in one place. Only 5-star coins. 5-star coins. 24-hour unlimited self-service. Live action plus holographic projection covering the fun pavilion, gentle maids, strong male butlers, effeminate boys, blonde paradise. Customizable scenes, customizable storylines, customizable characters. Giving you a different experience. Order now, and get a free full-body spa, essential oil back massage, dragon hand and foot massage. Unified law firm, divorce cases, mistress takeovers, open family property notarization, sexual consent certificates, masseuse rental. Consultation fee 300 alliance coins per hour. Buy 2 hours get 1 hour free. Wow! Mario swallowed hard. Now this is what it means to go to the city. Chapter 1189. 18 hours later, Mario, drained of both money and energy, shakily returned to the immigrant ship, leaning against the connecting passageway. It was too brutal. His assets, worth 21 star coins, had been sold off. All the belongings left behind, except for the heirlooms of his family, had been largely devoured by the giant corporation. He had bought a ship ticket intending to exchange the money for Alliance coins on Eden Star, then use it as initial capital to restart his business. But in less than a day, it was all gone. The dazzling array of goods and services had made him forget the mundane world. Now, back on Earth, Mario was heartbroken. The security guard at the gate grinned broadly. "How's it going? All your money gone?" Mario nodded timidly. The guard shook his head. "It's all right, not much money, you earn it back quickly." "I lost 21 star coins," Mario said weakly. "Good heavens!" the security guard exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Did you go gambling?" Mario shook his head, shyly explaining that the people back home were all rather unattractive due to the long-term exposure to toxic air and sandstorms. He met some girls here, and they dazzled him. Add to that the various delicacies and potions, and after getting half drunk, he got carried away and spent all his money in one go. The security guard hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Hey buddy, what have you been doing?" "I've forgotten too. I couldn't remember anything after playing for a while," Mario said sheepishly. "Is it possible my account was stolen?" "That's impossible," the security guard shook his head. "Ever since merchants started organizing games around the jump point, the CO has allowed various corporations and capital to drag meteorites around the jump point to build commercial sites, paying taxes weekly. Now all the entertainment industries in the Eden system have moved here. Even locals occasionally come to hang out, but there are patrols monitoring them. If someone actually did that, they'd be wiped out before they even sobered up. The AI Corps and the civil servants would love for them to do that." Mario wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. "Look at you, you good for nothing." The security guard shoved him. "Get in there. Don't block their way. This little bit of money might be a fortune elsewhere, but it's nothing here. An average person can save up that in 5 or 6 years. You're a skilled immigrant. With luck, it'd only take a year or 2. "Really?" Mario perked up again, like celery that absorbed water. Relying on this hope given to him by the security guard, he managed to get to the space station. Having run out of funds, he didn't even have time to appreciate the bustling space station. He hurriedly followed the guide to the nearest office. Everyone else booked ground accommodation first. He was the only one who asked about work first. After reviewing his information, the AI waiter smiled broadly. "Hello. Based on your skills, we offer 2 options. The first is to undergo further training and then seek employment. The company can provide an interest-free loan for the costs, but a work contract is required. You can work in hacking, engineering maintenance, archaeology." Without hesitation, Mario blurted out, "The second one." "I choose the second one." "Okay," the AI continued smiling. "Based on your needs, we have approximately 1982 suitable job openings." Mario immediately asked, "Which one is the most lucrative?" "Hyperspace salvage." "Great. I go for hyperspace salvage." Mario replied immediately. "Sorry, you haven't passed the background check yet. You're not eligible." The AI's smile was endearingly naive. Mario gritted his teeth, feeling a nameless anger rising within him, but the thought that he was responsible for his current situation extinguished that anger. His grandfather, Luigi, had once told him not to blame others for his mistakes, but to always strive to improve himself. When mistakes are made, the focus should be on making amends and growing, not on resentment. Besides, this was someone else's territory. The political review made sense. While the specifics of hyperspace salvage were unclear, its high lucrative position suggested something special. So they patted their faces, controlling their emotions. "Then please remove all the positions I'm not qualified for." "What's the highest paying one left?" "The colonial plumber," the AI replied. "Viscount Finn of the Riverbank is currently expanding his fiefdom city, building a small camp for his daughter Angela. This requires constructing new underground waterways from the existing city, and completely renovating the existing sewers. In addition, the Millennium family plans to build 3 border repair stations to meet the family's night repair needs. Currently, two companies are offering a base salary of 800,000 Alliance coins per year, equivalent to 9-star coins. The other is 720,000 Alliance coins per year. Mario was dumbfounded. What's so difficult about being a plumber? Is it worth 9-star coins, or is it just basic pay? Because Xinjiang City is currently undergoing expansion, most of the local labor force is concentrated there. The Bismarck family's riverbank and the Millennium family's mechanical city are located in remote areas, making them inconvenient for living. Furthermore, the construction site is outside the city, where we encounter hostile biosphere, especially when digging into the ground, which will lead to attacks from various small local creatures. Mario clicked his tongue, thinking, how dangerous could it be? I know about giant beasts, but even if small creatures are dangerous, can they be as dangerous as the mutated two-headed rats from my hometown? Or thousands of fist-sized, germ-laden alien cockroaches? I do it. Riverbank, I'm in. Mario gritted his teeth and agreed. Okay, please follow the red arrow to the expedited passage behind me to the work area for a comprehensive medical examination and physical fitness test. After Mario left, the AI quickly packaged all of Mario's data since boarding the ship and sent it to the Alpha Core, PPSH. PPSH then processed the data and distributed it to several beta cores specifically responsible for personality simulation and background analysis. This data was analyzed by 8 AI cores before finally entering a circular building. Inside the building were hundreds of cabins, housing civil servants, who were connected to the space station's internal network via neural links, processing government affairs rapidly through the neural network. Utilizing the neural network, the civil servants' work efficiency was 4 times faster than in reality. A few seconds later, a civil servant stamped the document and moved on to the next. With both machine and human review approved, Mario's information was officially filed, making him a member of the Universal Union. The entire process took 10 minutes, with 7 minutes spent queuing for the files. These 7 minutes represent the data backlog time within the Universal Union's bureaucratic system, from uploading data to the start of processing. On January 1st, 221 star calendar, the Eden Star Civil Service System processed 1876 immigrant files, including 1531 ordinary immigrants and 345 high-level immigrants. Mario's file, due to the comprehensiveness of his professional skills, the richness of his work experience, and his excellent performance in the Riverbank Skills Assessment, was immediately transferred to the Special Agent Department's political review process. Skilled immigrants like him, worthy of attention, are converging on Eden Star from human colonies across the star system, aboard immigration ships of all sizes. Chapter 1190. Talent recruitment is underway, and Li Bin has already arrived on Iron Forge. Originally intended as a reserve for nano-forges to prevent the complete loss of forges in a single attack, Iron Forge is now shrouded in a red planetary shield. The gray bombardment of metal planets, protected by the shield, keeps asteroids pulled away by gravity. These shattered asteroids form a planetary ring around Iron Forge. The company's mining fleet circles this ring, collecting and refining the minerals. In reality, the Universal Alliance's demand for these ores is relatively small, making the collection from the planetary ring less significant. However, it's necessary to create the illusion that our company is comprehensively collecting metals to meet production needs for other powers. Vulcan, as the honorary minister, reported to Li Bin, as per your request, I thoroughly investigated Iron Forge. Because new immigrants are prohibited from working here, and the intelligence departments are under heavy surveillance, there's no fertile ground for spies. Furthermore, with the logistics corps monitoring the inflow and outflow of materials, corruption was within expectations. After taking down one person as a warning, I began focusing on public welfare projects. Li Bin nodded, and Vulcan, as if gaining immense courage, continued, because of the planetary environment's poor conditions, the workers from Eden, accustomed to its beauty, find Ironforge's environment repulsive. I plan to build a new domed city nestled between 3 mountains on the edge of the existing domed city, incorporating small grasslands, forests, beaches, and an artificial ocean for workers and their families to vacation in. This way, we can handle employee vacations locally and make vacation rights a regular benefit, thus incentivizing employees. This makes perfect sense. Employee fatigue and aesthetic burnout can lead to decreased work motivation. Simply offering monetary compensation and quick dopamine-inducing activities isn't the best approach. Providing healthy recreational options such as a supportive environment, good food, and cultural activities helps build employees' mental well-being and subtly maintains their overall health. Most importantly, by offering superior benefits and creating a superior social and work atmosphere, employees develop a sense of belonging, making them less likely to consider offers from other companies. Li Bin instructed, encourage employees to interact more, organize cultural and sports activities, and help them develop more friendships. Work partners, life partners, travel partners, shopping partners. While we don't encourage open-ended families and chaotic lifestyles, these are detrimental to stability and our ability to monitor society and find spies. We must encourage them to make friends. The departure of one work partner can trigger a chain reaction, causing an entire workshop, an entire assembly line to leave. Drawing on his experience working for capitalists in both his previous lives, Li Bin said, workers aren't civil servants, they don't have guaranteed jobs. Once they feel the environment is bad, they become dissatisfied and leave for the sake of the star currency. But the existence of work partners and other partners can foster a positive mindset in workers. I have so many good friends and buddies. No matter how much money you offer, it's not as important as my happiness. Vulcan nodded repeatedly. Li Bin sat in his carrier-based aircraft, circling above the massive, deep underground domed city. Although it is an industrial city, Ironforge Dome City's surface buildings are all residential areas, unlike other industrial planet dome cities that, in pursuit of profit and efficiency, house the residents of each factory underground. Therefore, although one can see crisscrossing pipes and various industrial facilities, these buildings are all checkpoints used for surveillance. The surface area is mostly comprised of high-rise residential areas and bustling commercial centers. The entire domed city resembles a small kingdom. Occasionally, one can even see the cumbersome automated machinery redeveloped by Universal Union based on its secondary hibernation chamber recovery technology. These spider-like machines, with legs over 10 meters long, can move between streets without interfering with pedestrians and vehicles. Li Bin first inspected the lowest level nano-forging furnace factory area before coming up. This was the last part. Vulcan handed over more specific data. There are currently 180,000 people on Ironforge, of whom 20,000 are children unable to work, and over 200 are elderly people completely unable to work. Li Bin frowned at the data. Why are there so few children? 160,000 people. Even if they form families in pairs, there should be 80,000 children. Vulcan explained softly, Captain, some of these 160,000 people are adults, who entered the workforce at their first birthday celebration. He'd forgotten that interstellar humans reach adulthood at 8, can begin practical training at 6, and start working at 8 in the simplest jobs, beginning to support their families, and save money for marriage. Furthermore, Ironforge's policy of only accepting income and not giving out income results in even greater subsidies, allowing children to start working early and earning money. With a fully fledged working-age child emerging every 8 years, these working-class families have likely already accumulated enough capital to become middle-class in other factions. No wonder monopolistic capital and major powers primarily exist in family structures. With an 8-year generation, even if a couple only has 2 children in their lifetime, a new round of reproduction begins once the children reach adulthood. In just a few decades, a family can have hundreds of members. If they were even bolder, and their marriage prospects even more open, 1,000 people would be more than enough. Such a rapid accumulation of wealth. You know what? The seemingly foolish many children, many blessings novels of my past life actually seem to hold true here. Li Bin even began to suspect that the open-mindedness of humanity in the Perseus star system might have been designed by monopolistic capital to completely eliminate the possibility of the lower classes rising in status through the many children, many blessings principle. While deep in thought, the carrier-based aircraft passed through the planetary shield and entered the space station. The Ironforge Star Space Station was larger than any other space station in the Universal Union. Having been upgraded and expanded to a Level 3 space station, the Ironforge Star Space Station, relying on the Universal Union's inexhaustible supply of alloys, was over 48 kilometers long after its construction. The entire space station was expanded and modified based on the ancient triangular space station of the Overlord era. Dozens of state-owned shipyards are concentrated here, with hundreds of docks, including over 40 large docks that allow the construction of battleship-sized ships. The extended mooring areas, like the claws of a spider, stretch out 66 claws, transforming the Ironforge Space Station into a steel rose. Currently, the Ironforge Space Station is simultaneously constructing 8 Bowhead Whale class, 4 Atlas class, 3 Prometheus class, and 10 Zonzi class ships. The average construction period is 5 months, with a maximum delivery time of 7 months. The current manpower shortage is 67,000. We are conducting repeated reviews and assessments from Eden Star, planning to transfer some wounded, veterans, and technicians from the core fleet to here. Li Bin nodded in satisfaction. ISA's arrangement is correct. Ironforge Star offers the best benefits in the company, and the loyalty requirements are also the highest. Veterans, technicians, and damage control personnel who have fought alongside us should be given priority. It's unreasonable for us to suffer the hardships, while those who come later enjoy the benefits first. Oh, by the way, what about Offensive 1 Malawin Kwacha? Li Bin asked, remembering something. Vulcan shook his head. Progress is slow. Although 3 docks have been brought in, and workers and engineers have been assigned, the assembly line adjustments are still underway, and the modernization of the compartments according to our needs also requires time for testing. It will be about 1 or 2 years before the first one can barely be launched. Vulcan then patted his chest and assured them, but once it's successfully launched, the experience can be immediately disseminated. We will suspend manpower on civilian ships and fully dedicate ourselves to the Offensive 1 Malawin Kwacha. According to the AI Corps' estimates, the construction difficulty of the Offensive 1 Malawin Kwacha is actually similar to that of the Bowhead Whale class. Considering the sheer amount of armor and the difficulties brought by the compartments, the most troublesome aspect of the Offensive 1 Malawin Kwacha is actually its main gun system. If we can successfully overcome that, the entire production time can be reduced to 5 to 6 months per dock. Chapter 1191. Granada Star, on the edge of the great wilderness near the sea. The ruins of Poseidon's fortress, once the site of one of the 3 major local warlords, stand in the shallow sea, towering amidst the rolling brown, polluted waves, like the corpse of a titan. Corroded by the toxic ocean, even the base, made of human-derived alloy, is covered in rust. From afar, it resembles a climbing vine covered in green leaves and red flowers. But closer to the coastline, the environment transforms dramatically. A ring of high-grade concrete dams, starting from 2 headlands, blocks the ocean. Through a complex chemical purification and reverse osmosis membrane system, not only is clear freshwater filtered out, but large quantities of chemical raw materials are also extracted. A large chunk of the beach and seabed rocks has been completely excavated, the polluted land towed away, and a concrete base laid. White waves gush out from the outlet, forming an artificial torrent. This is the place that provides drinking water for the entire wasteland. Compared to collecting ice rock asteroids, it's more time-consuming and labor-intensive, but its advantage lies in providing local water security during wartime. The clear blue freshwater and the polluted, yellowish ocean are separated by a gray dam, clearly distinct. Li Bin points to the giant's remains. I say, let's dismantle this thing. It can be recycled. Why keep it? The main structure is being preserved to reverse engineer the frame production technology of the Poseidon Fortress, and reverse engineering of the material proportions is also underway. The local research team is weak, and the scientists recruited from the academy are tracking the fully automated mantle drilling rig to record its working patterns. They have no time for anything else. Li Weiming finishes explaining, shrugs, and sighs. CO, please stop beating around the bush. He said sincerely, I'm very grateful that you placed the captured fully automated mantle drilling rig in Granada to fulfill my mining ambitions. But boss, you promised me. I was only temporarily appointed as the planetary governor temporarily, he exclaimed, agitated. And what happened? 3 years after 3 years, how many years has it been? Last year you made me step down as planetary governor, and then you immediately put me in charge of the star system governor. Now, I don't even have time to mine the fresh, hot veins that the fully automated mantle drilling rig has unearthed, let alone sail into space. Those veins are still on the surface. You owe me an explanation. Li Bin chuckled, the situation changes rapidly. I didn't expect the company to grow so fast, we're short-staffed everywhere. Li Weiming stubbornly shook his head. This is not what we agreed on. Seeing Li Weiming's expression, Li Bin knew that this guy had reached his limit. To appease him, and also to ensure Li Weiming's continued stability as the star system governor, Li Bin pressed his shoulder. I'm not some bad guy who will exploit anyone who's useful. Boss, you told me you temporarily take over the position of planetary governor. 3 years. Then another 3 years. How many years has it been? I've been the planetary governor, and then the star system governor. When will I finally be able to mine? Don't rush. Li Bin smiled awkwardly. I need you to hold on a little longer. How about this? Li Bin pulled out his terminal, took out a pre-prepared terminal, and projected the image. A huge, basket-shaped mining ship appeared, 3.4 kilometers long and 2.9 kilometers wide, equipped with large, medium, and small tanks, torpedo launchers, supporting multifunctional mining, integrating blasting, laser cutting, kinetic energy impact, and drone mining, a powerful mainship-class professional mining ship, making its dazzling debut. A high-class deep-sea mining ship, seized from Hyena Mining, practically brand new, never seen frontline combat. Li Bin's wrist twitched slightly, causing the high-class projection to shake. Li Weiming immediately raised his hand, adjusting his glasses, as if to steady the projection, then realized it was just a virtual image. He felt no embarrassment, simply staring at it with rapt attention. Li Bin pressed his advantage, his tone seductive. It has an internal 3D conveyor belt and a fully automated sorting system. With the help of skilled technicians, it can collect minerals equivalent to a spherical asteroid with a diameter of 2 kilometers in a single day. Furthermore, it's equipped with exploration equipment, high-precision sensors, a salvage crane, and traction cables. From long-range scanning and close-up analysis of mineral composition, to destroying the massive asteroid and dragging away the rich ore portion, moving it away from the debris field, and then using the crane to salvage the hidden vault within the asteroid, it can all be done in one go. Li Weiming's lips were moist, and saliva was practically dripping from his mouth. Why is void mining more exciting than surface or underground mining? Because Granada itself no longer has large-scale mineral veins underground. The mobile city civilization has also resulted in a lack of underground treasures, unlike outer space, where widespread human activity and rampant piracy mean that occasional hidden locations left by others can be found in asteroid belts. Moreover, the thrill of blasting an asteroid is far more exciting than blasting a mine. And the rewards are much greater. Li Bin feigned difficulty. Oh dear, I was thinking that my good governor wants to balance work and hobbies, which is indeed very difficult. As the CEO, I definitely have to think of a solution. So I simply thought, isn't the interior of a high-class spacecraft quite spacious? Why can't we renovate the ship's cabins and turn them into a governor's mansion, so my governor can satisfy his hobby while working? Li Weiming's obsession dissipated, revealing a constipated, complicated expression. Li Bin regretfully closed the terminal, the projection fading. Since Li Weiming is so eager to resign, I won't force you. Let's just leave it at that. What do you mean, let's leave it at that? Why should we leave it at that? Li Weiming paced anxiously. It's settled. Can't I even be the governor? Give me the ship, give it to me. Li Bin brushed aside Li Weiming's outstretched hand. Let's make this clear first, you can have the ship, but you can't give up your job. I allow you to set up the governor's mansion on the ship, and I also allow you to give the space your time during your work hours. Assigning mining tasks, but if I find out you're neglecting your duties for personal reasons, I take the ship back. Li Weiming gritted his teeth, his voice pleading, but you can't keep making me take the fall. Li Bin shook his head. I appointed Sarah as the governor of Dongshanmen. He's currently busy accumulating merits across the star system. You hold on for another year or two, then you be relieved of your governorship. All right. It's a deal. Li Bin made a phone call right in front of Li Weiming, and the high-class ship in hyperspace immediately entered the physical universe. Looking at Li Weiming, who was holding the terminal like a precious treasure, Li Bin revealed a sly smile. Originally, this ship was meant to be a gift to Li Weiming as an apology, a way of thanking him for his years of law-abiding service, doing things he hated. However, since Li Weiming was so eager to mine, Li Bin had a brilliant idea. He proposed changing the location of the governor's office to a ship, turning the tables, and gaining complete control over Li Weiming. Having dealt with the Granada matter, Li Bin stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the rippling sea. Subordinates with demands and desires are easy to manage. Just address the symptoms. No wonder people say that the most feared subordinates by leaders are those without ambition or desire. As the saying goes, a towering cliff stands firm because it has no desires. Without desires and preferences, one is difficult to control, and without control, one cannot be easily deployed. Li Weiming is obsessed with mining. Sending him to negotiate with risky mining companies will be perfect. Kid, I only promise to remove you from the governor's position, not that I wouldn't give you other responsibilities. You'd definitely like this diplomatic envoy job. Chapter 1192. Under the great and righteous CEO's inspection, the Eden system, the Dongshanmen system, and the Tanfa system have been revitalized, regaining the passion of their founding. This inspection uncovered 12 cases of corruption, and 77 people were arrested. The melodious broadcast echoed through the hemispherical farms of the planet Tanfa. The three-dimensional farms, constructed with alloy frames, were decorated with lightweight ceramic steel covered in foam-coated metal, resembling openwork cliffs. These farms, beautified and complementing the diverse agricultural vegetation, are not only the heart of Tanfa's local agricultural production, but also popular vacation spots for locals to relax and enjoy nature. Admittedly, artificial starch synthesized from carbon dioxide, combined with various technologies and grueling work, mixed with cockroach protein to create nutritional paste, can be made into various flavors, enough to keep one alive. But this is the standard of living for the lower classes in the era of giant corporations. People shouldn't, and cannot, survive solely on wet, sticky, slippery nutritional paste and dry, compressed rations. Li Bin still remembers the expressions of amazement, happiness, or even pain on the faces of the Tanzanian people when they first tasted apples and cucumbers. That taste of natural food, that aroma, that awakens the body's instincts and evokes a yearning for life and a better existence, that is the driving force behind Universal Union's rapid development despite its population disadvantage. Li Bin climbed the steps, slowly making his way to the top of the mountain amidst the enormous artificial hill and the babbling brook. In the artificial stream, lotus plants with leaves the size of cars grew, their root systems extensive, their rhizomes buried in sand thickened with a thickener, each as thick as an adult's head. They were an essential ingredient for hot pot. This lotus plant, mutated through genetic induction, can serve as both food and landscaping material, even acting as a bridge connecting the two banks of a stream. Li Bin watched his 2- or 3-year-old, Interstellar-level, child, shouting and chasing each other across the lotus leaves with a strong voice, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. The CEO expresses his appreciation for the work and efforts of Governor Jia of the Tanfa system. The broadcast announced again. Li Bin said helplessly, "I'm still on my inspection tour. How did the tone get set?" Hee. Jia, a step behind Li Bin, covered her mouth and chuckled. The CEO's gratitude to Tanfa is as heavy as a mountain, and the Tanfa system will certainly not disappoint the CEO. This was indeed true. Li Bin was able to stroll around here because Jia had conducted a thorough secret investigation of the entire Tanfa system beforehand, and throughout the investigation, investigators wore miniature recording equipment and a separate network channel was established. Except for places like secret meetings where the network was cut off, the governor's mansion of Eden Star received the latest intelligence within tens of seconds at other network locations. Even in areas with internet outages, footage captured during the downtime can be uploaded immediately once the network is restored. Furthermore, these devices are implanted in the investigators' bodies. Some they are aware of, others they are unaware of. The Tanfa system also has the fewest corrupt individuals uncovered, yet it involves the largest sums of money and the most power. This does not mean that Tanfa has the most serious corruption problem. On the contrary, it means that Tanfa's investigations into corruption are the most thorough. The smaller number of individuals involved is simply due to Tanfa's long-standing tradition of extreme collectivism, resulting in relatively few individuals who enrich themselves at the expense of the public. Before this generation steps down from the stage of power, the loyalty of most Tanfa citizens is almost absolutely trustworthy. In fact, even the corrupt officials were only corrupting internally. Although the Tanfa system, due to its crucial location on the southern shipping route, had uncovered many spies, cross-examination and the use of neural parasites and neuromodulation reagents proved that these spies had not yet corrupted any Tanfa bureaucrats. Li Bin was very satisfied with this. After thoroughly reviewing the files of the corrupt officials, he discovered that a considerable portion of these individuals were not originally Tanfa citizens, but rather skilled immigrants from elsewhere. These immigrants, relying on their knowledge and technical advantages, became bureaucrats, and then adopted the explicit and implicit procedures and unspoken rules of the corporations and enterprises they brought from the core star system, explaining this as officialdom rules, thus dragging down the uninformed local Tanfa bureaucrats. By the time the local bureaucrats realized the problem, they were already deeply mired in the mire. Some had a sudden awakening and confessed, but after being severely criticized by Jia, they were punished by being sent to lower-level positions for a few months before being reinstated. This was as an incentive to commend their self-control and timely repentance. As for those who didn't repent, well, they no longer needed leaders. All of these items were ordered by Jia to be hung on the bows of patrol ships and on missiles and torpedoes. Some had already turned into fleeting fireworks. The corruption of bureaucrats was to be expected. After all, even in his hometown in his previous life, it couldn't be completely eradicated. The brighter humanity shines when it does, the darker and more sinister it becomes when it turns. Thinking of this, Li Bin shook his head. Even so, the welcoming ceremony was far too grand. Even the space station has stopped receiving spaceships. This is severely disrupting production and the economy. Jia, with her brown skin, black hair, and slender figure, said earnestly, "I done my best. Everyone heard you were coming and closed their shops to see you in person. Even many people on the ground wanted to come up. Tanfa's population isn't large to begin with. People are taking leave. Businesses are closing down, and local commerce has come to a standstill, Jia explained. So I simply gave all Tanfa residents a temporary holiday, and gave subsidies to employees working in amusement parks and similar places, so that people could go out and have fun instead of crowding in. Li Bin clicked his tongue. Really? The Tanfa system has more immigrants than natives now, right? Besides the bureaucracy, are ordinary people this enthusiastic too? Jia smiled but didn't speak, pointing diagonally opposite. Li Bin looked in that direction and felt numb. They had reached the mountaintop. On one side were sparse apple orchards with winding paths, and across an artificial stream on the other side were golden wheat fields. The fast-growing wheat stalks were dry and brittle. Between the large, neat fields of wheat was a grid-like alloy bridge, with a bustling queue of people walking forward. At the end of the bridge was a temple located in the very center of the mountain, several meters higher than the surrounding buildings. That thing couldn't really be called a temple. It was a 6-meter-tall sculpture made of concrete walls, alloy flooring, and foam ceramic metal, standing in an open-air structure enclosed by 4 concrete walls. The sculpture was clearly modeled after Li Bin, bearing a striking resemblance of at least 70%. It was initially built spontaneously by the construction workers, who even covered it with your holographic projection. They worship there daily during construction, Jia said, tucking her hair back. Li Bin felt even more numb. I and the Tanfa Council immediately stopped this. Li Bin was about to say, "You're right," when she abruptly changed the subject, angrily saying, "How could they do that? I know the workers meant well, but what if some wicked person did something disrespectful, even obscene, to your holographic projection? Wouldn't that be a great insult to you?" That was quite disgusting. The thought of obscenity sent shivers down Li Bin's spine. Jia further explained, "Some people suggested creating a one-to-one replica of your portrait, but we rejected that idea because a too realistic depiction would still be disrespectful. So we specifically commissioned an artist from the immigrant community to sculpt this statue according to a 70% realistic, 30% figurative standard." Jia, hands on her hips, looking incredibly smug, continued, "This one is the harvest god statue. You see the apple in his hand? It symbolizes a bountiful harvest. Besides that, there's an industrial statue in the factory depicting you holding a hammer drill, and along the road there's one depicting you on your first visit to this area, leading the Global Collaboration Land Expansion Sculpture Group depicting the company's core personnel expanding their territory, and the statue of the god of hovercraft. It's not just you, it's your wife, your daughter." All right, stop talking," Li Bin quickly interrupted, thinking to himself, "When did I take on so many divine roles? How come I didn't know?" Jia paused, calming herself. "In short, these statues are all worshipped. People from all walks of life pray before starting work. Immigrants have absorbed Tanfa's excellent traditions, and have started worshipping them too. CO, you are truly revered by all in Tanfa." Chapter 1193. Eden Star, Governor's Mansion. Jia sat upright, hands clasped in front of her stomach, looking at the person opposite her with an unfriendly expression. Sitting opposite her was Li Weiming, dressed in a wrinkled miner's uniform, the messy marks left by the use of an industrial exoskeleton. After acquiring the hive class, Li Weiming couldn't wait to move the governor's mansion there, conveniently excluding all his relatives and sending them to serve as officials on the planet's surface. After Li Bin summoned all the star system governors to assemble, Li Weiming arrived first, then went to the Ironforge planetary ring to work as a miner, and had just arrived. Therefore, he was covered in sweat and looked listless. Jia was extremely disgusted by Li Weiming's attitude. She felt he lacked respect for the CO. "Everyone's here. Let's begin." Li Bin strode in, the one-eyed senior officer slamming the door shut and cutting off the network, leaving only the local area network connected in the conference room. Although everyone was present, only 3 people were actually there: the governor of the Eden system and the acting governor of Eden, Li Shu. Li Shu already knew about this due to her duties, so this meeting was specifically convened to inform both of you. Li Bin casually sat down, tapped his finger, and the Beta Core, temporarily brought in as the meeting secretary, activated the massive projection equipment covering more than 20 square meters on the ceiling of the conference room. Complex star maps, dense information, changing color devices, and dynamic fleet markings instantly filled the entire conference room. Li Shu, who had been sitting upright, clenched her hands under the table, her pupils first contracting, then widening, showing a faint tendency to dilate. Li Weiming wiped his face, wondering if he was hallucinating from exhaustion. The Alliance's 10 nano-forging furnaces are projected to have an output of 200% in the second half of this year, compared to 80% in the first half of last year. The Yuhui human coexistence faction is Li Bin's backup plan. Li Bin is the acting military commander appointed by the deputy governor of the human realm, theoretically possessing the power to control all the world's troops. The Interstellar Empire is launching the Planet Killer Reboot project, spearheaded by the Universal Union. The Stargate can not only be opened, but it has actually been usable for a long time. The two governors only knew that the Stargate could be opened for scavenging, not that it could be used before. The Church of Lud is already one of their own. The second speed child is queuing up to join the alliance. The Royal Army is actually myself? Jia asked hesitantly. Good heavens. Is all of this an illusion? Am I dreaming again? Not only did I dream that the company rescuing Tonfa was a rare benevolent enterprise in the star system, but this company also had an enormous background. Jia was terrified that all of this was just a hallucination she was having while lying in the ICU after a serious illness, and that the next second she would open her eyes to find Tonfa still that miserable colony in the mountains, eating corpse starch and waiting for slow suicide. No other reason than that everything was too beautiful. Li Weiming also gasped, but his focus was elsewhere. Wait a minute. He stood up, trembling with excitement. You mean, in the future, we can sail across the star system mining, using stargates for bulk transport, bringing back ores from all over the world? And we can even assemble mining stations directly at stargates, and tow them to their destination? We might even go to other star systems to mine rare ores that are extinct in the Perseus constellation? Hearing his words, Li Bin was astonished. Damn, Li Weiming's purity is too high. What kind of miner spirit is this? He's practically a gold miner. Mining is for making money is for better mining. I seriously suspect your genes are from space dwarves. Is this BYD or really that addictive? Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk a sound of vacuum rupture rang out, attracting Li Bin's attention. Jia silently injected herself with a mental enhancement drug. She frowned, carefully examining herself, using the drug-enhanced mind to meticulously identify the source. Under Li Bin's strange gaze, confirming that she wasn't delirious or in cyberspace, she cried out, "Ah!" and fell backward. After a brief period of chaos, the gold miners and self-doubters calmed down a bit. Li Bin, pressing his hand on the table, said, I know everyone has many questions, but that's not my task. Li Shu is outside, she answered them after this meeting. The only purpose of this meeting is to demonstrate the company's and the alliance's future. Actually, what followed was crucial. As Li Bin's actions grew increasingly significant, the forge and the Stargate would gradually become undetectable. The first to sense something was amiss were Jia and Li Weiming. In fact, they had felt something was wrong long ago, but they hadn't asked or investigated. For example, now, both of them had a sudden realization. No wonder the Lost Star sector, where the Universal Alliance was located, was seeing an increasingly rare sight of the Afterglow fleet. Even with the outbreak of the out-of-control AI war in the southwest, the east remained stable. No wonder the company has been escalating its efforts and aggressively pushing forward various measures. If any other force had such a trump card, they would probably have already declared war on the entire star system. Li Bin clapped his hands to draw their attention back. Here are 4 things to inform you of. First, the orbital lighting facility, a spoil of war seized from the Hell Legion, has been given to the Brighton region according to Alliance regulations. So, if any of your star systems have low temperature or icy planets, don't ask me for it. Second, the unmanned warship replicator has been given to the Human Coexistence faction, and we plan to establish a mineral and alloy transportation route to transport resources to them. The purpose is to accumulate strength for future unification wars, and also to exchange the production capacity held by the Human Coexistence faction for our company to produce warships. Li Bin hadn't yet included this extra production capacity in the Alliance's production targets, because as the Alliance continues to provide resources to the Human Coexistence faction, and with the new Afterglow mothership completed, the production capacity allocated to the Alliance will only increase. Even when the Interstellar Empire's planet killer technology is successfully redeveloped, the related production tasks can be directly handed over to the Human Coexistence faction, allowing for the direct creation of the Tsar Bomba from the void. Third, I want to loosen immigration controls in the star systems under your jurisdiction, allowing everyone to establish their own immigration companies and attract immigrants using various methods. However, these companies must be affiliated with the colorful galaxy and be subject to inspection by headquarters and the Alliance. Currently, this permission is only open within the Alliance. You can create targeted immigration plans for all planets within the Alliance, but not outside the Alliance for the time being. Jia's eyes gleamed with excitement. Of the 3 colony star systems of the Universal Union, the Eden Star System, as the headquarters, has the strongest comprehensive capabilities and the most complete industries, accounting for 70% of the company's output. The Dongshanmen star system specializes in ore mining and refining, and land and naval training, while the Tonfa star system is relatively weak in these areas. Because the Tonfa planet initially undertook the task of importing immigrants to Eden, it lacks efficient manpower. Therefore, it focused on utilizing soil nanomaterials, collecting and modifying the soil, constructing dome farms, and processing food byproducts. With this policy, she can try to leverage the siphon effect of the benefits offered by the global union to expand Tonfa's business scope, reduce costs through factory expansion, and extend her business to Apex Design Group and the Aircraft Bureau, competing with Devil Avionics and the hegemon in the grain trade. Chapter 1194. Fourth, the company seized a superdiverter valve. Theoretically, I should have installed it on Iron Forge to meet local industrial needs. Li Bin paused, then said, but in reality, because the company made predictions when selecting the site for Iron Forge, and adjusted the infrastructure accordingly, Iron Forge possesses sufficiently large geothermal and nuclear power plants. Its cooling system is integrated with the temperature control system of the entire underground city, forming a self-contained system, thus it is currently experiencing an energy surplus. Therefore, according to the board's resolution, this superdiverter valve will be installed in the Dongshanmen or Tonfa star systems. Both men gasped. A superdiverter valve means drawing upon the infinite energy of a star. Ironforge's ability to quickly acquire surplus energy infrastructure from site selection to construction is due to its proximity to Eden, a star with endless energy. It can be said that Eden transferred its surplus energy there beforehand, making Ironforge what it is today. In other words, whichever star system possesses this valve can replicate this model, leveraging endless energy to massively boost its production capacity, achieving an energy for production adjustment in a near-wasteful manner. Li Weiming intends to establish more asteroid belt mining stations, striving to empty the asteroid belt in his lifetime through a decentralized mining model. Jia, on the other hand, intends to utilize endless energy to expand into the food sector, keeping soil nanomaterials perpetually in a state of peak fragmentation, transforming desert planets into garden worlds, and driving down star system food prices through overwhelming exports. The Tonfa people, stifled in the mountains, harbor a deep-seated yearning for food freedom and a free lifestyle. Li Bin was pleased with this fighting spirit, but still warned, 1 year. Whichever star system develops better after 1 year, this valve will be given to them. Don't think about mortgaging the future for temporary prosperity, and don't think about blindly promising to attract investment and selling assets to expand economic power. I have already commissioned the Kelja Tech Bureaucratic Company and Alyosha to develop a detailed scoring standard. You can ask Li Shu for details after the meeting. Any questions? Both shook their heads simultaneously. Very good. In a month, I will end the fleet's leave and lead the army south to begin combating the runaway AI and engaging the nanovirus swarm. You can still discuss the specifics with Li Shu. Now, meeting adjourned. Jia walked briskly through the governor's mansion garden, her steps firm and powerful, her low heels making a series of clattering sounds. Freya Tonfa, who was squatting by the flower bed, teasing the insects fighting with a pheromone stick, heard footsteps, looked up, saw her cousin, and immediately smiled, saying in a cheerful voice, "Sister." Jia reached out and ruffled her cousin's hair, her face beaming with undisguised joy. "How are you doing? Getting used to Sunset Fortress?" "Yeah, I get along very well with my sisters." Freya was full of energy. Her brown skin gave her a tomboyish look. In contrast, Jia's demeanor was much more composed. "How's your relationship with Li Changjin?" Jia asked with concern. "Very good." Freya flashed 8 teeth. "We're as close as brothers." "I'm not like that, never mind." Jia sighed. "I won't hold it against you for not telling us before you went home for vacation, but when you come back, I have a mission for you." Jia said sternly, "I'm serious. There's a lot going on here. I'm going to the Ministry of Finance right away to try and get a budget increase this year. Listen carefully to what I have to say." Jia concealed most of what was going on at the meeting, only vaguely mentioning that the company would choose between the Dongshanmen and Tonfa star systems as its next development focus. This is crucial for the Tonfa people. To be honest, I have no confidence in surpassing Li Weiming based solely on grain trade. Granada's technological foundation far surpasses ours. But the good news is that the Governor-General will be heading south this time. With a large fleet heading south, the company's influence in the southern star system will increase significantly, greatly boosting the supply of food to maintain the fleet's operation. The accompanying increase in escort fleets will further incentivize merchants to take the safer route. The Tonfa people only have this one chance to rise. If we miss it, Our position in the company will decline along with the company's development. Freya had a slight headache. But what does this have to do with me? I live in Sunset Fortress. It does have to do with me, Jia said decisively, stopping her cousin's wild thoughts beforehand. I don't want you to whisper in my ear to pry into secrets. I want you to inform me of the Knight's family's movements normally. Besides, you also need to tell me about the factories and civilian situations in Sunset Fortress. Jia calmly replied, I already consulted Governor Li Shu about these things. Within the rules, this is internal competition, and I respect the CEO's decision, but I will do my best to secure the best outcome for Tonfa. The Knight's family's operations, price fluctuations in Sunset Fortress, and factory output can reflect some of the company's plans. Li Weiming and I have no authority to mobilize the logistics core due to the regulations during the competition, nor do we have access to board information. We can only rely on our own connections to find out. It's all about using our own resources. Hearing this, Freya's headache suddenly disappeared. It was good to have the CEO's permission. She was afraid her cousin might be blinded by greed and make a grave mistake. Others might not know, but as someone who spent every day with Li Chongjin, she had overheard the Earl, yes, Li Chongjin had been promoted again, discussing the CEO's early experiences. He was a man of strong likes and dislikes. He was as kind to his own people as he was ruthless to his enemies. Beneath his steadfast promises and benevolent demeanor towards his subjects lay a fierce and ruthless storm. Especially after his mission to escort experimental prisoners from the Biological Research Center, her fear of Li Bin was almost as strong as her respect for him. Cousin, Freya said after a long silence, finally deciding to warn, you absolutely mustn't do anything foolish in the future. To be honest, if I find out you've done anything inappropriate, I report you immediately. Even if you drag me down with you, even if it's a quick death, I confess. Jia blinked, somewhat confused by her cousin's expression. Freya solemnly added, in short, you must understand that Mr. Li Bin, as CEO, has unlimited power within the company. Inside the shuttle, the secretary reported in a low voice, the high-class renaming ceremony is ready. We selected an asteroid with a diameter of over 100 kilometers as its official enlistment ceremony. Forget it, cancel it. Li Weiming shook his head. I've been hooked. For the next year, the high class shouldn't enter the asteroid belt, and the governor's office should relocate back to the surface. While the secretary wondered what had gotten into the governor, and why he suddenly changed his tune, Li Weiming rubbed his forehead, inwardly lamenting that he'd fallen into the CEO's trap again. Chapter 1195. While directly supplying the superdiversion valve could significantly boost the industrial power and public morale of a star system, the subtlety of politics lies in the fact that a purely industrialist mindset has its limits. Simply making the pie bigger without controlling the hearts of those dividing it will ultimately lead to failure, because the speed of pie growth cannot keep up with the speed of distribution. Because the human heart is a bottomless pit. We need a two-pronged approach. On one hand, we need to promote technological innovation and boost production capacity. On the other hand, we need to use political, psychological, and diplomatic means, like taming a wild horse, to ease the conflict between the central government and local authorities, and stimulate local self-motivation. Governor's mansion, dining table. Li Bin finally ate with his daughter. At the table, he tested Li Brown while answering her questions. Dad's inspection of the Dongshiman and Tonfa star systems is primarily aimed at strengthening Eden's central position, announcing to the people that there's a headquarters above the star system governors, breaking the local system's monopoly. Combating corruption is secondary. With the logistics and AI cores, most corrupt officials' actions are already on record. It's just a matter of finding out who they are. Li Weiming and Jia are governors handpicked by Dad. They won't dislike my inspections, but their bureaucratic ranks might have their own agendas. Li Bin placed a piece of food on his daughter's plate. Specifically, you won't find such individuals, but the collective unconscious actions will inevitably affect me, because the inspection itself represents a not-so-loud slap. A slap followed by a sweet date. Well, a strawberry, Li Bin dictated, after catching the corrupt, publicizing their existence, then providing policies, economic benefits, and advantages, letting the bureaucratic ranks eat their words and enjoy the punishment. Li Brown's eyes sparkled as he watched his father put down his food, his chopsticks, still wet with sauce, picking at the food a couple of times. A balance of tension and relaxation, a mix of pressure and looseness, making them feel both tense and full. That's the key. Utterly harsh treatment isn't what a ruler should do. Such people have a special name in history: cruel officials. Politics, in essence, is about uniting the majority, keeping the makeshift organization running, constantly absorbing and strengthening, while eliminating the outdated. These people, at specific times and in specific situations, contribute more to the collective than they harm. We must use them, even if it means holding our noses. We must be like the ship of Theseus, constantly replacing the rotten materials with newer ones. As for the timing, all right. Can't even eat in peace? Isa frowned. Li Bin chuckled at his daughter and stopped talking. Just as Li Shu thought she could finally have a peaceful meal, Isa picked up her chopsticks and put them in Li Brown's bowl. How's your naval command course going? Do you know what the 4 pre-battle inspection plans are? I test you. These are on the graduation exam for the Loyalty Academy. Even though you're only nominally at the academy, occasionally auditing classes, you still need to build good relationships with the students and not put on airs. Their grandfathers and fathers gave their lives for your parents, and they will be loyal to you in the future. These are the people you can trust the most, more reliable than any civil official. You can order them to kill whomever you want. Li Shu rolled her eyes. So, sister-in-law, you're yelling because you think your brother is taking up all your time, leaving you no time to speak. She looked at Li Bin, hoping he would say something. Li Bin just shrugged at himself, mouthing, "We're apart most of the time, just bear with it." Eden Space Station, Naval Port. The now strikingly handsome Li Brown stood with his arms crossed and legs spread in the berth area, flanked by 2 muscular men. Li Ziyu and Li Zhouhui stood like dragons and tigers, while Li Brown, like a powerful emperor subduing dragons and tigers, easily suppressed the 2 troublemakers, even as his eyes surveyed the busy, orderly army and his words flowed with impeccable manners. Li Ziyu was extremely uncomfortable with such complex interpersonal interactions, feeling itchy all over, but a mere cough from Li Brown was enough to make him stand timidly at attention. Li Zhouhui was actually quite interested in all this, but mimicking his older brother, he wore an expression of discomfort. Their education was mainly provided by various tutors arranged by Li Bin and Isa. As for their daily lives, Li Shu, as the governor, was too busy to manage them, so Li Brown was the one who punished the 2 when they got into trouble. Just like in families raising siblings, at home, the parents' words don't always carry weight, but you can't disobey your older sister. Because your parents might not hit you, but your older sister is the type to take action if she doesn't like you. Mom and Dad are leaving soon, you 2 go see them off. The 2 men's faces fell. What about you, sister? Li Brown didn't even look up. Then you 2 come and check the cargo manifest? I go. Li Zhouhui covered Li Ziyu's mouth before he could say anything more and dragged him away. What a jerk. No way, get out of here. Dad, dear Dad. Please take me with you. I promise I'll be obedient. Li Zhouhui clung to Li Bin, desperately wanting to follow the fleet. Li Bin put down the documents. Your brother is eager to go back and hunt behemoths with Li Chongzhen to rack up kills. Are you willing to lose to him? Facing his father's scrutinizing gaze, which seemed like a spear, Li Zhouhui trembled, unable to maintain his pretense any longer. He stammered, I liked it when I was little, but I got tired of practicing it every day. I also liked warships when I was a kid, but I never had the chance. You know you never had the chance? Li Bin scoffed. You haven't even finished your naval warfare course, and you're already thinking about boarding a ship? Please arrange for me to join a frigate, even if I'm not the captain. I'd be a 2nd or 3rd mate, or even just a crew member. Li Zhouhui pleaded. Nonsense. Li Bin glared. Frigates are responsible for forward patrols, reconnaissance in front of the enemy, escorting key vessels, and, when necessary, sacrificing themselves to cover the rear. They are the starting point for the company's core crew training. Letting you in would be harming an entire ship's crew. But the people you initially recruited weren't even as good as me, Li Zhouhui argued softly. You know it was at the beginning, Li Bin sneered, leaning back in his chair. Is it the same now, as it was back then? Right now, I had 6 months to slowly train you by collecting garbage. Now, you might be going to war the moment you step outside. I let you in, not to train you, but to let you run wild. Li Bin stood up and walked to Li Zhouhui. Li Zhouhui, taller than Li Bin, immediately squatted down, letting his father look down at him. This squatting down carried the invisible pressure of kinship and status. The business Li Bin had built over the years, the adoration and worship everyone in his environment had for his father, all of this had placed immense pressure on the precocious Li Zhouhui. Suddenly, he felt a heat on his head. His father's burning hand, through his hair, sent a warm breath through his skin. I know you're actually impatient pretending to be stupid at home. You've been smart since you were little, and you're afraid your sister will find out and become wary of you. But that's not a reason for me to give you special treatment. You're the CEO's son, your every move is being watched. I have to hold you to a higher standard than I would for ordinary people. Focus on your studies first, get your diploma, Then go through the proper procedures to apply to join the Navy. Your battles haven't even begun yet. There will always be a time when you're tired of fighting. As for your sister, Li Bin sighed. Li Brown watched you grow up. He knows what kind of person you are. Stop overthinking. These past 2 years have been spent with your second brother. This is probably the last time you spend so much time with him. Li Zhouhui, feeling the heat on his head and experiencing his father's rare tenderness reserved only for him, felt a lump in his throat. But he deliberately frowned, muttering under his breath, as if afraid his emotions would be exposed. Second brother is probably crying in mom's arms right now. He's such a grown man, doesn't he know shame? You better be careful later. Don't get covered in snot from Liziu. Chapter 1196. The new Persis Alliance is a completely new force, distinct from the old Persis Alliance. We are more dynamic, more responsible to humanity, and united under the banner of solidarity. 10 days ago, Persis Alliance Chief Li Bin led the Universal Union's core fleet south to the front lines against the out-of-control AI and nanometer swarm. As the saying goes, the road ahead is long and arduous, but we must start anew. Yesterday's victories are no reason for the Persis Alliance to rest on its laurels. Chief Li Bin raises high the banner of resisting natural disasters, protecting the borders and the people. The out-of-control AI has been defeated time and again. Their current counterattack is nothing but a death throes. No matter what, they cannot defeat humanity. Glory to the Universal Union. Glory to the Persis Alliance. The impassioned broadcast, amplified by a relay superwave transmitter and encrypted by a relay communicator, entered hyperspace, causing tremors in other human star systems with relay communicators within the star field through quantum entanglement. The Universal Alliance has mobilized again. The Universal Alliance is always on the move. Those who are observant and have reviewed Li Bin's resume since establishing his company are astonished to discover that this powerful figure's career is almost entirely half business, half military, every step of his path paved with blood and fire. Unbeknownst to many, his operational files have become thick enough to compile into a substantial collection of battles. However, judging from the disclosed flight path, this is Li Bin's first official visit to Demon Aerospace since the Universal Alliance became a behemoth. He had never even met the Grand Commander before. It hardly qualifies as diplomacy. West Star in the Takamagara system, the headquarters planet of Demon Aerospace's headquarters system. Westworld. Takamagara system. Westworld colony interface. What a rich place. Li Bin exclaimed sincerely upon seeing Westworld for the first time. This is a terrestrial planet, a true terrestrial planet. Despite its polluted atmosphere and the inhumane militaristic slavery system of the demonic aerospace, nothing could dampen Li Bin's excitement or his trembling hands. Not only him, but everyone who had ever set foot on other terrestrial planets in the star system was thrilled. The first few hours on any planet are generally unpleasant, but once adapted, the body bursts with boundless energy on a terrestrial planet. It's a feeling of exhilaration, like a tiger returning to the mountains or a dragon entering the sea. For those setting foot on a terrestrial planet for the first time, it's as if their previous lives had been constrained, and for the first time, they've broken free of those constraints, entering a state of perfect harmony and communion with nature. Li Bin called it life instinct, the most suitable environment for humans. Even with the human realm's extensive genetic modification, the fundamental nature remains. As long as they aren't transformed into people like the Draco and the Fawn clan, living on an Earth-like planet is the most comfortable. To put it bluntly, it's about more pleasure than sex. Moreover, Westworld has a population of over 100 million, a massive underground cryogenic base left behind by the human realm, and a breeding factory. It was originally designed as a refuge for the Persis star system. The person in charge of receiving them was Inoue Yoshiko, the captain of the Dreadnought-class Yellow Spring and commander-in-chief of the Demonic Aerospace Expeditionary Fleet. She personally oversaw the reception from the control tower, guiding the massive fleet into port following the navigation beacons. Given the current size of the Universal Alliance's core fleet, it's absolutely impossible to silently traverse the territories of other powers, as before. Even approaching a shipping lane requires advance notice, otherwise it would be considered a military operation. This is easy to understand. For example, if Yin were to dispatch 20 heavily armed combined arms brigades, let alone set sail, even a simple deployment would cause the pizza shops near the Pentagon to sell out at night. Therefore, unless Li Bin's fleet is heading straight for human targets to engage in combat, advance notification is essential. To welcome Li Bin, the Grand President even ordered the West Star Space Station to suspend all import and export activities today, forcing all merchant ships to the adjacent military space station. The berthing and storage areas were filled with officials of all ranks, civil and military, all in scarlet uniforms, a pure-blooded elite. The Grand Commander is currently in the aviation industry enclave, discussing economic cooperation with safe mining. I and my fleet have just finished operations on the southern front and are returning for rest. Otherwise, aviation industry wouldn't have been able to find a suitable person to receive you. Inoue Yoshiko was polite, but her words were also quite blunt. If outsiders think that aviation industry is disrespecting the Persis Alliance chief, we can't afford that. The welcoming ceremony was grand and lavish, complete with a banquet and public speeches. Although it had a distinct local flavor, there wasn't much to say, and Li Bin handled it all smoothly. The only noteworthy point was that this time, the purebloods' attitude towards Li Bin had completely changed. They were extremely respectful, even bordering on worship. After all, mere bloodline flaws were insignificant in the face of unparalleled military experience. Military victory is the backbone of the pure blood faction's pride. Your destruction of the Hell Legion, while having unexpected elements, was still quite remarkable, Inoue Yoshiko stated matter-of-factly. Moreover, that military operation was a coordinated effort between the Southern and Western Human Alliance fleets. Without the Southern Fleet, the Western Fleet wouldn't have found the opportunity to exploit the Hell Legion's weakened state. Without the fine line, the Southern Fleet couldn't have taken advantage of the Hell Legion's panic to quickly disperse the enemy. From both a moral and practical standpoint, respecting you is respecting the Pure Blood faction's achievements, and valuing you is upholding military honor. Furthermore, Inoue Yoshiko, the representative of the Pure Blood faction, a soldier among soldiers, indeed possessed a fierce air. All the subtleties she should have kept hidden were spilled out, displaying an arrogance that suggested no one, except in war, was worthy of bearing the weight of her tactical thinking. Even the civilian officials from Keljev would probably feel slighted. This would be a cultural clash. The CO dares to personally go to the front lines and oversee key positions, remaining there for years. Such courage is something even our great leader would envy, Inoue Yoshiko praised. But could she say that? Li Bin glared, thinking, stay away from me, don't splatter blood on my face. The marshal smiled. The great leader is also a pure-blooded military man, a veteran who fought on the front lines for many years before ascending to the throne. However, for the sake of stability, he was kept from leaving the headquarters, a fact he often complained about. The great leader envies your freedom. Li Bin touched his nose, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He heard many auspicious words since he became famous, but this was the first time he heard such enthusiastic, even genuine, sentimental remarks. Even for a powerful figure like Li Bin, many members of first-class families, while praising him, would add, the son-in-law relies on his father-in-law, but doesn't seem to respect him much, both sourly and mockingly, reflecting on the supreme ruler. CO, I want to fight your army. Just as Li Bin was pondering, she spoke with a burning gaze. Huh? Chapter 1197. What's going on? The topic changed so abruptly? The head of state will also be attending and observing, she added, a military exercise, but with some live ammunition. Hey, is this for real? This is putting so much pressure on me. I'm a Demon Aerospace, I'm a CO, and he's a head of state. If I participate while he observes, how can this military exercise proceed? If I win, I embarrass the host country. If I lose my own reputation. In this situation, even a draw is difficult. Her unpredictable words unusually made Li Bin somewhat flustered. As the saying goes, even a master can be defeated by a novice's punches. How can you dodge a punch without any strategy? If a punch has no strategy, you can't dodge it. After about 3 seconds of deep thought, Li Bin decided to abandon further contemplation and instead face the difficulty with a smile. What exactly is the purpose and significance of this military exercise? Simple. She spread her hands, gesturing enthusiastically. You can be said to be the most experienced person in the entire star system in combat against unmanned warships, and your status is also extraordinary. The avionics navy hopes to refine its skills and deepen the bond between us through combat with you. Furthermore, as a force that also possesses dreadnoughts, avionics hopes to gain experience in dreadnought combat. Ah! We're not saying we have designs on you or on the Universal Alliance. She quickly added. Of course I know that. Your intentions are far too obvious. Li Bin rolled his eyes inwardly. If you had designs on the Universal Alliance, you wouldn't have made so many idiotic moves just now. The intelligence department's feedback was indeed true. Previously, seeing that I had managed the Lost Star sector very well, the Grand Master had even considered coming over to manage it, but increased trade had greatly alleviated the economic problems of the demon avionics. The Grand Master's Economic Department discovered that the existence of the Universal Alliance could effectively solve the problem of the Devil Aviation's remote geographical location and heavy economic dependence on the western shipping lanes. These shipping lanes pass near the Overlord, places the Overlord could easily cut off. For Devil Aviation, this was as humiliating as having its basket held by the Overlord. However, this master of explosive power was physically imposing and possessed unparalleled martial arts skills, yet the Devil Aviation itself was physically weak and economically frail, making it impossible to win. Now, with the Universal Alliance providing trade support, Devil Aviation felt confident again. They had no appetite for the Overlord for the time being, but they had a huge appetite for the likes of the FSF. Having figured things out, Li Bin no longer bothered with the thought of playing mind games with these straightforward, blunt, and seemingly overly pampered purebloods, people as flexible on the battlefield as they were in peacetime, seemingly spoiled by slaves. The purebloods were like this. All they needed to do was focus on killing, killing, killing. We merchants had much more to consider. When I first came here, I was scolded. You stinking merchant, daring to meddle in the battlefield? This is my honor. Get out of here. Look at you. What kind of person acts like this? All right, Li Bin agreed. How will the damage be calculated? My soldiers and ships are going to fight. It won't be good if they get damaged here. You said you want to use live ammunition, but you can't just use everything. Otherwise, if antimatter bombs and death torpedoes are used, even if there's no grudge, it become one. In the captain's lounge of the Candle Dragon, Isa's complaining voice filled the room. It's not fair. It's not fair. I want to participate in the exercise too. She complained like a spoiled child, but there was no way. She had no chance. The Hoi, Alicorn class, followed the fleet to play a role in the battle against the out-of-control AI. This was a rare battlefield in the Lost Star sector. Without spectators, Isa could coordinate with the large fleet without restraint, unleashing firepower. But now, she could only cower on the edge of the hyperspace reflection, barely surviving in a phased-eye posture. After Li Bin had finished comforting her for a while, Isha suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, wait a minute. Aren't we here to eliminate the out-of-control AI's forces and reduce the space for the nanovirus to spread? Is it right to waste time here?" Li Bin raised a finger, revealing a sly smile. At the same time, Celia's projection slammed down from the roof, appearing abruptly like a stand user, her facial features becoming rugged and handsome, possessing a beauty that seemed capable of punching a vampire to death at any moment. All right, Celia, hands on hips in a JoJo stance, opens her mouth with a deep, booming voice. The runaway AI's defeat is inevitable. If you ask why, it's because the flagship isn't some other ship, but my mechanical arc class. With Celia here, killing it is a piece of cake. Isa covered her face. What did you show Celia? She's learned all sorts of things. Li Bin laughed. I brought plenty of new recruits with me this time. These are all Alliance immigrants. I want to use Celia's suppression of the runaway AI to train my troops extensively. Not only that, every time a batch of soldiers is trained and approved in the rear, I bring them to the front lines for rotation training. The reason I agreed to this exercise is precisely to seize the time for training. After this exercise, I release a batch of veterans, and have Li Shu bring in another batch of new recruits. Li Bin rubbed his hands together like a fly. We need to hurry, otherwise, when we fight the nanobot swarm in the future, we can't bring a bunch of greenhorns, can we? Westworld headquarters. Wolf's Den. The Pureblood faction's senior staff officers discussed among themselves. Commander-in-Chief, is such eagerness for battle unbecoming? Victory or defeat will be detrimental to avionics, while a draw would be too difficult, requiring tacit understanding between the two sides. Surely we can't collude beforehand just to pursue a draw. Standing beside Inoue Yoshiko was her husband, Inoue Takehiko, who served as her secretary. She fiddled with her military cap without speaking, so Inoue Takehiko spoke up, explaining, this military exercise application was approved by the Grand Fuhrer. Taking advantage of his wife's presence, and having risen to power by currying favor with her, Inoue Takehiko was quite assertive. The Grand Fuhrer was very dissatisfied with the Pureblood faction's previous foreign operations. Although everyone did their best, and although the diplomatic situation was complex, our Pureblood faction's performance, compared to the Universal Union, the Star Empire which learned from its mistakes and rallied, and the fearless Ludovico, was inferior in terms of results, determination, and courage. Gentlemen, the core objective of this battle is not the outcome, but to confront the Universal Union, currently the world's leading force in combat against out-of-control AI, to test our great aerospace engineering's dreadnought combat theory, and to test the Pureblood faction's tactics, strategy, and battlefield response capabilities. He glanced at everyone, noticing the disdain in their eyes. Frustrated by the refusal to contradict, he secretly gloated, "These last words, though spoken by me, must not escape your ears. The final objective is to curb the growing arrogance of the pure-blood faction after their recent expansion of their enclaves." Immediately, an advisor glared, bristling, "You're predicting defeat before even considering victory. Are you hoping we lose?" Inoue Takehiko, hands on his lower back, straightened his back and replied, "No. I'm merely reminding you all that we, the pure-blood faction, bear the responsibility of aviation and electronics. The rise and fall of nations in war cannot be judged solely by the victories, while ignoring the defeats. Your current arrogant demeanor only proves our concerns are valid." Inoue Takehiko then added ominously, "Don't blame me for not warning you. Today's exercise is at headquarters. If we lose, we be publicly humiliated, and your wives, husbands, children, and elders will point fingers and berate you. The rules for this exercise will be enforced by avionics according to the strictest and worst-case scenario preparation parameters. That's all I have to say. Take care." Chapter 1198. In the Takamagara system, approximately a 3-hour flight northwest of the gas giant planet Wanlatio, the core combat group of the Universal Alliance, lined up in a row, was rapidly deploying its forces according to the battle plan. ISA couldn't participate in the military exercises and needed to minimize communication with Li Bin. Therefore, the only thing she could do was provide military advice beforehand, which was then evaluated by the staff. Yes, Li Bin now didn't even need to think, he only made decisions, not devised strategies. Of course, within the company, this was euphemistically called training newcomers and cultivating future leaders. But speaking of which, I didn't expect Demon Avionics to set such a difficult task for themselves. Li Bin, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the cigarette but bobbing up and down as he spoke. The drifting ash resembled a spacecraft taking off from the Earth's surface, aimlessly flying through the desolate universe, before being captured by the gravity of a black hole called a negative pressure ashtray and sucked away all at once. Lan Yuan, Zue Mingqian Xiao, and Old One-Eyed were all gathered in the staff department on the bridge of the Candle Dragon, each taking their seats. Lan Yuan ate a spring roll with small, elegant bites. If it weren't for the spring roll disappearing at an alarming rate, an unsuspecting person might mistake her for a young lady from a prestigious family. While Lan Yuan was indeed of noble birth, the profound influence of her years in the military had on her, to the point that she could maintain this outward elegance, was a result of her family's influence and the current calm. You weakened yourself too. Chu, concentrate all command. Chu, delegate command. Chu. Her composure crumbled in an instant. Wu Qingyu couldn't help but remind her, you should swallow it first. Lan Yuan rolled her eyes and scoffed. What's this? Just sitting here spouting nonsense when there's no fighting. If I were on the front lines, I'd devour this spring roll in 2 bites. Then, remembering she wasn't on the Xingtian, she tried to smooth things over to the staff officers beside her. I didn't mean all staff officers just spout nonsense. I meant I'm just sitting here doing nothing, oh dear. Wu Qingyu silently used a spring roll to shut up her leader, preventing her from escalating the situation. Frankly, the gesture seemed frivolous. This was a military exercise. The spirit of an exercise should be to prepare for real combat. This shouldn't be the atmosphere on the Zhulong, the headquarters of the general staff and the flagship. Wu Qingyu and Lan Yuan's personal relationship shouldn't be brought up in public. This exercise was quite unusual. Under Li Bin's leadership, everyone gathered on the bridge had lost direct command. They were more like an observer group than commanders. Li Bin, instead of remaining on the platform, blended into the group and added, this time, our focus is on training. You and I are all veterans, who have experienced many rounds of actual combat. Demon Avionics has set too high a challenge for itself this time. Our practice against them would actually affect our skills. Let's take this opportunity to send smaller units up to practice large-scale command and coordination. Even if the new recruits are at a disadvantage, it'd be a fair fight. What kind of challenge did Demon Avionics set for itself in this exercise? First, its own damage coefficient was 80% of the standard coefficient, to match the shield capabilities of the Yuhui high-tech warship, while the core battle group's damage coefficient was 110%. Second, its own defense coefficient was 90% of the standard level, and the ship's AI deliberately delayed data output, actively reducing electronic warfare computing power, detection range, and communication capabilities to simulate the disadvantages of electronic warfare against Yuhui. Third, because this is an exercise rather than actual combat, the Global Alliance will not launch boarding torpedoes. However, they can apply to the judging panel to simulate boarding torpedoes with other missiles, and will receive an additional benefit. A successful boarding is determined by a missile hit, and the efficiency of the personnel on the hit ship is reduced by a random number. Frankly speaking, based on these 3 points alone, even though the Tiangong-class ship mainly serves as a tachyon lance carrier, a mobile strategic material depot, and a living quarters ship in the Global Alliance's combat system, as long as the command system is fully operational and the veterans are on board, she has a considerable chance of victory against the Huangqiuan-class ship. The buffs are too strong. Li Bin even suspects that his new recruits might have a high chance of winning. Lin Yufeng and Sarah are both very nervous. They are currently located in Zhujiang country. They had originally finished a round of exploration and Stargate lighting operations in the southwestern Lost Star sector last week, and were resting in Samarkand III's territory, helping to transport some goods. They were supposed to set sail to continue their mission the day before yesterday, but were delayed by an order from Li Bin. Now, before the two men were projected images of the top military officials of the Universal Union, arranged in concentric circles. Judging from the surrounding decor, it was likely the bridge of the Candle Dragon. Lin Yufeng swallowed hard as he looked at Saradu, who stared intently at Li Bin. Lin Yufeng then looked at Zhu Jin, his former superior, who was giving him a hostile look, his eyes carrying a warning. Stubbornly stubbing out his cigarette, Li Bin's voice rang out. The reason we postponed your deployment this time is to allow you to participate in commanding the fleet. The overall command of this military exercise with Demon Aerospace will be given to Zhu Jin, but he will only be responsible for overseeing the overall situation and the main battlefront. Many of the company's weapons are too destructive to be deployed, therefore the operational strategy needs to be adjusted. Zhu Jin will discuss the details with you. Perform well. With that, Li Bin and Lan Yuan disappeared from the meeting. Zhu Jin slowly rose, his hands clasped on the table. Let me make this clear beforehand. His voice was deep and carried an undeniable authority. This is my first time commanding a core fleet, and also the first time in the company's history that a non-captain, the captain's wife, is commanding a fleet. Countless eyes are on me. Some of you are my old subordinates. Some have close personal relationships with the captain. But in this military exercise, if anyone takes advantage of their relationship to be passive or slack, making me uncomfortable, I make sure none of you have a comfortable life. Sarah wiped her sweat, wondering what was going on. Why was she suddenly pulled into commanding a fleet operation? Wasn't it agreed that I would be assigned to this position after I finished here? In this operation, the fleet commanded by Lan Yuan will be handed over to Xingchen Phil. On the projection screen, Xingchen Phil calmly raised her hand. As Lan Yuan's first mate, she had assisted Lan Yuan in operations many times. Aside from not having commanded a fleet independently before, she was not lacking in experience. The core fleet, consisting of 11 Zun-class and Bowhead Whale-class ships, will be under Lin Yufeng's command. The aircraft carrier portion of the Central Fleet will be under Saradu's command, and the remaining ships of the Central Fleet will be under my command. That's settled. This exercise is a point capture and point defense exercise, expected to last 24 hours. Further details will be provided later. Now, meeting adjourned. In the conference room, where the projector had been removed, Saradu and Lin Yufeng looked ashen-faced. Lin Yufeng spoke with difficulty. Hey. I say, old man, does the CEO know we're in Zhujiang country? Yes. Then he and Commander-in-Chief Zhu Jin should know that even with the headquarters relay supersonic transmitter amplifying the signal and establishing a dedicated line, there's still a delay of about 7 or 8 minutes in information transmission from the Takamagara system to here, right? Yes. Then what are we supposed to do? Lin Yufeng was dumbfounded. Chapter 1199. Exercise Commander Zhu Jin reporting to you. At the bridge entrance, Zhu Jin snapped to attention and saluted the narrow but bustling bridge before him. Oh, you're here. Come on over. Lan Yuan waved. Li Bin rested his hand on his chair. Lin Yufeng and Sarah must be frantic right now. Zhu Jin nodded. I talked to them. They're very anxious, mainly because of the delay. They're worried about incorrect intelligence transmission, leading to defeat and embarrassing you. That's exactly what we wanted. Li Bin handed over some documents. The avionics system has been too heavily compromised. It's at a huge disadvantage in electronic warfare, detector scanning is poor, and there's fleet signal interference. I specifically chose them to ensure fairness. Not only that, this internal boarding exercise simulation is taking place inside a hollowed-out meteorite in the asteroid belt. That's the avionics system's zero-gravity boarding training ground, under the command of Li Chongzhen. He's also. There's a delay. Li Bin emphasized. We can't abandon our training just because our opponents are pushing the limits. Although there's a joint judging panel, the company also has its own internal evaluation system. The command system you're currently in control of is located all over the country, causing significant delays in deployment. Do your best, don't feel pressured. Yes. Oh, by the way, Li Bin pointed to the documents. This is a revised plan based on the combat plan set by ISA. Previously, we focused on an elite strategy, the Azure Dragon, the Xingtian, the Shiha. Each ship had the potential to engage 2 or even 3 ships of the same class. But this operational approach is gradually becoming outdated and no longer meets the company's future needs. Follow the latest plan, try to avoid quality-based tactics and focus on quantity. My requirement for this operation is that you provide the backup, ensuring the fleet operates with a focus on numbers, leaving the execution to the subordinates. After saying this, Li Bin patted Zhu Jin's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I appointed you as commander because you're reliable. Zhu Jin was deeply moved, patting his chest and assuring him, don't worry, Captain. I, Zhu Jin, am always obedient. The situation is very clear. We are playing the role of the invading fleet, centered on the gas giant planet Wanlatio, extending northeast and southwest in an almost straight line. There are 3 beacons along this line. Whoever holds a beacon for more than 10 consecutive hours wins. Feedback. For those holding a beacon for less than 10 hours, whoever holds it at the end of the exercise wins. Victory is determined by the number of beacons held. Zhu Jin spoke fluently in the channel, but apart from the fleet he directly commanded, Lin Yufeng and Sarah didn't respond in time. In other words, this battle isn't about survival of the fittest. We absolutely cannot rely on past operational strategies. We must be daring and aggressive, and fight a high exchange ratio. Not fighting a high exchange ratio is unacceptable. The communication delays resulted in a nearly 20-minute error in both Lin Yufeng and Sarah receiving intelligence and sending orders to the battlefield. According to the CEO's instructions, this was an exercise simulating 3 battlefields within the same star system. Although the avionics department didn't see it that way, it didn't prevent the Universal Alliance from preparing according to this approach. In the distant orbit of a gas giant planet, a conventional bomb exploded. Rare metals stained the conventional blast, and amidst the eerie, multicolored sparks, the exercise began. Zhu Jin immediately ordered his fleet to converge on Wanlai Diaxing Star. Wanlai Diaxing Star is located in the center of the battlefield, where it will bear the brunt of the firepower. However, it can deter the northeast and southwest beacons from the center, and its gas giant planet provides cover, shielding the fleet's flanks. It can be used as a defensive tactic. This is similar to deploying troops on a mountainside. By facing the gas giant planet with their vulnerable flanks exposed, it achieves a near-land battle scenario, placing the main base on a cliff edge to reduce deployment costs and concentrate resources on other directions. On the bridge of the Candle Dragon, Zui Mingqianshao said with concern, our core fleet possesses a massive aircraft carrier and carrier-based aircraft. In the past, relying on flash unmanned bombers and heavy fighter squadrons, we often gain the upper hand in these kinds of maneuvers. But avionics has always been renowned for its carrier-based aircraft. With the Wanza gantry cranes and the various generations of Wanza squadrons working together, Zhu Jin will have to fight tooth and nail to seize the Wanlai Star beacon. Lan Yuan laughed. You mean Saradu has a communication delay of several tens of minutes from the battlefield, and his carrier fleet might miss the opportunity, or even suffer from inadequate escort, right? She shook her head. It's not that simple. Pre-battle preparations. Saradu and Lin Yufeng sat together, surrounded by the staff of the ocean-going exploration fleet. Below, the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was working tirelessly for the exercise. On the stage, Lin Yufeng sipped his tea as Sarah spoke. Little Lin, to be honest, I fought in wars before, but the scale of the battlefield is definitely incomparable to what's happening now. As for commanding an aircraft carrier, I don't really have the ability. How about we switch roles? I give you command of the carrier too? Lin Yufeng scratched his head. And what about yourself? I take command of the battlefield mothership class, Saradu said decisively. Also, I have 2 Bowhead Whale-class ships as escorts for the battlefield mothership class. I request additional permission from Commander-in-Chief Zhu Jin to empty the 2 Atlas-class supercargo ships, loading only the disguised cargo holds of the Zhongzi class. Speaking of the Atlas class, which he was most familiar with, Saradu became quite spirited. The Atlas class's cargo system is open air. The Atlas class will be preloaded with disguised cargo holds, and will follow the Zhongzi class, with the battlefield mothership class operating from there, loading and unloading cargo holds. We tested this during our ocean exploration. If operated correctly, we can complete a loading cycle in 18 minutes. Those are all new recruits. Let's spread the time out a bit, even if it's 30 minutes per cycle. The exercise lasts 24 hours, meaning 4 Zhongzi-class ships can deliver the firepower of 192 Zhongzi-class ships, firing all their missiles in the entire exercise. I think this probably aligns with the CO's concept of quantity strikes. Lin Yufeng thought for 2 seconds, then nodded readily. Okay. Let's do it your way. The Demon Avionics excels at quality warfare. The Pure Blood faction's grassroots combat experience far surpasses our crew sent to the exercise. If quality is inferior, we must overcome quality with quantity. It begins. Inoue Takehiko, as deputy commander, stood beside Inoue Yoshiko, assisting the commander-in-chief in transmitting strategic instructions via the neural link. This exercise was still too idealistic. Even with active suppression of the detectors and sensors, because the battle location was known beforehand, the optical observation posts were focused on the correct direction from before the battle began. Furthermore, the Palace-class dreadnoughts, compared to the Great Church, the Hall-class, Steel Dragon-class, and Overlord's Warrior-class are still somewhat inferior. I worry that if we achieve a major victory this time, it will embolden the Pure Blood faction's arrogance. Inoue Yoshiko opened her eyes. The Universal Union's Heavenly Palace class is just a versatile ship. From the beginning, I never intended to spar with it. The Dreadnought battle was just a pretext. What I'm waiting for are those 2 unique ships. You mean? Inoue Yoshiko sneered. The renowned Qingtian and Qinglong. I want to make the Pure Blood faction bleed from their heads, so they know that there's quality above quality. Chapter 1200. Optical observation posts spotted a large number of carrier-based aircraft. It's flash drones. Repeat, it's flash drones. On the bridge of the Yomiuri, the Pure Bloods in scarlet uniforms, exuding an aura of arrogance, methodically coordinated their operations. Complex battlefield intelligence, after being processed by staff, was simplified into precise, concise text and images, and sent to the commander-in-chief. Relying on the tacit understanding and neural link between husband and wife to control the ship, Inoue Yoshiko could transmit complex commands to Inoue Takehiko's cranial implant within a second, from which he would then further disseminate them to his subordinates. She herself, freed from the hassle of human interaction, could fully immerse herself in controlling the dreadnought. Having absorbed the technology of the Divine Messenger-class dreadnought and the advanced weapons program of FSF Military Corporation, the Yomiuri had undergone many optimizations compared to the original design. A more reliable electrical grid system and a more powerful weapon system made it vastly different from the past, but this also brought a greater mental burden to the captain. Inoue Takehiko loudly issued the order the Storm-class cruiser carrier fleet led by Kinjiro de Sasaki to immediately launch forward air support. Give him 1 hour to clean up the battlefield and clear the way for the fleet to capture the Mana Beacon. His voice carried a reassuring reliability. Kinjiro de Sasaki commanded 2 squadrons of 24 Storm-class cruiser carriers. As the backbone of avionics-equipped cruisers, these 24 carriers, equipped with target feed systems and monobay gantry cranes, were uniformly equipped with the 9th-generation monobay interceptors. Warriors. Their self-contained tactical system, high-speed mode, enabling them to arrive on the battlefield first, with a flexible frame and self-repair module, giving the shielded interceptors considerable battlefield survivability. Their micro-missiles and eliminator cannons make them veritable bomber killers. The clattering cannon fire was a beautiful mistake. Paint bullets landed on the unmanned bombers. The marked and shot-down bombers immediately cut off their signals and withdrew from the battlefield, slowly returning to the carrier fleet to await repairs and paint removal before resuming combat. How boring! The warrior interceptor pilot, Rokuro Hitaru, yelled into his channel. In real combat, these bombers would be dead by now. Then, a good idea popped into his head. Hey! You guys think that after this batch of bombers, the recently famous White Stone series frigates and destroyers from the Universal Alliance will be next? Should we go and challenge them? The wing commander stopped him. Our orders are to clear out the bombers near the One-Eye Star beacon. Don't do anything unnecessary. TCH. Captain, you're such a coward. Rokuro Hitaru. What are you afraid of? He said sullenly. We're interceptors. Our weaponry isn't as good as fighters. If I were piloting a heavily armored monster like the Avalanche, I'd be happy to go. The warriors' high survival rate is built on their ability to fight bombers and other fighters, relying on their high maneuverability. Those frigates and destroyers, leave them to the Psi-class destroyers mixed in with the squadron. The Psi-class destroyer, the renowned transforming frigate, represents the pinnacle of demonic avionics ship transformation technology, possessing both high-speed and combat modes. In high-speed mode, it boasts speed comparable to carrier-based aircraft. In combat mode, it possesses frigate-class firepower. It's said that in simulations, under ideal conditions, the legendary test pilot of the Scythe class, the proud pure-blooded Yamamoto Musashi, spent a month using the Scythe class destroyer to destroy an offensive class destroyer. Of course, since it was a simulation, the ship in cyberspace wasn't calculated regarding ammunition or fuel. It relied on high-speed maneuvers to bypass the powerful front of the attack class destroyer, cutting into its main thrusters, and slowly bleeding it dry like a knife, ultimately destroying the AI-simulated attack class by detonating its fuel tanks. The avionics team immediately shifted its focus to the destroyer transformation plan. With these slope-class destroyers around, the Whitestone ships will probably be decapitated at high speed like wild ducks swooped down by a falcon, said Hitaru Rokuro. Suddenly, a strange voice interrupted the channel. Hey, why be so aggressive? It's not easy for anyone, it's just an exercise. Who? Can't even find your own channel. The wing commander was furious. What's the communications department doing? Didn't they check beforehand? Hey, the communications department isn't having an easy time either. Your fleet's electronic warfare is self-imposed. You got it, don't you remember? The voice chuckled. You got quite the nerve, little brother. Is Wanza Slope really that tough? Ingwo Lulang retorted angrily. Killing you at Wanza Slope is like killing a chicken. Fine. Then let me have a go at you. Fong Qingshan, second wing commander of the Demon Swordsman Heavy Fighter Squadron, please enlighten me. In the distance, the Libra-class aircraft carrier Azure Dragon gradually slowed down. Its massive central square hull began to rotate. Upon reaching a critical speed, groups of carrier-based aircraft were violently thrown out, as if the universe had been thrown into chaos. Unique ship design, rotating hangar. Through rapid rotation, all the carrier-based aircraft released by the Azure Dragon gained astonishing initial velocity. The built-in Demon Swordsman Super Heavy Fighters ignited after being thrown to a safe distance, their powerful thrusters spewing forth surging flames, propelling the Demon Swordsman through the sky and rapidly advancing into the battlefield. So fast! You're telling me this is a super heavy fighter? Are you kidding me? Hitaru Rokuro exclaimed in shock. This speed was even faster than the Sakamawa class. The Sakamawa class fighters hidden within the Warrior Interceptor Squadron quickly deployed, originally planning to engage the Chalkstone class corvettes in a dogfight, using their power advantage and experience to quickly end the battle. But the arrival of the Demon Swordsman turned the tide of battle once again. The machine guns striking the Demon Swordsman fighters, creating purple ripples, were largely ineffective. Instead, the Demon Swordsman's attacks caused considerable trouble for the Sakamawa-class corvettes. This isn't right. Hitaru Rokuro screamed, why is the Sakamawa class at a disadvantage? The squadron commander snarled, shut up. Didn't you see the Demon Swordsmen have already rotated a full rotation in just 10 minutes? They're trading numbers. Hitaru Rokuro then noticed that each Demon Swordsman heavy fighter, once deployed, never lingered in combat. Relying on their magical shields to maintain the structural integrity of their fighters, they unleashed a massive barrage of firepower in a short period using overclocked combat tactics, then turned back before the complex maneuvers caused the potential energy granted by the hangar to dissipate. This handed the battlefield over to newly deployed fighters. It was less a dogfight and more a nightly charge, a series of waves of attacks to break through enemy lines, then retreat, wearing down the enemy through successive assaults. Even the expensive Magic Swordsman fighters were still carrier-based aircraft, and the opposing slope-class destroyers were already costly, each costing over 36,000 star coins, comparable to a conventional destroyer. Before their own wing commander could order support, wave after wave of Magic Swordsmen broke through the enemy lines, causing several slope-class destroyers to overload their electrical grids and crash on the spot. Then, a new wave of Magic Swordsmen flew towards them. Firefly Rokuro scrambled to evade, but was grazed by a Magic Swordsman with its magical shield activated. In an instant, the 9th generation Wanza Interceptor's wing shattered, like its belly had been ripped open, large pieces of parts scattered everywhere. The aircraft spun in place, and Ingwo Lulang watched in despair, as he was kicked out of the combat formation, his death a certainty. Warrior Squadron pilot Ingwo Lulang, you have been killed in action. Please activate the escape pod and await rescue. He pounded the control panel, his eyes bloodshot. In the distance, the Demon Swordsmen, like flying swords, effortlessly sliced through interceptors under the control of the sword immortal Qinlong. Further away, at the avionics headquarters, a large group of carrier-based aircraft were assembled. He muttered bitterly to himself, as if trying to justify himself. The probing is over. The demon swordsmen are indeed powerful, but your performance has been tested in actual combat. The reason avionics is called avionics is because our carrier-based aircraft are invincible. Just you wait.